Sunny remained silent for a few moments, looking at the charming saint. A gentle breeze blew from the river, playing with her silky hair. The dream of Aletheus Island was tranquil and at peace. Destroy the loop. Was such a thing even possible? Why wouldn't it be? The closed cycle of time had been created by Aletheia of the Nine. Since it was made by someone, it could naturally be destroyed by someone else. However, the matter was not that simple. Even if Windflower could teach him how to break the loop, there would be dire ramifications if he did. Up until now, Sunny had suffered enormously due to the twisted nature of time on this harrowing island, but he was also only alive because of it. Once the loop was broken, the terrible prisoners of Aletheus Island would remain. Undying slaughter and devouring beast would remain, as well, but Sunny was not going to have the luxury of being reborn at the start of a new revolution. He would only have one chance to prevail against them and escape. It's not like I have a lot of choices. The plan Windflower suggested was a deadly one, but Sunny did not have a better solution. He did not have a lot of time to spare, either. He and Cassie were doing fine, for now, but their mental states would inevitably start to crumble as the trauma of repeated, torturous deaths accumulated. It could very well be that they would never be in better condition than now. Sooner or later, they were going to start deteriorating. At least Sunny felt that they would. The question was, did he really trust Windflower? A deep sigh escaped from his lips. Looking away, Sunny lingered for a few moments, then said, "Before I decide whether to agree, I need to ask you a question." The beautiful saint chuckled. "Go ahead." He glanced at her darkly. "When you said that we've never met before, was it a lie?" Windflower's smile froze on her lips. She studied him silently for a while, the veil of friendliness finally fading from her gaze to reveal something much colder, darker, and more frightening. Finally, for the first time since they met, Sunny felt that he was standing in front of King Darren's daughter. But then the frightening abyss hiding in her eyes was gone, replaced once again by benevolent sweetness. Windflower laughed. "You really are a sharp one, Sunless. Just like the other one." Sunny took a deep breath. "The other one?" A deep frown appeared on his face. "The Mad Prince. He is the other visitor you mentioned, then?" The beautiful saint looked at him with a nonchalant smile. A moment later, the white beach disappeared, and they were in Aletheus Tower again. Windflower sat down on her bed and shrugged. "Indeed. Oh, I must say, even inside the tomb of Ariel, you truly are the most bizarre of individuals, Sunless. You are the only being to enter my dream in all these years, and yet, there were 3 visitors." Sunny slumped on the shadow chair. 3. She nodded. "You, that defiled madman, and the sullen wraith that follows him around." He stared at her incredulously. "So the Mad Prince is haunted by his own version of the sin of Solace. Serves the bastard right, both bastards, really." Luckily, his own inner demon had decided to sit the meeting with Windflower out. He shook his head. "So why did he come to see you? What did he want from you that was worth braving Aletheus Island?" The beautiful saint lingered. "I'm not sure if I should answer. But then again, why not? You are mistaken, though. Although the Mad Prince did visit me, I was not the reason he had come to the island." Sunny simply raised an eyebrow, prompting her to continue. "The reason he came here, was to lure the other 2 defiled into a trap." "What?" Sunny hid his shock as best he could. Previously, he had theorized that devouring beast and undying slaughter had been sent to Aletheus Island because of their flaws. And it might have been the justification, true, but now, it seemed that they had been left here against their will. They had been locked in a prison of time by the Mad Prince. Sunny exhaled slowly. Why would that lunatic plot against 2 other plagues? Windflower shrugged. "I really don't know. Is it surprising, though? The defiled are different from us, to begin with, and your other self, Sunless, is more insane than most. That said, he was surprisingly lucid, for a nightmare creature. Sunny frowned. In what way? The charming saint contemplated for a while. It's hard to describe. I've met abominations who could talk like humans before, but never one who seemed so human-like. Even among the defiled. In any case, it looked like he was not happy about being the Dread Lord's slave. Or liked what the Dread Lord has done after becoming the tyrant of Verge. She shrugged. You would know better about these matters than I do, though. Not because you and the Mad Prince are the same person, even, but merely because the 6 plagues were yet to appear when I was brought to Aletheus Island. In fact, I only know of their existence because of the things the defiled madman mumbled in a fit of frenzy. Sunny remained silent for a while. The Dread Lord's slave. It seemed that he did not have to wonder what fate would befall him after Nephice was killed in the future. He had thought that Mordred, the Soul Stealer, would be the one to use Shadow Bond and become his master after the current one disappeared. But actually, it was the Dread Lord. Kai. The corner of his mouth twitched. Who would have thought? It was a bit stupid, to be hurt by something that a future, defiled version of his friend had done. And yet, Sunny couldn't help but feel a little betrayed. It had taken a lot of courage for him to open up to Effie and Kai, knowing that it would come back to bite him, in the end, felt like a punch to the gut. No. Kai would never betray me. That thing, the Dread Lord, might be the future version of him. But it is a demented nightmare creature, not my friend. Much more important was the fact that there seemed to be internal strife between the 6 plagues. Enough of it, at least, for the Mad Prince to try eliminating 2 of his fellow defiled champions, be it on the orders of the Dread Lord or of his own accord. It was great news for the cohort, and could potentially help them conquer this nightmare. Sunny sighed and asked with dark curiosity in his voice. So what did the 2 of you talk about? Windflower remained silent for a while, seated comfortably on her opulent bed. Eventually, she sighed. We made a deal, he and I. I never thought that I would make a deal with a defiled abomination one day, but then again. I never thought that I'd be imprisoned in a whirlpool of time, forever, either. Sunny grew tense, staring at the beautiful saint with a grim expression. The news of her making deals with one of the 6 plagues did not bode well for the cohort. Noticing his reaction, she chuckled. Don't look so worried, Sunless. I did not sell my soul, corrupted as it may be. The Mad Prince, he only wanted to know about Aletheus Island, and especially about how my father had managed to kill that great tyrant in the tower. The creature remains dead no matter how many times the loop resets, which seemed to be of great interest to him. I, on the other hand, wanted to know what had happened to Twilight and the other human cities on the Great River. And how it was that he appeared wearing my father's crown. Her gaze once again brushed across the crown of Twilight. She smiled softly. Now, I know. Sunny lingered for a few moments. There were a lot of things he wanted to ask about, but it did not seem wise to press Windflower for answers. Too much. The mirror of truth was safely hidden in his sleeve, ready to grant him Neff's longing ability at any moment. Eventually, he asked. How did Dayron make that tyrant stay dead? Windflower tilted her head a little. You want to know, as well? It was with the help of a very special memory. A legacy relic left behind by a dear friend. It's gone now, of course. Just like everything else is gone. Why was the Mad Prince so interested in the dead tyrant, though? Unlike me, he did not have to destroy the loop to escape the island. What did he want? Sunny tried to understand the motives of his future defiled version, but failed. It wasn't a good idea to try understanding madmen, anyway. How did you know that one of my companions has the guiding light, then? The beautiful saint chuckled. How else? The madman told me that you would. Sunny froze. His eyes narrowed. Wait. Leaning forward, he pierced Windflower with an intense gaze and asked. Are you saying, that the Mad Prince knew that we would arrive here one day? She simply nodded. He seemed quite certain. But why are you surprised? You are the same person, after all. Sunny let out a shaky breath. Indeed, if the Mad Prince was the future version of him, then the bastard would have already experienced coming to Aletheus Island before. Still, something about it didn't make sense. If the defiled lunatic already possessed the memories of meeting Windflower and learning about the island from her, like Sunny was currently learning, then why would he need to come and ask again? And if she had already met Sunny by the time the Mad Prince arrived, wouldn't she have already had the answers to her own questions? It didn't make any sense at all. Just like Undying Slaughter and Jet existing at the same time did not make sense. The same went for Devouring Beast and Effie. Or everything else about this damned pyramid. If anything, though, the new revelation made it seem as though the 6 plagues were somehow alien to this timeline, more alien than Sunny and his companions were, at least. Focus on the task at hand. How to escape this cursed island. Sunny gritted his teeth, remained silent for a few moments, and then said. So how do I destroy the loop? He suddenly hesitated. Before Windflower could answer, Sunny raised a hand and added, his voice low. Wait. If I do destroy the loop, you will die, won't you? The saint simply looked at him with a smile on her lips. She will. That is why she is here on Aletheus Island. After all, this is the only place where she can exist. So, by destroying the loop, Sunny would be killing Windflower. She watched him for a bit, then shook her head. You are both right and wrong. Windflower of the Twilight Sea, will indeed cease to exist if the cycle of time is broken. However, I won't die. No, what waits for me is much worse than death, it's corruption. Her smile slowly disappeared, leaving behind only coldness. The beautiful saint looked at him somberly, then said. That is why we are going to make another deal, you and I. Sunny met her heavy gaze and shifted slightly. What deal might that be? Windflower stared at him for a few moments, then smiled darkly. It's simple, really. I will teach you how to break the cycle of time. In return, Sunless, you will kill me. His expression cracked for a moment. What? The beautiful saint nodded. You will make an oath that after the loop is destroyed and before corruption swallows my soul, you will kill me. That is the only way I'll show you how to escape Aletheus Island with all your companions. Sunny looked at her solemnly. He couldn't say that he didn't understand. Indeed, if he was in Windflower's place, he would have preferred death to turning into a nightmare creature. At least, he hoped that he would. But still. Wasn't it just too sad? Sunny sighed. You want to die? Hearing his question, Windflower chuckled. You make it sound so serious. Her enchanting azure eyes ignited with humorous sparks. Remember, Sunless. I am not even a real person. I've been conjured by the spell to play a role in this nightmare, and so, there is no purpose for my existence outside the nightmare. So, wouldn't it be a fitting end for a creature like me, to be killed by a real person like you? By a person who will conquer the nightmare? She fell silent, looking into the window with a distant expression on her beautiful, charming face. After a few moments of silence, she added in a softer tone. I won't ask you for another oath, Sunless. But, make me a promise, if you will. That you'll conquer this nightmare, indeed. Sunny remained silent for a while, looking at her with a heavy expression. Eventually, he sighed and opened his mouth to speak. Not long after that, he was back on the deck of the chain breaker. The white beach was shrouded in mist once again. The bright and beautiful vista of Windflower's dream was gone, replaced by the chilling gloom of reality. Surrounded by the flowing fog and dreadful silence, Sunny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. His heart was beating wildly, full of crippling panic and boundless dread. These feelings were not something he wanted to feel, or had a reason to. Rather, they were simply an instinctual response caused by meeting countless harrowing ends in this misty hell. Even when Sunny was calm, his body remembered every torturous death, every heart-wrenching loss, and every pained cry. The sight of the white fog enveloping the chain breaker was a promise of many more torments to come. He took a few deep breaths, trying to calm his heart. It was getting harder and harder to do with each new revolution. A few moments later, Sunny let out a long sigh and turned around. Cassie was facing him with a somber expression on her pale face. She lingered for a few moments, then leaned heavily on the guiding light and asked in a quiet voice. "So? How did it go?" He looked away. "I met her. There is a lot to discuss. We should bring Jet back first." The blind girl nodded listlessly, then walked over to Nightmare, adjusted the stirrups, and climbed into the saddle. A few moments later, she disappeared into the mist. Nephi's had been observing them tiredly. Her brow was furrowed into a deep frown. Glancing at Sunny, she asked, "What is going on?" He met her gaze and sighed. "Cassie is off to find Jet. Let's just rest for a bit, please. I'll explain everything when they return." She studied his face for a few moments, as if wanting to ask more. Eventually, however, Nephi simply nodded and said in her usual emotionless tone, "You don't look too well." Sunny looked at her. Neph was not in the best state herself. She seemed spent and exhausted, almost ready to topple at any moment. Her already pale face was drained of all color, her eyes sunken and slightly unfocused. The slumped shoulders, the sickly pallor, the feverish gaze, these were the symptoms of extreme essence exhaustion. He smiled. "You look beautiful, though." With that, Sunny lowered himself to the deck and leaned against the railing. Nephis remained motionless for a few moments, flustered. Then, she silently sat down near him and rested the back of her head on the ancient wood. "I'll wait until Cassie returns, then." He did not answer, staring into the mist. Sunny had a lot to think about. It had taken him a long time, many lifetimes of dread, really, to reach Alethea's tower. However, the truths Windflower had revealed to him were all worth it. There was so much he had learned from the beautiful, forsaken saint. The origin of the dream realm and the waking world, the true identity of the first seeker, the secrets of Alethea's island, and so much more. Even the impossible number of challengers who had entered this nightmare had an explanation now. But, most importantly, he had learned a few things about the Mad Prince. At this point, I can't deny it anymore. That defiled madman, the future version of himself, had visited Windflower in her dream. Sunny might have met a strange echo of his corrupted future in a nightmare, but the bastard had spoken to Windflower personally. Which meant that the Mad Prince had the Dreamwalker ability, just like Nightmare did, or something similar to it. In all the years that Darren's daughter had spent sleeping on Alethea's island, they were her only guests. That proved that very few beings possessed power over dreams, even here in the tomb of Ariel. And that meant it was him. Sunny exhaled slowly. It was not dusk, but the Mad Prince who had sent Ananke a dream message so that she would find the children of Weaver, find Sunny and Nephis, and send them off to fallen grace. It was that madman who had massacred Weave, then used its last priestess to guide them deeper into the nightmare. Past the time storm and to the derelict of the chain breaker. It was also him who had created the estuary key and secreted it away in Sunny's soul, somehow. He could have even been the author of the demented runes Sunny had seen on the piece of flotsam drifting in the upper reaches of the great river. Why had the Mad Prince done all these things? No, before that. What else had that monster done? Suddenly, Sunny was covered in cold sweat. Now that he knew that the mysterious puppeteer responsible for many of the strange things happening in this nightmare was none other than his future corrupted self, he couldn't help but perceive everything that had happened so far in a new light. What else did not make any sense? Too many things. But there was one in particular. Why wasn't Fallen Grace destroyed? Led by the 6 plagues, the defiled had successfully destroyed Twilight and every city of the Sibyls, except for Fallen Grace. That last city, though, had strangely been spared. It was attacked by the defiled from time to time, sure, but none of the heralds of the estuary had ever shown up to erase it from existence themselves. Their inaction seemed very strange, in hindsight. Was it, perhaps, because the Mad Prince needed Sunny and Nephi's to visit it one day, for some reason? To come into possession of the guiding light, perhaps? Or was it because the 6 plagues simply couldn't appear anymore? The defiled madman had treacherously eliminated undying slaughter and devouring beast from the board, after all. Who was to say that Soul Stealer, Torment, and even the Dread Lord himself had not been dealt with in a similar fashion? Sunny had thought that the final obstacle of the third nightmare would be the 6 plagues. But now, he was not so sure anymore. What the hell is going on? Was the Mad Prince, actually an ally? Remembering the visage of the horrid lunatic whose remnant once appeared in his dream, Sunny shook his head. No, that is impossible. He is a nightmare creature. But then again, Windflower had mentioned that the Mad Prince seemed strangely lucid for an abomination. Why would he be? Suddenly, a strange idea appeared in Sunny's mind. He froze for a moment, then lowered his gaze and glanced at Neff's sword. Was it because the Mad Prince was haunted by the sin of Solace? The sword wraith was supposed to slowly drive a human insane. What would its effect on a nightmare creature be, then? What would madness mean to a being whose mind was inherently alien to all things human? Sunny did not know why, but he felt that he somehow stumbled on a glimpse of truth. If the wraith born from a sinister whisper of Ariel, the demon of dread, had indeed helped his future self maintain a sliver of humanity even after becoming defiled, then he still wouldn't be an ally. However, it was entirely possible that the Mad Prince had other goals than the plagues did. Just what is my evil twin scheming? Sunny did not know. In fact, after learning so much, he felt that he knew even less than he had before. He was sure of one thing, though. The sinister shadow of the Mad Prince was behind everything that had happened in the nightmare so far. And that was an indescribably chilling thought. Sunny knew himself all too well, after all. Even slightly lucid, he was a very scary enemy to have. Cassie and Jet soon returned to the chain breaker. Sunny had explained the basic information about the loop to Nephi's by then, however, he kept the things Windflower had told him to himself, for the time being. Not because he was reluctant to share the knowledge, but simply because he did not want to repeat it all for the second time once they reached Effie. The cohort set out to the far side of the island without any delay. As they traveled, made weapons, fought abominations, and hid in the forest to wait out the more harrowing ones, Sunny couldn't help but think about Windflower. And the oath he had made. Kill her. Sunny's flaw did not compel him to fulfill any oaths, it just prevented him from making an insincere one. Still, he was free to change his mind at any moment. Can I kill her? Of course, he could. However, it would be an understatement to say that Sunny was reluctant to. He was not an innocent man. In fact, there was plenty of human blood on his hands. He had even enjoyed killing some of his victims, albeit very few. Mostly, he did not like it one bit. The thought of killing someone like Windflower was abhorrent. He admired the charming saint from a different world a great deal. He also felt a lot of compassion for her tragic plight. And yet, bitterly, there was nothing else he could do for her. Death was the only mercy he could give Windflower. How fitting. Shadow God would have been proud. Sunny had even considered surrendering the mirror of truth to her. But there was very little chance that it would help. Yes, Windflower would be able to delay the spread of corruption by a few hours if she borrowed Neff's aspect ability. But there was almost no hope that the seed of corruption would not only be temporarily hindered, but disappear as a result. Once the mirror of truth crumbled, the seed would most likely still be there, in Windflower's soul. Then, only death would be able to save her. Even knowing that the chance was infinitely small, Sunny had still offered his memory to the beautiful saint. It was a very rare thing, for him to act selflessly in that way. But she refused. Windflower did not explain her reasons, but Sunny suspected that it was because of the first seeker and how precious the mirror of truth would be if someone wanted to destroy the abominable creature. Curse it. Feeling grim, Sunny went through the motions of traversing Eletheus Island. Some time later, the 5 members of the cohort were together once again. Sunny had finally shared his findings with his companions, not holding anything back. Their reactions, just as he had expected, were very intense. It was not every day that one learned about the origin of their own world. Well, here on Eletheus Island, one could. But generally speaking, news of this caliber was exceedingly rare. Eventually, the heated discussion died down. Tired of trying to comprehend divine matters, Sunny and his companions turned their attention to more mundane issues. The 6 plagues, and the Mad Prince. I just don't know what he wants. I see how that it's funny, considering that he is me, but he is also a nightmare creature, and almost entirely mad. I can't tell. The others remained silent for a while, their expressions somber. No one liked to know that their actions were being manipulated by a sinister corrupted saint. Eventually, it was Nephi's who broke the silence. Looking into the fire that they've made to prepare food, she said. I think we are asking the wrong question. Sunny looked at her intently. Which question should we be asking, then? Nephi hesitated for a few moments. Her expression seemed strangely distant. Leaning forward, she put more fuel into the fire and asked. What do the 6 plagues want? Sunny blinked a couple of times. Sitting to his left, Effie frowned. Isn't the answer obvious? They are doing what all nightmare creatures do. Trying to obliterate everything that is not corrupted, until there's only corruption left. Here in the tomb of Ariel, it means eliminating all river people. Nephi nodded. But why do they want to eliminate all river people? None of them knew what to answer, so they just stared at her in confusion. Did abominations need a reason to slaughter humans? She sighed. Let's go with another question, then. If the person who challenged a nightmare succumbs to corruption, what happens to them when the nightmare ends? Sunny opened his mouth, feeling a bit stunned by that question. They will. He hesitated. Nothing like that had ever happened, at least not to his knowledge. So, there was no definitive answer. The most likely one, though, was that they will be expelled back to where they came from. Nephi nodded once again. So then, if the 6 plagues want to escape the nightmare, they have to conquer it, just like we do. She sighed. But how do they conquer it? Jet looked at her with a frown. They need to destroy the source of the defilement and save the. But then, she suddenly fell silent. The rest of them were silent, too. No, saving the river people is not the goal of the nightmare. Sunny gritted his teeth. The goal of the nightmare was never straightforward. There was one conflict at the heart of each seed, yes, but many possible solutions. In the case of this nightmare, the conflict was about the fate of the great river civilization. One possible solution would be to destroy the source of the defilement and save the river people. But another, no less valid, solution would be to ensure their annihilation. Once every human in the tomb of Ariel was either dead or defiled, the conflict would have been resolved, as well. His eyes widened a little. Are you trying to say, that the plagues went on a rampage across the great river, destroying the cities of the Sibyls one after another, to conquer the nightmare? Nephi stared into the fire, dancing flames reflecting in her beautiful gray eyes. That would make sense, would it not? Their goal is the opposite of ours. But, more than that, since we know what their ambition is and that it's different from the Mad Prince's, we can also guess what he wants. She looked at Sunny and shrugged. It seems to me that what your future self wants, is to make sure that this nightmare never ends. Or at least that it doesn't end the way the other plagues desire. Ah, I might be wrong, of course. Sunny suddenly remembered the dream where he met the remnant of the Mad Prince. The hatred in the abomination's voice when he called Sunny a murderer. Why would that bastard want the nightmare to last forever? Or does he want something else? As a deep scowl appeared on his face, Cassie asked calmly, her voice pulling him back to their conversation. So, what then? Should we just sit back and relax while the plagues conquer the nightmare for us? Nephi's glanced at her, then slowly shook her head. First of all, we don't know how long it will take. Secondly, I don't want to release these monsters into the waking world. She looked at them somberly, remained silent for a moment, and then added in a flat tone. Most importantly, whether we like it or not, we are also here in the tomb of Ariel. Cassie assumed the role of the ruler of fallen grace. Effie and Jet are the last of the river nomads. If the 6 plagues want to eradicate all humans on the Great River, they won't be able to achieve that goal unless they eradicate us, too. A strange smile appeared on his face. It's almost as if the core of this nightmare is to throw 2 versions of our cohort at each other, and see which one survives. She shook her head. Of course, one of these versions is vastly more powerful. While the other has me. In the end, Sunny had once again drawn the map of Eletheus Island on the ground. Only, this time, it was much more detailed. He also knew where most of the truly dangerous nightmare creatures would be at any given point. His time map was complete. The members of the cohort studied it for a while, listening to his explanations. Sunny described the prisoners of the nightmarish island in as much detail as he could, sometimes relying on Cassie to provide the most crucial pieces of information. As the 2 of them spoke in turns, the faces of their companions grew more and more somber. Eventually, Sunny looked at the map with a dark expression and fell silent for a few moments. When he spoke again, his voice was even. Destroying the loop will not be easy. However, it is what comes after we destroy it that is truly dangerous. He pointed to the map. We will still be trapped on the island after the loop is broken. And, the rest of its prisoners will be, as well. These terrible nightmare creatures, as well as undying slaughter and devouring beast. But this time, none of us will be revived by the loop, should we die. Sunny looked at his companions. Which means that we will have only one attempt to escape this hell alive. Despite his solemn tone, Effie suddenly chuckled. He threw her an annoyed glance at her, then asked. What's so funny? She shook her head. No, nothing. Sorry, but that's how it usually goes, isn't it? If you die, you die. Cassie and you might have been living by a different set of rules recently, but for the rest of us, everything is pretty much how it has always been. He sighed. Well, she's not wrong. No matter how much he tried to avoid it, the loop had messed with his perception of life and death. But for Effie, Jet, and Nephis, what he had warned them about was already perfectly natural. Sunny shrugged. Well, good. Keep that attitude. In any case, what I meant is that there can't be any mistakes. We will have one day to destroy the loop. On that day, 3 things need to happen. As he spoke, the tip of the Sin of Solace traced a few marks on the map. The shrine, the lake, and the tower. We must retrieve the enchantment key from the shrine and find something on the bottom of the lake before entering the tower. Once inside, we will be able to achieve our goal. If we do it before the day ends. His voice grew somber. We will still be stuck in the middle of the island. And we won't know where the nightmare creatures are anymore. Once the loop is broken, most of the knowledge Cassie and I have so painstakingly gathered will become worthless. Returning to the chain breaker will be just as dangerous as our first exploration of Eletheus Island. Sunny grimaced. Just for your information, we all died during that first exploration. Well, at least I think we did. I wouldn't know, actually, because I died first. The rest of them studied the map somberly. Eventually, Nephi spoke. But we don't need to go to the chain breaker straight away, do we? A subtle smile appeared on his face. Neff gets it. Good job, Neff. Pointing to the tower with his sword, he said. Alethea's tower is more or less the safest place on the island. Once the loop is broken, the nightmare creatures will continue killing each other, or, at least, undying slaughter and devouring beast will continue killing to satiate their flaws. So, the smartest thing we can do is lock ourselves in the tower and wait for them to massacre all the abominations that would have swallowed us on the way back to the beach otherwise. Finally, Sunny grinned. And then, just before the dust settles, we can slip away, board the chain breaker, and escape. Nephice looked at him with a complicated expression. After a few moments of silence, she said. Or, we don't escape. For a moment, there was dead silence. Sunny looked at her impassively. What do you mean? Of course, he knew exactly what she meant. He had considered this course of action himself, despite how risky it was. It was just that. Sunny was not sure if he should mention anything. Nephice shrugged. 2 of the 6 plagues are right here, on the island. Why don't we kill them before we leave? Jet smiled darkly. I would love nothing more than to get rid of undying slaughter. But, Nephice, you haven't seen that thing. You haven't fought her. Do you know how lethal she is? How are we supposed to kill older, scarier, more powerful versions of ourselves? Unexpectedly, it was Effie, not Neff, who answered. Looking up from where she sat on the ground, the huntress said. That's the thing, though. They are us, so, we know their weaknesses. We can exploit those weaknesses, that is how you hunt a stronger beast. She smiled. We know their flaws, don't we? I mean that we should wait for them to grow weak from hunger, then finish the wretches off to make sure that they don't get a chance to escape. Listening to her, Nephice nodded. Effie looked away, her smile dimming. After a moment of silence, she added quietly. I might not be the most useful member of the cohort currently, but I think we should try. Nephice seemed to share her opinion. Undying slaughter and devouring beast might die on this island, anyway, but they might also escape the same way we are planning to escape, or through some other means. There won't be a better opportunity for us to strike down 2 of the plagues. So, I think we should try, as well. Cassie remained silent, while Sunny shrugged. I don't know. I think I'd rather just leave them behind and run the hell away. All attention concentrated on Jet. She did not speak for a while, then asked with a faint grin. Aren't you all forgetting something? Effie and I have the same flaws as those 2 monsters. If they starve, we'll starve, too. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then let out a resentful sigh. That can be solved. Not a problem. Soul Reaper glanced at him briefly, then shrugged. Well, then. I vote we kill ourselves, too. She blinked a couple of times. I mean, kill our future selves. You guys get what I mean, right? Sunny let out a stifled chuckle and nodded. Yes, we get it. Let's kill some plagues, why don't we? They spent the rest of the revolution discussing the plan in great detail. Once it was over, a new revolution started, just like it always did. But this one, hopefully, was going to be their last. Sunny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. The white mist of Alethea's island surrounded the chain breaker. The last time. This is the last time. He turned around and nodded at Cassie. Without wasting a single moment, she climbed into Nightmare's saddle and disappeared into the fog. Sunny, meanwhile, faced Nephice and asked. Are you all right? She was looking in the direction where Cassie had gone to with a frown on her tired face. Hearing his question, Nephice turned. I'm fine. I can still fight. He smiled. That's what I wanted to hear. Before you ask where Cassie had gone, let me explain a few things. Taking a step closer, Sunny placed his hand on Neff's shoulders and leaned forward a little. Her alabaster face had suddenly turned even more motionless than it usually was. First of all, this is not the first time we are having this conversation. You just don't remember all the previous ones. The vortex surrounding this island, you see, is not a mundane vortex. It is a whirlpool of time, and so, time moves in a circle on this island. The same day repeats itself endlessly, and we have lived it dozens of times already. Neff's eyes widened slightly. A different person would have been stunned into silence by such a bizarre proclamation, but not her. Only a few moments later, she asked evenly. How come you remember, and I don't, then? Sunny pointed to her sword. It's because of the sin of solace. It remembers, and so, I've come to remember as well. After a while, Cassie did, too. Which is both a blessing and a curse. Neff, believe it or not, we have severely underestimated how dreadful of a hell this island is. We've already died countless times, each death more terrible than the last. Cassie, you, me, each of us was killed over and over again. Nephi studied his face with a hint of indignation on her pale face. Before she could retort, though, Sunny grinned. However, that is in the past. This time, we have a plan, one that will allow us to break the loop, save Jet and Effie, and escape this hellish place once and for all. You just need to trust me, well, and fight like your life depends on it. Can you do that? She remained silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. Sure. But, as you can tell, my essence is utterly exhausted. I'm not exactly in the best shape. He smiled. That's all right. Don't worry, you still look beautiful. Seeing her face turn entirely motionless again, Sunny grinned and added. Oh, right. By the way, did I mention that Effie is pregnant? Finally, Neff's stoic expression cracked. A moment later, her rattled voice resounded in the fog. What? This time, they did not wait for Cassie and Jet before leaving the chain breaker. Mere minutes after the blind girl rode Nightmare into the mist, Sunny and Nephi jumped down to the beach and set out east, in the direction of the Bone Orchard. As Sunny walked, a vague figure appeared from the fog, almost scaring him. The Sin of Solace looked bored. You still haven't given up? How pitiful. Or, wait. Did you really convince yourself that you would succeed this time? What a fool. You'll just die again, your friends will die again, it's hopeless. There is no escape. Not even sparing the wraith a glance, Sunny walked past it. The apparition laughed and shouted at his back. Or, better yet. You might actually destroy the loop, only to watch your friends die anyway. Forever, this time. Wouldn't that be a perfect ending for this tired farce? What a bastard. Go die in a ditch. Shaking his head, Sunny continued walking. With Saint moving in the vanguard and Fiend guarding the rear of their small formation, they made swift progress. As they walked, Sunny explained a lot of things to Nephi. And so, that is what we must achieve today. She remained silent for a while, thinking. Eventually, Nephi sighed. I see. He had poured a lot of information on her, most of it utterly stunning. From the nature of Eletheus Island to the truth about the divine realms, from the role that the Mad Prince had played in their journey to the true motives of the 6 plagues, it had to be a lot to take in. Sunny wasn't surprised that Neff was keeping quiet. What was she thinking about? After a few minutes spent in silence, Nephi finally looked at him and said, her voice even. It must have been hard on you. Sunny raised an eyebrow, then smiled faintly. Well, yes. It wasn't easy. Looking away, she lingered for a moment, and said. It must have been hard on me, as well. Sunny's smile slowly disappeared. It must have been. Yeah. He knew it very well. No matter how torturous his deaths had been, in the end, watching his companions die had been so much more painful. Nephi did not remember any of the previous revolutions, but that did not mean that she had not lived them. Every time Sunny had ventured into the mist and never returned, she would have learned of his deaths from the runes. She would have had a reason to keep an eye on them, after all, unlike him. And so, she would have lived the rest of each revolution knowing that he had been killed. Walking slightly behind him, Nephi took a deep breath. "Sonny. I'll make sure that none of us dies, this time." She paused, and then added quietly, white sparks igniting in her eyes. "If this is really the last time, we might as well burn this entire island down." He stared at her in amusement. "How are you going to burn anything down? Get some essence back first, you maniac." Nephi coughed. After a few moments of silence, she suddenly asked in a perfectly even voice. "So, in all these revolutions, has something else happened? For example, between us?" Sonny glanced at her nonchalantly. "Has it ever?" After a few moments of silence, he shrugged. "Well. You made me breakfast once. With dessert." He could have sworn that Nephi almost stumbled. As they approached the bone orchard, Sonny felt a swift shadow approaching them from the mist. Soon, Nightmare dove out of the swirling fog, carrying Cassie and Jet on his back. Jet was pale and bleeding from the wounds on her back, but she seemed calm and composed. Cassie should have already explained what was going on to her. If Soul Reaper had questions, she was keeping them to herself. "Hey, Sonny." Her voice was a little hoarse. Climbing down from the black stallion, Jet remained silent for a moment, then looked at him with a dark smile. "I hear that you have a plan to kill that thing in the mist." "Good. Count me in." Then, she chuckled quietly. "Where are my manners? Greetings to you too, Changing Star. Thanks for coming to pick me up." Nephi studied her for a few moments, then nodded silently. With that out of the way, the cohort proceeded to the bone orchard. Soon, a forest of towering bones appeared from the mist. Cassie led everyone to the hollow butterfly while Sonny looked around with a grim expression. He had not summoned the fragment yet, nor had he made use of the Mirror of Truth. Sonny wanted to only use the former if there was no other choice. As for the latter was needed for their eventual fight against the First Seeker, so he had to preserve it at all costs. Which was not to say that he had nothing else prepared to make this last revolution special. Once they were standing in front of the monstrous butterfly, the usual routine of making its legs into pikes was abandoned. Instead, Cassie took Jet and Nephi aside to teach them about the cavern terror in detail. Sonny, meanwhile, sighed and sat down on a protruding bone fragment. This time, there was too much for the cohort to do within a single revolution. Which was why there was no other choice but to split the tasks between him and Cassie. Cassie was going to lead Nephi and Jet, as well as Saint and Fiend, into the caverns to slay the terror. Then, they would complete a couple minor tasks, and venture into the overgrown shrine to retrieve the enchantment key. Sonny would have to travel to the far side of the island above ground, retrieve Effie, and visit the Blood Lake. Of course, none of these tasks could be completed fast enough, considering how dangerous and teeming with harrowing nightmare creatures the island was. Which was why he had to create a diversion, somehow. As he sat and looked at the hollow butterfly with a dark expression, Sonny summoned a flute made out of emerald bone and absent-mindedly brought it to his lips. Soon, a slow, sorrowful melody echoed in the mist. Cassie, who had been explaining the powers of the cavern terror to Nephi and Jet, paused for a moment and turned slightly. Then, she placed the guiding light on the ground near him and continued the explanation. "I wonder what Kai is doing right now." Sonny sighed. Would his friend appreciate how much better at playing the flute he had become? Was he even alive, still? Or was he long dead? Dead. Sonny felt the smooth texture of the bone singer with the tips of his fingers. He had received this memory quite a while ago, in the depths of another nightmare. Back in the bloody arena of the Red Colosseum, he had gotten it for slaying a monstrous emerald skeleton. The bone singer had not received much use since. Apart from erecting the Dome of Silence a few times with the help of its silenced enchantment, Sonny mostly just played it for fun, slowly polishing his musical skill, what little of it he possessed. Nevertheless, it was a very important memory for him. The other of its enchantments, sonorous, was the first enchantment he had ever copied, after all, transplanting it to the silver bell first, then to the ordinary rock, which subsequently became the extraordinary rock. So, the Bone Singer represented a great milestone in his development as a sorcerer. The Emerald Flute possessed a third enchantment, though. One he had never used. Sepulchre Song. That enchantment allowed the master of the Bone Singer to raise the dead, provided he actually knew how to play it. Here we go. Nephis had already regained enough essence to use her dormant ability on Jet. Receiving a sliver of white flame from her, Sunny took a deep breath. And sent a flood of essence into the emerald flute while his fingers danced across its surface. The melody he played suddenly grew vicious and angry. In the next moment, the bone orchard stirred. Sitting on a fragment of an ancient bone, Sunny played a bone flute. Cold sweat was rolling down his face. All around him, the towering remains of unspeakable horrors were moving and stirring, slowly coming back to life, or at least to some semblance of life. Jet was watching that chilling scene with a strange expression on her face. I really hope it works. The Sepulchre Song enchantment could raise the dead, but Sunny had never found a use for it until now. Yes, it had taken him a long time to teach himself how to play the flute well enough to produce a coherent melody, but that was not the problem. Actually, he had been good enough to activate the enchantment for a while now. The problem was that once the dead were raised, they would not be under his command. On the contrary, the risen corpses would be murderous, wicked, and entirely beyond his control. The only way to control them was by playing another melody. And that melody, Sunny had not been able to master before becoming trapped within the loop. Even after experimenting with it on Alethius Island, he was not entirely confident that he would be able to enthrall the murderous corpses. There was nothing like a swarm of giant dead leviathans to make him feel motivated, though. If it doesn't work, I might just become one of these corpses myself. As his fingers started to tremble, Sunny continued to play an angry melody. The Sepulchre Song was an active enchantment that consumed more essence depending on how great the number and power of the corpses stirred into a murderous rage by it was. An Ascended could wreak a lot of havoc with its help. But not nearly as much havoc as Sunny, an Ascended tyrant whose soul was augmented by Neph's flame, could. Influenced by the angry melody he was playing, most of the bone orchard was already in motion. Some of the giant skeletal remains were too severely damaged to assemble into the semblance of a whole creature, but there were plenty of dead abominations who could. Some of them had clearly been aquatic abominations in the past. Nevertheless, they slithered and crawled forward in the throes of bloodlust. Some of them seemed to have been able to walk on land. Those were moving much faster to kill something, as quickly and as cruelly as possible. Slowly, towering figures rose from the ground in a cacophony of groaning bones. The terrifying bloodlust and murderous rage emanated by them were almost palpable. Crap, crap, crap. Both of Sunny's hands were busy with the flute, and he obviously could not speak. Aloud, that was. Go now. Sending the mental message with the help of the Shroud of Dusk, Sunny glanced at the dark entrance to the caverns that had been revealed when the dead creature obscuring it moved closer to him. Sparing him one last glance, his companions rushed away and dove into the welcoming darkness. Nephis lingered on the edge for a few moments, then gritted her teeth and jumped down. Saint and Fiend followed right behind her, leaving Sunny and Nightmare alone with the army of risen abominations. The towering corpses, meanwhile, were staggering toward them with a clear intent to rip the flute player and his steed apart. Now, for the next part. Sunny slowly rose, or rather, was pushed off when the piece of bone he had been sitting on suddenly flew up. Somehow managing to keep the melody, he regained his balance and continued to play the Bone Singer while awkwardly jumping into the saddle. Judging that every skeleton he could have brought back to life had already risen, Sunny stopped for a moment and took a deep breath. Then, as Nightmare cautiously backed away, he started to play a different melody. If the previous one was fast and angry, then this one was calm and soothing. It was meant to bring the murderous corpses under his control. Sonny had succeeded in his experiments to play the second movement of the Sepulchre song a couple of times, on a way lesser scale, though, so he knew that he could do it any moment now. But despite the fact that he was trying his best to play the melody perfectly, the shambling bone giants were still approaching him with a clear intent to rip him to shreds and bathe in his blood. That doesn't even make sense. I'm so much smaller than them, what are they going to be bathing in? It's more like I'll be smeared across the phalanx of one of these monstrosities. Even worse. The hollow butterfly which had been motionless before suddenly moved, as well. The bone singer did not really return the dead to life, it simply turned corpses into murderous bone golems. Or flesh golems, the sinister memory paid no attention to the state of the corpse. Which meant that it did not need the dead creature to have had a soul in order to animate it. The hollow butterfly was coming to a perverse semblance of life, too. As it did, the drain on Sonny's essence increased. Curses. It seemed that he was not going to put this army of dead monstrosities under his command. Well, that was fine, too. Sonny had accounted for such a possibility, as well. After all, he did not really need the risen corpses to listen to him, he just needed them to create as much havoc as possible on Alethius Island, temporarily stealing the attention of all the nightmare creatures imprisoned on it. Now that the dead giants of the Bone Orchard had been brought back to life, they would remain so until Sonny's essence ran out, or until they were completely destroyed. There was plenty of time for them to clash with the prisoners of the island. That way, he would be able to reach Effie and travel to the Blood Lake much faster. Cassie and her team would be able to reach the overgrown shrine without meeting much danger, too. Plan B, then. Giving up on soothing the murderous corpses with a pleasant melody, Sonny lowered the bone singer, and commanded Nightmare to run as fast as the black stallion could. A moment later, the two of them were already flying between the staggering skeletons, heading for the forest. An army of dead giants pursued. Even the hollow butterfly took to the sky, one flap of its mighty wings sending a hurricane gale across the Bone Orchard, or rather, the former Bone Orchard. Left without the great monster's care, its eggs were cracking and bursting open, the corpses of revolting maggots crawling out of them while burning with bloodlust. Great, go fight the harvester, you ugly bug, gods, I hate butterflies. Sonny dove under the protection of the ancient pines, only to hear them snap and shatter a few moments later. The dead leviathans he had risen might not have been as enormous as devouring beast, but they were giant and powerful enough to bulldoze through the misty forest. Now, he only hoped that they would be sturdy and powerful enough to last a while against the harrowing prisoners of Alethius Island. And that his essence would last long enough. And that they would not catch up to him in Nightmare before getting distracted by some unfortunate abomination. Faster. Gritting his teeth, Sonny flew through the mist. Effie was waiting for him on the other side of the island. Pursued by an army of dead giants, Sonny and Nightmare flew through the mist. The shambling corpses were tearing through the forest like an avalanche, uprooting countless ancient pines and turning them into splinters. The thunderous clamor of it all spread far and wide, making it seem as if the entire island was falling apart. If that would not attract the attention of the nightmare creature hiding in the fog, Sonny did not know what would. Almost there. He was not just running blindly. Instead, Sonny was leading his skeletal followers along the southern edge of the island, aiming to pull them to Undying Slaughter's hunting grounds, or even further west. The map of the island was shimmering in his mind, with various nightmare creatures moving across it according to where they were supposed to be at the moment. It would be good to attract as many abominations as possible, the chain reaction of them abandoning the usual routes and habits was going to clear the northern part of the island, where all of the cohort's goals were, to a large degree. But Sonny was going to be happy as long as the harrowing mist wraith got implicated by the appearance of the undead stampede. These ancient skeletons he had risen were not truly alive, and thus possessed neither souls nor soul essence. They were the worst possible enemy Undying Slaughter could meet, considering that she would not be able to replenish whatever essence she spent to destroy the murderous corpses. It was a bit ironic, really. Above U.S. His heart skipped a beat. The dead giants had obliterated a large swath of the misty forest already, which meant that nothing hid them from the merciless gaze of the sky anymore. As Sunny watched, unnerved, long tendrils descended from somewhere high above, stretching toward the rampaging bone golems. Before the harvester could catch them, however, a vast shadow suddenly passed over the mass of dead giants. A moment later, the corpse of the hollow butterfly ascended into the sky, disappearing in the direction where the tendrils had come from. Sunny grinned darkly. Godspeed. The creatures he had brought back to life were powerful, but, of course, not nearly as powerful as when they had been alive. The corpse of the monstrous butterfly did not possess the terrifying might of the original great monster. That said, it did possess the supreme body of a great monster. In some senses, it was even more durable than a living dark butterfly would have been. The animated corpse was not alive, after all, and was thus impervious to wounds that would kill a living being. Sunny had no hope that the harvester would be defeated, but it definitely would be preoccupied for a while. Now, what he had to worry about was his own survival. Nightmare was fast, and the staggering skeletons were not the most agile of creatures. And yet, they were gaining on the galloping steed due to their sheer size. Sunny could dive into the shadows and escape at any moment, but that would defeat the purpose of leading the dead giants on a chase across the island. A massive skeletal claw fell on him from above, missing Nightmare's side by a mere meter. The black stallion almost lost his footing when the claw slammed into the ground, making it quake and throwing a cloud of dust into the air. This is, just like that damned desert. The risen corpses were nowhere near as powerful as the harrowing warriors of the Nightmare Desert, but it was all the same for Sunny. It did not matter if the thing that killed him was 3 times more powerful than him, or 300 times more powerful. He would end up dead either way. Nevertheless, he kept a cool head, tracked the movements of the dead giants with shadow sense to evade the sporadic blows, and kept an eye on the misty forest ahead. That was how Sunny managed to survive the dreadful pursuit. Not long after the hollow butterfly dove into the mist above to battle the harvester, he felt a subtle movement ahead and commanded Nightmare to dodge left. It was just in time. In the next moment, the familiar decaying shape of a giant leopard lunged forward from the fog, missing Sunny and colliding with one of the pursuing corpses. Bits of shattered bones shot through the air like bullets, and a gurgling roar sent Sunny into a momentary daze. Then, something boomed behind him, and he sensed several massive shadows converge on the terrifying shadow of the great beast. A moment later, the furious confrontation was far behind him. But it was only the start. As the dead army chased after the swift rider, more and more nightmare creatures arrived, attracted by the deafening noise of the pursuit. Sunny had calculated which abominations would arrive first, and when, as a result, he managed to evade all of them. He saw the black octopus-like creature envelop the horrid skeleton of a crawling leviathan with its tentacles, the black acidic slime secreted by them biting into the ancient bones. Devouring beast made the whole island shake by landing from a high jump, her fist turning one of the dead giants into a pile of broken bones. As it was completely obliterated, the rate at which Sunny's essence was consumed decreased a little. A nightmare creature that was like a rotting tree tried to get in the way of the risen corpses, as well, but was flattened and torn apart in a matter of seconds. There were other abominations, as well. Some of them had killed Sunny before, some hadn't. Now, all of them became entangled with the murderous dead, as if receiving divine retribution for all the deaths they had visited upon him. Undying slaughter was among them, as well. I'd say, it's a success. By the time the abandoned port of Alethius Island appeared from the mist, Sunny was only followed by a few most persistent corpses. The rest had been left in the dust, fighting the various horrors of this cursed place. Throwing one last glance at the murderous dead giants, Sunny smiled and dissolved into the shadows. His job here was done. Now, he had to rush to the other side of the island to find Effie. Really, now. Gliding through the darkness, Sunny sighed. Was there a need for such a reaction? Surely, my musical talent is not that terrible. Eventually, Sunny reached the far side of the island. Diving out of the shadows, he staggered a little and sighed. His reserves of essence were mostly empty. Luckily, the speed with which he was losing essence was not that great, by now, which meant that many of the risen corpses had already been destroyed by the prisoners of Eleutherus Island. His journey across the misty forest had been much more swift and uneventful than it would have been otherwise, though, so it was well worth it. Come dusk, his essence would be replenished. That said, he was going to have to be very careful after reaching the Blood Lake. Sunny shook his head and headed forward, with Nightmare following him in the shadows. His steps were fast and silent. He crested a tall hill and jumped over a rock outcropping, then raised a hand without ever slowing down. Catching a lightning-fast spear, Sunny grunted and slid back a few steps. Then, he walked over to Effie and nonchalantly put the spear into her hand. Here. You dropped this. The huntress stared at him in bewilderment. Doofus. He let out a mental sigh. Here we go again. Sunny patted her on the shoulder and smiled. Who else would it be? Yes, it's me. Before you ask, this is not the first time we're having this conversation. Actually, time moves in a circle on this island. He gave her a short explanation, going over the strange nature of Eleutherus Island and their plan. So, in conclusion, don't feel too disappointed. I promise, I was utterly flabbergasted and thoroughly teased by you the first 10 times around. Nephice, too. Anyway, Uncle Sunny is here now. You can relax. Sunny stared at her for a moment, and then added stiffly. As for that guy, whatever his name is, not going to lie, I was going to give him a proper beating at first. But then I remembered that I already gave him a good slap once. Sunny watched over the nameless sleeper during the young soldier's first nightmare, and welcomed him back to the waking world with a slap, just like Jet had once welcomed him. He sighed dejectedly. Now that I think about it, maybe I slapped the poor guy too hard. Something has to have broken in his head for him to get with a gluttonous brute like you, so, the next time we meet, I'll probably only beat him a little. Effie smiled and supported her protruding belly with both hands. Keep talking, Uncle Sunny. If you want something to break in your head, too. Sunny chuckled. In all honesty, he had no desire to get violent with the nameless father of Effie's child. He just said those things to distract her from the fact that her lover was, most likely, either dead or lost by now. But then again, the guy had devil's luck. If anyone could pull through the winter solstice in Antarctica, it would be him. Following a mental command, Nightmare rose from the shadows. At the same time, Sunny summoned the covetous coffer. In any case, there is no time to waste. The others should already be approaching the shrine I mentioned. So, we must hurry to the lake. Effie glanced at the dark destrier with doubt. I'm not sure that I can ride your pony, Sunny. The red flames burning in Nightmare's terrifying eyes quivered. Sunny was pretty sure he had never seen his loyal terror with such a strange expression. Pony? He swallowed an indignant retort and forced out a smile. Who says you're going to ride my big, proud, and powerful steed? Taking a step to the side, he pointed to the big alloy chest standing on the ground between them. Climb on. That's your ride for today. Effie studied the covetous coffer for a few moments, then awkwardly climbed on its lid. She flashed Sunny a grin. Now, what was it about riding your big Ann? Before she could finish, though, countless alloy legs appeared from beneath the large chest, rising it above ground. Surprised, Effie let out a short yelp. Sunny grinned. Meet the locomotive chiffonier. The smoothest ride on Eleutherus Island. With that, he jumped into the saddle and sent Nightmare into a medium trot. The alloy chest scurried to follow them, its countless legs rustling as they tore the moss. Effie remained seated atop the covetous coffer with a very strange expression on her face. Nevertheless, she seemed rather comfortable, and the speed of their small party was not at all slow. In fact, they were moving very fast. Most of the nightmare creatures inhabiting the island had been lured south by the shambling corpses, so Sunny could allow himself to head straight to the lake without any delays. After a while, the ancient pines receded, and they came into view of a large open space. The mist here was less thick, so Sunny stopped Nightmare at the edge of the forest. He did not want to risk attracting the harvester's attention, even if the hidden horror of the skies had been attacked by the hollow butterfly not too long ago. In front of them was a vast plain of dark crimson liquid. The lake might have been crystal clear once, but now, its waters were painted red by blood. The source of that blood could be seen in the distance, drifting on the lake's surface. It was a gargantuan, dreadful creature that vaguely resembled a winged something. Its dark flesh was torn and mutilated, and many horrible wounds revealed its glistening innards. Sunny shuddered to imagine what kind of enemy could have killed the winged giant so brutally. He did know one thing, though. The blood lake was absolutely deadly. Every time Sunny had tried to explore it, he had died in harrowing agony without even knowing what killed him. Anyone who touched the bloody water would die. Still sitting atop the covetous coffer, Effie shivered. So, what kind of terrible abominations live in this charming lake? Remembering what Windflower had told him, Sunny stared at the crimson liquid with a dark expression. None, sort of. He sighed. Instead, the lake itself is an abomination. Sunny studied the tranquil surface of the crimson lake, unnerved. He had died in its waters a few times, and each of those deaths was both torturous and gruesome. But now that he knew what had caused him to die, he felt even more wary of the red water than before. Indeed, the entire blood lake was, in a sense, a nightmare creature. However, it was not a single living being. Instead, there were mindless, microscopic, insatiable creatures living in the bloody water, too tiny to see and too numerous to count. Each drop of the bloody water contained millions of them. Sunny had fought and killed many abominations, from titanic behemoths to insect-like vermin that hunted in giant swarms. However, he had never faced nightmare creatures that were no different from flesh-eating bacteria. The whole lake had become a colony for these tiny horrors. Sunny did not know whether they had come from inside the giant corpse, or if the winged being simply was one of their victims. Perhaps it was both. What he did know was that the abomination's blood provided nearly endless nourishment for the tiny devourers, allowing them to propagate at astonishing speed and infect the entire lake. Thus becoming the lake. No wonder he had died screaming in its crimson waters. Sunny took a deep breath, dismounted, and gave Effie a grim look. Stay away from the water. The huntress climbed off the covetous coffer and sighed. Yeah. I gathered that much, but, Sunny. How are you going to kill a lake? Short of somehow evaporating the entire thing, I don't see a way. He hesitated. Indeed, how was anyone supposed to kill a lake? Sunny shook his head, then headed toward the shore. I don't think I can kill it. Making it out of that lake alive, though. I think I'll manage. He manipulated the mist to cover their approach and stuck to the shadows. Tense, they made their way to the shore. Effie stayed back, but Sunny walked to the very edge of the crimson water. The overbearing stench of blood assaulted his nostrils. Feeling incredibly uncomfortable, Sunny took a deep breath and summoned a memory. White sparks swirled around his hand, and soon, a beautiful chalice of white jade appeared in his hand, overflowing with sinister black liquid. The bitter cusp, a cup of poison that the Jade Queen had once served her rapacious guests. Despite the fact that Sunny had started his awakened career as a poisoner, he did not use this memory often. One of the times he had, it was to coat the arrows and bullets of the first evacuation army soldiers with the black venom. It helped them a lot during the mad dash to Falcon Scott. But who knew it would come in handy today? Sending all 5 of his shadows to wrap themselves around the bitter cusp, Sunny tilted it and watched as a stream of black liquid fell into the crimson water. The poison flowed and flowed. The mistress of the palace herself presented them with a cup of the sweetest nectar. No matter how much of the sweet nectar they drank, the cup remained full. The more of it they consumed, the more of it they desired. The words of the description of the sinister memory surfaced in his mind. Indeed, no matter how much of the glossy black liquid he poured into the lake, it continued to flow. There was no doubt that more of it had flowed out of the bitter cusp than the jade chalice was supposed to contain. There was no explanation for where the poison was coming from, not that he needed one. Endless Spring was always like that, as were many memories. Mundane logic almost never applied to how they functioned. Sunny did not need an explanation, though. All he needed was for the blood lake to drink as much of the poison as there was. After a while, it seemed as though the crimson waters had become restless. Subtle ripples spread over the lake's surface, and shallow waves licked its shore. Forcing himself to stay still, Sunny threw over the shoulder. "Step back." Effie obediently waddled a few steps away from him and grew still. He did not move a centimeter, though, no matter how much he wanted to, and continued to pour the black poison into the water. As time went on, the blood lake started to look more and more eerie. Its crimson waters seemed to be tinted a subtly darker shade now, and rippled silently. Although there was no wind, the waves rolling across the surface of the lake were becoming more noticeable. Sunny took a deep breath. He knew that only about half an hour had passed, but it felt like an eternity. Finally, the stream of poison grew thinner, then thinner still. Then, it broke, and only a few stray drops of the black liquid fell down. The bitter cusp was empty. "Well, that's done." Standing some distance away, Effie asked. "Now that you've poisoned this lake so thoroughly, what are you going to do next?" Sunny dismissed Ananke's mantle and gave her a dark look. After a few moments of silence, he said. "What do you think?" "Now, I'm going to go for a swim." Effie's eyes grew round. "What? Swimming in an abominable lake wasn't enough, so you decided to add deadly poison to the soup first?" He couldn't suppress a short laugh. "Well, I am immune to most poisons. It's going to sting a bit, for sure, but with some luck, it will be all right." He sighed, then dismissed the bitter cusp and called the 5 shadows back. Evaluating how much essence he had left, Sunny then opened the gate of the shadow lantern and manifested the shadow spawn shell around his body. Summoning the mantle to cover it with a layer of onyx armor, he reinforced that armor with 5 layers of augmentation, and then gave Effie a wink. She seemed to pale a little at the sight. "I'm off. There is some food in the coffer. I told it not to bite your hands off, so feel free to explore." With that, Sunny cursed inwardly. And dove into the hungry, man-eating lake. Wrapped in the protective shell of shadows and the onyx carapace of the mantle, Sunny breathed with the help of the essence pearl and fell into the murky depths. He had swum away from the shore and then manipulated his weight to plunge down like a rock. The water pressing down on him was crimson and dark. It was also poisoned and teeming with myriads of invisible, gluttonous horrors. Ah! He didn't like it at all. The poison of the bitter cusp had spread far, by now, and should have killed numerous microscopic creatures that permeated the bloody water. The rest should have been weakened, as well. But was it enough to save him? Sunny was going to find out soon. "I haven't received any fragments either, what a scam." His shadow shell was like a diving suit, with no gaps or seams that could allow the terrifying tiny creatures to reach his flesh. The mantle covering the shell was like a layer of armor, reinforced 5 times over by his shadows. In a sense, Sunny was like a miniature submarine. His task, accordingly, was to explore the bottom of the lake without being crushed and swallowed by its depths. However, he could already feel myriads of tiny teeth, or whatever it was that the invisible horrors had instead of teeth, gnawing at his black carapace. The mantle was holding, at least for now, but the shell was sustaining damage. It was as if its outer surface was slowly dissolving and being washed away by the crimson water. "That's pretty bad." Feeling the lake starting to devour and digest his shell, Sunny felt cold horror wash over him. However, he managed to maintain his composure. In fact, the situation was better than he had expected. Sure, his improvised diving suit was being devoured, but at a much slower rate than usual. The poison of the bitter cusp was doing its job. As long as the mantle held and the exposed surface of the shadow shell was limited, he could repair it faster than the lake was destroying it. Even if his onyx armor started to crack and disintegrate, he would be able to keep up with the relentless attrition for a while. Summoning more shadows from the lantern, Sunny went about mending the dissolving form of the shadow spawn. At the same time, his feet touched the bottom of the lake. Pushing himself through the water, he walked forward. Surrounded by the crimson gloom, an incalculable amount of abominable microscopic killers, he advanced deeper into the blood lake. Its bottom was strangely smooth and regular, hinting at its artificial origin. Well, the whole island was artificial, so Sunny should not have been surprised that this lake, too, had been created by Alethea of the Nine instead of appearing naturally. He was starting to feel nervous. Windflower had described what he had to find and what he needed to do, but she did not know the precise location of their goal. So, Sunny had to search for it himself. Depending on his luck, the search could take a relatively small amount of time, or last very long. The former was fine, but the latter meant certain death. He did not have a lot of essence left to maintain the shadow shell, after all. Damn it. The deeper into the lake Sunny walked, the harder it became to advance. The rock surface under his feet was still smooth, angled down at a shallow angle, but there were more and more obstacles in his path. These obstacles were the remains of numerous nightmare creatures. Sunny had thought that the Bone Orchard was the only monster graveyard on the island, but he was wrong. It seemed that the Blood Lake was the place that Alethea had used to dispose of the carcasses of most abominations she slayed. He couldn't help but notice that the towering remains he had to either climb over or walk around had all belonged to nightmare creatures that were not made of flesh and bone. Instead, these had been abominations whose monstrous bodies had been composed of steel, stone, clay, glass, and all kinds of different materials. What a treasury! Sensing his shell starting to crumble faster and faster, vivid signs of corrosion appearing on the onyx plates of the mantle, Sunny tried to distract himself from fear by thinking how great it would have been to feed all these dead nightmare creatures to Fiend. Sadly, the gluttonous shadow had no chance of surviving the crimson depths of the Blood Lake. Even if his armor was in no way inferior to Sunny's mantle, Fiend was a living being. The invisible killers living in the red water would have instantly infiltrated his body and devoured it from the inside out. If these are the corpses that are too tough for the lake to digest, then just how many dead abominations have been erased by it entirely? Had this harrowing place been created by Alethea of the Nine, to dispose of trash? The thought seemed darkly funny. More reason not to die here. The shadow spawn shell was falling apart. By now, the speed of its destruction was only barely slower than the speed with which Sunny was repairing it. The mantle was on the verge of crumbling, as well. When it did, the shell would start to dissolve much faster. In the end, Sunny would be devoured by the lake. Where the hell is it? Where is it? He forced his way through the crimson murk, trying not to panic. The bottom of the lake was almost flat now, showing that he was close to its center. That was the place where what he sought was most likely located. Sunny was almost ready to drown in despair when he finally saw it. In front of him, something rose above the rock surface of the lake's bottom. It was a large circle of dark steel, a dozen meters in diameter. There were no runes engraved into the ancient metal, and there was nothing laying on its surface. Finally, Sunny laboriously made his way to the steel circle hidden at the bottom of the lake and stopped near it. The metal ring was raised above the surface of the rock by about half a meter. It was hard to see any details in the crimson darkness, so Sunny simply felt its shape with shadow sense. He hesitated for a few moments, then summoned the Sin of Solace. There was a thin, almost invisible seam between the outer metal ring and the steel circle encompassed by it. Sunny cautiously inserted the jade gem into that seam and remained motionless for a second or two, gathering his courage. Then, he called the shadows back from the surface of the mantle and wrapped them around his body. Feeling his strength soar, Sunny ignored the net of cracks that immediately started to spread through his onyx armor, and pulled at the hilt of the Sin of Solace with all his might. He was trying to dislodge the steel circle from the metal ring it was resting in. Sunny used all his power, pulling and pulling. His shell was being swiftly devoured by the tiny horrors of the Blood Lake. The mantle was being corroded at a dire speed, ready to crack apart. The steel circle did not move. Sunny felt like his muscles were about to explode, but then, finally, he felt the ancient steel give. The heavy circle rose above the metal ring by a centimeter, then a few centimeters more. Without wasting any time, Sunny plunged the Sin of Solace deeper, changed its angle, and continued to pull. The lake was suddenly in mayhem all around him. And then, finally, the impossibly heavy steel lid rose above the metal ring. Letting go of his sword, Sunny grabbed its edge with all four of his hands, grunted, and raised the lid as high as he could while displacing a great amount of water. Standing on the metal ring, Sunny supported the lid with his shoulder and glanced down. Below him was nothing. Or rather, a long vertical shaft cut through the bedrock that led to nothing. He was looking at the abyss below the island. And all around him, the crimson water of the Blood Lake was already rushing into the hidden drain, falling into that abyss from a great height. The power of the current almost threw Sunny down, as well, but he somehow managed to hold on. As time passed, the pressure grew more and more terrible, as more and more water fell from the bottom of the island into unfathomable darkness like a red waterfall. Ah, hell! My shoulder hurts. Eventually, Sunny gritted his teeth and threw the lid of the drain sluice entirely open, then staggered back. By then, the water was only high enough to reach up to his shoulders. Some time later, it disappeared entirely, leaving him standing on wet rock. The Blood Lake was gone. Its crimson waters, and all the tiny horrors populating it, had been drained into the lightless abyss under the levitating island. Standing at the bottom of a vast bowl cut into the stone soil of Eletheus Island, Sunny sighed and looked up. Out there, far away, on the former shore of the lake, Effie was looking down at him with a strange expression. He remained motionless for a moment, then raised a hand and waved at her. Inside the shredded shadow shell, Sunny's face was pale. He had survived, somehow. Yeah. Let's not do anything like that again. Sunny remained motionless for a while, looking around. The bottom of the lake was dry now, revealing the towering remains of the ancient nightmare creatures. Well, relatively dry. Although most of the water had been drained into the dark abyss, large puddles of it still remained here and there. The remains of the abominations were still glistening with moisture, as well. Which meant that countless invisible horrors were still crawling all over their surface. He was not going to feed fiend with these abandoned treasures any time soon. Damnation. Sunny's shell was still being eroded, as well. Luckily, the rate at which it was dissolving had decreased drastically. By now, he would be able to climb out of the empty lake and discard his ragged diving suit without being eaten alive. Looking up, he saw the mist slowly flowing down the slopes of the former lake. Very soon, it was going to shroud everything here, just like everywhere else on the island. Turning slightly, Sunny stared at the corpse of the giant winged creature and fought the temptation to try and fish the soul shards out of it. But no, there was no time, and the corpse still gave him a sense of danger. There had to be countless invisible creatures permeating it, after all. Even if the dead abomination was not the original source of the contamination, it was without a doubt being slowly devoured from the inside by it. Finally, Sunny glanced at the slope of the lakeshore. There, not obscured by the crimson water anymore, several dark openings were revealed, each a few meters in diameter. Those were the aqueducts that used to feed water into the moat of Eletheus Tower. Now that the lake had been drained, the moat would soon run dry, as well, dealing the first blow to the system of enchantments maintaining the time loop. Which meant that Sunny's mission here was accomplished. He hesitated for a few moments, then threw one last glance at the darkness hiding beneath the island. Struggling against the sudden sense of vertigo, Sunny walked to where the lid of the sluice gate was laying on the wet stone, gathered his strength, and threw it back in place with a grunt. The massive steel circle fell back into the metal ring with a loud ringing sound, obscuring the lightless abyss. Immediately, Sunny felt a little calmer. I should hurry up. His essence was running dry, and there was still some time left until dusk. He dashed to the shore, mentally reviewing his performance. In retrospect, he could have saved himself some trouble by exploring the bottom of the lake as a shadow first, then returning to the shore, safely forming the shadow shell away from the deadly crimson water, and using shadow step to return to the gate. But he had not known if there were unknown dangers hiding in the lake. Provided the information he had possessed at the time, his strategy might not have been optimal, but it had been the safest. I succeeded, didn't I? Climbing onto the shore, Sunny dismissed the mantle, and then used shadow step to escape from inside the damaged shadow spawn shell. The towering figure of the four-armed fiend remained standing in the mist like a hollow statue. Appearing a safe distance away, near Effie, Sunny shivered and summoned his clothes back. Finally, he allowed the shadow shell to dissolve into nothingness. The huntress gave him a long look. So, you just flushed the entire lake. Sunny smiled weakly. I guess you can say that. Then, he looked at the sea of mist one last time and turned away. In any case, our job here is done. Next, we need to rendezvous with Nephi's, Cassie, and Jet. Climbing into Nightmare's saddle, he hid his expression and sighed quietly. Diving into the blood lake had been dangerous, but what Cassie had to do in the overgrown shrine was much more dangerous by far. I hope they are all right. Alethius Island was strangely peaceful. Most of the nightmare creatures had left their usual haunts, attracted by the havoc that the dead army had wreaked on the southern shore. Of course, the risen corpses had all been destroyed by now, and the dreadful abominations were on their way back north. Nevertheless, Sunny and Effie had a narrow window of time to slip to the rendezvous point without meeting any obstacles. Eventually, they reached the maw of the wide chasm that had given Sunny so much trouble in the past. Dismissing Nightmare and the covetous coffer, he led Effie to its edge, and helped her glide to the bottom with the help of the dark wing. Down there, the rock's walls of the chasm were emanating searing heat, and the stench of burned chitin was almost unbearable. The charred corpses of the revolting millipedes crunched under their feet like autumn leaves and crumbled into ash. Despite the fact that Sunny was used to this scene, he still felt nauseated. Effie looked sickened, as well. Covering her nose, she asked. What the hell happened here? Sunny forced out a smile. Nephi's happened. The huntress stared at him for a moment, then coughed, understanding. The two of them made their way into the deeper part of the canyon, trying not to look around. Soon, they saw a dim light ahead. Sunny tensed when he recognized the soft radiance of the guiding light, but then let out a sigh of relief. 5 figures were there, in the shadow of a large rock outcropping. One was standing, one was sprawled on the ground, and 3 were sitting tiredly, their backs leaning against the rocks. Saint was the one standing. Her onyx armor seemed strangely brittle and dull, but there were not many cracks on it, as well as very little ruby dust smeared across its surface. Fiend was the one sprawled on the ground, the infernal flames burning in his eyes were much dimmer than usual, but there was no damage on his black-silver armor. In any case, he was alive. Nephi's, Cassie, and Jet were in one piece, too. They seemed pale and strangely listless, but there were no terrible wounds on their bodies, nor was there much blood on their clothes. They had pulled through. Sunny and Effie approached them quietly. Hey! Long time no see. Effie's energetic voice echoes across the canyon, prompting a weak response from the 3 masters. Cassie flinched slightly, while Nephi's and Jet turned to look at them with dim expressions. After a moment of silence, Soul Reaper forced out a smile. Ah! It's you, Glutton, yeah, it's good to see you too. The 3 were clearly shaken by their experience in the overgrown shrine. Sunny only knew that the creature that dwelled there was powerful and ancient, even Windflower did not know much about it, except for the fact that it did not possess a physical body. Therefore, Jet's glaive and Neff's purifying flames were their best bet to destroy it. With Cassie's supernatural intuition and affinity to revelations, as well as Saint's dark blade, they stood a good chance of, if not prevailing against the shrine horror, then at least getting the enchantment key and escaping alive. Walking over to the three masters, Sunny studied their conditions for a few moments, then turned to Cassie. "Did you get it?" She nodded slowly and raised a hand. On it lay a strange gemstone engraved with countless runes. Unlike the soul crystal of the guiding light, this gemstone seemed to absorb light, not produce it. "The enchantment key." Sunny let out a long sigh. "Good." Then, fascinated, he asked in a curious tone. "What was the creature inside the shrine like?" Cassie shivered slightly and lowered her head. "I don't really want to talk about that thing right now." Judging by the heavy expressions of Neff's and Jet's faces, they felt the same. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Just how bad was it? Nephi's was so out of it that she had not even reacted to Effie's protruding belly. Nevertheless, he did not press the topic. The three of them had experienced all kinds of terrible things and faced all sorts of harrowing creatures. If they were that shaken by what had happened in the overgrown shrine, it must have been pretty bad. If so, he should be satisfied by the fact that they had made it out alive. Cassie's two echoes were nowhere to be seen, though. Hopefully, they were just damaged and not destroyed. "All right, then. Let's go, we should hurry." They lingered for a while, then rose silently. Soon, the cohort traversed the deep chasm and entered the caverns. The terror that had created them was already dead. Cassie's group had slayed it on the way to the shrine. Sunny navigated the system of caves, following his memory. After a long time, they stopped near the wall of a cave that did not seem different from all the other ones they had passed. However, this one was special. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, then looked up with apprehension. Eventually, he took a step to the side and sent his shadows to augment Saint. "If you will." The graceful knight spared him an indifferent gaze, then walked forward and delivered a devastating blow to the wall of the cave. A net of cracks spread from the point where her gauntlet had struck the weathered rock. Saint did not stop there, though. Without wasting any time, she bombarded the wall of the cave with crushing blows, each sending a thunderous boom traveling through the caverns. Sunny covered his ears and winced. By his side, the other members of the cohort did the same. Only Fiend just stood there and stared, dim flames burning in his eyes. Eventually, the wall collapsed, revealing an empty space beyond. White mist streamed into the cave through the opening, as well as a few thin streams of water. Sunny gently pulled Nephi away from them. "Follow me." The open space beyond the broken cave wall was the chasm of the tower's moat. Now that the water was gone, it was empty. The deadly field of twisted time had disappeared, as well. In other words, they did not have to cross the enchanted bridge anymore. Instead, they could cross the moat wherever they wished. There was also no need to traverse the central area of the island, which teemed with harrowing nightmare creatures by now. Instead of risking their lives in the misty forest, the cohort had come to the black cliff from below. They exited the caverns through the breach made by Saint, descended to the bottom of the moat, and made their way to its other side. Then, they scaled its vertical wall and climbed out of the chasm near the stone steps leading to the gate of the tower. The wide bridge was now behind them, the terrifying abominations frozen on it still standing motionless. The runes carved into the sides of the cliff were still intact. The cohort ascended the stone steps without looking back. Sunny opened the gate of Alethea's tower and let everyone inside, then closed it behind them. Turning around, he saw that Nephi, Jet, and Effie had frozen, looking at the corpse of the great tyrant with complicated expressions. He could understand how they felt. He had been quite the same the first time he saw the dreadful corpse, after all. Sunny sighed. "It's dead. Don't worry." He told them not to worry, but was feeling agitated himself. Sunny was almost surprised that they had made it so far. The bone orchard, the caverns, the blood lake, the overgrown shrine, all of these steps could have ended in their deaths. And yet, somehow, the plan he and Cassie had concocted went without a hitch. All the deaths they had experienced on this nightmarish island had not been for nothing, it seemed. Now, all that was left was to gain access to the secret chamber of the tower. And destroy the loop. Glancing at Cassie, he nodded and walked to the center of the hall. She followed, holding the enchantment key in her small fist. When the two of them found themselves directly below the corpse of the great tyrant hanging from the ceiling, there was a strange sound, and the stones beneath their feet suddenly moved. That had never happened before, because they had never had the runic gemstone with them. As the other members of the cohort approached, the floor of the tower rearranged itself, revealing a narrow staircase. Without saying anything, they descended into the basement of Eletheus Tower. There, a small spherical chamber was carved into the rock. Its walls were covered with sheets of polished metal, its surface etched with countless runes. At the center of the chamber, Sunny's eyes widened a little. A large, jagged piece of black rock was hovering in the air, radiating a sense of cold. It did not look special in any way, except for the fact that it was very similar to the estuary key. In fact, he would not be surprised if his little chunk of black stone and this larger one had come from the same source. What the hell? While Sunny was standing still, his thoughts in turmoil, Cassie silently approached the hovering boulder and walked around it. Eventually, she stooped, noticing a socket on the weathered black surface. The socket perfectly fit the size of the runic gemstone she was holding in her hand. The blind girl lingered, then turned to face them. "I am going to insert the key now." The members of the cohort nodded solemnly. Cassie hesitated for a bit more, then gently pushed the gemstone into the socket. Nothing happened for a few moments. Then, the levitating piece of black rock trembled slightly, and fell to the floor of the chamber. It collided with the metal sheet and rolled a few times, raising a loud clangor. When the echoes of the collision subsided, the cohort was left in dead silence. Sunny took a deep breath. He could feel it, something had just changed about Eletheus Island. A vague feeling that had been pressing down on his mind for so long that he had grown used to it was gone. They actually did it. They broke the cycle of twisted time that had reigned this place for centuries. The loop was gone. The members of the cohort remained silent for a few long moments, staring at the chunk of black rock with complicated expressions. Perhaps for most of them, what had just happened in the small spherical chamber did not hold a lot of meaning, but for Sunny and Cassie, it did. Especially for him. Letting out a shaky breath, Sunny suddenly felt like his legs were about to give out. Taking a step back, he swayed slightly and lowered himself to the first step of the narrow stairs. His eyes were still glued to the fallen black stone, but his gaze had become distant. Cassie leaned on the guiding light, her face motionless. Nephice, Jet, and Effie watched them silently. After a while, the huntress finally spoke. "So, it's done. Just like that?" Sunny looked up at her, struggling to answer. "Just like that?" She made it sound as if it had been easy. Well, of course, she had just learned about the existence of the loop this morning, and it was gone before dusk. For him, however, the memories of the countless harrowing deaths he had experienced and witnessed on Eletheus Island flooded Sunny's mind. That first time being cruelly executed by undying slaughter, the hopeless despair of watching devouring beasts' giant hand descend from the mist, and so much more. All of it was behind him now, but not gone. Sunny wished he could have forgotten all this torment, like he had forgotten most of the nightmares about the kingdom of hope. But he couldn't. These memories were going to haunt him forever. They can stand in line and wait their turn. There was a vast museum of heartbreak and horror in his memory, already. What could a few more nightmares do? He sighed, then nodded. Yes, the loop is destroyed. I can feel it. Effie lingered for a moment. Good, then. What's the plan now? Just as she said these words, Sunny felt something move in his soul, and a flood of essence poured into his cores. Somewhere outside the island, the 7 suns were plunging into the great river. It was dusk. He relaxed a little. The loop was destroyed, which was a great relief. However, it also meant that the future was once again unknown and unpredictable. Sunny felt much calmer now that his reserves of essence were swiftly replenishing. Cassie kept quiet, so he answered Effie's question himself. It's like I told you before. We will hide in this tower and wait out the immediate aftermath of our actions. In the next few days, Alethius Island is going to be a battlefield. Undying slaughter and devouring beast are going to go on a rampage. He paused for a moment, then shook his head. Or rather, their rampage will continue, uninterrupted. They will either eradicate most of the nightmare creatures on the island, or be eradicated by them. In any case, we must ensure that these defiled versions of you and Jet never return to the Great River. Sunny had fought both the Mist Wraith and the Bestial Giantess many times. He died when he fought alone. He watched his companions die before being killed himself when fighting side by side with his allies. The plagues were simply too dreadful to be defeated by them. But that was inside the loop. Now that the loop was broken, the flaws of the defiled saints could finally be exploited. Devouring beasts' hunger and undying slaughter's need to kill would become their undoing. In theory. In practice, it was not going to be easy to exploit these flaws. Devouring beast, especially, was going to have plenty of things to eat. Undying slaughter was going to have plenty of things to kill, as well, but she could potentially expend a lot of essence in the process. But this was a problem for another day. For now, Sunny wanted to rest. When was the last time he slept? He couldn't even remember, which was not a good sign. A tired mind makes mistakes. He had no doubt he had made many mistakes already. Luckily, none of them had been serious enough to doom them, for now. Cassie had to be just as exhausted. All in all, the two of them had done remarkably well, considering the situation. Sunny took a deep breath, then stood up and looked around the spherical chamber one last time. For now, let's return to the first floor of the tower. We'll be spending the next few days, maybe even weeks there. We should clean it up, if nothing else. They made their way above ground, where blood, rubble, and ghastly remains of the great tyrant's minions littered the floor. The tyrant itself was still hanging from the broken ceiling, the terrible wounds dealt to it by the Serpent King in the distant past still as fresh as if they had been delivered a few hours ago. Effie stared at the terrible corpse with apprehension. What is that thing, though? Sunny glanced at her, then forced out a smile. What else? That's your food for the foreseeable future. The huntress visibly paled. Huh? Wait, you're not serious, are you? He shrugged helplessly. Why wouldn't I be serious? Weren't you jealous that Nephi's and I feasted on the meat of a great monster? Well, here's an actual great tyrant. No need to thank me. Effie was so stunned that she actually stammered. But, wait, when was I ever jealous? Jet patted her on the shoulder and grinned. Bon appetit. With that, the 5 of them went about cleaning the first floor of Alethius Tower. Sunny positioned several of his shadows to keep watch, knowing that this place was not as safe as it had been before. It was still impossible to cross the bridge, but the twisted currents of time that had been protecting the moat were gone now. In theory, any nightmare creature could reach the tower with some effort. Getting inside was an entirely different matter, but it was better to be safe than sorry. They cleared the rubble, incinerated the remains of the tyrant's minions, and washed the blood off the stone floor. The interior of Alethius Tower had not become cozy or comforting after that, but it was already better than many places the members of the cohort had camped at in the past. Jet and Effie, who had not spent a night on solid ground since entering the nightmare, were especially appreciative of this stone shelter. For once, things were looking up for the cohort. It was already deep into the night by the time the hall was clean enough for them to make camp in one of its less damaged corners. Everyone was bone-tired and ready to topple over. Sunny and Cassie had been suffering in the loop for a long time, while for Effie and Jet, this terrible day had come straight after surviving the evisceration of their tribe and being chased by the drowned for an entire week. Nephis, meanwhile, was mentally and physically drained because of how much she had used her aspect today. Sunny left his companions in the corner of the hall designated as their camp and walked over to the corpse of the great tyrant. While they were making a fire, he manifested a raised platform from the shadows and went about extracting the 5 supreme soul shards from the horrid corpse. Luck was on his side. King Dairon had neglected to collect them after slaying the creature. Perhaps he had been in a hurry to leave Aletheus Island, or perhaps such things had no value for the mighty sovereign. In any case, it was Sunny's win. Soon, he returned to his companions carrying 5 radiant crystals and a generous chunk of monster meat. It was the meat of a great abomination, as well. Despite the divine taste, chewing it was not going to be easy for Cassie and Jet. Nephis, Effie, and himself would have to augment themselves with their aspects to enjoy the meal, as well. While Nephis went about preparing the extravagant meal, Sunny wiped the soul shards clean, summoned the covetous coffer, and stored them inside. At that time, Jet gave him a long look. "There's enough meat to feed Effie for a long time." He nodded. Soul Reaper lingered for a few moments, then asked. "What about me? How am I going to last longer than Undying Slaughter here, inside the tower?" Sunny frowned. This was indeed an issue. Both Jet and Undying Slaughter could only exist for as long as there was essence in their fractured soul cores. Neither could generate essence naturally, and would only replenish it by killing living beings. The Mist Wraith had many more creatures to kill out there, in the dreadful reaches of Aletheus Island. Of course, she would also have to burn some essence to prevail against them. Still, Jet was at a disadvantage while locked inside the tower. He had a solution, though, hopefully, he did. Lowering his hand into the open maw of the covetous coffer, Sunny took out a beautiful golden fruit. The fruit looked clean, ripe, and delicious, tantalizing, really. Its refreshing fragrance made him want to sink his teeth into the soft, succulent flesh of the fruit right that instant. The fruit, of course, had come from the sacred tree growing on the deck of the chain breaker. In fact, Sunny had plucked all the fruits from its branches before leaving the ship in the morning. Suppressing the gnawing desire to devour the golden fruit, Sunny threw it to Jet. "Try it." She caught the fruit and looked at it in confusion. Then, she shrugged and took a generous bite. The rest of them watched Jet consume the fruit of the sacred tree with envy. By the time it was gone, a stunned expression appeared on her face. I just received an infusion of essence. A lot of it." Sunny nodded in satisfaction. "Thank the gods. It works." He had tried eating the golden fruits during one of the revolutions. Sunny was understandably afraid of them, considering what had happened to him on the Ashen Barrow. By now, it was clear that the soul-devouring tree was somehow connected to the sacred tree that grew on the chain breaker, and had come from Heart God's desecrated grove. And perhaps to the strange tree to which Yuris of the Nine had been nailed in punishment. However, there was a big difference between the Soul Devourer and Chain Breaker's mystical tree, apart from the fact that the former was thousands of years old and a nightmare creature. It was that the Soul Devourer fed on living beings, while their tree didn't. As a result, while the fruits of the Soul Devourer could grant awakened soul fragments, the fruits of the young sacred tree couldn't. Instead, they were brimming with soul essence. Sunny had used them a few times to help Nephis recover from essence exhaustion faster, but in the grand scheme of things, it was of not much use. Especially because they had no visible effect on him, due to the fact that his soul required shadow essence instead of soul essence. It was also why Sunny was not sure that the golden fruits would have any effect on Jet, considering how unique her soul was, even when compared to his. Luckily, everything seemed to work fine. Otherwise, he would have had to take Jet outside the tower to hunt in the next few days, risking both their lives. Sunny let out a sigh of relief. There were a good dozen fruits inside the coffer, some of them riper than the others. They would last Jet a good deal of time. A pale smile appeared on his face. "Good. That's good. I have a bunch of these with me, so, don't worry about getting enough essence for now. Jet threw a long look at the covetous coffer, then nodded. Soon, their late supper was ready. Effie and the rest of them consumed the sublime meat of the great tyrant as they struggled to stay awake. Then, just before dawn, they finally allowed themselves to succumb to exhaustion and went to sleep on the cold stone floor. Everyone except for Sunny, that was. He lingered for a while, sitting silently on a piece of rubble. His gaze was hollow and grim. Soon, Sunny felt the enchantment of the crown of twilight come to life once again, replenishing his essence once more. It was dawn. Which meant that now, there was absolutely no doubt that the loop had indeed been destroyed. He had already known it, of course, but still waited for the former termination point to arrive, just to be sure. The dawn came and went, but Sunny was still sitting on the piece of rubble inside Alethea's tower. He was not sent back to the deck of the chain breaker. Motionless as a statue, Sunny let out a long sigh. Then, he slowly looked up. There, far above. Windflower was waiting for him. Now that the loop was no more, it was time for him to fulfill his oath. With a heavy heart, Sunny looked at his sleeping companions, then stood up. The deep shadows drowning the great hall of Alethea's tower stirred and moved, restless, as he walked away from their little camp. So much had happened since the last time Sunny had seen Windflower, but the spacious chamber at the top of Alethea's tower was still the same. Dozens of lanterns floated in the air, shining with a warm orange light. The world outside the window was dim and dark. The silken canopy of the wooden bed was half-transparent, revealing the delicate shape of the beautiful sleeping saint. Sunny ascended the stairs and remained motionless for a while, looking at the vague silhouette with a heavy expression. Then, he sighed and shifted his perception, peering into Windflower's soul. There, the seed of the repulsive darkness had already grown larger. So fast. Corruption was spreading so fast. Its seed had been like a tiny speck before, but now, it was already like a pearl. If Sunny did not act soon, the darkness would spread and consume Windflower's soul entirely. There was no time to waste. And yet, he could not simply kill her. At least not without talking to the beautiful saint one last time. Dissolving into the shadows, he allowed Nightmare to bring him to her dream. Soon, Sunny found himself standing on a tall cliff overlooking the vast expanse of the great river. The 7 suns were slowly rising from the flowing water. The tranquil expanse of Alethea's island was shrouded in the dim twilight of the early dawn. Windflower was standing at the edge of the cliff with her back to him, gazing at the water. A cool breeze was playing with her wavy hair, and her azure robe looked like the midnight sky in the dimness of dawn. Sensing his approach, she shifted slightly and let out a quiet sigh. "So, you have succeeded?" Sunny froze for a moment, then nodded. "Yes. The loop is gone. We destroyed it." She turned around and looked at him. Then, a soft smile illuminated her enchanting face. "How marvelous. And on your first try, no less." He walked over to stand beside her on the edge of the cliff. Looking at the dreamlike expanse of the great river, Sunny said darkly. "First try. It might have been, but I spent an eternity preparing for it. Months of torment, countless deaths, all for this single moment. I wouldn't call it marvelous." Windflower studied his face silently, then looked away and sighed. "Countless deaths, huh? Dying once does not sound so terrible, in comparison." She paused before asking. "You haven't forgotten what you swore to do, have you?" Sunny gritted his teeth. "I remember." The beautiful saint fell quiet. A few moments passed before she spoke again, her voice losing some of its usual lightness. "After it's done, burn my body. I don't want anything to sprout from my corpse and walk around wearing my skin. Find a strong flame to burn it." Sunny had no response, so he simply nodded. Windflower took a deep breath, then took a step back from the edge and laughed. Don't be so serious, Sunless. I lived a long life, far too long, really. Gods, I am older than my grandmother was when she passed away, by a few centuries, at least. Ah, these old bones of mine have had enough. Shaking her head, she walked to the edge of the forest and put her hand on the trunk of an ancient pine. Are you going to visit Twilight before sailing for Verge? Following her into the forest, Sunny nodded again. We are planning to, yes. The last 2 members of my cohort are there. We hope to find something else to help us in Twilight, as well. Windflower lingered for a few moments. Good. That crown you wear will be of help if the city still stands. It is another enchantment key, in a sense. The defensive array that was meant to protect the city will recognize you as its ruler. You'll have to reach my father's throne to take control, though. Sunny looked at her back and asked grimly. The defensive array? She shrugged. It was a grand enchantment that my father and our best sorcerers created. They had to have improved it a lot after I was gone, so I'm not sure what the exact effect of the array is now. It should be similar to what Alethea had done. You saw the black stone in the hidden chamber of the tower, yes? He frowned. Yes. Windflower smiled. That stone is very special. There were only a few of them found by the river people. These fragments are said to have absorbed the essence of time, and so, the rumor is that they come from the estuary. The defensive array of Twilight is built upon a fragment of the estuary, too. Sunny shivered, not knowing if it was wise to deal directly with anything that had come from the estuary. Wasn't that where the defilement had come from? Then, he frowned, thinking about the estuary key that rested peacefully within his soul. It looked very similar to the black stone of Alethea's tower. Where had the Mad Prince procured a piece of the estuary? Had the vile madman actually been to that harrowing place? The 2 of them entered a small clearing. Green moss covered the ground there, with shallow puddles of water glowing softly in the gentle light of dawn. Windflower slowed her steps and hesitated for a few moments, then crouched and outstretched her hand. In front of her, a beautiful azure flower was growing from a shallow pond. Its lotus-like petals glistened with drops of dew, and its subtle fragrance was pure and intoxicating. She touched its stalk gently, then broke the blossom off and stood up. Turning around, the charming saint smiled and presented the lotus flower to Sunny. Here. Take it. He hesitated for a moment, then accepted the azure blossom and looked at it in confusion. They were in a dream, so he could not take anything with him back to Alethea's tower. What is it for? Windflower laughed. Just something to remember me by. What, has no one ever given you flowers, Sunless? Sunny silently shook his head, prompting her to smile. Well, then. I'll be the first. That way, you definitely won't forget. With that, Windflower looked at him with bright sparks dancing in her eyes. Then, however, the smile slowly disappeared from her lips. The beautiful saint sighed. You should go now. I don't think I can hold on for much longer. Sunny held the azure blossom, staring at her silently. Windflower looked away and lingered for a while. Then, she said quietly. If, by chance, you ever meet the real me out there in the dream realm, tell her that I did my best. Tell her that we all did. He lowered his head, and nodded slowly. I promise. It was a heavy promise to make. Of course, the original Windflower had almost certainly been dead for countless years. And yet, by promising to pass along this message in case she was somehow still alive, Sunny was also promising to return to the dream realm. Which meant that he was promising to conquer this nightmare, as well. Windflower smiled, then turned away and looked up, at the rays of sunshine falling through the crowns of the ancient pines. Farewell, Sunless. Go, you don't have much time left. What else was there to say? He remained motionless for a few moments, then gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and breathed in the fragrance of the azure blossom. Darkness embraced him softly. When Sunny opened his eyes again, he was back in Alethea's tower. His hands were empty. The beautiful blossom was gone, erased with the rest of Windflower's dream. After returning from Windflower's dream, Sunny did not linger for a long time before completing his grim task. Every minute he wasted was 1 minute more that she had to suffer resisting the inevitable spread of corruption. And so, with a heavy heart, he delivered the fatal strike to the beautiful saint, as swift and merciful as he could make it. Then, Sunny used the divine flames of the cruel sight to ignite her body and stepped back, watching as fire spread across the wooden bed and devoured the silk canopy. The floating lanterns that had illuminated the chamber dissolved into a rain of white sparks, drowning it in darkness. Standing at the edge between the darkness and the stark glow of the burial pyre, Sunny sighed and sat down on the stone floor. He watched the fire dance in silence, his expression bleak. It was then that the spell finally whispered into his ear. "You have slain a transcendent human, Windflower of the Twilight Sea. Your shadow grows stronger." It paused for a moment, and then added. "You have received a memory." Sunny looked down, not even reacting to the last proclamation. Ah! He had not known Windflower for long. In fact, they had only spoken twice. And yet, a deep and heavy sorrow weighed on his heart. Wasn't her fate just too bitter, unfair, and sad? To be the last remnant of a destroyed world, and outlive everything that you ever knew or loved. He hated it. But at the same time, perhaps to her, death was a solace. Closing his eyes, Sunny felt the heat of the blazing flame and remained motionless for a while. Eventually, he whispered. "Your nightmare is over." It was. But at the same time, it was not. This nightmare would not be over until Sunny fulfilled his promise and ended it. As a dark grimace contorted his face, he gritted his teeth and dove into the soul sea. There, the 5 black suns hung above the still expanse of dark water, just like always. The legion of silent shadows stood motionlessly in the darkness, just like always. The lightless sea of his soul was quiet and tranquil, just like always. Sunny lingered for a moment, then walked along the rows of motionless shadows. Past the lumbering shape of the Mountain King, past the formless shadow of the loathsome thieving bird Spawn, past the gargantuan figure of the fallen Titan Goliath. And so many more, nightmare creatures and humans alike. Eventually, he stopped near the shadow of a tall and imposing man with sharp, fierce features, who wore an archaic robe that seemed both simple and regal. He was Daeron of the Twilight Sea, the Serpent King. The shadow of Windflower was standing near him, as beautiful as she had been in the dream, but now motionless and lifeless, just like the rest of the shadows. The father and daughter were reunited in the tranquil darkness of Sunny's soul. Sunny thought that seeing them together would soothe his heart, perhaps. But it did not. He still felt bitter and despondent. Not wishing to look anymore, he turned away and gritted his teeth. Curse it. Curse it all. Curse the demons and the gods, curse their damned war, and curse the nightmare spell that devoured the few realms that had been left intact in its wake. Curse Weaver, the demon of fate, firstborn of the unknown. Shaking his head, he took a few breaths, and then summoned the runes. There was a new string of them at the end of the list of his memories. Concentrating, Sunny read its description. Memory, Dream Flower. Memory rank, Transcendent. Memory tier, I. He paused for a moment, then summoned the memory down. Soon, a beautiful azure flower appeared in the darkness in front of him, its petals still covered by dew. It was exactly the same as it had been when presented to him in the dream. Sunny sighed. So, the gift Windflower had given him was not a simple memento. He should have known. Feeling a pulse of sharp pain in his heart, he turned back to the runes and read. Memory description. The dreams and hopes of Windflower of the Twilight Sea are contained within this blossom. It was a farewell gift to her killer, lost from light. Memory enchantment, given promise. Enchantment description, crush my hopes, crush my dreams. Crush my nightmares. The description was short, poignant, and senseless. Sunny stared at the runes for a long while, his face motionless. Then, he dismissed them and looked at the beautiful azure flower that hovered in the silent darkness in front of him. He had no idea what the purpose of this memory was, nor did he know how Windflower had ensured that he would receive it from the spell. If there was one thing he knew, however, it was that this gift embodied her last will. It was the embodiment of her most precious, most ardent desire. With a sigh, Sunny reached forward, grasped the lotus flower in his hand, and crushed it. The azure petals broke and dissolved into blinding light, illuminating the vast darkness of his soul. The pure light reflected in the still waters, drowning in them. Sunny suddenly felt that something was wrong. What? Before he could finish the thought, the spell suddenly whispered into his ear, its voice insidious and quiet. Your memory has been destroyed. Your shadow grows stronger. And then, he felt a flood of shadow fragments entered his soul, containing enough of them to drown it. His eyes widened. Wait. Thrown off balance by the sudden influx of shadow fragments, he couldn't even summon the runes. All he knew was that there were much more fragments pouring into his soul than killing a transcendent human could have given him. There were more of them than even a normal awakened would have received, let alone someone like Sunny. Most soul fragments were lost when one awakened killed another, after all. Although the killer received a fair share, most of it was wasted. But not now. It was as if Windflower's entire soul had been contained within the azure flower, and was now being used as fuel to empower his own. Wait. At this rate. Sunny hurriedly dove out of the soul sea and opened his eyes, staring at the blazing pyre in front of him. The fire was still burning, the body of the beautiful saint turned to ash. Taking a panicked breath, Sunny jumped away. It was then that he felt it. The familiar sensation of his soul shuddering in harrowing pain. At the same time, the spell whispered again. Your shadow is overflowing with power. Your shadow is taking shape. Sunny let out a muffled groan and fell to his knees. Deep in the darkness of his soul, a new shadow core was being born. Your shadow is complete. Sunny let out a hoarse sigh and uttered a stifled curse. He was standing on one knee, pressing his fist against the stone floor of the tower. His face was pale as that of a ghost, contorted in a pained grimace. The terrifying agony of having a new shadow core form in the depths of his soul was slowly subsiding. He had risen to a new class. This was not the first time Sunny had gone through the familiar torment, but the sudden torrent of shadow fragments caught him entirely by surprise. He did not pass out from the pain, or even fall down, but it was far from pleasant. Gods, what happened? Standing up with a groan, he swayed slightly and summoned the runes. Name, Sunless. True name, Lost from Light. Rank, Ascended. Class, Terror. Shadow fragments, 7 out of 6,000. Sunny stared at the shimmering runes silently. Terror. He inhaled deeply. It took him a few moments to come to terms with what he was looking at. There was no denying it, indeed, Sunny was a terror now. A creature of dreadful power, second only to the calamitous titans. The elation of having become stronger, much stronger, and just when he desperately needed strength as well, was mixed with pain and confusion. How? Sunny raised his head and looked at the charred remains of Windflower's deathbed. The wooden frame was gone, replaced by a scattering of embers. The stones were covered by soot. The beautiful saint herself had become ash, erased from existence by his blade and the furious conflagration of divine flames. A dull ache grasped his heart. Her gift. The dream flower, had not been a natural memory, that, Sunny was sure of. He did not know how Windflower could have influenced the spell to make sure that he received it, but she had. The gift she had given him in the dream had become reality, containing the very essence of her transcendent soul. But still, Sunny was unique among the awakened because of his status as a shadow. Unlike most of his peers, he absorbed shadow fragments directly from those who died by his blade, as opposed to receiving them from soul shards. While there were some advantages to this situation, there were also drawbacks. For one, killing creatures weaker than him was all but useless to Sunny. He also did not receive a portion of the soul fragments his enemy had accumulated when killing other awakened. That portion could be as little as 0 if the murdered awakened was inexperienced, or surpass 100 soul fragments if they had fully saturated their core. Of course, the difference in ranks also played a role. Sunny assumed that Windflower's transcendent soul core had long been fully saturated. Therefore, if a master like him killed the beautiful saint, they would have received twice the amount, at least 200 soul fragments. However, he had received more. Much more. The last time Sunny had checked, he was still more than 2,000 shadow fragments away from becoming a terror. So, he had not just received a portion of Windflower's power. He had received all of it, with not a single drop wasted, and then a few hundred fragments on top of it. She had put all of herself into the dream flower. She had turned her entire soul into a parting gift, so that he could inherit as much power from her as possible. She must have even sacrificed whatever memories still remained in her soul after the bitter defeat in Verge, just so that Sunny could become a terror before facing undying slaughter and devouring beast in battle. How had Windflower been able to create the beautiful memory? How had she known so much about him and his aspect? Sunny had no answers. Perhaps the Mad Prince had told her. He stared at the smoldering embers of the incinerated bed for a few moments and sighed. After a few moments of silence, Sunny whispered, "Thank you." Lowering his head, he remained still for a while, and then glanced at his shadows. There were 6 of them now, all staring back at him silently. Gloomy, happy, creepy, haughty, naughty, and the new guy. The 6th shadow was just like the other 5, but also different. At first glance, it seemed the least eccentric of them. The new guy appeared rather normal and laid back, friendly, even. But, for whatever reason, Sunny felt a cold chill run down his spine at the sight of it. There was something eerie about the new shadow. It was as if its outward normalcy was hiding something, a deep, dark ocean of utter, unhinged, unbridled madness. The friendly demeanor was just a thin, fragile veil obscuring the demented depths of its dire and dangerous lunacy. Sunny let out a long sigh. You are absolutely crazy, aren't you?" The crazy shadow scratched the back of its head, twitched, shrugged, and laughed maniacally. Then, it abruptly returned to being normal and friendly. Only its fingers continued to tremble slightly, as if it was barely holding itself back from exploding into a storm of murderous frenzy. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. Well. Makes sense, really. Did it only seem that way, or was the crazy shadow standing a little closer to him than it had a moment ago? He shook his head. Great. Back to your posts, then. Keep observing the forest, and Gloomy. Show the new guy the ropes. He was certain that the happy, haughty, and naughty shadows would not be able to handle their unhinged younger sibling. The creepy guy, meanwhile, why, Sunny could just see him becoming the crazy newcomer's admiring minion. The gloomy shadow, though, would have no problem taming the lunatic. Gloomy was the true terror among his helpers. After spending one day with the original shadow, the new guy would not dare to create trouble. Sunny almost felt pity for the 6th shadow. Said terror, meanwhile, glowered at him for a few moments, then shook its head contemptuously and beckoned the crazy guy to follow. Soon, the shadows disappeared, leaving him alone. Sunny lingered for a while, then took a few steps back and sat on the floor. Leaning his back against the wall, he looked at the smoldering embers with a hollow expression. It was already a new day, the first new day Alethius Island had seen in countless years. Somewhere outside the walls of the tall tower, the dreadful prisoners of the island were busy slaughtering each other. Soon, Sunny's companions would wake up. And then, the last act of this vicious play would begin. Outside Alethius Tower, the island was still the same. And yet, it was entirely new. The mist still flowed between the ancient pines, and the frozen nightmare creatures were still standing on the white stone bridge. But it was a new day. Sunny could already observe subtle changes. The fog was growing thinner. Devouring Beast, who should have been in the vicinity of the tower at that time, was nowhere to be seen. He did not dare send his shadows out to scout, but he knew that the bestial giantess was now somewhere else on the island, hunting different prey than usual. Undying slaughter was somewhere there, as well. For a moment, Sunny wanted to release the fragment of the shadow realm. The not knowing of it all was gnawing at him. But in the end, he held himself back. Nothing was going to change if he knew every minute detail of what was happening to the two defiled saints. The only thing that mattered was the end result, whether the plagues were going to prevail against the prisoners of Eleutherus Island or not. And that question was not going to be answered any time soon. So, Sunny was left alone with his dark thoughts, for a short while. Then, he heard the sound of footsteps and saw Nephis climbing the steps. She entered the bedchamber and froze for a moment, looking around with her usual indifferent composure. Her gaze lingered at the soot covering the walls, and then settled on Sunny. He looked up from where he was sitting on the floor and met it silently. Nephis lingered for a moment. "I wanted to congratulate you on becoming a terror. But, you don't seem to be very excited." Sunny looked away and shrugged, not knowing what to say. Was he supposed to express his indignation at Windflower's inevitable death? That would be, a bit childish. She was not the first person he had met who deserved a less bitter end, and would certainly not be the last. Saying such things to Nephis, who had lost and buried her own share of precious people, seemed especially cruel. With a sigh, Neph walked over and sat down near him. She hesitated for a bit, then gently put her arm around his shoulder. "Did you fulfill your promise to the sleeping saint?" Soothed by the familiar steadiness of her even voice and the warmth of her embrace, he nodded. "Yeah. She wanted me to burn her body, so, well, you can see." After a while, a heavy sigh escaped from his lips. "It is a bit strange, don't you think? The nightmares are supposed to be trials of strength for us, the challengers. But what I remember the most is the strength of the illusory people who lived, struggled, and died in these conjured worlds. Noctis, Ananke, Windflower, somehow, the passion with which they lived seems much more real than even ours." Nephis remained silent for a few moments, then said slowly. "I don't think it's strange at all. I remember those whom I met in the nightmares, as well." She paused before adding, her voice a little lower than before. "Even though sometimes, I wish to forget." Sunny smiled bitterly. Wouldn't it be nice, to forget some things? He was thinking about how nice it would be to forget all the agony he had experienced on Eleutherus Island just recently. It had only been a few months of torment, and yet, he was almost driven mad. If the loop continued for another month, a year, a few years. Maybe Sunny would have indeed grown to resemble that bastard, the Mad Prince. Shaking his head, he looked at the soot and embers left in the wake of Windflower's deathbed and fell silent. After a while, leaning slightly on Nephis, Sunny asked. "You once told me something. That people like us are born to destroy things, not save them. Do you really believe that?" She did not answer immediately. Eventually, though, Nephis nodded. "Yes. Maybe. You and I, Sunny, we were born in a time of war, disaster, and ruin. In a world that is being killed by a flood of invaders. Such a world doesn't need saviors and builders, their time will come after killers and destroyers like us do our part. If we don't, there will be no world to save, and no homes to rebuild." A pale smile appeared on her beautiful face. "So, yes. I believe it. But I also believe that it's not something bad. It's a blessing, in fact." Sunny remained silent. What a dire blessing it was. Well, what else had he expected to hear? She was the star of ruin, after all. The last daughter of the immortal Flame clan, the inheritor of the fire. He sighed. I promised Windflower to conquer this nightmare, you know. A dark grin appeared on his face. That's the second time I promised to conquer it. Nephi stood up and looked at him, then smiled from the corner of her mouth. Well, then, we'd better really conquer it. You wouldn't want to become a liar, would you? Suni chuckled and rose, as well, the memory of her warmth still lingering on his skin. Of course not. I am the most honest person in the world, after all. 2 worlds, even. With that, they left the scorched bedchamber and descended to the first floor of Eletheus Tower, where the rest of the cohort was preparing for the coming day. Cassie had gone to study the runes in the basement, Effie was busy roasting the great tyrant's meat on coals. Jet had dismissed her damaged armor and was sitting on top of the covetous coffer, lazily mending a piece of leather clothing. Noticing the two of them, she looked up and smiled. Hey! What's the plan for today? Sunny tried not to stare where he was not supposed to stare and coughed. Nothing much. Rest, recuperate. Gather our strength. He paused for a moment and then added, his voice grim. We are going to need as much strength as we can muster to defeat your evil twins, starved or not. Days passed in a strange mix of idleness and tension. Eletheus Island had always been like a misty hell, but now, that hell was boiling, even secreted away inside the tower, the members of the cohort could feel the echoes of the harrowing clashes between the abominable nightmare creatures. These fiends had been caught by the island across many centuries, but now that the loop was destroyed, they were eradicating each other with terrifying speed. Of course, undying slaughter and devouring beast were at the forefront of the massacre. Sunny caught glimpses of the two from time to time. His shadows were always keeping an eye on the outside world. With the mist growing thinner with each day, the landscape of Eletheus Island gradually cleared, so, by now, he could see a good chunk of the ancient forest from the top of the tower. The lumbering shape of the bestial giantess was easily noticed. Undying slaughter was much harder to spot, but he could clearly see the death throes of her victims. For now, nothing seemed to be able to prevail against the 2 defiled saints, to his disappointment. He would have preferred to see the 2 plagues killed by the powerful nightmare creatures residing on the island. If they perished, there would be no need for the cohort to stay. Sunny and his companions would be able to return to the chain breaker and slip away into the darkness at the heart of the vortex. But, of course, reality was not that convenient. Speaking of his companions, each of them was recuperating in their own manner. Nephi's was replenishing her soul essence with stunning speed, and spent most of her time training. Her singular devotion to her sword seemed almost obsessive, by now. Cassie had disappeared into the spherical chamber of Eletheus Tower, where she was supposed to be studying the runes. And she did do that, of course, but, somehow, Sunny felt that the blind girl mostly went there to be alone. That was why she only returned above ground to eat meals prepared by Nephi and sleep. Most of the time, it was easy to forget that she was even with them. Effie and Jet were perhaps the most tired of them all. They had experienced months of battling dangerous nightmare creatures across the great river, the tragic destruction of their nomadic tribe, the escape from the swarm of the drowned, and the horrors of Eletheus Island without ever having a moment to catch their breaths. So, these days of hiding inside the tower were the first real opportunity to rest they had received since entering the nightmare. The 2 women mostly relaxed and remained idle. Sunny spent some time with Effie, describing his own experiences in the tomb of Ariel and sharing valuable knowledge. Jet also listened, sometimes offering her opinion or asking questions, but mostly, she just looked deeply and comfortably asleep. Sunny was baffled about how someone could sleep so much, but after remembering how overworked Soul Reaper had usually looked since the first day they met, he just figured that she was catching up on nap time after a decade of being worked to the bone by the government. It really said a lot that she could only get enough sleep, inside a nightmare. Jet was consuming the fruits of the sacred tree to replenish her dwindling essence. For now, it looked like there were enough of the succulent golden fruits to last her a long while. She even shared a couple with Effie, partially because the huntress was drooling a lot when Soul Reaper ate, and partially because, according to Jet, it could be good for the baby. Sunny wasn't sure what she meant, but he wasn't going to complain. As for himself, he had tried to stay idle for the first day, but quickly grew bored with doing nothing. Or rather, the memories of his gruesome death were too vivid when Sunny was not doing anything, so he quickly found something to do. Of course, that something was weaving. Now that Sunny had 5 Supreme Soul Shards to spare, he could start thinking about how to empower the cohort best. He had a few ideas, but was not confident yet. He needed some practice first. In order to test his theories, Sunny made a few simple alterations to his weaker memories. For example, he managed to transplant the Blessing of Spirit, the enchantment enhancing recovery from mental fatigue, from the Shroud of Dusk to the Puppeteer's Shroud. He did not even have to add an additional nexus to his first memory armor, because it already possessed 5, but only 2 relatively light enchantments. Additionally, the Blessing of Spirit suited the original Shroud well, considering that its doubtless enchantment also had to do with protecting the mind. In the same manner, he transplanted the Blessing of Flesh, the enchantment that enhanced recovery from physical fatigue, to the Endless Spring. Now, not only could the beautiful glass bottle provide a near-infinite supply of water, but drinking that water was also especially invigorating. Sunny also made another attempt to master the unseen enchantment of the Moonlight Shard. That single enchantment, which allowed the ghostly stiletto to be summoned instantly, could qualitatively change every memory in his arsenal. Sadly, it remained unattainable and elusive. He often felt that he was almost there, but at the last moment, the weave always slipped from his fingers. These were all minor projects, though. His true desire, the white whale Sunny continued to pursue, had little to do with memories. Instead, it had to do with echoes. He had already studied Cassie's blade mannequin before, but now, he also asked her to lend him the Quiet Dancer. By comparing the 2 echoes, one created by the enchanters of Clan Valor, the other by the spell, Sunny was able to learn many new things and come to several tentative conclusions. He felt that creating an echo was still far beyond him, or at least too time-consuming to try. However, Sunny came up with a crazy idea. What if, instead of creating an echo, he could convert a memory into one? The Quiet Dancer was already similar to a sentient weapon. Sunny did not know how to weave a semblance of sentience. He did not know how to even approach learning something like that, either. But he also did not need to. Anyone else would, but he already had something to substitute artificial sentience with, the true sentience of the silent shadows dwelling within the darkness of his soul. If he could change the weave of a memory to that of an echo, even if the resulting echo lacked the most important quality, the false spark of life to animate it, his aspect could theoretically allow him to convert the defective echo into a perfectly fine shadow, given that the original memory and the dark spirit shared the same source and were thus compatible. Or at least, that was his theory. Truly, Sunny had no idea what kind of a monster such an experiment would create. Nevertheless, he set his eyes on the covetous coffer, which already possessed a few qualities necessary for an echo, and shared some qualities with the Quiet Dancer, as well. The shadow of the mordant mimic was there, in Sunny's soul, so he decided to make it his test subject. He was only starting to consider how to go about making the coffer into a partial echo, though, when something unexpected happened. As he was coaxing the temperamental rapier into staying still and letting him study her weave, the entire tower suddenly shook. What the hell? Instantly tense, Sunny looked away from the Quiet Dancer and outstretched his hand, ready to summon the Sin of Solace. His first thought was to shadow step into the hidden chamber below the floor of the tower. The tower was shaking, and Cassie was there, at the heart of Alethea sorcery. Cassie had also been rather mysterious lately, unpredictable. However, a moment later, he shook his head, feeling slightly ashamed. Why was he suspecting the blind girl? It was his first reaction, even. Instead, Sunny concentrated on his shadows and took a closer look outside. What he saw made his expression darken. What is happening? Jet had woken up from her nap and was now looking at him, a deep scowl on her face. Effie had almost lost her balance when the tower shook, and was now holding her belly, alert. Nephi's had jumped down from where she had been carving more meat from the corpse of the great tyrant, white sparks igniting in her striking gray eyes. Sunny hesitated for a moment. Outside the tower, the ancient pines were swaying. Which meant that it was not just Alethea's tower that had shaken. It was the entire island. Damnation. Sunny noticed Cassie appearing from the stairs to the hidden chamber and answered. I'm not sure. But I think something happened in the port. Apart from the deadly circle of black obelisks, there was only one place built by Alethea they had never visited on the island, the port, which was enveloped by green vines and turned into a nest by an especially dreadful nightmare creature. The ancient building was not included in the plans Sunny and Cassie had made, because there was nothing they needed there. In truth, the port had nothing to do with the time loop, the protective enchantments of the tower, or their way to freedom. It did serve an important role, though. It was there that the mechanism keeping Alethea's island in the air was located. So, unless Sunny wanted to drop the entire island into the vortex, there was no need to fight the current master of the port and enter there. But he had never thought that the mechanism would be damaged in the extinction war between the prisoners of the island. It had remained intact for countless centuries and was never damaged in any of the revolutions. What kind of terrible might would an abomination have to possess to breach the impregnable defenses of the ancient enchantment? One particular horror came to mind. The devouring beast, it had to be her. For a few moments, Sunny was filled with cold terror. However, noticing that the island was not plummeting into the dark abyss, he calmed down a little. I don't think that the damage dealt to the levitation mechanism is serious. It was probably just shaken a little. Just then, the tower trembled again. This time, the tremor was not as powerful, but they still felt it. Neff's expression grew bleak. Still, it's not good news for us. The island was not falling yet, but who was to say that it would not in the future? Sunny sighed. Yeah. We should probably accelerate our plans. The members of the cohort looked at each other. The meaning of his words was simple. Sunny was telling them that the inevitable battle with the plagues, which they had all been dreading and preparing for during this short period of peace, was now almost upon them. Cassie sighed. I feel like we have at least a couple more days. Staying on the island for longer might be dangerous. Sunny nodded. Then we'll make our move in 2 days. For better or worse. He had already told his companions all he knew about the two defiled saints. They had already discussed every possible strategy. Now, all they had to do was prepare themselves mentally and venture out into the mist one last time. Jet sighed and walked over to the covetous coffer. I better stop saving those fruits, then. She was right. Before, they thought that they would try to stay in the tower for as long as possible. Now, however, there was a clear limit to how much time they had. She still had a few of the golden fruits to spare, so absorbing as much essence as possible in preparation for the fight was more important than buying time. Soon, everyone got busy making their final preparations. Sunny, meanwhile, continued to monitor the outside. The island quaked several more times in the next 2 days. The mist, too, grew very thin, allowing him to see far and wide. And what Sunny saw was truly stunning. Now that Alethea's island had almost lost the obscuring veil of mist, it resembled a ravaged battlefield. The forest of the ancient pines was almost completely gone. Most of the trees had been shattered or toppled, carpeting the ground like brambles. Here and there, gargantuan corpses lay, surrounded by vast pools of blood. Some of them were terribly torn apart and partially devoured, others were eerily intact. The few landmarks he remembered were either erased or misshapen and unrecognizable. Not too far away, a single broken wing of the hollow butterfly lay on the ground, but the rest of the great monster was nowhere to be seen. It seemed that he had underestimated the primal fury of the nightmare creatures imprisoned on the island. By now, there were only a handful of them, the most dreadful and powerful, left. Sunny saw several chilling scenes, as well. The most terrible of them happened at the dawn of the second day, when the towering shape of devouring beast appeared from afar. The bestial giantess was moving slowly. Then, however, she suddenly froze and looked up. Countless tendrils descended from the cloudy sky, assaulting her like a tide. Each of them was hundreds of meters long and tremendously powerful, enough so to send shivers running down Sunny's spine. Devouring beast swatted away several of the tendrils, but several more wrapped around her arms, her waist, and her neck, both strangling the defiled saint and trying to lift her off the ground. Sunny even felt a sliver of hope that she would be killed by the dreadful horror of the sky, the harvester. A frenzied howl shook the world. Grinning madly, the bestial giantess sank her teeth into one of the tendrils, then strained her muscles and grabbed those that were entangling her arms. Bending at the waist, she growled, and pulled the creature hiding in the clouds down. The ground under her feet exploded, turning into a deep crater. As Sunny watched in shock, a revolting creature descended from the sky, forcefully thrown down. It was unlike anything he had ever seen, a mass of wriggling flesh that looked like a tattered sail from afar, or a dark star that emanated fleshy tentacles instead of rays of light. Dozens more tendrils shot toward devouring beast, but before they could trap her, the giantess suddenly crouched, and then jumped. Soaring hundreds of meters into the air, she tore into the harvester with her fingers, and then plummeted down while grasping it in her hands. Not long after that, the horror of the skies was completely savaged, its tendrils torn and devoured, its grotesque body mutilated beyond recognition. The defiled saint received many terrible wounds, but her enemy was entirely destroyed. Less than a dozen minutes later, the harvester was no more. Hidden inside the tower, Sunny trembled. His heart felt heavy. Letting out a quiet sigh, he closed his eyes and whispered. "That thing does not seem hungry at all." By the end of the day, Alethius Island had grown silent. It was still shaking from time to time, the quakes growing stronger each time, which meant that the sorcery keeping the island afloat was slowly coming undone. But its surface had become strangely peaceful. Sunny was pretty sure that, apart from the motionless nightmare creatures on the stone bridge, there were only two abominations left on the entire island, devouring beast and undying slaughter. The former was messily consuming the remains of the dreadful fiends in the obliterated forest. Deep wounds were covering her towering body, but the bestial giantess did not seem affected by her flaw, yet. The latter had just broken free from the circle of black obelisks, shattering most of them in the process. Whatever horror had dwelled within the circle was now dead, while undying slaughter, she, at least, appeared to be running low on essence. Sunny could not see much from his observation post at the top of the tower, and he did not even dare to look at the defiled saints directly, afraid that they would sense his gaze. But he could tell that battling the being that had been imprisoned by the black obelisks took a lot out of the hateful mist wraith. Undying slaughter had a more cruel flaw than the bestial giantess. Not only was her essence constantly being drained, but she also had to spend it while fighting powerful opponents. As a result, her entire existence was a perilous balancing act. And right now, the mist wraith was out of balance. Sunny watched as she prowled the island, searching for new victims. She even approached the tower and spent some time observing the nightmare creatures on the bridge. In the end, however, undying slaughter backed away and disappeared into the mist. She's running out of time. Sunny felt a spark of hope ignite in his heart. Come dawn, the cohort was going to leave the tower and face the defiled saints in battle. The weaker their enemies would become, the better their chances of survival were going to be. Still, he did not feel confident. If anything, Sunny felt that they would be marching to their deaths. Maybe we should rethink our plans and try to escape stealthily, instead. There was still a little bit of time left. He would try to talk some sense into Nephice in the morning. Sunny continued to monitor the island until dawn, dreading the next day. He could imagine killing one of the defiled saints. With him and Nephice working together, both being terrors, with Jet's lethal aspect, Cassie and Effie supporting them from the back, Saint and Fiend holding the vanguard positions, and Nightmare affecting the enemy with his insidious powers, there was a chance. Most importantly, he possessed the most precious advantage, detailed knowledge of what the two plagues were capable of and experience fighting them. However, Sunny could not imagine surviving a battle against both abominable fiends at the same time, no matter how drained and heavily wounded they were. At the very brink of dawn, when he was wondering if there was a way to separate them for a sufficiently long period of time, there was suddenly movement in the shattered forest. Sunny was distracted from his heavy thoughts and peered into the distance through one of his shadows. What is she doing? Out there in the mist, devouring beast suddenly froze and let go of the horribly mutilated corpse of a nightmare creature she had been chewing. The ghastly carcass fell down, sending a cloud of dust and splinters into the air. With blood streaming down her face, the colossal giantess looked down coldly. It was only then that Sunny noticed another figure standing some distance away from her, this one much smaller. Undying Slaughter was obscured by the mist, but now that it had become much thinner, the wraith was easier to spot. Not that she was hiding. On the contrary, it was as though she wanted to be noticed. Undying Slaughter did not look that well. Her elusive figure seemed even less substantial than usual, as if on the verge of dissipating into a wisp of fog. The two defiled saints stared at each other silently for a while. Sunny did not know if they were capable of communicating with each other, or if they needed to. From what he could tell, there was an unspoken understanding between these harrowing abominations. Eventually, devouring beast grinned wickedly, revealing her bloodied teeth. They are going to. His eyes widened slightly. At the same time, a ghostly blade appeared in Undying Slaughter's hand, and she moved forward. It seemed there was no loyalty among the defiled. The battle against the prisoners of Alethius Island should have been like a feast for Undying Slaughter, but those harrowing abominations had not been weak. In fact, most of them had been superior to the Mist Wraith both in terms of class and rank. So, she had ended up burning more essence than she received by killing them. Which was why she needed to absorb more. And the only creature she could kill, by now, was the other defiled saint. Devouring beast. The two plagues were going to clash with each other, and, as if answering their fury, the whole island shuddered. This time, the tremor was violent enough to throw Sunny down to the stone floor. This is our chance. The other members of the cohort had been checking their equipment, almost ready to leave the tower. However, Sunny saw an opportunity, so he turned to them and shouted. We need to go, now. It was going to take some time to get to where Undying Slaughter and Devouring Beast were fighting. By then, one of the plagues would already be dead, and there was not going to be a better moment to attack the remaining one than immediately after the battle was over. Not unless they wanted to risk staying on the island until it collapsed into the vortex, at least. The members of the cohort looked at Sunny, then exploded with motion. A few moments later, they were already passing through the gateway of Alethius Tower. Out there in the distance, the defiled saints collided. Devouring Beast's towering figure shimmered, and then suddenly disappeared. Instead of a dreadful giantess, a savage-looking woman appeared amidst the toppled trees, her skin painted by dirt and blood. She must have realized that her size would only be a disadvantage when fighting the Mist Wraith, and so transformed back into the semblance of a human. Her human form, however, possessed astonishing strength, explosive speed, and ferocious might. Even Undying Slaughter seemed to tremble in front of Devouring Beast's primal fury. However, Effie's evil twin did not possess means of attacking intangible beings. Nevertheless, she was more than capable of dodging and evading the Wraith's attacks, and remaining in the form of an apparition was costing Undying Slaughter essence. In the end, the Mist Wraith had no choice but to abandon her ghostly form and face her sister as a creature of flesh, blood, and bone. That was the last thing Sunny saw before commanding his shadow to abandon its crow's nest on the top floor of the tower and race to catch up to the cohort. He could not allow himself to leave any of his helpers behind. In the upcoming battle, he was going to need every drop of his strength. You know what to do. As the cohort was climbing down the narrow steps, Sunny jumped into Nightmare's saddle, commanded his shadows to augment the black stallion, and rushed forward on his own. For a moment it felt as if they were falling, but then, his steed landed at the base of the cliff, took a sharp turn, and avoided the stone bridge by leaping over the moat. Landing on the other side of the wide chasm, Nightmare flew in the direction where the two defiled saints were fighting. The wind whistled in Sunny's ears. And then, just as he was about to reach the vicinity of the dreadful clash, the island quaked once more, and a terrible wail assaulted his ears. Diving out of the mist, Sunny ordered Nightmare to stop and looked forward with wide eyes, his face turning white as a sheet of paper. Out there in front of him, surrounded by signs of terrible destruction, a tall, bestial woman was laying on the ground, her face covered by blood. Her whole body was trembling. Sunny thought that devouring beast was afraid, but then, he heard a strange, chilling sound. She was laughing. A ghastly, mad laughter escaped from between her bloodied teeth, full of wicked glee. It only grew quiet when Undying Slaughter, who was standing above the savage woman with a cold expression on her dreadfully beautiful face, ruthlessly plunged her ghostly blade into her sister's chest. Devouring Beast, Heralds of the Estuary, one of the 6 defiled champions of Verge, died just like that, slain to satiate another plague's hunger. They are the 5 plagues now, I guess. For a moment, Sunny was frozen in place, struggling to believe his luck. Then, Undying Slaughter retracted her blade, turned slightly, and looked directly at him. There was doom and inevitability in her emotionless, inhuman, piercing blue eyes. He was suddenly very, very cold. The memory of that first harrowing death on Eletheus Island resurfaced in his mind, making Sunny shudder violently. Not this time, wretch. Struggling against the instinctual terror, he met Undying Slaughter's chilling gaze. And smiled. Sunny felt that they had gotten incredibly lucky. There was always a chance that Undying Slaughter and Devouring Beast would turn on each other, but he had not dared to rely on that possibility. But now, one of the plagues was dead. That said, the situation was not ideal. Sunny would have preferred if it was Undying Slaughter that had perished. The best possible outcome, however, would have been if he had arrived just before their battle ended and stole the kill from the Mist Wraith. Then, not only would one of the defiled saints have died, but the other would have also been deprived of absorbing her essence. Killing Undying Slaughter then would have been much easier. But although their luck was good, it was not that good. As things stood now, Undying Slaughter had just replenished her dwindling essence. Sunny did not know how much of it she had gotten, exactly, but it had to be a substantial amount. Devouring Beast had been a mighty abomination, after all, her corrupted soul had to have been extremely potent. So, while the Mist Wraith was not in her peak state, she was also more than powerful enough to eliminate the cohort now. That's all right. They had planned for such an eventuality, as well. Sunny had fought with Undying Slaughter many times. He had done so alone, supported by his shadows, and even with the help of the other members of the cohort, he had died in agony each time. For that reason, their goal today was not to be to overpower and slay the dreadful wraith. She was too powerful for them to prevail against her in a battle, which did not mean that they could not win. Instead of trying to defeat Undying Slaughter, what they needed to do was tie her down in a prolonged confrontation. It was just how Sunny had imagined killing someone like Jet. The key to doing so was to force her to exhaust her essence while not giving her a chance to replenish it. Which was why this battle of theirs was going to be a battle of attrition. Still smiling, Sunny mockingly saluted Undying Slaughter with the sin of solace, and then gave Nightmare a mental command to flee. The Dark Destrier turned and shot back the way they had come, splinters and bits of soil flying from under his adamantine hooves. Of course, the Mist Wraith was not going to let a source of essence escape that easily. Almost at the same moment, she lunged forward in pursuit. Nightmare was incredibly fast. In fact, Sunny doubted that there were many creatures of the same rank faster than his tenebrous steed. However, to his horror, Undying Slaughter was not much slower. Even though the Dark Destrier was augmented by the shadows, the distance between him and the Mist Wraith was remaining the same. It was even dwindling slowly. Just what kind of monster is she? Sunny was not too disheartened, though. After all, he did not really want to escape from undying slaughter. Instead, he wanted to lure her into the trap that the cohort had prepared. Soon, he was almost back to the tower. The dreadful enemy was right on his heels. It's now or never. Before undying slaughter could attack, Sunny dismissed Nightmare and fell to the ground. Instead of hitting it, however, he simply dissolved into the shadows and stepped out of them on the other side of the moat, rolling down the stone steps for a moment until Nephi's caught him. The cohort was currently in front of the entrance to the stone bridge. Or rather, Nephis, Jet, Saint, and Fiend were there with Sunny. Cassie and Effie were much higher up the cliff, standing on the stone steps far above them. Effie's spear was already flying down. Nephis was helping Sunny stand up when the spear hit the slope of the cliff with the force of a tactical missile. The whole cliff shuddered, sending him tumbling down once again, and a deafening boom spread from the point of impact, accompanied by the cracking noise of breaking stone. A large part of the slope simply shattered, stone debris flying in the air, and slid down into the dark chasm of the moat. With it, of course, a number of ancient runes that had been carved into the cliff were destroyed. The enchantment protecting the bridge was broken at that moment. Out there on the opposite end of the bridge, the nightmare creatures that had been frozen before shuddered, released from the invisible trap. And just as they did, undying slaughter appeared from the mist, her glacial blue eyes burning from dreadful, cold-killing intent. Before she could even react, the former prisoners of the stone bridge lunged at her, overcome by bloodlust and fury. A corrupted tyrant, a corrupted terror, a great beast. Finally managing to stand up, Sunny leaned on Nephis and looked across the bridge. The released abominations had already clashed with undying slaughter, the whole island shaking from the dreadful force of their clash. Or maybe it was simply quaking because the enchantment keeping it in the air was failing. He exhaled slowly. So far, so good. If there was anything they could do to drain undying slaughter's essence before facing her themselves, they had to do it. Of course, it was a dangerous gamble. The nightmare creatures that had been trapped on the bridge could force the mist wraith to burn through her precious essence, but they could also become her victims, fueling her defiled soul. In fact, before a single minute passed, one of the abominations already looked like it was close to death. Just a split second before undying slaughter could finish it off, though, a bone javelin suddenly fell from the sky, piercing the nightmare creature's neck and impaling it on the ground. The ghostly blade bit into the massive body of the abomination a moment later, easily passing through its armor. But it was for naught. There was no soul for the mist wraith to destroy, because the creature was already dead. The bone javelin had killed it instantly. Feeling a dark grin twist his lips, Sunny looked up. There, high above, Cassie and Effie were still standing on the stone steps. There were a dozen more javelins laying on the ground in front of the vigorous huntress. These javelins had been made from the ribs of the great tyrant. Of course, in normal circumstances, it would have been hard for Effie to slay nightmare creature of such dire power with one blow. But when they were already almost dead from undying slaughter's attacks, that was much easier. As for knowing the exact moment when to attack, after the abomination had grown weak from its wounds, but before the mist wraith could deliver the fatal blow, Cassie was there to help. With her ability to perceive several seconds into the future, she could tell Effie just when to throw the javelins, and who to aim for. Together, they were in a perfect position to achieve a simple, but vitally important task. Deny undying slaughter any essence. The two of them were already accomplishing that task splendidly. Sunny knew how terrifying undying slaughter was better than most, perhaps even better than anyone. And yet, even he was astonished by the sight of the dreadful mist wraith slaughtering the former prisoners of the stone bridge. Each of them was an opponent Sunny would not want to face in battle. Some, he had a good chance of defeating, but others were absolutely lethal existences to a master, even an ascended terror like him. Nevertheless, all of them had been ruthlessly and methodically brought down by the defiled saint. It was as if no amount of physical might, impregnable armor, and unholy powers could deter her. The ghostly blade danced in the mist, and following its elusive movements, the souls of the harrowing nightmare creatures were snuffed out one after another. Or rather, they would have been, if not for Effie and Cassie. Each time Undying Slaughter was about to kill one of her enemies, a bone javelin would inevitably fall from the sky, stealing the creature's life moments before the mist wraith delivered the last strike. Guided by the blind seer, Effie had not missed once. Which meant that all the essence the defiled saint was spending to fight against the group of powerful abominations could not be replenished by absorbing their broken souls. With each moment, she was growing weaker. Their plan was working. The last to fall was a great beast that resembled a black hound with 7 serpentine tails. Its lean, muscular body towered above Undying Slaughter like a dark hill, and its power was dreadful enough to make the ground crack and collapse into the chasm of the empty moat. The abominable hound was like a living nightmare, its frenzied eyes burning with eerie green flames. Despite it all, neither its terrifying jaws nor its 7 tails managed to strike the elusive mist wraith. Moving with the graceless elegance of an emotionless butcher, Undying Slaughter delivered the great beast 2 swift, cruel blows. The hound staggered after the first one, then grew slow and lethargic after the second. The green flames burning in its eyes dimmed, and before the third blow landed, a bone javelin pierced one of them. The monstrous black hound was thrown down by the force of the impact, making the island shake, and grew still. Viscous red liquid flowed from its maw. On the slope of the cliff, Effie let out a shaky breath and swayed lightly. Her legs gave out, and if Cassie had not caught her in time, the huntress would have fallen down. The blind girl helped her sit down on the stone steps. These past few minutes had taken a lot out of Effie. Even though she was far from the terrible battlefield, she had to put all of her immense strength into each throw, especially that last one. Sweat was rolling down her pale face. Did I just kill a great nightmare creature? Her tired voice was faint and full of disbelief. Cassie smiled gently. You certainly did. Effie took a deep breath and put her trembling hand on her belly, as if trying to protect it. Damn. I've been spending too much time with Doofus, huh? Of course, the great beast had already been brought to the verge of death by Undying Slaughter. And of course, all members of the cohort had done their part in order to make the outcome possible, and yet, a great beast had fallen by Effie's hand. It was a startling achievement, to say the least. A feat worthy of raised by wolves, the legendary huntress of the Dark City. Effie smiled weakly, lingered for a few moments, and said in a solemn tone. Well. The island quaked, and the sound of breaking stones swallowed her words. Far below, more stone debris slid into the widening chasm. Even the bridge shuddered slightly, a net of cracks appearing on its surface. On the far side of the bridge, Undying Slaughter stared at the dead great beast for a few moments, then turned and looked across the chasm, at the members of the cohort. Sunny shivered, feeling an eerie chill. Let's go. They stepped on the bridge at the same moment as the mist wraith did. There was nothing left for them to do but fight. Come, aid me. His shadows rose from the ground, flowing onto his body. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 6th one, however, wrapped itself around Nephi's instead. At the same time, a generous measure of her pure flame filled him with radiant warmth. The sum of their powers was greater than the parts. Sunny felt as strong as a titan. He dashed forward, followed by Nephi and Saint. The 3 of them were going to confront the mist wraith first, and hopefully force her to assume a less ghostly form. Jet, Fiend, and Nightmare would attack second. Remember, our weapon is time. The blade of the cruel sight ignited with divine flame. They clashed with the dreadful wraith in the middle of the cracking bridge. Undying Slaughter was still stronger, faster, and far more malevolent than Nephi and Sunny, however, with Saint fighting by their side, the 2 of them were able to keep up. Far more important was the fact that both Sunny and Nephi were combat prodigies. He could follow Undying Slaughter's movements, and even predict them, because of his mastery of shadow dance. She was capable of doing the same because controlling the flow of combat and manipulating the actions of her enemies had always been the basis of her skill. Now that Neff's combat mastery entered a period of rapid growth, that ability of hers had become even more frightening. Therefore, both of them could counterbalance Undying Slaughter's undeniable superiority, to a degree. Still, Sunny felt stifled in this battle. That was because he was not just fighting against the terrifying Mist Wraith. He was also fighting against the memories of dying terribly by her hand. The pain of having his soul shattered, the dread of seeing his shadow killed, the sorrow of being helpless to save his companions, all those scars were like chains that weighed his limbs down. If Sunny wanted to have a chance of surviving this fight, he had to break these chains. I'm alive, am I not? He received the ghostly blade on the shaft of the cruel sight and was thrown back, his hands growing numb. Before Undying Slaughter could advance and deliver a follow-up attack, though, Nephice appeared in her way, her sword shining with incandescent radiance, the single gem of the crown of dawn burning like a third eye. Sunny regained his balance and threw himself back into the fight. I survived. Neff staggered back, but Saint took her place. The graceful knight was wielding her dark sword in both hands, facing the Mist Wraith with cold indifference. They clashed fiercely, and the stone bridge shuddered. He was already lunging forward to share the pressure with his shadow. And now, it's time to deliver some payback. After all, Sunny was nothing if not vindictive. He had destroyed the Black Knight of the ruined cathedral for gutting him. He killed the immortal Transcendent, Solvane, for throwing him into the Red Colosseum. He had shattered the fallen Titan Goliath for bringing him to the very doorstep of death. Now, what was he going to do to Undying Slaughter for killing him multiple times? Weighed down by an instinctual fear, Sunny used an old ally to overcome it, spite. With its help, some of the invisible chains that were holding him back snapped. But not all of them. Working together with Nephice and Saint, Sunny managed to stall Undying Slaughter. The three of them surrounded her, but they were in no position to attack. Instead, they were barely managing to stay alive while protecting each other and concentrating on defense. The Mist Wraith was slowly pushing them back. Sunny's spiteful nature was enough to help him overcome the memory of agony and death, but it was not powerful enough to dispel a deeper, far more painful fear. The fear of watching those he cared about die. The memory of that helplessness, that sorrow, that guilt, was incomparably more dreadful than the memory of having his own life snuffed out. Death was merciful, after all. The dead felt no pain. So, to struggle free of the remaining chains, Sunny needed to find a more resilient source of strength within his heart. He could not rid himself of the lingering scars delivered to him by Alethios Island with just spite. As he searched for that source, Undying Slaughter moved like mist, suddenly appearing behind Nephice. Her ghostly blade lashed out silently, almost piercing Neff's chest. If the young woman had not dodged at the last moment, one of her soul cores would have been destroyed. Sunny froze for a moment. And then exploded with ferocious might. Ah! I think I found it. Finally, the fear that had been holding him back was vanquished. Sunny had found the strength he needed to free himself of it, and it was an obvious one, at that. His desire to protect those he cherished was much more powerful than his vindictive desire to avenge himself. It made sense, really, since the fear of losing his companions was stronger than the fear of losing his own life. The resolve that had to do with others would naturally be larger than the resolve that only had to do with himself. Payback was fine, but protecting the people he loved was a much more powerful source of motivation, incomparably so, really. Feeling as if a great weight had been removed from his heart, Sunny shook off the lingering trauma of having endured the loop, and threw himself into the battle with boundless determination. His killing intent soared, not at all inferior to the murderous will of the dreadful wraith. And yet, Sunny did not allow that intent to rule him. Coldly and callously, he reminded himself of what their goal was. It was not to defeat Undying Slaughter in battle, it was to prolong the battle to the point where her flaw would destroy her without their help, or at least weaken her enough to doom her. Now that Sunny's mental state was cleansed, he entered the familiar state of combat clarity. His movements turned sharper and more precise. His wildly beating heart calmed down. We can do it. Killing the mist wraith was, perhaps, out of their reach. But resisting her for a while, that, Sunny and his companions could accomplish. As Alethius Island shuddered and quaked, they continued to fight undying slaughter on a crumbling bridge. Sunny, Nephice, and Saint held out for as long as they could. Eventually, though, even their inexhaustible bodies had grown heavy with fatigue. This was one of the most intense fights Sunny had ever participated in. The perilous battle with Dire Fong seemed mild in comparison to this harrowing clash. Of course, they couldn't keep up with this level of intensity for a long time. They had done their part, though. The essence that undying slaughter had absorbed by killing devouring beast was already somewhat exhausted in her battle against the nightmare creatures. The three of them had forced the mist wraith to waste even more, draining her reserves. She had already abandoned her ghostly form, facing them as a creature of flesh and bone. Still, if things continued in that manner, the defiled saint would inevitably kill them. However, undying slaughter possessed one fatal weakness. She was alone. And no one survived in the dream realm alone. Just as Sunny was feeling that they were about to die, he shouted hoarsely and withdrew. Nephice and Saint dashed away at the same time. Jet and Fiend took their place, followed by Nightmare, who rose from the shadows. The retreat and advance were performed seamlessly, not giving the wraith a chance to give chase. A moment later, Jet's frosty glaive collided with undying slaughter's ghostly blade. Soul Reaper grinned. My back is still itching from the last time we met. Prepare to die, again, you filth. Sunny staggered back and leaned on the cruel sight, breathing heavily. He did not know how long this respite would last, or even if the island itself would last much longer. All he knew was that he had to be able to rejoin the battle as soon as possible. By his side, Nephice sheathed her sword, looking at the battle happening in front of them with somber intensity. White flames were dancing in her eyes. Jet, Fiend, and Nightmare were holding their own against undying slaughter, mostly because she was already running extremely low on essence and did not summon her unholy powers much. Her speed and strength also decreased. But not by a lot. Sunny gritted his teeth when Fiend was sent flying back by a devastating blow from the ghostly blade. His impenetrable steel carapace held, this time, but the infernal ogre looked rattled and pained by the defiled saint's strike. Nightmare was the most vulnerable of the three, but he was by no means weak. His furious attacks gave Jet the opportunity to advance. Soul Reaper was the tip of their attack formation. Jet fought with cold fury, her glaive leaving afterimages in its wake. She met undying slaughter blow for blow, refusing to be pushed back. It was as if she had forgotten what hesitation was. In fact, she seemed to be enjoying herself. Her lips were twisted into a dark, murderous grin. Her icy blue eyes were like two lakes of frozen wrath. The two of them were so alike that, sometimes, it was hard to tell which one was the valiant master, and which one was the defiled wraith. Wretch, you are such a disappointment. Jet growled those words, and then staggered back. At the same time, Saint struck her sword against her breastplate twice and lunged forward. Sunny followed. Go. They had replaced Jet, Fiend, and Nightmare again. This time, there was a slight delay before the tired fighters retreated and the rested, relatively rested, fighters advanced. However, a bone javelin fell from the sky, forcing the defiled saint to slow down for a moment. Alethius Island was convulsing all around them. Large chunks of stone fell from the bottom of the bridge and plummeted into the chasm of the empty moat. Die. Sunny crossed blades with undying slaughter once again. They fought. They endured. They bought time. Time was their greatest weapon, after all. After a while, Sunny felt like he was going to drop dead. They had already advanced and retreated 3 times, but the mist wraith was still as overbearing and deadly as ever. Or maybe not quite. Her strength was decreasing, too. Her essence had to be running dry. Undying slaughter still maintained an emotionless expression, her chilling blue eyes filling him with a sense of dread, but her behavior had subtly changed. It was almost as if she was feeling, if not desperate, then at least pressed. We just need, to last, a little longer. At that moment, the surface of the stone bridge under his feet rippled and tilted. Startled, Sonny lost his balance, only for a split second, but it was enough. The ghostly blade was already flying at him, inevitable as death itself. Before it could ravage his soul, however, an incandescent sword appeared in its path. Nephi's had struck from an awkward angle and groaned when her sword clashed with Undying Slaughter's blade. It was violently thrown aside and slipped from her hands, disappearing into the darkness below the bridge. She was pushed back, as well, and fell down. Saint was a step or two too far to help. Sonny's eyes widened. But, strangely enough, the mist wraith did not finish either him or Nephi off. In fact, she seemed to have staggered, as well. This was the first time Undying Slaughter had shown a sign of weakness. It was also the last. Before the mist wraith could regain her balance, a swift figure flew between Nephi and Sonny. He felt a cool wind throw his hair into disarray. Then, he heard the air whining as it was cut by a sharp blade. A split second later, Jet's glaive tore through the distance between her and the staggered wraith, plunging into Undying Slaughter's chest. The two of them froze for a second, two pairs of icy blue eyes staring into each other with indescribable emotion. The defiled saint raised her blade, as if trying to retaliate, but Jet simply twisted her glaive and gripped it tighter. "You go to hell." Her voice was as cold as a nameless grave. Jet batted the ghostly blade away, pulled her hand back, and then thrust her weapon into the enemy's soul once again. Sonny thought that he heard the crystal ring of something breaking. And then, the chilling light of the defiled saint's eyes grew dim. The wraith swayed slightly, and fell back. The moment her body touched the stone, it turned into mist and dissipated, disappearing without a trace. Undying Slaughter was no more. "She's dead." For a moment, there was silence. Sonny regained his balance, grunted, and hurried to help Nephi stand up. Saint lowered her sword, acting as indifferent as ever. It was as if they had not just narrowly escaped being slaughtered by a defiled saint. But they had. The defiled saint was truly, undeniably gone. Slaughtered, just like she had slaughtered countless living beings. Hell. Behind them, Fiend and Nightmare were both battered, but relatively unscathed. Both shadows were watching Jet with piercing intensity. Soul Reaper herself stood motionlessly above the spot where her future self had perished. Her icy blue eyes were strangely distant. Finally, she let out a long sigh. "So that's how it is." Suddenly, her figure was shrouded in cold mist. That mist flowed along the graceful lines of her supple body, finally forming into a ghostly blade. Then, the shape of that blade changed, elongating until it turned into a beautiful glaive, no, rather, a war scythe. Its dark steel possessed a dreadful sheen to it, with frost patterns decorating the sinister curved blade. The ghostly scythe seemed to absorb all warmth from the world, emanating a frigid sense of lethal cold. An amused smile appeared on Jet's face. Raising an eyebrow, she turned to Sonny and said, "You won't believe what the spell just said. I guess all I had to do was kill myself, to receive my aspect legacy." "An aspect legacy?" Sonny was momentarily stunned. Jet was a strange existence, a person who was not quite alive, but also not quite dead. So, there was a strange and darkly poetic logic to her aspect legacy being locked behind the act of attaining the purest expression of one of these states, namely, dying once again. However, how had killing Undying Slaughter substituted true death? And what kind of an insane requisite it was, to literally die? All aspect legacies had unique conditions of being unlocked, but still, wasn't the spell going too far with this one? Sonny opened his mouth to say something, but he never got the chance. Just at that moment, the island shuddered once again, and the damaged bridge they were standing on finally collapsed. Surrounded by stone debris, the members of the cohort plummeted into the dark chasm. "Crap. The fall from such height was not going to kill an ascended, but hitting the ground would not be pleasant either, especially if a few pieces of the bridge decided to fall on their heads immediately after. He dismissed saint, fiend, and nightmare before calling upon the shadows and manifesting them into resilient chains. Grabbing onto them, the three masters managed to control their fall and land at the bottom of the empty moat safely. There, everything was a mess. Effie had shattered a large portion of the cliff's slope earlier, causing countless tons of black rock to slide into the moat. The great beast she killed later had also caused a collapse, sending an avalanche of stones and soil into the chasm. Neff's incandescent sword was laying on the ground just a few meters away from them, its radiance illuminating the chaotic scene. She walked over and picked it up, then looked around somberly. "Is everyone all right?" Jet was the first one to answer. Dismissing the ghostly scythe, she seemed to absorb the torrent of frosty mist it had turned into and nodded. "I'm fine." Sunny answered a few moments later. "Yes, no." The first word was said in a relaxed tone, while the second was a bit shaky. Standing at the bottom of the moat, he had glanced down and noticed a wide crack running through the rock surface beneath him. His right foot was on one side of the crack, while his left was on the other. The fracture seemed to be rather deep, extremely deep. Staring into the darkness, Sunny realized that the fracture was not just deep. It was, in fact, bottomless. That was because it was not just the bottom of the moat that had cracked, but the bottom of the island, as well. So, what he was looking at was actually the unfathomable darkness at the heart of the colossal vortex. The fracture pierced Aletheus Island straight through, leading to the abyss beneath it. Raising his head, Sunny stared at Nephice and Jet for a moment, then said in a bleak tone. "I think that this whole island is about to fall apart." He carefully moved his right leg over the crack and let out a small sigh of relief when it safely landed near his left one. "So, how about we get the hell off before it does?" He didn't have to ask twice. However, climbing out of the moat had turned out harder than they anticipated. Just as they approached the wall of the chasm, Aletheus Island quaked once again, the deafening sound of cracking stone echoing in the empty moat. The fracture Sunny had noticed grew wider, chunks of black rock falling into the darkness below. At the same time, a rain of stones fell on them from above. Nephice frowned, obliterating an especially heavy boulder with one strike of her incandescent sword. Jet nimbly evaded a few more. "Curse it." The shadow chains shot forward, protecting Sunny and his companions. Looking back, he saw the familiar golden rope appearing in Neff's hands. She threw it to him without having to say anything. Sunny caught the rope and immediately dove into the shadows, stepping out of them on the crumbled remains of the bridge. By the time he pulled Nephice and Jet up, Cassie and Effie had already descended from the stone steps. The island was shaking and convulsing around them, with almost no pause between the tremors anymore. Sunny's expression was dim. "Let's go. It's time we escape this damned place." They crossed the moat and entered the former killing field around Tower. Now, it was simply the death field. Carcasses of dreadful nightmare creatures littered the ground, which was soaked with their blood. The long-bone javelins Sunny had crafted and Effie had thrown protruded from their flesh, each one as heavy as a bolt meant for an impossible siege engine. Sunny would have loved to collect the soul shards from the dead abominations, but there was no time. Passing between the corpses, the cohort entered the shattered remains of the ancient pine forest. All around them, Aletheus Island was coming undone. Without the deadly nightmare creatures hiding in the mist and blocking the way, it took them a surprisingly short amount of time to reach the hidden bay. Sunny struggled to believe how much blood he had spilled in the past to traverse the dreadful reaches of Aletheus Island. Now that its prisoners were gone, the island had fallen silent. Of course, it was hard to recognize the places where Sunny had fought, struggled, and died. The forest was no more, with most of the ancient pines laying on the ground, either toppled or entirely destroyed. The mist was largely gone, too, revealing the scene of startling destruction in all its frightening glory. Massive carcasses towered above the devastated landscape here and there, some of them partially devoured. Rivers of blood flowed between the toppled trees, turning the remains of the forest into a vile swamp. It was like a scene out of a feverish nightmare. Well, of course it was. They were in a nightmare, after all. As the cohort hurried to reach the chain breaker, Alethius Island was starting to fall apart. It was shuddering and quaking, making it hard to advance at a steady pace. More cracks appeared in the blood-soaked soil, some of them leading all the way down to the darkness below. Sometimes, a wide chasm would open right in front of the cohort, forcing them to change course and rush to circle around it. It felt like they were running out of time. But, in the end, they did not. Sunny was starting to feel rather restless, but just then, the cohort finally reached the stone steps leading down to the white beach. Cassie was riding Nightmare, while Effie was once again being carried by the covetous coffer. Sending the two of them ahead, he joined Nephice and Jet in descending from the cliffs in a much faster way. They simply jumped off the edge and used their memories to glide down. Finally, they saw the chain breaker in the distance. The graceful vessel was where they had left it, crashed against a black cliff, its bow buried in the white sand. Hurry! As they raced across the white beach, the whole island seemed to have tilted. A thunderous sound of something impossibly large breaking rolled from behind them, and Sunny felt his heart skipping a beat. They reached the chain breaker and wasted no time climbing aboard. The dawn had come and gone before the battle with undying slaughter, and dusk was still too far away. The timing of their escape was not at all optimal, but they had little choice but to make do. The task of raising the ship into the air once again fell to Nephice. While Effie and Jet were looking around with stunned expressions, neither of them had seen the chain breaker during the last cycle of the time loop. After all, Nephice dashed to the enchantment circle at the stern of the ship. Cassie had disappeared to somewhere under the deck, while Sunny simply stood where he was, looking back at Alethius Island. That cursed place. The fact that he was finally going to escape this harrowing hell did not feel real. After all the pain, all the suffering, all the deaths, with how elusive time had been inside the loop, the months Sunny spent repeating the same desperate actions over and over again felt like an eternity. Who says you can escape? The sin of solace had appeared from somewhere, unnoticed, and was now standing behind him. Who says that your suffering is over? That your pain is over? Fool, you don't even know how pitiful you are. Sunny smiled darkly. Be quiet. At least I'm not as pitiful as you. Just at the moment, the island quaked once again. In the distance, the black cliffs rising above the beach crumbled and collapsed, falling down like a black avalanche. A giant crack appeared on the ground, the sand spilling into it like water, and crawled in the direction of the chain breaker. Then, the flying ship moved, as well. Slowly at first, then faster and faster, it rose above the ground and soared into the sky. Nephice was guiding it away from the disintegrating beach. Sunny watched Alethius Island break apart in silence. He had lost so much here. But he had gained so much, as well. Jet and Effie were now safely back with the cohort. That had been the reason why Sunny, Nephice, and Cassie had come to the mysterious place known as Windflower. In the first place, they had achieved their goal. Unexpectedly, what they had gained, the forces of the defilement had lost. 2 members had rejoined the cohort, while 2 of the 6 plagues had perished. That was a truly surprising, but indescribably beneficial outcome. Sunny could hardly believe their luck. Of course, it wasn't just luck. It was a combination of good fortune, their unrelenting efforts, and, to a large extent, of the nefarious schemes of the Mad Prince. That was another thing Sunny had gained, knowledge. Knowledge about the Mad Prince, yes, but also about so many other things. Some of the greatest mysteries of existence had been revealed to him on Alethius Island. The nature of the dream realm, the past atrocities of the nightmare spell, even the origin of his own world. Perhaps even more importantly, Sunny had also learned a few things about himself. How he felt, what he wanted, and what he feared, as well. Oh, and he had also become a terror. His soul possessed 6 cores now, and he possessed 6 shadows. His power had once again grown, and there was now only one step separating him from its pinnacle. Sunny had died countless times on Aletheus Island. He had battled and slain many harrowing nightmare creatures, honing his skill and earning priceless battle experience. Some of them were far too deadly for a master to face, and yet, in the end, all of them had perished, while he survived. The entire island shuddered one last time and broke apart, falling into the abyssal darkness below. All the horrors, secrets, and treasures left behind by Alethea of the Nine disappeared with it. Standing on the deck of the chain breaker, Sunny let out a quiet sigh. All in a day's work. It was not a bad result. The flying ship hovered in the air for a few moments, and then slowly started climbing down. It was heading for the same lightless abyss that had swallowed the island. Diving into the darkness that lay at the heart of the great river. Soon, the darkness welcomed them into its silent embrace. The chain breaker was assaulted by hurricane winds as it plummeted into the heart of the colossal whirlpool. Nephi's had yet to run out of essence, so their fall was controlled, for now. However, that would change soon. Sunny was still overwhelmed by the destruction of Aletheus Island. Shaking off his reverie, he took a deep breath and forced himself to move. All across the flying vessel, deep shadows stirred and surged forward, turning into inky black hands. The manifested shadows pulled on the ropes, unfurling the horizontal sails. Those sails extended from both sides of the ship and were meant to help it glide on the winds. At the same time, he nervously looked down. All Sunny could see was darkness. It was not the true darkness that his sight had never been able to penetrate. Instead, the abyssal chasm was simply too deep for him to see anything. Great! By now, the slopes of the vortex had almost turned vertical. It was as if the chain breaker was surrounded by a vast wall of dark water, its current so fast that its surface was like a blur. At first, the dreadful maw of the whirlpool was dozens of kilometers wide, but the further they descended, the narrower it became. Eventually, it was as if the chain breaker had entered a twisting vertical tunnel that was just a few kilometers in diameter. They were surrounded by absolute darkness, with only a scattering of lanterns illuminating the deck. It was like a small island of light in an ocean of nothingness. No one except for Sunny could see the spinning walls of the tunnel, which was, perhaps, for the best. He knew that if the ship touched the water, it would be torn apart by the tremendous pressure of the current. What the hell am I thinking? It's not for the best. Not at all. The chain breaker was falling vertically, for now, but it was only possible because Neph was still empowering its enchantments with her essence. Once her essence ran dry, they would have to move in a wide spiral along the watery walls of the tunnel to keep the ship balanced. Otherwise, it would be too easy for it to roll and overturn. By then, not seeing where the darkness ended, and the furious current began, would be lethal. Even worse, the tunnel was not strictly vertical. Looking down, Sunny could see it twisting and turning, like a descending tornado. He gritted his teeth. Damnation! Could they even survive in this abyss without the chain breaker's enchantments? He turned to look at the stern of the ship, where Nephi was struggling with the steering oars, but at that moment, Cassie's voice reached his ears. Sunny! Here! The blind girl was standing near the entrance to the main cargo hold, waving at him. Her voice sounded urgent. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then rushed to her side. What is it? She pulled him into the cargo hold, a grim expression on her face. I need your help, or rather, your shadow's help. Summon her and make her as strong as possible. Please. Somewhat confused, Sunny lingered for a second, then called upon Saint and sent all 6 of his shadows to augment her. As soon as the taciturn night appeared, her onyx armor shone with dark radiance, and a feeling of oppressive might emanated from her graceful figure. Down in the cargo hold, various objects were neatly laid out on the wooden floor. There were amphorae containing strange liquids, brushes, stone etchings of complicated runes, mortars, and items that Sunny did not even know how to describe. Most glaringly of all, the black stone from the hidden chamber of Alethea's tower was also there, illuminated by the faint radiance of the guiding light. He gave Cassie a long look. "What's this?" The blind girl was already walking toward the black stone. "We spent a lot of time inside the loop. Most of it was occupied by trying to escape, but I had plenty of time to think, as well. About how to repair the enchantment circuit of the chain breaker, in particular." She stopped and pointed at the chunk of black rock. "I need you to help me shatter it. I tried to do it myself, but I'm not strong enough." Sunny felt a bit weird for a moment. It was as if she was asking him to open a jar of pickles for her, whatever that was. In any case, the jagged piece of black rock was not a jar of any sort. Instead, it was a mystical stone that was rumored to be a fragment of the estuary. Of course, Cassie was not strong enough to break it. However, she was trying to finish repairing the runic circuit of the flying vessel, connecting its enchantments to the sacred tree. If Cassie succeeded in time, perhaps, they would not be torn apart by the current of the spinning tunnel. Sunny wasn't sure if he was strong enough to crush the black stone either. But Saint was a transcendent devil, and augmented by 6 shadows on top of that. Glancing at the indifferent onyx knight, he gestured at the black stone. Her ruby eyes shone darkly, and, summoning her tenebrous blade, Saint took a step forward. The black sword fell on the jagged piece of rock, and bounced away, not leaving even a single scratch on it. She lingered for a moment. Then, a flood of darkness flowed from beneath Saint's armor, entering the black blade. The blade itself rippled and changed form, turning into a long, elegant lucerne. The dark lucerne might have been elegant, but both its beak and hammerhead were capable of delivering truly devastating blows. A weapon such as this was far better suited for piercing armor and breaking bones than a sword was, so, it had a far better chance of shattering the mystical stone. Saint took a step back, then slowly raised her weapon above her head. And struck down with enough force to make Sunny stagger. There was a flash, a shockwave, and a thunderous boom. When he regained his vision once again, Saint had already lowered the lucerne. Her ruby eyes were cold and indifferent. The black stone lay broken into several pieces. Cassie pointed to them and said hurriedly. "Again." Soon, the large pieces had turned into smaller ones, and then were finally ground into fine dust inside one of the mortars. The stone dust was then mixed with the strange liquid stored inside the ceramic vessels, some of which turned out to be blood. Hopefully, that of nightmare creatures. By the time they emerged from the cargo hold, Nephi's was running out of essence, and the chain breaker was growing more and more unstable. Cassie hesitated for a moment, then pointed to the stern. "Go. Help Neph." Sunny nodded and used Shadow Step to appear by Neff's side. Using his ability to see in the dark, he helped her guide the flying vessel into a spiraling descent. Nephi steered the ship, while Sunny played the role of a navigator. Cassie, meanwhile, crawled along the grooves carved into the deck of the chain breaker, feverishly drawing runes on the ancient wood. Essence poured out of her, making the runes glimmer slightly before being absorbed into the deck. The sorceress ink created from the dust of the black stone disappeared without leaving a trace. Jet and Effie were helping her by carrying the amphory containing ink and handing her brushes. Each one only lasted a dozen seconds or so, gradually dissolving into thin air. The flight of the chain breaker turned more and more unstable. Eventually, Nephi gritted her teeth and slumped slightly, the runic circle surrounding her growing dim. The flying ship shuddered. With no more sorcery supporting it, it glided through the darkness, carried only by inertia and the wind pressure, which created a lifting force under the horizontal sails. Neff continued to hold the oars, trying her best to keep the chain breaker from plummeting into an uncontrollable fall. Standing by her side, Sunny uttered a silent curse. Which idiot thought that this was a good idea? Oh, it was him. He had thought so. The ancient vessel descended into the darkness, its speed increasing at a frightening rate. The angle of their descent was increasing, as well, slowly approaching the point where it would turn into a fatal nosedive. Some distance away, near the sacred tree, Cassie threw the remains of another dissolved brush away and raised a hand to receive a new one. Patches of skin on her delicate hands had begun dissolving as well, and fresh blood mixed with the sorceress ink. Are we going to have to abandon the ship? Sunny had the dark wing and the heavenly burden in his soul arsenal. He could also temporarily turn into a crow. The other members of the cohort had their own memories to help them if not fly, then at least glide. Theoretically, they could continue the descent using those. But somehow, he did not think that they would survive the depths of the great river without the impregnable hull of the chain breaker. The ancient vessel shuddered once again. And then, the darkness was suddenly dispelled by a soft radiance. Raising his head, Sunny watched the sacred tree in stunned silence. Its leaves were shining with a pure, beautiful light. At the same time, the runic circle surrounding Nephi ignited once more, and their flight turned as smooth as it had been before, much smoother, even. Bathed in the radiance of the sacred tree, Cassie let out a tired sigh and slumped on the deck. Finally, the enchantment circuit of the chain breaker had been fully restored. Illuminated by the gentle light of the sacred tree, the chain breaker was flying through the darkness. It moved in a wide spiral, descending lower and lower into the abyssal darkness with each spin. Around it, the moving walls of the dark tunnel were twisting and turning as the water comprising them revolved at a dreadful speed. Now that Cassie had repaired the enchantment circuit of the ancient vessel, the immediate crisis was resolved. The members of the cohort finally received a chance to catch their breaths. The events of the past day had simply been too overwhelming. The destruction of the island had followed immediately after the battle with undying slaughter, and so, everyone was exhausted. They simply dropped to the deck, praying that nothing terrible happened in the next few hours, minutes, even, at least. Sunny temporarily took the steering oars, allowing Nephi to heal Cassie's mangled hands. After that, everyone remained near the runic circle, looking into the darkness. Where do you think the vortex leads? Effie's voice sounded a bit stifled. He lingered for a moment, then sighed. I don't really know. All I know is that someone passed through it and survived, in the past. Granted, that person was of the supreme rank. Sunny paused for a moment and added, his voice somber. It might be the inner wall of the pyramid. In any case, we shall see. After that, he glanced at Cassie. Now that they had been granted a moment to compose themselves, his curiosity was tingling. By the way, why did you need that piece of rock to repair the ship? The others seemed curious, too. The blind girl hesitated for a bit, then explained. I guess, imagine a locked door. There are a few ways to get on the other side of the door. The simplest is to use a key, provided you have one. In this case, the key would have been the detailed knowledge of the original enchantment of the chain breaker. I do know a few things about it, but not enough. She pointed to the runic circle, which glimmered faintly in the darkness. The second way is to be a locksmith who understands the structure of the door's lock, or any lock, really, on a deep level. That way, you can pick it without a key. Sadly, my knowledge of sorcery is not that deep. Which left only the third way, brute force. Cassie briefly touched her hands. Under the influence of Nef's flame, her soft skin had regrown. There was no blood, bared flesh, and pale bone in sight. The ghastly wounds were gone. I don't know if that piece of rock really came from the estuary, but it is definitely the same as the stone walls of the pyramid. Which means that it was a part of an unholy titan once. You have experience crafting extraordinary weapons yourself, so you know how much the material matters. Therefore, I simply borrowed the power of the material to make up for my lack of knowledge. Sunny stared at her incredulously for a few moments, then let out a sigh. I don't think there was anything simple about what you did, but, okay. Her explanation did make some sense. Sunny was not too knowledgeable about runic sorcery, not to mention the enchantments of the chain breaker. However, he was a modestly accomplished sorcerer himself. As such, he knew that a valuable material could indeed substitute skill, sometimes. For example, he would have to be a god of weaving to create an enchantment that could allow mundane steel to pierce the hide of a great beast, if such a thing was even possible. But if that mundane steel was replaced by the bones of a great tyrant, there was no need to even add an enchantment. Weapons crafted from such bones would possess a mystical power of their own, and that power would be enough to kill the great beast. At least in the hands of someone as strong as Effie, and while the abomination's own mystical power was diminished by grievous wounds to its soul. I should remember this lesson well. Sonny had no doubt that he would create many memories in the future. Before, he was mostly only worried about acquiring enough powerful soul shards and learning the patterns of varied weaves. Perhaps it was time to start concerning himself with searching for extraordinary materials, as well. He smiled faintly. In any case, good job repairing the chain breaker. It was just in time. There were a few moments of silence, and then Effie suddenly cleared her throat. Yeah, great job, Cassie. But, can someone please explain to me how the hell is chain breaker here? What is it doing in our nightmare? Sonny blinked a couple of times. Right. There was this mystery, as well. He and Nephi's glanced at each other. A moment later, he said hesitantly. Honestly, we have no idea. You should already know about how weird time functions inside the tomb of Ariel, so, our current theory is that one of the previous owners of this ship visited the pyramid at some point. It was just drifting aimlessly far upstream. There was no one aboard and no signs of who that previous owner had been, so. Neff and I took it. Effie looked at them with a strange expression, then grinned and patted the deck with her hand. Well, it's good that you did. I can't even describe how much I missed my cozy cabin while roaming the great river on the back of a weird mutant shark. Look. The floor is solid. I might honestly cry. Still smiling, she turned to Jet and asked. So, what? You really got your aspect legacy? Jet glanced at her and shrugged. Yes. And before you ask, no, you can't eat it. Too bad you didn't receive anything cool yourself, huh? Effie's smile widened. Who says I didn't? With that, she stretched her long legs, assumed a more comfortable pose, and let out a small laugh. I did. If you consider a supreme memory cool, that is. The aspect legacy Jet had received was similar to most aspect legacies, which were usually memories uniquely suited for the aspects of their wielders, or much more rarely powerful echoes. However, that similarity was deceitful. In truth, Soul Reaper's aspect legacy was almost as weird as Sonny's. Although it looked like a weapon, it was not a memory, instead, it was an innate ability. Jet did not need essence, no matter how little, to summon the chilling mist and turn it into a scythe. The mist was simply a part of her soul now. Its form was also not set in stone. The mist blade naturally manifested into a beautiful war scythe, but it could assume the shape of other weapons, as well. As they watched, Jet turned it into a khopesh, a misericord, a bec de corbin, and an actual scythe. There seemed to be only 5 available forms, at least for now. All 5 shapes were that of a weapon, and that weapon was soul-bound, but not in the way that Sonny's marble shell was soul-bound. In the case of the marble shell, its power was directly tied to the power of his soul. Jet's scythe, however, was bound to the souls of those it killed. Or rather, those souls would become bound to it. None of them knew what it meant, precisely. However, Soul Reaper was able to conclude a couple of things from reading the description of this strange innate ability. First of all, the mist blade was able to absorb and contain the souls of its victims. The soul of the most powerful being killed by it would become the basis of its power, so, if Jet slayed a great beast, her scythe would become akin to a supreme memory of the first tier. If she killed an unholy titan, the scythe would become akin to a divine memory of the 7th tier. Which was a bizarre and truly astonishing quality. Secondly, the souls contained within the mist could be consumed, replenishing Jet's essence. If all souls were consumed, leaving the mist blade empty, her own soul would become the basis of its power. These were the things she knew. However, there were still many questions about her aspect legacy. For example, how many souls could it contain? Would they only influence the mist blade's power, or would they also infuse it with unique qualities akin to enchantments? If so, if Jet consumed all the bound souls, what unique quality would her own soul infuse? Although there were no answers, Sunny felt like the souls of the victims would indeed infuse the mist blade with unique enchantments. He also suspected that the number of souls the mist could contain was 5, one for each of the forms it could take, equal to the supreme rank of Jet's aspect. He also suspected that if she consumed all 5 of the bound souls, the aspect legacy would become much more potent and dire. The reason was rather simple: the only situation where Jet would burn both through her own essence and the souls stored inside the mist blade was a truly desperate situation. And those usually called for the most desperate solutions. He wouldn't be surprised to learn that if the mist blade was devoid of bound souls, it could allow Soul Reaper to consume her own soul in order to accomplish something truly dire. How sinister! The beautiful war scythe was a dreadful thing, indeed. Effie's supreme memory, meanwhile, was much less terrifying. Which was not to say that it wasn't wondrous. When the huntress first summoned the memory, no one knew what to make of it. It was not a weapon, nor was it an armor. In fact, it did not resemble a tool or a garment either. At best, it could pass for a charm. The memory looked like a large iron locket tied to a black leather cord. Inside the locket was an image of a meadow surrounded by tall hills, with a river running through it and a forest visible in the distance. A black dog was resting in the shade of a tall tree. The drawing was simple and crude, as if made by a child. After looking at the weave of the supreme memory, Sunny was momentarily dazed. It was one of the most strange and intricate weaves he had ever seen. There was something familiar about it, though. After pondering for a few moments, Sunny understood why he felt this sense of familiarity. It was because he had been studying the covetous coffer recently. And some parts of this startling new weave bore a distant resemblance to a few elements of what he had been staring at for the better part of the past week. Effie confirmed his guess: the iron locket was a spatial storage memory. However, it was entirely different from the coffer. That was because, unlike his toothy chest, the locket could store living beings. Sunny was really surprised to hear that, but the vigorous huntress simply grinned and promptly demonstrated what she meant. Before he knew it, the abyssal darkness of the vortex and the softly illuminated deck of the chain breaker disappeared. Instead, he was blinded by bright sunlight. When Sunny was able to see again, he found himself standing on a green meadow. There were tall hills in the distance, a forest to his right, and a river to his left. The only thing missing was a black dog. For a few moments, he felt confused at the fact that there was only one sun in the sky. Where did the other 6 go? Then, Sunny realized where he was and almost jumped in surprise. He was just about to send his shadows to explore when Effie retrieved him from the dog locket. Suddenly, he was back on the deck of the chain breaker. The huntress looked really curious. "Oh. I see that you are alive. Good. Did it work?" Sunny stared at her in outrage. What? You weren't certain it would?" Effie coughed. "This is the first time I summoned the locket, so how would I know?" "Well. I was mostly certain." "Yeah, definitely." He shook his head in exasperation and took a deep breath. "Yes, it worked." Sunny described what he had experienced. After a bit of exploration, they discovered that the space contained within the locket was not too big. It was about 3 kilometers across, encompassing the meadow, several hills, a part of the forest, and the river. Beyond the boundary, the world turned into a crude painting, and it was impossible to move further. Nevertheless, living beings could indeed be stored in that space. There was even water for them to drink and berries for them to gather in the forest. Needless to say, such a space could be extremely useful. Sunny had never seen such a bizarre memory. Wow! Supreme memories are really on another level. The crown of twilight was already mind-boggling enough, but Effie's locket took the prize. Although it was not nearly as powerful as Darren's crown, just in terms of uniqueness, it was far ahead. What a great prize! After taking a short rest, the cohort concentrated on traveling deeper into the abyssal tunnel. Surrounded by darkness, the chain breaker continued to travel down the twisting underwater tunnel. Cassie had taken up the steering oars, which alleviated some of Sunny's nervousness. While she was the most experienced helmsman among them, he barely knew what he was doing. So, the chances of the flying ship colliding with the walls of the tunnel and being torn apart by the water current were reduced by a lot with the blind seer at the helm. Still, no one knew what waited for them in the depths of the great river. They were nervous, apprehensive, and full of grim anticipation. The cohort rested, consumed a hearty meal, and went about repairing the slight damage dealt to the flying ship by its crash landing on Alethius Island. The enchanted hull weathered the rough landing well, only receiving a few shallow scrapes. However, there were more delicate parts of the ship that had to be mended or replaced. Sunny, Nephice, Jet, and Effie were not carpenters or builders, but their skill was enough for the task. After all, Sunny was a specialist in wilderness survival, while Nephice had been able to build boats all the way back on the forgotten shore. Effie had the experience of surviving in the Dark City for years, while Jet was Jet. She was somehow capable of doing anything that needed to be done. Later, they gathered on the deck and silently observed the darkness below. After a while, Sunny grew bored and summoned the covetous coffer. Borrowing Effie's locket, he began comparing the two weaves with each other. He was very curious to see if he could make the storage inside the coffer habitable, as well. For now, it seemed incredibly far-fetched. But then again, many of the things he had accomplished seemed far-fetched once. If he was not capable of doing something today, he might be able to do it in the future. Becoming a competent sorcerer was a gradual process. Time slowly passed. And as it did, the depths of the great river slowly changed. It was not something that they could see or hear, but more of a vague, eerie, oppressive feeling. Although the chain breaker was surrounded by water and had descended deep below the surface of the river by now, none of them could perceive what hid beyond the spinning walls of the twisting tunnel. However, it seemed as if the absolute darkness that surrounded them was somehow growing darker and darker with each hour that passed. Sunny felt a sense of immense threat. Cassie was pale, as well. It was as if they were surrounded by terrifying danger from all sides, worse even than it had been in the flowing mist of Alethius Island. However, if there was some harrowing being in the water, it did not enter the tunnel to swallow them whole. Remembering how much the dreadful whirlpool resembled a colossal maw, Sunny could only hope that it was not because they were already in the being's intestines. Maybe whatever creatures dwell in the unfathomable depths simply can't exist outside of water, or maybe the current of the tunnel walls is as dangerous to them as it is to the chain breaker. Calming himself like that, he tried to find distraction in weaving. A few more hours passed. Eventually, Nephice stood up and looked around with a slight frown on her face. "Don't you think that it's getting brighter?" Then, the others noticed it, too. The darkness seemed slightly less impenetrable now. The process continued. Slowly but surely, the dark mass of water was starting to glow. The darkness was dispelled, and instead, a blinding radiance surrounded them from all sides. It was so bright that Sunny couldn't open his eyes for a while. What's this? The abyssal tunnel was now a tunnel of radiant light. It was as if they were traveling through the depths of a star. "It's the sun's." Sunny was confused by Jet's words at first. But then, he understood. Ah, of course. Every evening, the 7 suns seemed to dive into the great river. And every night, the great river started to glow. Its shine was soft, dreamlike, and iridescent. However, that was on the surface. What would that light look like in the unfathomable depths? They were currently learning the answer. Soon, Sunny's eyes adjusted to the brightness, and he cautiously opened them. The members of the cohort were all frozen still, observing the radiant world around them. It was beautiful. But also harrowing. A moment later, Sunny shuddered and took an involuntary step back. Somewhere out there, in the blinding light, a shadow suddenly moved, so colossal that it dimmed the radiance of the water for a few moments. Its size was so immense that he struggled to comprehend it. And its shape. As soon as Sunny tried to ascertain it, it was as if he had lost consciousness for several seconds. When he came back to his senses, the shadow had disappeared somewhere far below, and he was covered in cold sweat. His head was pulsing with a splitting ache. That thing, how far away was it? What was it? He looked at the members of the cohort and found them in a similar state to his. Especially Cassie, who was blind, but also saw much more than anyone else. Then, the brightness of the water changed once again as another inconceivable shadow moved through its radiant mass, far in the distance. He shivered. Go inside. Cassie's voice was hoarse. Lowering her head, she sighed and repeated herself. Go inside. Don't return until it's dark again. It's not good for you to stay here. Nephi's looked at her for a moment, then frowned. What about you? We won't leave you alone. The blind girl shook her head. I'll be fine. I won't be able to see anything if you leave, anyway. Most importantly. She shivered slightly. Nothing will be able to gaze back at me. Go. Sunny knew all too well that some nightmare creatures felt when someone was looking at them. That was why people had to be careful where they turned their eyes in the dream realm, especially in those regions of it where true horrors dwelled. That was why he did not try to dissuade Cassie and silently pulled Nephis toward the entrance to the lower decks. He recalled his shadows, as well. Jet and Effie followed. They spent some time together at the mess deck, but no one was in the mood to talk. It felt as if the smallest sound could be heard by the beings that moved in the depths of the great river, and so, after a while, the members of the cohort left for their cabins and tried to fall asleep. The merciless light bathed the chain breaker for a few more hours, and then grew dim. Finally, it disappeared entirely, replaced once again by absolute darkness. The spinning tunnel continued to lead them down, 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 down into the unfathomable depths. The great river was rumored to be bottomless, and surrounded by the darkness, Sunny could easily believe that it was. However, he also felt that if they survived a few more days of the descent, perhaps they would prove the rumors wrong. Traveling through the twisting underwater tunnel was a constant struggle, but, strangely enough, it was mostly safe. Just as Windflower had said, as long as the chain breaker did not touch the water, there was little inside the vortex that could threaten them. If the flying ship did touch the spinning walls of the tunnel, though, death was all but guaranteed, not only because of the terrible current and the obliterating pressure, but also because causing even the smallest ripple was going to alert the harrowing beings dwelling in the unfathomable depth of the great river of their presence. Staying away from the walls was not challenging at first, but the deeper they descended, the more perilous that situation became. The tunnel grew narrower, while its twists became more frequent and steep with each passing day. Sometimes, it bent so much that the chain breaker flew forward for a while instead of continuously descending. It was as though they were really traveling through the intestines of an unimaginable beast. Worse of all was the fact that the tunnel was not static. It constantly moved, undulating, making it seem as though the walls of spinning water were pursuing the graceful ship. Perhaps they were. Sometimes, the water was shrouded in abyssal darkness. Sometimes, it shone with blinding light. Nephi steered the ship in the darkness, but when the depths of the great river ignited with beautiful radiance, Cassie had to take the oars. The rest of them were forced to escape to the interior of the flying vessel, leaving her to face the harrowing shapes moving through the radiant water alone. Anyone would have been shaken and mentally strained by having to endure the horror and pressure of those terrible creatures in solitude. Despite that, Cassie remained calm and seemingly unperturbed. Sunny did not know if that was a good sign or not. What he did know, however, was that they would have never survived the journey through the vortex without the chain breaker. They would have been long swallowed by the great river if Cassie had not repaired the enchantment circuit, as well. As it was, Sunny felt that they would, perhaps, make it to the other side of the vortex unscathed. Days passed in tense silence. The deeper they descended, the more palpable the pressure assaulting their minds was. The abyssal darkness was suffocating, and the radiant light was dreadful. More than that, at some point, the world itself became strange, playing tricks with their minds. Time was growing convoluted and elusive, as if it, too, was being crushed by the oppressive weight of the water surrounding them. Sunny and Nephi's, who had already experienced something similar in the time storm, were less affected by this strangeness than the other members of the cohort. However, eventually, they too grew accustomed to the eerie unstableness of time. With time, space had also become unreliable. At first, Sunny thought that it was the chain breaker's flight that had lost its smoothness, making the flying ship shake and shudder from time to time. Sometimes, it would jerk, and sometimes, it would sway. But then, he realized that it was the fabric of reality itself that had become twisted. He understood it while carrying a cup of tea, brewed with the invigorating water of the endless spring, to Nephi's. Usually, a walk from the lower deck entrance to the stern would have taken him less than a minute, and a few dozen steps. However, this time, Sunny counted at least several hundred steps before reaching the runic circle. The tea he was carrying was still hot and steaming, though. That is, not good. He stared at the teacup in his hand, then at Nephi's, who was steering the ship without seemingly having noticed anything strange. What if it was not the deck that had been stretched like a rubber band, but one of us? What if the space between the ship and the walls of the tunnel suddenly contracted? Suddenly, the surrounding darkness seemed much more terrifying. But there was nothing any of them could do about it. Worrying about being torn apart by fractured space was not going to do him any good, either. So, Sunny distracted himself by concentrating on weaving. After around 7 cycles of darkness and light, he couldn't tell exactly how many because of how strange time had become, he successfully altered the capacious chest, enchantment of the covetous coffer to allow it to store living beings. He had not copied the weave of a supreme memory, but rather borrowed a few elements from it. Sadly, it was a futile effort. Sunny might have changed the weave of the enchantment to remove the limitation on inanimate objects, but he was nowhere near knowing how to integrate a livable space into the chest's storage space. There was no meadow, no forest, and no river inside of it. Which meant that there was also no light, no water, and no air there. There was nothing at all. So, unless he wanted a living being to suffocate to death, placing them inside was out of the question. Theoretically, he was able to hide his shadows in the covetous coffer now, since they did not need to breathe. However, Sunny struggled to imagine why he would want to do such a thing. Maybe to punish them for misbehaving. He did not share these thoughts with the shadows, but they still started to avoid the toothy chest, for some reason. Time slowly passed. Or, maybe, it was passing quickly. All Sunny knew was that the depths of the great river seemed more and more dreadful each time he looked into the abyssal darkness. Even Cassie was starting to look unnerved. The tunnel was not getting narrower anymore. However, its twists and turns were becoming wilder. And then, one day, the chain breaker seemed to stop. Sunny was startled as the familiar feeling of motion completely disappeared. Standing up from where he was sitting, he noticed the other members of the cohort looking perplexed. Then, he heard Neff's stifled yelp. Looking at the stern, he saw her gripping the steering oars so hard that her hands had turned white. She was moving both oars in a strange manner, not slowly and smoothly, like usual, but instead forcefully and with a sense of urgency. What the hell? Why was Nephi's even moving the oars if they were standing still? Looking at the walls of the tunnel, Sunny flinched. The walls had turned into a blur. The chain breaker was frozen in place, but the tunnel itself was flying past it at tremendous speed. The twists and turns that Nephi's had been cautiously navigating were now flashing past them, forcing her to steer the ship as fast as she could, and much faster than that, even, if they wanted to survive. Doesn't make any sense. Sunny was confused for a moment. How could the flying ship both remain in place and be steered around the bends of the tunnel? It was as if the world itself was being spun and moved by Neff's hands. But then again, when was the last time the world made any sense? Perhaps the static position of the chain breaker was simply a matter of perspective. Perhaps, they were simply being carried by some unfathomable, eerie force. What did it matter? The only thing that mattered was for Nephi's to guide them through the swiftly moving tunnel. And she did. Completely focused, she guided the chain breaker, not allowing the water to swallow it. A minute passed, then another, then another. Then, an eternity. Suddenly, the tunnel disappeared. Something flashed, blinding Sunny, and was then replaced by darkness. He could feel motion once again. In fact, he could feel a lot of motion. It was as if the chain breaker had been shot from a catapult. Their speed was so dreadful that he was instantly blown back a dozen meters, and only managed to remain on the ship by clutching at the railing. Damn. Sunny felt a tremendous force pushing him back, and a hurricane wind crashing into him with primal fury. All he could do was grit his teeth and hold on for his dear life. Slowly, their speed decreased. Nephi, who had been pressed into the upholstery, pushed one of the oars and rolled the ship. It was only then that Sunny realized that the chain breaker had been flying upside down. As the flying ship revolved around its axis, Sunny fell on the deck and weakly picked himself up. It seemed that they had escaped the vortex. The chain breaker was still flying at high speed in the direction it had been expelled from the vortex. Thankfully, Nephi had rolled the ship in time, preventing the members of the cohort from plummeting down, but Sunny was still pressed into the deck, struggling to stand up. The world was dark, with only the soft glow of the sacred tree illuminating it. Finally, he rose to his feet, swayed slightly, and called out in a stifled voice. Is everyone alive? He could see Nephi nearby. She was safe. Looking across the deck, he noticed Effie leaning on the sacred tree, a startled expression on her face. Luckily, the huntress did not look injured. Jet was a bit further away. It seemed that she had used the fifth form of her mist blade, the scythe, as a hook to keep herself in place. Her icy blue eyes were alert and focused. Cassie had been sleeping in her cabin when the strange event happened, so she was definitely fine. The blind girl might have suffered a few bruises, but she wouldn't have been thrown overboard. I'm fine. Alive is a strong word. Hearing Effie and Jet answer his question, Sunny let out a relieved sigh. Almost at the same time, Cassie appeared from below the deck, looking a bit haggard. With each member of the cohort accounted for, he relaxed a little. They seemed to have escaped the dreadful whirlpool. At least it looked that way. The twisting tunnel was gone, replaced by a vast empty space. The oppressive feeling Sunny had felt in the depths of the great river was gone, too, and time seemed to be flowing naturally as well. Space, however. Space was a bit strange. Sunny struggled to describe the wrongness he felt, but it was definitely there. Humans, after all, were not meant to perceive the fabric of space. Why would they, considering that it was meant to be constant and immutable? But many immutable concepts had become vague with the descent of the spell. Especially here in the tomb of Ariel, many things that he had considered absolute had proven to be less than reliable. The existence of the tomb was in and of itself a paradox, considering that it contained an entire world. Nevertheless, even though Sunny could not perceive the fabric of space, he could still sense that something was wrong with it. He just could not explain what. What is going on? No, first, where are we? There was no sound of the water splashing against the hull of the chain breaker, no sunlight, no glow that suffused the great river at night. There was only darkness, silence, and wind. Frowning, Sunny glanced at Nephi. She was still holding the steering oars, but at the moment, there was nothing for her to do. The ship was still flying, rising. Due to inertia, and it was impossible to control it until that inertia dissipated. He studied her face, making sure that Nephi was all right, and then looked behind her. There was nothing there, only a vast, boundless darkness. The wind played with her beautiful silver hair. Neff looked at him, too. She hesitated for a few moments, then said cautiously. "I think, we have left the vortex." That was self-evident. No, actually, it was not. Nobody knew what was at the heart of the great river, so there could very well be a vast empty space inside it. However, somehow, Sunny did not feel as if they were buried under an inconceivable mass of flowing water. So, what then? Had they reached the bottom of the great river? If so, then why had they been thrown up instead of being thrown down? In fact, the chain breaker was still rising, even though the speed of its ascent was growing slower and slower with each second. What the hell happened? Nephi's looked uncertain. She frowned, struggling to find an answer, and eventually said with no confidence in her tone. "I'm not sure. It felt, as if we had crossed a boundary of some sort." "You saw what happened next yourself." She wanted to say something else, but then suddenly froze. A few moments later, her eyes widened a little. Nephis raised a hand and pointed at something. "Sunny, behind you." Sunny knew that there was nothing immediately behind him, otherwise, he would have felt it through shadow sense. Frowning, he turned around and looked into the darkness beyond. It was just as empty as what he had seen before, but when he shifted his gaze lower, Sunny grew still. "What am I looking at?" There was nothing behind Nephis. But in the direction where he was currently looking, something floated in the darkness. It was like a colorful ribbon painted in lilac, azure, and crimson, with parts of it drowning in shadows. 7 small motes of light slowly moved through the darkness around it, making for a beautiful sight. The ribbon created a circle, its surface twisted on itself like a Mobius strip. It took Sunny a few moments to realize what the ribbon was. "It's the Great River." His eyes widened, as well. Because there was nothing but emptiness between the chain breaker and the colorful ribbon, it was all but impossible to determine distance, and therefore scale. However, he knew. Lilac, azure, and crimson were the 3 regions of the great river: dawn, day, and dusk. The 7 little motes of light were the 7 suns. The areas of the ribbon where the light of the suns did not reach were shrouded in shadows. However, at least one sun was always on the opposite side of the ribbon, its light penetrating the mass of water and making the water glow. The chain breaker was far, far away from the great river. And the empty darkness around them was the interior of the tomb of Ariel. However, Sunny forgot all about the Black Pyramid and its creator. His eyes were locked on the beautiful ribbon, which twisted on itself, like a Mobius strip. His whole body shuddered, and his face turned deathly pale. His heart was suddenly consumed by dread. His mind was deathly still. His lips trembled. Sunny felt like he was suffocating. It's a loop. The great river twisted on itself, flowing endlessly, its surface never interrupted. The great river, the entirety of it, was an infinite loop. Sunny stared at the distant great river, frozen in place. His face was motionless. However, there was a storm raging in his mind. Fragmented truths that he had learned, witnessed, and experienced in the tomb of Ariel were moving, colliding with each other, and clicking in place with a dreadful noise. The inconceivable truth of their nightmare was slowly revealing itself. From start to finish, it was all. He was suddenly overcome with fear. Shifting his gaze slightly, Sunny studied the beautiful ribbon that twisted on itself, forming an infinite loop. Deep crimson, vibrant azure, soft lilac, the 7 suns shining in the darkness. It was like a dream. How can this be? How can the great river flow in a circle? But then again, of course, it could. In hindsight, it made so much sense. There had always been a paradox in how the great river was described. Because it was always described as endless. Sunny had not paid it much attention before, assuming that the word was simply there to provide flavor. But he should have known better. The spell was always deliberate with its choice of words. The description of the stifled scream read: a great river was contained within it, flowing endlessly from the future into the past. But how could a river of time be endless? The past wasn't infinite. If the great river really flowed into the past, anyone sailing it would reach the point beyond the origin of time eventually, so, by definition, it could not flow endlessly. Only it could. Because its estuary was also its source, within the tomb of Ariel, the past was connected to the future, creating a single whole. The proof was right in front of him. There was a reason why the nightmare creatures populating the great river were most powerful in the far reaches of the past, near the estuary, and in the far reaches of the future, where Sunny had initially come from. The two were one and the same. He frowned, then shook his head. No, wait, that doesn't make sense. If the great river was an infinite loop, and the past turned into the future, having no end, then what about the estuary? The existence of the estuary was also undeniable. Not only was it mentioned in the descriptions of the stifled scream and the shroud of graceless dusk, but it was the reason why the seekers of truth had come to the tomb of Ariel, as well. They had come to find the secrets that the demon of dread had hidden in the estuary of the great river. The hideous truth he had wished to be free of. And when Alethea, the first seeker, had finally found it, the defilement was born. The whole purpose of the great river was to reach a point before time existed, before the gods were born, and therefore outside their control. At least that was what Sunny and Nephias believed. So how could there be no estuary? There is. The estuary exists. Shifting his gaze, Sunny studied the length of the beautiful ribbon. From this distance, he could not really see the current of the great river, but he did see a few things. For example, a stretch of it was shrouded in boiling clouds, which gave birth to immense cyclones. That was the area of the river that corresponded to the end days of the Doom War, while the cyclones were the time storms it created. The colossal whirlpool where Aletheus Island had been situated was hidden from view, but Sunny saw a tiny speck on the crimson layer of the twisting ribbon. That was fallen grace. He thought he saw another city on the lilac layer. That had to be twilight. The second most noticeable anomaly, though, was a spot where the surface of the great river was obscured by mist. The mist was absolutely impenetrable, covering a considerable length of the river. The flow of time near it seemed restless even from a distance, which meant that it was absolutely devastating up close. Sunny suddenly felt cold, realizing that not only was there an estuary. No, that is impossible. But he had already brushed against it. Something seemed to explode in his head. Of course. Looking at the distant great river, Sunny took a shaky breath. He was remembering the first few days he had spent in the nightmare, drifting on a piece of flotsam in a place shrouded in mist. Back then, everything about the situation had seemed strange and bizarre. So, he had never properly questioned where that place was. However, now that he thought about it, even considering the general weirdness of the great river, those first days were especially odd. The mist, the piece of flotsam, and what had happened next. Actually, Sunny had never seen his makeshift raft sailing out of the mist. Instead, he simply heard the water roaring and was thrown underwater when the suddenly furious current overturned the piece of flotsam. By the time he resurfaced, the 7 suns were shining above his head. Most importantly, the mist was nowhere to be seen, upstream or downstream. All around him, there was only the sparkling, dreamlike expanse of the great river, as if the mist had never existed at all. There were also the demented runes carved into the underside of his raft. It was almost as if he had been sent there through time and space instead of simply being carried downstream by the current. And now, Sunny felt almost certain that that was exactly what had happened. That misty place where he had spent the first few days of the nightmare, was the outer boundary of the estuary. It was also the source of the great river. It was a place between the past and the future, where the laws of time were twisted and broken. The entrance to the true estuary, the space that existed beyond time, containing Ariel's secrets, was hidden somewhere in the mist. Alethea had found it, but Sunny simply drifted past, being carried by the current. When the piece of flotsam reached the boundary of the source, he was expelled from it, appearing in the far reaches of the future, in the area of the great river corresponding to the point in time where the person whose role he took had entered the tomb of Ariel. Wait. Sonny was suddenly covered in cold sweat when he remembered a few more details about his time in the mist, in the boundary. Hadn't he been tormented by nightmares of madness, despair, and dreadful obsession there? Hadn't he screamed, waking up? No, no, not again, please. Hadn't the sin of Solace inexplicably become perfectly complete and real out there, in the mist? And the great river was a loop. Sonny shuddered. A terrible premonition grasped his heart with icy claws. Sitting on the deck of the chain breaker, he gazed at the distant river and whispered. The 6 plagues are not the future versions of ourselves. Sonny closed his eyes. They are our past. They are us from the previous revolution of the great river. Sonny felt a headache approaching. Something was very wrong here. How could the 6 plagues exist? The great river was a time loop, just like Aletheus Island had been, but also different. On Aletheus Island, time moved in a circle. A single day endlessly repeated itself, and a new cycle started each time that day ended. The great river, however, was a bizarre place where time and space were one and the same. It flowed from the future into the past, and so, those who traveled it were also traveling across time. The cycles of the great river did not start once a certain period of time passed. They were both a measure of time and a measure of space. To reach a new revolution, a person had to travel all the way to the estuary, which was also the source, and cross the boundary between the past and the future. Then, they would be sent to the point in time and space when they had first entered the tomb of Ariel. So, if the chain breakers sailed past Verge and braved the source, the members of the cohort would be sent to different places on the first day after they had entered the nightmare. Sonny would find himself on a piece of flotsam, Nephice would be stranded on the corpse of the black turtle, Cassie would return to fallen grace on the day the other Sybil succumbed to the defilement, and Jet and Effie would be back to living the harsh lives of the river nomads. Sonny shifted slightly. Still, it did not explain how both the members of the cohort and the 6 plagues could exist at the same time. If their version from the previous cycle had braved the source, on purpose or by accident, while searching for the entrance into the estuary, they would have disappeared. More than that, the plagues had been rampaging across the great river for decades, perhaps even centuries. How could that be? Well, why not? There's all kinds of weirdness happening with time in the tomb of Ariel. Do I really want to doubt that something like that is possible? Especially now that Sonny knew about the source, a misty place where the past and the future met, and where the meaning of time lost all reason, he could not be surprised by anything. What would happen, for example, if someone entered the source, but then turned back and left the way they had come instead of crossing the boundary of the future? What would happen if they left from a different point than where they had entered? What would happen if they stayed inside the source for a while, allowing the current to move past them? He did not know. Sonny did know one thing, however. The method of starting a new revolution might have been different from Aletheus Island, but its effect would be the same. Once someone returned to the past, their memory of the previous cycle would be erased. Their soul would be restored to how it had been before. No signs of them having traveled the great river in the past would remain. Which meant. Sonny shivered. Not again, please. The words he had shouted while waking up, on the first day in the nightmare, echoed in his ears. How many times have we challenged this nightmare? The existence of the 6 plagues proved that there had been at least 2 cycles. But there could have been more. 10 cycles, 100 cycles, 1,000 cycles. There was no way to tell. Since no one remembered the previous revolutions, nothing would change when a new one started. They would repeat the same actions over and over again, just like Jet had fought and been killed by undying slaughter over and over again. Until Sonny arrived, and became aware of the loop. Suddenly, he felt his heart beating wildly. Wait. Despite being trapped in the time loop of Aletheus Island, Sonny had eventually gained the ability to remember the previous revolutions. He did not know how long it had taken, but at some point, he was assaulted by a persistent sense of déjà vu, and then became fully aware of the loop. That was because the sin of solace was stuck in his mind, and the loathsome sword wraith was somehow immune to the effect of the repeating time. Sunny felt that he was on the verge of realizing something extremely important. The sin of solace. The Mad Prince was haunted by the odious apparition, as well. So, if the cohort was trapped in the infinite loop, didn't it mean that he would have gained the ability to remember the previous cycles of the Great River, as well? Damnation! Sunny's eyes widened. The Mad Prince, no, perhaps even in earlier versions of himself, would have realized the cyclical nature of the Great River. And from that point forward, each cycle would have been different. Because Sunny had become a variable. He must have tried to change things. He must have tried to conquer the nightmare desperately, and in such a way that none of the members of the cohorts died. And Nephi survived till the end. But, for some reason, he had failed. Or maybe that mission had been doomed from the start. Had he become aware of the grand loop before and after becoming infected by the defilement? The defilement, after all, was knowledge. Terrible knowledge that corrupted the souls of those who possessed it. So, even if Sunny reached the source and returned into the past after being infected by the defilement, the infection would have returned with him. Had he gone mad under the mental strain of endless loops first, or had he found the true estuary and been driven insane by the defilement first? Had Sunny been the first of the 6 plagues, and the one who had infected the other 5? In any case. So why do I not remember anything? If my version from the previous cycle was corrupted by the defilement, why is my soul free of it? He flinched. Wasn't the answer obvious? What could cure the infection of cursed knowledge? Oblivion could. In order to be cured, he had to forget the cursed knowledge before returning to the past. The key of the estuary. A mysterious memory that had been there, in his soul, when he found himself in the mist on the first day of the nightmare. A memory that possessed a passive enchantment that did not seem to have any effect on him. An enchantment that consisted of 2 parts, one directed outward, one directed inward. And which had something to do with the sin of solace. Sunny took a deep breath as the truth of the estuary key finally revealed itself. It's a muzzle. The purpose of the mysterious memory was to prevent the sin of solace from sharing any knowledge of the previous cycles with Sunny. So that he never remembered what had happened in the past, and therefore never learned the cursed knowledge of defilement. That was one part of its enchantment. The other, much more burdensome part, was meant to make the estuary key immune to the change of cycles. To make it remain in Sunny's soul even if he crossed the boundary of the source and was sent into the past. That was why the Mad Prince had been so interested in the great tyrant slain by the Serpent King in Alethea's tower. Because the tyrant remained dead no matter how many revolutions passed, its death had been made permanent, carrying over from one cycle of the loop to the next. Back then, the defiled madman must have already been trying to create the estuary key. To cure himself of the defilement, and make another attempt to conquer the nightmare. No, not just conquer it, but do it in a specific way. To erase the mistake he had made, or maybe the crime he had committed. Murderer. Sunny gulped for air. At that moment, he realized something else. There were only 3 of the 6 plagues left, Soul Stealer, Torment, and the Dread Lord. The Mad Prince was gone. He did not exist in the tomb of Ariel anymore. Because he had crossed the boundary of the source and sent himself into the past. He had become Sunny. It had to be true. The Mad Prince must have traveled in time to become Sunny, for one simple reason. Sunny could not possess the key of the estuary otherwise. He took a deep breath and grasped his head, feeling dazed. There are answers, too many answers. For once. The turbulent swarm of revelations was yet to settle in his mind, and there was no clear picture. Everything makes sense now. But also, nothing makes sense. Sunny felt that he understood the true nature of the Great River. He also understood the sequence of events that had transpired prior to the current cycle. It all came together nicely, except for one glaring inconsistency. The existence of the 6 plagues was a paradox that could not be explained by what he knew. But that was all right. He did not know everything, after all, especially not in a place as bizarre as the tomb of Ariel. However, if Sunny simply accepted the paradoxical existence of the plagues as fact, everything would fall into place. For example, the fact that Windflower had met both the Mad Prince and Sunny, just like Effie and Jet coexisted with Devouring Beast and Undying Slaughter, Sunny coexisted with the memories of his previous self. The vile madman was gone, but the scars he had left on the great river remained. Like Weave, which he had destroyed. Or Ananke, whom he doomed to a life of loneliness and loss. So, how did it all happen? Sunny contemplated the third nightmare, numb to his surroundings. The first thing he had to admit was that he did not know, and would most likely never learn, what the initial shape of the nightmare had been. The reality of the great river had been irrevocably changed by the 6 plagues. So, the challenge the original cohort had faced was entirely different. It was the 6 plagues, after all, who had taken control of Verge and led the forces of the defilement to devour the cities of the river people, undoubtedly accelerating the demise of the river civilization. Without them, the cohort might have found many powerful allies to aid them in slaying the first seeker. However, during that first cycle, something had gone wrong. Somehow, the cohort ended up entering the source instead of laying siege to Verge. No, not quite right. It was possible that everyone had entered the source, but not necessarily so. Sunny could have attempted to find the estuary alone, for some reason. But he definitely had entered the mist and crossed the boundary. That was how the first cycle had ended. And, therefore, an unknown number of cycles began. Eventually, influenced by the hideous truth, enchantment of the sin of solace, Sunny had grown immune to losing his memory of the past cycles. Becoming a variable. A single variable that broke the system, introducing chaos to a predetermined flow of events. At that point, several things could have happened. Perhaps he continued to search for a way to conquer the nightmare and preserve the lives of his companions, failing cycle after cycle and eventually going mad. Perhaps, guided by unknown reasons, he continued to search for the entrance to the estuary that was hidden somewhere in the mist of the source. Perhaps, by then, he was already infected by the cursed knowledge of the defilement. In any case, eventually, there came a time when Sunny was returned to the beginning of the nightmare already harboring the seed of corruption in his mind. And that, of course, changed everything. The other members of the cohort were infected by the defilement, as well. Nephi's died at their hands. Kneeling on the deck of the chain-breaker, Sunny shivered. His face was deathly pale. What happened next, then? It was obvious. The Mad Prince was released from shadow bond, finally fulfilling his wish, becoming free. However, his freedom did not last long. Ironically, the madman was enslaved by one of the people he had surrendered to the defilement, Kai. Then, the corrupted cohort found a new goal. To conquer the nightmare and be released into the real world by obliterating the river people civilization. And so, they somehow found a way to travel into the distant past, to the days long before the first day of the nightmare, and at the same time became foreign invaders of the new cycle. Sunny did not know how, but he had an inkling that the source and the estuary were somehow responsible for the birth of this bizarre and eerie paradox. Over time, the members of the corrupted cohort grew stronger, eventually transcending, or rather, falling deeper into corruption. Ananke had already told Sunny that it was possible for those who followed the path of ascension to reach transcendence without conquering a third nightmare. Similarly, it was possible for fallen nightmare creatures to become corrupted. The fallen terror of the Crimson Spire, for example, had been evolving into a corrupted titan when Nephis killed her. The former members of Neph's cohort achieved a similar feat inside the tomb of Ariel. And thus, the 6 plagues were born. They subjugated Verge and led the forces of the defilement to annihilate the river people. Even Twilight, the city of challengers led by the Serpent King, fell to their insidiousness and might. They should have conquered the nightmare decades ago, by all accounts. If not for the Mad Prince. An eerie, twisted smile appeared on Sunny's lips. Conquering the nightmare was what the Dread Lord wanted. But it was not what his slave wanted. And so, the vile madman conspired against his master. It seemed that the Mad Prince was still harboring a desperate obsession. One that had nothing to do with spreading the defilement to every corner of the tomb of Ariel, obliterating the river civilization, or unleashing the 6 plagues into the real world. Sunny did not know what that obsession was. But he could guess. Be careful of what you wish for. Those were the words that the Mad Prince had carved into the piece of flotsam drifting in the mist of the source, over and over again, with his nails. It wasn't hard to guess that he regretted fulfilling his wish. What did Sunny want? To be free. That wish of his had killed Nephi's. He shuddered. The Mad Prince, that bastard, was that what he wanted to achieve? To rewrite history and ensure that Nephi survives? Perhaps. And so, the Mad Prince started scheming as he prepared for the arrival of the members of the cohort. He trapped Undying Slaughter and Devouring Beast on Aletheus Island. He had met with Windflower and learned how to create the estuary key. He massacred Weave, and then sent a dream message to Ananke, instructing her to meet Sunny and Nephis in the far reaches of the future when the time came. And gods knew what else. Sunny simply did not know the extent of preparations the Mad Prince had undertaken to ensure that, in this cycle, the events of the nightmare went exactly as he planned. The reality of the great river had already been entirely changed from how it had originally been by the existence of the 6 plagues. And the vile madman manipulated it even more, purposefully setting the stage for his future self. And then, when all the preparations were done, he simply entered the source and ceased to exist, transferring the estuary key to Sunny. Ensuring that he would not be poisoned by the defilement immediately after entering the nightmare, unlike how it had happened in the previous cycles. And here they were. Sunny let out a long sigh. That treacherous madman. Truly, a treachery that knew no bounds. Sunny had succumbed to the defilement and betrayed the cohort, only to betray them once again once they were made into the 6 plagues by him. Killing one of his masters in the process and weaving countless schemes to destroy the other. He did not really know how to feel about it. Was he supposed to be proud of or appalled by his former self? I might have to stop resenting the spell for calling me that. In any case, he felt a deep sense of regret. Because he wouldn't be able to strangle the mad bastard with his own 2 hands. Sunny sighed. Well, there it was. The truth. Of course, there were still many things that made little sense, or no sense at all. The most obvious of them, of course, was the paradoxical existence of the 6 plagues, who had not only traveled to the distant past of the river civilization, but also lingered in the tomb of Ariel despite the start of a new cycle. They really broke all the rules. Sunny also did not know where the Mad Prince had found the chain breaker before arranging for it to be discovered by him and Nephis. He also did not know why the vile madman destroyed Weave, denying them the support of the followers of Weaver, and many other things. Some of them, he was probably never going to learn. But it was all right. The tomb of Ariel had never been a place that could be fully understood by a mere mortal. And he already knew the general shape of things. So what? That knowledge, really, did not change anything at all. Their goal remained the same. Travel to Twilight, retrieve Kai and Mordred, then gather whatever strength they can and attack Verge to slay the first Seeker. If anything, that goal had only become less impossible to achieve. Not only were 3 of the 6 plagues already off the board, but there was no telling what else the Mad Prince had arranged to help the cohort conquer the nightmare. Were the rest of the plagues even alive? Perhaps he had already dealt with them, the same way he had dealt with Devouring Beast and Undying Slaughter. What is this weird feeling? It is as if I'm being helped by myself, from beyond the grave, and not only that, but that dead version of me is also a truly dreadful nightmare creature. Had a more bizarre sentence ever been spoken? Although, technically, Sunny did not speak it aloud. And the Mad Prince was not technically dead, just erased from existence by traveling back in time. Yeah, that definitely does not sound just as bizarre. At that moment, Sunny realized that he had been kneeling on the deck of the chain breaker for quite some time, staring at the distant great river and spacing out. It must have been quite a strange sight. Before he could look around, however, a shadow fell on him. Raising his head, Sunny saw the Sin of Solace, who was looking at him with a dark expression. "Fool, are you done acting like an idiot?" "Oh, wow. Judging by your stupid expression, that idiot brain of yours finally managed to digest some information. Pathetic. How long has it taken you to realize something that should have been apparent on day one?" Sunny stared at the sword wraith, then smiled darkly. "You know. I know. You rotten bastard. How many times have you poisoned me with the defilement?" Indeed, the Sin of Solace was the reason Sunny had become the Mad Prince. But, strangely enough, the sword wraith was also the reason why the Mad Prince had managed to preserve a shred of lucidity, keeping him forever torn between two mutually exclusive states, and, therefore, forever in agony. How sinister. Sunny's eye twitched. "Answer me, you piece of trash." The Sin of Solace stared at him, fury burning in his eyes. He clearly wanted to say something, but he couldn't. The estuary key forbade him. Not only that, but it also prevented the innate connection that Sunny shared with the splintered piece of his mind from serving as a conduit for subconscious knowledge about the previous cycles of the Great River and the secrets of the estuary. And, on top of that, that memory was the first one Sunny had ever seen that functioned even without being summoned. Its passive enchantment was in effect despite the estuary key resting within his soul, both silencing the sword wraith and preventing time from influencing the jagged piece of black rock. Amazing. Just how skilled of a sorcerer had he become after countless years of being a corrupted titan? Sunny sighed. It did not matter. The cost was much too high. It was unbearable. Nevertheless, the key of the estuary was a promise of what he could potentially achieve, one day. Right. The others might be concerned about me suddenly going catatonic. Or maybe, they were petrified by dire revelations of their own. Looking back, Sunny saw the members of the cohort. Cassie was staring at the distant ribbon of the Great River, her expression distant. She must have realized the same thing Sunny had, perhaps even more. Nephice was even more expressionless than usual. She seemed to have grasped the truth, as well. Jet and Effie, however, knew less about the tomb of Ariel. It did not appear that they were interested in the sight of the Great River at all. Instead, they were on the opposite side of the chain breaker, staring into the darkness beyond. By then, the inertia carrying the flying ship forward had mostly dissipated. They were slowing down. Nephi sighed. So that is what the vortex is. Sunny glanced at her in confusion. What? She pointed at the Great River. It's flat. Although its shape makes it so that the entirety of the river is one plane, there are actually two sides to it. The tunnel we traveled through is simply a passage that connects one side to the other. In other words, we did not descend to the bottom of the Great River. We simply passed through it, emerging from the other side. And at some point, they were catapulted out of the vortex at such a tremendous speed that the chain breaker soared high above the surface of the river. How long was it going to take them to come back? Sunny winced. We don't even know how long we spent on Aletheus Island. Months could have passed, years, even, before I became aware of the loop. Was Kai doing fine? What about Fallen Grace? How were that brat Kronos and its other residents faring? We need to return as soon as possible. There was also Effie and her baby. Sunny did not know what would happen if she gave birth within the seed. Would the baby, who had been conceived in the waking world, be a riverborn or an outsider? What would happen to it after they conquered the nightmare? Children are resilient. There was a reason why the spell infected young people. Young souls were much more malleable, and could withstand the awakening better. Of course, no infant had ever been sent into the first nightmare, so there was no telling what would happen. This was not a first nightmare either. It was the third. If they conquered it, would Effie's child become a saint as an infant? Or would the child's soul collapse under the strain of transcendence? Sonny did not know. Damnation. He remained silent for a while, then shook his head. It's going to be fine. I refuse to believe that it won't. Just as he thought that, Effie suddenly cursed. In the next moment, Jet yelled. Stop this damned ship right now. Sonny, the sails. Before Jet's shout even faded, Cassie and Sonny were already moving. He called upon the shadows to raise the sails of the chain breaker, while she rushed to the runic circle. Nephi's turned to look into the darkness, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. What kind of disaster have we stumbled into now? Grasping the steering oars, Cassie skillfully turned the ship to borrow the force of the wind. At the same time, the runic circle ignited, absorbing strands of her essence. Now that the enchantment circuits were repaired, it was not to power the sorcery of the ancient vessel, but simply to control it. Finally, the chain breaker came to a halt, hovering in the boundless darkness of the tomb of Ariel. Sonny approached Jet and Effie, tracing their gazes into the distance. What is the matter? His voice faltered. Out there, far away. The world ended. It was hard to see, even for Sonny, because the end of the world was perfectly black, barely distinguishable from the darkness that surrounded them. But still, there was a vast, seemingly endless surface in front of them, stretching in all directions as far as the eye could see, like a boundary of the world. Smooth and lusterless, like polished stone. It took him a moment to realize what he was looking at. It's the inner wall of the pyramid. The endless black boundary was just that, the wall of Ariel's tomb, seen from the inside. However, it dwarfed anything he had ever seen. The towering walls of the dark city were like a speck of dust in front of it. The great ramparts of Falcon Scott were like sand. Looking at the endless black wall, Sonny was stunned by its sheer magnitude. For a moment, he wondered, was the interior of the pyramid truly large enough to encompass an entire realm, or was it him who had been reduced to the size of an ant? Well, in any case, Jet's warning had come in time. The chain breaker was not going to crash into the endless wall of black stone anymore. They had already stopped, and there was plenty of distance between them and the boundary of Ariel's dreadful world. But then, a slight frown appeared on his face. Turning to Jet, Sonny remained silent for a moment. He could see the surface of the wall because of how special his sight was. She, however, did not share his ability to see in the darkness. So how had Jet and Effie known to warn them? What is it? The huntress was looking forward with a somber expression. She remained silent for a moment, then grimaced. Can't you smell it? It reeks of nightmare creatures. Sonny slowly shook his head and glanced at Jet, raising an eyebrow. Her icy blue eyes were radiating a chilling cold. There are souls, powerful souls, far ahead. Soul Reaper was usually easygoing and relaxed, but now, her expression was grave. Seeing it, Sonny felt a shiver run down his spine. His frown deepened. Jet wouldn't be wary of just any soul. What kind of power? Cursing inwardly, he turned to the distant black boundary and strained his eyes, trying to discern something, anything, to understand what was threatening them. Knowing that Sonny had the best chance of discovering the hidden threat, the rest of the cohort fell silent. What is it? I can't see anything. Now that his initial shock of witnessing the inner wall of the tomb had subsided, Sonny could study it in more detail, not that there was a lot to study. It was just a solid black surface, stretching endlessly into the darkness. He was too far away to notice anything else. Well, if there was one thing, it was that the wall was not smooth, as he had initially thought. Rather, it was uneven, as if covered in countless ridges and bumps. Those ridges and bumps looked tiny from afar, but they should be dozens, if not hundreds, of meters across. Sunny peered at the irregularities, thinking. There might be something hiding in the seams. Maybe there are caves in the stone. I don't see any entrances, though. Then, he suddenly froze. Out there on the wall of the Black Pyramid, something had just moved. The movement was tiny and at the very periphery of his vision, so if Sunny had not been looking at the wall of Ariel's tomb intently, he would not have noticed it. Turning his head slightly, he stared at a particular spot. What was it? He still couldn't see any creatures hiding in the recess between the strange, irregular ridges. Then, his perception shifted slightly. It was just a mundane shift, like concentrating on a near object instead of a distant one, as well as a mental one, like trying to perceive something as a part of a whole instead of a separate entity. It was at this moment that Sunny's hair stood on end, and his face became as pale as that of a ghost. Instantly petrified, he swayed slightly. Damnation! Powerful souls! There was nothing hiding in the recesses of the endless wall. There were no caves hidden between the bumps and ridges where dreadful abominations could dwell. Instead, the entire surface of the wall was covered by abominations, who clung to it like moths. The bumps and ridges were the edges of millions of black wings. The inner wall of Ariel's tomb was obscured by a colossal swarm of numerous dark butterflies. There were myriads of these eerie great monsters resting on the endless black surface, seemingly asleep. But also ready to awaken if anything disturbed their slumber. Sunny took an involuntary step back. This is the place Song and Valor wanted to conquer. One great monster was a calamity that only a few people in the waking world could quell. But there were countless dark butterflies dwelling inside the Black Pyramid, protecting its boundary, waiting for some fool to set them free. Or maybe waiting to destroy anyone who would try to desecrate the tomb that the demon of dread had built. Sunny shuddered. Ariel, that lunatic, just what did he build? And why? Turning his head slowly, he looked at Cassie with hollow eyes and asked quietly. Cassie, can you extinguish the radiance of the sacred tree? She seemed confused for a moment, then nodded. In the next moment, the beautiful light of the rustling tree grew dimmer, eventually disappearing entirely. Sunny let out a shaky sigh. The lanterns illuminating the chain breaker were extinguished, as well. Soon, the members of the cohort found themselves in absolute darkness. Only Sunny and Cassie could move freely in the absence of light. Unable to look away from the harrowing sight of countless black butterflies crowding the surface of the endless stone wall, he calmed his wildly beating heart and said in a hoarse whisper. Cassie, take us away from here. Back to the river, fast. As fast as you can. The chain breaker moved, slowly turning its bow. The creaking of the masts, the rustle of leaves, and the ripple of the billowing sails sounded like thunder to his ears. If they notice us, we die. I have survived many situations in which I had no business surviving. But this one, there's no surviving that. They had to get away. Sunny gritted his teeth and waited. A few moments passed, then a few moments more. A minute. The chain breaker was gliding toward the distant great river, steadily gaining speed. Faster, faster. Sunny never expected that he would be praying to return to the great river one day. But here he was, doing just that. Perhaps someone had heard his prayers. Eventually, the dreadful wall of Ariel's tomb disappeared from view, and the beautiful ribbon of the great river drew closer. The chain breaker escaped from the slumbering legion of the monstrous butterflies, traveling further and further away from the endless black surface of the pyramid's wall. Sunny counted the seconds, afraid that a dark cloud would rise into the air and chase them. Tense silence permeated the air, and none of the cohort members spoke. Powerful winds wandered the hollow darkness around them. The space itself was acting strangely, making it feel as if the world was not quite right. The distant ribbon of the great river was drawing nearer at tremendous speed. After a while, he took a deep breath. We should be safe now, right? He wasn't sure. Sunny had thought that he knew a lot about the tomb of Ariel, but now, he felt that the unassuming demon was far more sinister and mysterious than it seemed. And why wouldn't he have been? Ariel did not leave that strong of an impression, true, but that was only in comparison to his three harrowing siblings, Weaver, Nether, and Hope. The demon of dread was still a true deity, though, a being capable of challenging the gods and tearing down the heavens. Of course, this pyramid of his would be just as dreadful. In fact, it was a testament to how adaptable people were that Sunny had learned to take this terrible place for granted, a tomb built from the body of an unholy titan, containing a mystical river created from the titan's blood. Was he insane to hope that they could escape its boundary unscathed? But in the end, they did escape. None of the dark butterflies had awakened or rushed to pursue them, allowing the chain breaker to freely dive into the darkness. The space itself rippled and flowed, streaming past the flying ship like liquid. It was a strange feeling. They were descending toward the great river much faster than it should have been possible. Eventually, Sunny let out a relieved sigh. "We are safe. I think." Hearing him, Cassie allowed the sacred tree to shine once again, and its soft light enveloped the deck. The members of the cohort glanced at each other, their faces full of weariness and fatigue. The last few days had not been easy on them, and the days before that had been even more dire. Jet looked back with a bleak expression. What the hell was there, in the darkness? The others looked at Sunny, as well. He remained silent for a moment, then shrugged. The wall of the pyramid. And on that wall, countless great monsters, crowding its surface like horrid mold. Thankfully, they seemed to be slumbering, and none noticed us. The members of the cohort were dismayed, and he could easily understand why. The words, countless, and great monsters, were not supposed to ever appear next to each other. And yet, here in the tomb of Ariel, they did. Seriously, now, I understand why there are only a few dozen saints in the world. Surely, this particular third nightmare was more dreadful than the rest. But not by much, most likely. Saint Tyrus, Beastmaster, Bloodwave, Wake of Ruin, and the other Transcendents, all of them had survived harrowing trials similar to this one. Sunny had never underestimated the saints, but he found a new sense of admiration for them. No wonder most of them seemed so distant. Shaking his head, Sunny gazed at the great river and let out a sigh. Anyway, I don't think that there is anyone between us and the river. So, we should be safe for now. Without saying anything, they stood together in silence and looked at the colorful ribbon that floated in the darkness far, far away. Eventually, Nephi spoke. "Then, we need to decide what to do next." The chain breaker hovered in the emptiness, illuminated by the soft radiance of the sacred tree. Saint stood guard on its bow, while Fiend crouched near the runic circle at its stern. A motionless figure in red garments could be seen under the glowing branches. It was the echo of the Sibyl that Cassie had summoned, finally restored after sustaining severe damage on Elatheus Island. However, there were no humans in sight. All 5 of them were below the deck, sharing a meal. They were too exhausted to come up with plans, but had no other choice. It was necessary to decide where to land, now that they were returning to the great river. After everyone had satiated themselves, there were a few minutes of silence. Eventually, Sunny spoke. "Well, our primary goal remains the same. We need to find Kai and the other guy in Twilight. Hopefully, there will be other fighters there to help us take on Verge." Jet gave him a curious look. "Other fighters? I thought that Twilight was destroyed." Sunny hesitated for a few moments. No one really knows what happened to Twilight. Technically, it was not destroyed, just lost. Whatever that means. We had the idea that there might be survivors there simply because, otherwise, this nightmare seems to be impossible. His expression dimmed. That was before, though. Now, any preconceived notions we had about the nightmare are meaningless. We don't even know if the remaining plagues are still alive, or how many defiled are left in Verge. Perhaps their power has dwindled enough for the spell to decide that we can handle it all ourselves. No, even that is a fundamentally false assumption, because the balance of forces within the nightmare has been tampered with. As he finished speaking, Cassie added. Our plan was to explore Windflower Aletheus Island, to find you two, then return to Fallen Grace, regroup, and sail for Twilight. However, the situation is a bit different now, because we can reach both cities from up here. We can even travel directly to Verge, not that it's a good idea. Nephice nodded. So, what we need to decide today is whether we want to go directly to Twilight, or recuperate at Fallen Grace first. Effie and Jet glanced at each other. Neither of them had been to Fallen Grace or knew a lot about Twilight. At the same time, due to the difference in how the members of the cohort had experienced time in the nightmare, they were the most exhausted of the five. Sunny, Nephice, and Cassie had spent more time inside the tomb of Ariel, but they at least had plenty of downtime between the many harrowing ordeals. Effie and Jet, however, never had an opportunity to rest. After a few moments of silence, Effie smiled. What's the point of delaying the inevitable? Let's go directly to where Knight and that Valor Princeling are. Wait, or is he a Song Princeling now? Anyway, the sooner we get them, the sooner we can escape this damned nightmare. Jet grinned. I agree. I consider myself a very patient woman, you know. I waited for a long, long time to get a chance at transcendence. But now, my patience is running thin. Let's conquer this nightmare as soon as possible. She secretly threw a glance at Effie's belly, but did not add anything else. Sunny sighed. Well, then. He looked at Nephice, remained silent for a moment, and nodded. It's unanimous. We are going to Twilight, I guess. The plan of action was clear. In the next, however long it was going to take, the chain breaker would traverse the empty darkness and return to the Great River. They would aim to land as close to Twilight as possible. Granted, no one knew where the lost city was located, exactly. All they knew was that it was situated in the reaches of the Great River where the sky was painted lilac by the light of dawn, as well as the general era when it had been established. The latter was inscribed on the slates recovered from the drowned temple. So, Cassie was going to guide the chain breaker to the stretch of the river corresponding to that era, and they would explore the currents from there. Sunny felt a bad premonition when he thought about Twilight, and the blind girl seemed troubled, as well. Neither knew what was waiting for the cohort there, but, whatever it was, two things were certain. First, that they were going to face a trial no less dangerous, and most likely far more terrible, than anything they had experienced in the tomb of Ariel yet, which was saying a lot, considering how utterly dreadful Aletheus Island had been. Second, that the Mad Prince had to have arranged something to happen in Twilight, as well. There were 4 fixed events in each cycle, after all, Nephice and Sunny entering the tomb of Ariel in the far reaches of the future, upstream of Weave, Cassie entering the nightmare in Fallen Grace, Effie and Jet entering the nightmare among the river nomads, and Kai entering the nightmare somewhere near Twilight, accompanied by Mordred. It would be strange if the Mad Prince had not included the Lost City in his schemes. Something unspeakable is waiting for us there. I can feel it. Sunny's expression was bleak. Nevertheless, he felt strangely hopeful. Precisely because the Mad Prince had most likely already done something to give them a chance, no matter how small. Was it arrogance, to have faith in the devious nature of his former self? He did not know, and he did not care. Additionally, Sunny had 2 more hidden advantages. The crown of Twilight he wore was going to grant him a nearly inexhaustible reserve of essence in the land, well, waters, of Constant Dawn. More than that, it was a key to the defensive arrays of Twilight. All he had to do to gain control of them was reach Darren's throne room. He and Nephice were 2 of the most powerful masters in history, and their power only became greater when they were together. Jet received her aspect legacy, while Effie could inspire all 3 of them with her ascended ability and support the cohort from the back with javelins. There was Cassie, as well, the unassuming seer who was actually the hidden ace of the cohort. Her affinity to mysteries and revelations could resolve many problems that would otherwise be unsolvable, and warn them of the most dire threats in advance. So, overall, he judged that their chances of tackling Twilight were not bad. Right now, however. Sunny hid his face behind a cup of tea and furtively studied the faces of his companions. There was another conversation they had to have. He sighed. This is silly. They had not discussed the revelations about the nature of the Great River, the true identity of the 6 plagues, and his own role in all that had happened yet. It was indeed stupid, to feel ashamed of the actions of his defiled past version, but he was. How did one go about telling his friends that he had turned them all into nightmare creatures in the past life? Or maybe even in countless past lives? It is probably just as awkward as telling the girl you're in love with that you killed her. Sunny coughed. But then again, adding that your evil version betrayed the other defiled and brutally slaughtered countless innocent people just to create a future where she remains alive, should count for something, right? I mean, it's a bit romantic. Right? He suppressed the desire to groan and looked away. What was this insanity? Who else had a life as unhinged as his? Eventually, Sunny sighed. Now, let's talk about the Great River itself. You should have realized something after seeing it from afar. I realized a few things, as well, and they might very well affect how this nightmare ends. Trying to keep his voice neutral, Sunny shared what he had deduced. The cyclical nature of the Great River, the existence of the source and how the past and the future were connected through it, the fact that it wasn't their first time challenging the nightmare, the commonalities between the great loop of the river and the artificial loop of Eletheus Island. Among those commonalities was his ability to slowly become aware of the repeating nature of time, which led to his eventual defilement, and, therefore, to the defilement of the rest of the cohort and Neff's death. Lastly, Sunny explained why he thought that the Mad Prince was gone, and how the influence of his demented predecessor was still affecting everything that was happening on the Great River, and in particular to them. He did, however, keep a few things to himself, for example, the fact that the vile madman had been enslaved by the Dread Lord. As well as why the Mad Prince had been so obsessed with rewriting the past. In the end, Sunny took a deep breath and said, his voice a bit stifled. So, sorry, I guess. You know, for creating the 6 plagues. The other members of the cohort stared at him silently for a while. He winced. You can at least say something, damn it. At that moment, Jet chuckled. What are you apologizing for? It's not your fault. You and I both watched over people who failed their first nightmare and became nightmare creatures, so, you should know better than most that the person is not to be blamed for what the abomination does. Effie looked at him with a mischievous smile. Right. But, since we're apologizing for what our evil twins did, sorry for squishing you like a bug. A very small, teeny-tiny, squishy bug. That's what Devouring Beast did, right? Should I feel guilty about it, as well? Nephice shook her head. We don't know what happened during our first cycle in the nightmare, and how you ended up entering the source. Perhaps the rest of us were already dead, by then, so, you might have saved us all, to begin with. The only thing that matters is what happens in this cycle. And making it the last. Cassie didn't say anything, and simply nodded. Sunny sighed. He didn't really feel responsible for the actions of the Mad Prince, but it was still nice, to know that his companions had his back, no matter what. At that moment, Effie leaned back and said. On that note, Doofus, can you tell your chest to stop trying to bite my arm off? I know there are still plenty of tasty things inside. I won't take much, well, not all of it, at least. He laughed. Go get your own tasty things. Do you think we don't see you wolfing down those berries from your locket without sharing them with anyone? As the members of the cohort moved past the identity of the Mad Prince and started to discuss the bizarre secrets of the Great River, his gaze brushed past Cassie. The blind girl was listening quietly, cradling a cup of tea in her hands. For a moment, a shadow ran across Sunny's face. He had become aware of the loop on Eletheus Island, but hadn't Cassie become aware of it, too? Wouldn't the same had happened with the cycles of the Great River, then? And, unlike him, she didn't have the estuary key to prevent her from remembering. Sunny studied the blind girl for a moment, then shook his head. No, that was impossible. Back on Eletheus Island, Cassie must have regained her memories because of being exposed to the sin of solace through him, even if she had never admitted it. So, the restriction placed on the sword wraith was protecting her, too. Otherwise, it would be not Cassie, but torment sitting across the table from him. Watching as the blind girl took a sip of her tea, and then smiled at Effie's joke, he finally allowed himself to relax. There was little time left for them to rest and recuperate. Once the chain breaker reached twilight, Sunny had a feeling that none of them would have an opportunity to rest for a long while. Standing on the deck of the chain breaker as it barreled through the empty darkness, Sunny felt a strange mix of horror and exhilaration. That was because the distance they had to cover could only be called cosmic. He did not know how far the Great River was from the walls of the pyramid, exactly, but it had to be an astronomical number of kilometers, perhaps not as immense as the distance between Earth and the Moon, but of a similar proportion. If so, logically, it would take them years to return. However, space itself was acting strange in the interior of the tomb of Ariel. Judging by how fast the Great River was drawing closer, they were going to reach it in a matter of days, or weeks at most. In any case, it didn't stop Sunny from imagining that he was on a spaceship. Come to think of it, can the chain breaker travel through space? It probably could, considering that the force propelling the flying vessel was sorcerous in nature. However, that didn't mean that the helmsman and the passengers would survive space. So, this was probably as close as Sunny would ever get to being a taikonaut, a cosmonaut? Astronaut? Whatever the word was. Not the least because, according to Jet, Earth's orbit hid dangers that even she wasn't qualified to know about. With a sigh, he looked away from the great river and went to sit beneath the branches of the sacred tree. He preferred to spend his time leaning on an Enki sketch, but the sin of solace was less likely to bother him here. Therefore, Sunny reluctantly abandoned his previous spot. With only a few precious days left before they returned, he wanted to concentrate on weaving. There were 5 supreme soul shards inside the covetous coffer, and Sunny still remembered his sincere desire to make the cohort as strong as possible. Sadly, even after studying the soul arsenals of his companions, he didn't find a memory that could be easily elevated to the supreme rank. There were a number of transcendent memories between the 5 of them, but very few that were both suitable and within his ability to modify. The only real exception was the sin of solace. Sunny felt that he could elevate the rank of the cursed Jian rather swiftly, however, he was wary of making it any stronger. Before, Sunny had only been concerned about making the sword wraith more powerful. Now, he also had to worry about the relationship between the sin of solace and the estuary key. The sin of solace was a transcendent memory of the 5th tier, while the estuary key was a supreme memory of the 6th tier. Was it really a coincidence that the key was exactly 1 rank and 1 tier above the memory it was meant to suppress? If not, what would happen if this balance was broken by his meddling? Considering that the consequence of failure was becoming infected by the defilement, Sunny did not wish to take unnecessary risks. The Jade Jian was already capable of cutting through great nightmare creatures with the help of the Crown of Dawn, anyway. So, Sunny was forced to leave the Supreme Soul Shards to gather dust in the covetous coffer, and turned his attention to the covetous coffer itself, instead. He was still researching a way to turn this unique memory of his into half of an echo, which would most likely allow him to make a perfectly fine shadow. Why would he want to turn the covetous coffer into a shadow? Well, for one, both the storage space, the physical size, and the flexibility of what the coffer could be turned into depended on the potency of Sunny's soul. The peculiar memory was already far greater than the small, toothy box it had been once. If Sunny became a transcendent terror, who knew what form the coffer would be able to assume? Apart from that, even after all these years and the countless horrors Sunny had experienced during them, he still remembered the mordant mimic as one of the most vile and troublesome creatures he had ever killed. Plus, the bastard had once belonged to Noctis, and could produce soul coins. Who wouldn't want to have a shadow like that? Entertaining himself with such thoughts, Sunny spent a few days blissfully poring over his plans to create an artificial echo, no matter how dysfunctional. They were getting closer and closer to the great river. The distant ribbon slowly grew larger. Soon, it was already covering half of the horizon. The 7 tiny motes of lights turned into furiously radiant spheres, painting the bow of the chain breaker with stark light. Then, the great river completely obscured the darkness beyond. At that point, they were not blindly flying forward, but instead aiming for a particular stretch of it. The winds surrounding them were growing stronger, and the light of the 7 suns suffused the air, making it seem as though they were sailing through the sky once again. Finally, after slightly more than a week, they reached the edge. Sunny knew that they had arrived because a flood of essence suddenly entered his soul. Of course, in reality, it was not coming from an outside source, rather, it was the innate replenishment rate of his cores that had been enhanced by the crown of twilight. In any case, the crown had recognized dawn, and so, its mystical enchantment activated. Sighing, Sunny left what he was doing and climbed to the upper deck. There, the members of the cohort had already gathered, looking forward. There, in front of them, a colossal waterfall was plummeting into the abyss, stretching in both directions as far as the eye could see. Painted in the hues of beautiful pink and lilac by the pale light of dawn, the dreamlike clouds of water vapor flowed into the darkness, sparkling with reflected sunlight. The distant roar of the impossible waterfall was like a soft whisper, for now. It was an incredibly beautiful sight. Stunned by the magical beauty, Sunny let out a quiet sigh. Why must this dreadful place be so breathtaking? With that, he glanced at Cassie, who was holding the steering oars. Guided by her hands, the chain breaker soared above the waterfall, flew above the water for a few hours more, and finally landed on the surface of the great river. They had returned. Sunny had begun the nightmare under the pure azure sky. Then, he traveled to Fallen Grace, which was bathed in the crimson light of an eternal sunset. Now, he finally reached the waters where the soft twilight of nascent dawn suffused the world with a gentle glow. The flowing waters of the great river were like a calm mirror that reflected the dreamlike palette of the vibrant morning sky. As such, it seemed as though the graceful vessel was sailing on heaven itself. It was a beautiful sight that soothed the soul and took one's breath away, if not for the dangers that lurked beneath the splendor of the wondrous current. Cassie had long used the guiding light to point the way to Kai. The fact that the sacred staff still responded to his true name filled Sunny's heart with hope. It meant that his friend was still alive, at least. Now, they were traveling downstream in search of the lost city of Twilight, where the charming archer was stranded. The problem was that instead of distancing itself from the edge, the chain breaker was instead drawing closer and closer to it. So, they had to be wary not only of the nightmare creatures hiding beneath the waves, but also of the current itself. The closer they were to the edge, the more violent the currents became, trying to pull the ship into the endless waterfall. Even now, a few days of sailing away from it, it was almost impossible to keep the chain breaker on course. In the end, Cassie had given up on struggling against the current and raised the flying ship into the air. They were staying low to the water, flying along its surface, to avoid being attacked from above, or at least have more time to react if an attack came. Of course, such a strategy also left them more vulnerable to the enemies lurking below the water. But after witnessing the dreadful swarm of monstrous butterflies, Sunny was extremely wary of the boundless expanse of the dim sky. Days slowly passed. Sunny continued to advance in his endeavor to turn the covetous coffer into an echo. Gradually, though, his mind drifted away from that riddle, turning somber and grave. His companions wore similar expressions. It was as though they were sensing the approach of a violent storm, a storm of blood, perhaps. Of a battle that was going to test the very essence of their resolve, and maybe find it lacking. Slowly but surely, the idle conversation ceased. The sounds of laughter that used to echo above the deck of the chain breaker disappeared, replaced by grim silence. An oppressive tension settled on the deck of the graceful vessel. Nevertheless, everyone remained calm and collected, preparing for battle with cold determination. Ah! I can smell it. The blood was yet to spill, but its scent had already permeated the air. Strangely enough, very few nightmare creatures attacked their ship, perhaps because even abominations struggled to stay alive this close to the edge. As the days went by, however, their numbers dwindled even further, until none remained at all. That was definitely both strange and worrisome. No place in the tomb of Ariel was supposed to be safe, and since even nightmare creatures were reluctant to venture into these waters, humans like them had to be wary, as well. On the seventh day, they finally saw something rising from above the surface of the river. As the chain breaker drew closer, and they could see the massive object more clearly, Sunny frowned. It was the carcass of an abominable leviathan, its body covered by a pale carapace. The flesh of the nightmare creature had long rotten away, leaving behind only an empty husk. A forest of arrows was rising from the cracked shell, and there were broken harpoons floating in the water around it. There were gaping holes littering the carapace, as well, as if someone had torn through it with sharp teeth, ripping out huge chunks of flesh in the process. Sunny thought that he recognized the marks left behind by those monstrous fangs. Did Dayron kill this abomination? It would make sense, considering that they were close to his city. There was something eerie about the dead nightmare creature, though. Why is it still here? This close to the edge, a powerful current pulled everything into the abyss. Judging by the look of the carcass, the abomination had been slain countless years ago. And yet, it still remained, somehow floating in place. Even the broken harpoons surrounding it had not been carried away by the water. As he frowned, Nephi spoke to Cassie, her voice carrying a hint of unease. Don't approach. The blind seer gently pushed the steering oar, sending the chain breaker around the massive carcass. Jet studied it silently for a few moments, then asked. What do you think happened here? Sunny pursed his lips. It must have been killed by the Twilight people, before the city was lost. I am not sure why it remains in this strange state, though. They were going to find out sooner or later. Leaving the troubling carcass behind, they continued to follow the guiding light. It wasn't long before they encountered more signs of the past battle. There were more dead nightmare creatures, each more terrifying than the previous one. All kinds of horrors seemed to have attacked Twilight once, a long time ago, only to be slain by the warriors of Darren City. And these were only the ones who had resisted the pull of the current, for some reason. Who knew how many dreadful abominations really participated in the harrowing siege? The corpses were littered with all kinds of wounds. Some had been delivered by crafted weapons, some were clearly delivered by powerful memories. Some seemed to have been dealt to the nightmare creatures by the Serpent King himself, or perhaps one of the saints in his service. They also saw fields of flotsam left behind by shattered ships. The sight of floating debris was both sorrowful and ominous. After traveling across the ancient battlefield for several days, they saw relatively intact ships, as well. They were different both from the alloy behemoths of the waking world and the graceful wooden ships of the river people. Their frames were built of wood, but the hulls were plated with armor crafted from bone, shell, and hide from corrupted leviathans. Most were severely damaged, tilted, with gaping breaches in their hulls. Their masts were broken, and the plates of armor covering their sides bore terrible scars. Some were scorched, some seemed to have been partially dissolved by some unknown liquid. In other words, these broken ships looked no different from the corpses of the nightmare creatures their crew had fought against. Dead, abandoned, and forgotten. If there was one thing in common between all of them, though, it was that there was not a living soul aboard. Only bones wearing shredded armor. Everything was dead and silent, even the waters of the great river grew strangely still, the current almost disappearing. Watching the current stop made Sunny feel a deep sense of unease. He had seen the ceaseless flow of the great river halt only once, all those months ago, in the eye of the time storm. Witnessing something similar happening near Twilight made Sunny wary. Just what the hell happened here? They traversed the old battlefield for several more days. By the end of the second week, there were so many dead nightmare creatures and ghostly ships floating in the still water, surrounded by debris and broken weapons, that it became almost impossible to navigate between them. A strange haze hung in the air, limiting how far they could see. With no other choice, Cassie raised the chain breaker higher, and they flew above the scene of harrowing slaughter. The great river was littered with rotten husks of massive abominations, debris, and shattered ships. Shrouded in the somber twilight, they covered the water like a horrid carpet. That carpet stretched into the distance, eventually disappearing in the haze. Sunny was appalled and shaken by this sight. How many people died here? He was no stranger to battlefields, but this one seemed especially somber and poignant. Although there were much less broken ships than there were slain nightmare creatures, this section of the watery battlefield alone must have taken the lives of countless warriors of Twilight. Not all of them had been ascended, after all. Desperate to escape a dying world and create an army of saints to reclaim it, Daeron had led most of his surviving subjects here, both awakened and mundane. Before the fall, they had been truly numerous. What is this place? Effie's voice was low. Nephi's glanced at her, then looked back at the dreadful scene. It's the outskirts of a battlefield. This is where our predecessors, warriors of the Twilight Sea, faced the defiled legion of Verge. The Serpent King had once led his people to besiege the cursed city of Verge, but was forced to retreat after failing to destroy the first Seeker. The forces of the defilement must have launched a war campaign in retaliation, and this was the morbid result. Sunny studied the floating corpses. No wonder the defiled have been slow in obliterating fallen grace. The 6 plagues and their tainted army might have been the victors of the siege of Twilight, but the casualties they had sustained were immeasurably severe. Verge did not possess an infinite number of soldiers, after all. With how many of the defiled abominations seemed to have perished here, in the haze of dawn, there would not be enough of them left to continue an aggressive conquest. Was it different during the first cycle? I wonder. Perhaps, without the 6 plagues, Twilight would still be standing. Same for Weave, and some of the cities ruled by the Sibyls. The cohort would have been able to travel across the great river, slowly gathering allies and building a vast army to destroy Verge. Sunny and Nephis would have obtained the support of the followers of Weaver, Cassie would have become the saint of the river people, Jet and Effie would have gathered the tribes of the river nomads, and Kai would have earned the trust of the King of Twilight with Mordred's help. But maybe not. Maybe Twilight had always been destined to fall before the new challengers arrived, and the Serpent King had always been destined to descend into madness and become a mindless beast. In any case, that past was gone now, and there was no way to uncover its secrets. Instead, Sunny had to carry the weight of King Darren's crown, and of Windflower's trust, to finish what the people of the Twilight Sea had started. He gritted his teeth. I'll use your gifts well. Let's proceed. Guided by the light of the sacred relic of the Sibyls, the chain breaker flew above the carpet of dreadful corpses, the broken ships, and the forests of broken weapons. The edge was drawing closer and closer. They could not see far because of the haze, but the wind brought with it distant whispers. The endless waterfall was not that far, by now. Cassie had lowered the speed of the flying ship to a crawl, afraid that something would unexpectedly attack them from below. This way, at least, they would notice an approaching threat in advance. Sunny was peering into the distance when a swift shadow suddenly fell from the sky, and a black crow landed on Jet's shoulder. Her echo had been scouting ahead, and seemed to have brought news. Soul Reaper looked at Crow and raised an eyebrow. What did you find? The crow opened its wings and cawed. Shiny. Shiny. Jet frowned. Shiny. You found something shiny? The echo stared at her for a couple of moments, then clicked its beak and flew into the air again. Jet glanced at Cassie. We should probably follow. The blind girl hesitated for a bit, then moved the oar, leading the chain breaker away from the direction where the guiding light was pointing. They continued to fly in the direction which used to be downstream, at the same time moving closer to the edge. After some time, a towering edifice revealed itself from the haze. Unlike the carcasses of the leviathans, the structure was clearly made by human hands. A mighty wall rose high above the water, crowned with battlements. The base of the wall was littered with massive spikes, as if to prevent the nightmare creatures from reaching it. There were plenty of dead abominations impaled on these spikes. Several enormous chains stretched into the distance from both sides of the structure, disappearing into the haze. It was a floating fortress. Sunny studied the fortress, impressed by how imposing it looked in the dim twilight of the early dawn. However, for every spike that remained whole, more were bent or broken. Most of the massive chains that had been connected to the sides of the fortress once were torn and covered by rust. The mighty walls were breached and had partially collapsed. The battlements were littered with human bones, with tattered flags hanging lifelessly in the forlorn stillness. The ghost fortress stood empty and conquered, and only the rare rattling of rusty chains broke the hollow silence that surrounded it. Crow was heading directly to the battlements. Landing on the parapet of a partially collapsed bastion, the black bird raised its beak and cawed loudly. Its caws echoed above the water, spreading far and wide. Frowning slightly, Cassie brought the chain breaker to a halt. The members of the cohort gathered on the bow, studying the breached fortress. The guiding light was still pointing away from it, so why had Jet's crow brought them here? Sunny was just about to speak when he noticed something from the corner of his eye. Out there, atop the collapsed bastion, something had just shined brightly. Turning his head, he narrowed his eyes with a frown. What is it? A moment later, there was a bright shine again, but it disappeared almost immediately. There was a skeletal corpse in polished steel armor laying on the battlement, its back leaning against the locking mechanism of one of the chains. As the chain swayed in the water, the corpse was pushed lightly up and down. When it moved, soft sunlight reflected from the polished surface of its breastplate, almost as if inviting them to come. Sunny tilted his head. That armor. It was mostly covered in grime, but some of it was clean, revealing lustrous, polished steel. That steel was so perfectly polished, in fact, that it was almost like a mirror. He took a deep breath. It seemed that Mordred, the Prince of Nothing, was welcoming them to twilight. The chain breaker rose higher, eventually cresting the wall of the floating stronghold and coming to a stop above the ramparts. From there, they could see a bit further into the haze. Far away to their left, another floating fortress could barely be seen in the dim twilight, just as battered and forlorn as this one. There was one more to their right. All three had been connected by thick chains once, but those had long been torn. Sunny remained motionless for a moment. It's a barrier to block the great river. There must have been a ring of these fortresses built around twilight once, with massive chains strung between them both above and beneath the water. That way, the defiled would have had to break through the chain barrier before reaching the city. The other choice would have been to dive much deeper and bypass the fearsome barricade of floating fortresses altogether. But that would have left their backs wide open to retaliation by the garrisons of the vanguard strongholds. In any case, it was easy to see that the defiled had chosen to assault the chain barrier directly. The fighting seemed to have been especially harrowing in the vicinity of the fallen fortresses. And beyond them. Sunny shivered. On the other side of the breached stronghold, there were so many floating corpses that he could barely see the water. It was to such a degree that one could probably walk from here to twilight without getting their boots wet once. Frowning, he placed his hand on the railing. Before he did, however, Sunny hesitated for a moment and looked at his companions. Mordred. The Prince of Nothing was their ally in this nightmare, or at least, he was supposed to be. In truth, it was hard to predict what the devious bastard would do. In the second nightmare, Mordred had slaughtered the entire population of the northern reaches of the Kingdom of Hope, all in pursuit of power. So, he was not someone who was going to have a problem with destroying the remains of the river civilization to achieve his goals. Nor would he feel burdened by releasing the defiled saints into the waking world. In other words, Mordred could have chosen to ally himself with the 6 plagues if he thought that their method of conquering the nightmare was better. However, Sunny was pretty sure that the plagues needed to either kill or defile every human in the tomb of Ariel to win. And, no matter how odious, Mordred was still a human. Unless the Prince of Nothing was ready to surrender his soul to corruption, his only way out of the tomb was to destroy the first seeker. At least that was what Sunny hoped for, especially because Mordred was the only person who could teach them about Soul Stealer's flaw, or at least use his knowledge of it to slay his past version. Still, Cassie was immune to Mordred's power due to being blind. Neff's soul sea was most likely just as dangerous as Sunny's. If Mordred tried to possess her, he would be incinerated in a radiant inferno of white flame. Jet's shattered soul could not be easily possessed either, due to how unique her aspect was. But Effie had no defense against the Prince of Nothing. The anvil amulet forged by Mordred's father to protect people against his son was with Kai. Back in the second nightmare, the huntress had refused to take it in favor of the charming archer. Of course, it wasn't a given that Mordred would be able to defeat Effie in a soul battle. But Sunny did not want to risk it. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at the huntress and said, "Can you stay and guard the ship?" She frowned a little, but then nodded and forced out a smile. "Sure. You guys go and have fun." With that, she took a step back and leaned on her spear. Sunny took Neff's hand and pulled her into the shadows. The two of them appeared on the battlements below a moment later, while Jet simply jumped down. Cassie glided down with the help of the quiet dancer and landed elegantly among the weathered corpses. All around them were the skeletal remains of the warriors of Twilight. It was easy to see which had been awakened once, and which had been mundane humans. The former were covered only by rotten fabric, their memory armor long gone. The latter wore suits of armor crafted from the hides of nightmare creatures and sublime steel. The corpse Sunny and his companions were looking for was nearby, resting against the locking mechanism of one of the siege chains. They approached the dead man carefully. Soon, Sunny could see the 4 of them reflected in the polished breastplate of the dead man. A white skull stared at him eerily from above it, the empty pits of its eyes full of darkness. Sunny had expected to see Mordred hiding in the reflection, but, to his surprise, there were only 4 figures there: Nephice, Cassie, Jet, and himself. Just what is that bastard planning? For a moment, he was even unsure if Mordred had anything to do with this place. Was it all a coincidence? Then, however, suddenly, Sunny realized that he could not look away from his own reflection. He stared at it, feeling strangely drawn to the polished breastplate, as if an invisible force of attraction was pulling him in. In the next moment, the world seemed to have flipped. Everything remained the same, but also strangely, inverted. What was to his right was now to his left, while what was to his left was to his right. Sunny was more or less ambidextrous, but he still favored his left hand. Now, he weirdly felt his right hand was more responsive. The corpse in lustrous armor was still there. The sky was painted pale lilac by the light of dawn. The chain breaker hung above him, with only a few branches of the sacred tree visible from this angle. But, only the flying ship was reflecting in the polished breastplate now. The reflections of the cohort were gone. A cold chill ran down his spine. Sunny gritted his teeth. Am inside of a reflection. He perceived his companions through shadow sense, making sure that they were still with him. Thankfully, they seemed to be unharmed. Before Sunny could ascertain the situation, though, a familiar voice resounded from behind him. It was just as it had been years ago, in the empty darkness of the sky below. My, oh my. Sunless, ladies, I am so incredibly glad to see that you've been able to make it. Sunny slowly turned around and looked behind him, and there he was, the Prince of Nothing. Mordred looked almost exactly like he had the first time Sunny saw his true face. Tall, slender, with raven black hair and a sharp face that wasn't exactly handsome, but possessed a strange beauty to it. His most striking feature, however, were his mirror-like eyes, which reflected the world back on itself like 2 pools of liquid silver. There was a pleasant, but hollow smile on Mordred's lips. Wait, something is wrong. Sunny frowned. The last time he had seen the Prince of Nothing, moments before entering the Seat of Nightmare, the bastard was battered and bruised, covered in dried blood, and missing a hand. But now, Mordred looked perfectly fine, there were no wounds on his body and no bloodstains on his tunic. Even his hand was back, as if it had never been severed. Mordred's smile widened slightly when he noticed Sunny's gaze. Raising the hand in question, he waved at them. It doesn't seem like I've been missed. How hurtful. Sunny lingered for a moment, then asked cautiously. Where are we? The space surrounding them looked like one of the floating fortresses of Twilight's chain barrier, but it was also different. Not even mentioning the fact that the entire world had flipped from left to right, there seemed to be a limit to this place. Not too far away from them, the dreadful battlefield disappeared, turning into pure nothing. It was as though someone had erased most of the world, leaving only a small island of matter drifting in the sea of nothingness. It only encompasses what is reflected in the polished breastplate. Sunny felt a chill when he realized that fact. It seemed that his theory that Mordred had somehow pulled them into a reflection was correct. Indeed, the space they had found themselves in only contained the part of the world that reflected in the lustrous breastplate of the withered corpse, and a small area around it. The Prince of Nothing looked around, then raised his hands in a welcoming gesture. Ah! This is, let's call it the Mirror Realm. Consider it an extension of my ascended ability. In a sense, it is. Sunny did not like the sound of these words at all. Neither did his companions. Frowning slightly, Nephice placed her hand on the hilt of her sword and asked in an even tone. In a sense. Mordred hesitated. Well, it's a long story. Sadly, time is a luxury that we can't afford at the moment. Cassie tilted her head a little. Why not? He gave her a guarded look, then looked around with discomfort. There are dangers prowling in this mirror realm, just like there are outside it. I have already taken a considerable risk by coming to warn you. Do not continue on your way to Twilight, otherwise, you will never come back. His ominous warning hung between them, turning the eerie atmosphere of the fallen fortress even more frightening. Sunny took a deep breath, then asked in a dark tone. Why? Aren't you here? And where is Kai? You haven't done anything to him, have you? Because, if you did, you better start praying to the dead gods. Mordred stared at him for a moment. Ah, so much hostility. Granted, I might have deserved such treatment, a bit, but don't fret. Your friend should still be alive. In fact, I'm quite confident that he is. As for how I am able to hold this conversation, you are mistaken. I am not, in fact, here. My reflection is, while my body is lost somewhere in Twilight. If you want to know more, though, you'll have to come with me to somewhere we'll be safe from the monster roaming this mirror realm. You might not value your lives, but I do. Sunny shook his head. That is not good enough. What monster are you talking about? And what do you mean, your body is lost? Was it destroyed? Are you a mirror ghost again? The Prince of Nothing looked at him with a somber expression. It's not nice to call people ghosts, Sunless. Sunny scoffed. Since when am I a nice person? Just answer the questions, damn it. Mordred sighed. My body is, not destroyed. It's just trapped within the city. As far as I was able to ascertain, it has something to do with the enchantment array that was set up by the inhabitants of Twilight. In any case, I can't freely move in the physical world. The same goes for your friend, Nightingale. The difference is that I am able to escape into the mirrors, while he can't. It's for the best, really, even I have barely survived here. Sunny wanted to say something, but Nephice interrupted him. Raising a hand, she said impassively. One of us stayed back to guard the ship. Is she in danger, as well? Mordred shook his head. As long as the ship does not come closer to Twilight, she'll be fine. It is us, the visitors of the mirror realm, who are in danger. However, this is also the only place where we can talk, unless one of you is willing to surrender your body to me, of course. He glanced at them and grinned. I guess none of you are, though. Sunny gritted his teeth and growled, his voice full of threatening malice. You're goddamn right. Don't even think about it. Mordred sighed. Well, then. I don't have much essence left, but it's enough to invite one more person. With that, there was a sound of ringing glass, and Effie was suddenly standing near them, a perplexed expression on her face. However, it was the Prince of Nothing who looked truly startled. His usual mask of pleasant friendliness cracked for a moment, revealing a hint of sincere bewilderment. Staring at Effie's belly, Mordred remained silent for a few moments, and then said incredulously. Ascended Athena, why are you? Hearing that, Effie smiled sweetly. Pregnant? Well, you see, Your Highness, when a man and a woman love each other very much. Sunny's face twitched. No way. Was it really happening? While Effie was giving Mordred, who silently listened to her with a strange expression on his usually composed face, the talk about the birds and the bees, Sunny secretly looked around. A mirror realm. He had never learned what Mordred's ascended ability was, and he did not really know now, either. But it seemed to have something to do with establishing a physical space in the realm of reflections, or at least a space capable of containing physical items and living things. So, in a sense, Mordred carried within himself a pocket dimension, similar to Effie's supreme memory. It was a pure utility ability. But there were still many questions about its reach and extent. For example, could any reflection become an entrance to this mirror realm? No, he had called it a mirror realm. So could there be many of such realms? What was the scope of the space he could create? What were its limitations? The idyllic meadow inside Effie's locket, for example, was around 3 kilometers across. Additionally, while she could send people and creatures inside without asking for permission, it was easy to escape. All one had to do was reach the edge of the small world and attack its painted boundaries. With enough force, the fabric of the pocket dimension would come undone, and the locket would be damaged. What about Mordred's mirror realm? He had already shown the ability to pull people inside against their will, even from some distance. How would one escape being trapped in a reflection? What powers did Mordred possess within this mirror world that he did not have outside? More than that, could it be connected to 2 reflections at the same time, serving as a bridge between 2 physical places? There were too many questions. No, I'm thinking about it wrong. The Prince of Nothing had not said that this was a manifestation of his ascended ability. He had said that it was an extension of it. How had his ability been extended? Who had extended it? And why was there a monster roaming its expanse, one dangerous enough to make Mordred wary? Who could invade Mordred's mirror realm? A dark expression appeared on Sunny's face. He could think of an answer. And that answer was not at all to his liking. Finally, Mordred cleared his throat and interrupted Effie. I see. That, please accept my sincere congratulations. I guess. Congratulations. Ah, but we've already spent too much time here. It's time to leave. Before any of them could say anything, the world around them rippled. In the next moment, they found themselves somewhere else, a place much different from the fallen fortress. Sunny tensed. There was a vast and somber expanse around them. The gray sky was covered by stormy clouds. The surface beneath their feet was shrouded in white mist. The whole space was suffused with soft light, and there, high above, a single radiant sphere was shining like a sun, its pale rays falling through the veil of storm clouds. It seemed as though vague symbols were carved into the surface of the sun, but Sunny could not see them clearly. This place resembled a soul sea. Turning his head slightly, Sunny flinched. There were motionless figures standing in a row in front of him. For a moment, he even mistook them for the silent shadows, but no, they weren't shadows. They were people, standing in the mist with empty expressions and hollow eyes. A handsome young man wearing stylish clothes of the waking world. A woman with a weathered face, wearing cheap synthetic attire. A hunched old man in a plain suit similar to those the government officials wore. A broad-shouldered warrior clad in a suit of armor in the colors of clan valor, who looked familiar. A young woman in the uniform of the evacuation army, and a few more. There were several nightmare creatures among them, as well, each more repulsive than the previous one. They were Mordred's bodies. Noticing Sunny's appalled gaze, the Prince of Nothing grinned. Perusing my wardrobe? I hope you don't mind. Sunny gritted his teeth and looked at his companions, who all stared at the hollow bodies with repulsed expressions. He shook his head and turned away. Mordred chuckled. Why, don't look at me as if I'm some kind of monster. These people weren't using their bodies well, anyway. Like this one. He patted the handsome young man on the shoulder. I took his body while he was dangling in a noose. That one had only a few excruciating hours left to live, her body full of poison from years of toil in an underground factory. This one, well, this one was surprisingly healthy. But he had siphoned the credits meant for security measures and falsified inspection results to keep the factory running. Ah, well, the one next to him is a retainer of clan valor. Enough said. Mordred shook his head. I too have standards, you know. Then, noticing Sunny's unconvinced gaze, and perhaps remembering the time he tried to steal Sunny's own body for no reason whatsoever, apart from convenience, he added with an elegant smile. When it suits me. In any case, we should be safe here. This space is mine and mine alone. Sunny took a deep breath, then looked around. Finally, he showed a sign of interest. Is this, your soul sea? Mordred took a few steps forward, his feet drowning in the swirling mist, and stopped beneath the pale sun. It is a reflection of my soul sea, technically. This is the true manifestation of my ascended ability. Sunny remained silent for a moment. Suddenly, he remembered the day Nightmare had come into his true power as a terror, unlocking the Dream Curse ability. I wonder, this ascended ability of his. Could it be called a lesser mirror domain? But then, he frowned. Wait, if this is your mirror realm, then what was that reflection of the floating fortress? Mordred smiled silently. What else? It's a manifestation of the same ability, just not mine. My powers are not grand enough to encompass an entire city, let alone its surroundings. I simply snuck there like a thief. The true master of that place. He grew silent for a moment and then added in a displeased tone. Is a rather unpleasant fellow. I think he goes by Soul Stealer. What? The members of the cohort all stared at Mordred, their expressions grim. Noticing their reaction, he smiled. I was rather surprised to learn about the identities of these 6 plagues, but it seems that you are already familiar with them. Good. It will spare me the explanations. At that moment, Jet, who had been keeping quiet until then, finally spoke. Soul Stealer is here, in Twilight. Mordred remained silent for a few moments. Eventually, he sighed. He is. I've been playing hide and seek with him for, gods, I don't even know how long. Time is a funny concept here in Twilight, really. And let me tell you, there is no worse company than a demented nightmare creature version of yourself. He remained silent for a moment, then added matter-of-factly. He's not the only one, either. The Dread Lord is here, too. Sunny flinched, experienced a visceral reaction to those words. Damnation. Suddenly, he felt vulnerable and exposed, surrounded by terrible danger. None of them had felt safe while approaching Twilight, but still, the sense of pure dread he felt at the mention of the ruler of Verge was almost palpable. It was not that Sunny was afraid of the Dread Lord, he knew that the cohort would have to clash with the leader of the plagues eventually. But facing him already was simply too unexpected, too sudden. What the hell is happening? Twilight was supposed to be their last stop before the final battle, not the final battle itself. How could the tyrant of Verge already be here, within reach? How could they already be in his grasp? Nephi gripped the hilt of her sword, clearly thinking the same. Mordred, meanwhile, shook his head. "Oh, please forgive me. I should have mentioned first that you don't have to worry about the Dreadlord. He can't harm us. In fact, Soul Stealer can't harm us either, unless we enter his territory. They are just as trapped as I am. And your friend, Nightingale, is." Sunny let out a frustrated sigh. "Can you just explain what is going on, damn it?" Mordred gave him an amused glance. "Why, certainly. I was just getting to it, but I've been waiting for this moment for so long. It will be a shame not to enjoy it." He looked at each of them with a pleasant smile, and then shrugged. "Where do I start? First, as you might have noticed, there was a terrible battle here, in Twilight, countless years ago. The forces of defilement, that is what it's called, right? Wanted to destroy the city, while the warriors of Twilight naturally wanted to prevent it from happening." He sighed theatrically. "Sadly, they failed. Suffering terrible losses, the abominations broke through the outer barrier and breached the walls of the city. From what I gathered, that was possible because the defiled legion was led by the Dreadlord, as well as my own corrupted self. Mind you, everything I know was observed while exploring the mirrored version of Twilight. I haven't spoken to a soul since entering the nightmare, so, my information might be wrong or incomplete." Mordred remained silent for a moment. "In any case, from the looks of it, the walls were breached, and the Dreadlord entered the city with the remaining nightmare creatures. The streets of Twilight are a battlefield, countless humans desperately fighting against the abominations and their terrible master, while some seem to be turning into abominations themselves. It's a proper mess." There was something strange about what he had said. Nephi tilted her head a little. "Are a battlefield? Not we're a battlefield." The Prince of Nothing nodded with a dark smile. "Indeed. In the midst of this titanic battle, you see, someone activated the enchantment array of the city. A truly powerful sorcery was awakened, its influence swallowing all of Twilight." Sunny groaned inwardly. "Windflower did tell me about it, didn't she? That the defensive array of Twilight was similar to the vast enchantment of Eletheus Island. Both even used a fragment of the estuary as a core." He sighed. "Don't tell me. Does the same day keep repeating itself in Twilight?" Mordred gave him a strange look. "What? No, what gave you such an odd idea? That would be quite bizarre." "Huh?" Sunny stared back at him, confused. "Then what did the activation of the defensive array do?" The Prince of Nothing lingered for a moment, then smiled. "Well, simply put, it froze time." The members of the cohort stared at him incredulously. "Froze time?" Effie's voice sounded a bit exasperated, as if she was tired of time behaving in all the wrong ways here, on the Great River. And who could blame her? Sunny felt the same. Hearing her tone, Mordred smiled. "Ah, it seems like you have experienced more than your fair share of strangeness here in the tomb of Ariel. But, answering your question, yes, it froze time. The moment the defensive array was activated, time inside Twilight completely stopped. And so, the battle raging on its streets stopped, as well." He shook his head. "The citizens and warriors of Twilight are standing there like statues, frozen in strange poses. The nightmare creatures are the same. Even the Dreadlord, despite all his power and authority, was caught in the trap. Now, he's more of a monument to the ruler of Verge, as opposed to an actual tyrant." Mordred's face grew somber. "Of course, none of them are truly dead. Just, caught between two moments, forever. If one day the defensive array is deactivated, the battle will resume, and the Dreadlord will awaken. Don't think that you can kill him while he's vulnerable, too. The moment you step inside Twilight, the time will stop for you, as well." Even inanimate objects will be frozen in time. It's a perfect trap. He chuckled. If a little desperate. Why would the people of Twilight activate the array before evacuating the city? I don't know. What I do know, though, is that the spell played a cruel prank on me. And Nightingale. Sunny had yet to recover from the news that the Dread Lord, someone who was supposed to be their ultimate enemy in this nightmare, turned out to have already been removed from the board, by someone. He did not need to guess the identity of that someone, really. Who could have manipulated the events of the Siege of Twilight? It had to have been the Mad Prince, himself, who had stabbed his master in the back. And while Sunny was reeling from the news, the meaning of the last words spoken by Mordred finally reached his mind. His eyes narrowed. Wait. Nephice was the first one to speak. What do you mean? What did the spell do? Mordred looked at them with a dark expression. Isn't it obvious? The roles it assigned to me and Nightingale were warriors of Twilight. Therefore, the moment we entered the nightmare, we were already caught in frozen time. Stuck in an inescapable trap. He chuckled wryly. My physical body is also there, standing like a statue in the middle of a frozen battle. So is Nightingale's. It's just that my reflection had escaped into the mirror realm, but for him, not a single moment has passed since the start of the nightmare. He doesn't even know what fate has befallen him. The Prince of Nothing shook his head with resentment. Oh, and there's another creature in Twilight who is in a similar situation to mine. Soul Stealer, that monster. While my realm is modest in size, his encompasses all reflections in the city. I don't know where his physical body is hidden, but his reflection is prowling the mirror Twilight. And it is dreadful enough to give me fright. He grew silent for a moment, and then smiled. There. I think I explained the important parts. I'm sure you have questions. Nephice gave him a long look, then nodded. I have a question. If I understood it correctly, are you trying to say? White sparks ignited in her eyes. That there is an army of awakened warriors, countless thousands of them, inside Twilight? All waiting for the defensive array to be deactivated, so that they could resume the battle against the defilement. Sunny should have expected what question Nephice would ask. The Dread Lord was in Twilight. Soul Stealer was there, as well. The city itself was frozen in time. Finally, the truth of how it had been lost was revealed. But what mattered most was that there was also an army of human warriors there, all the people from the Twilight Sea, except for those who had perished during the siege of Verge and the subsequent retaliation of the defiled horde. Could they really be saved by deactivating the defensive array? Sunny had just the memory to do it. However, the things Mordred had shared with them changed the entire game. Sure, the question Nephice had asked was reasonable. The primary goal of coming to Twilight was to rescue Kai, but they had harbored a tentative hope of finding more allies here, as well. Now, even if there was a caveat, it seemed that their hope could come true. But, why was it that they needed allies, to begin with? It was to have enough forces in order to attack Verge, which was supposed to be guarded by the Legion of Defiled Abominations and the 6 Plagues. Now, 3 of the plagues were gone. Of the remaining 3, 2 were trapped here in Twilight. Numerous defiled had either perished or become frozen in time here, as well. Then, didn't it mean that Verge was far more vulnerable than they had ever expected? Vulnerable enough so that the cohort had a chance of destroying the first Seeker without the aid of powerful allies, perhaps. It was as though the only ally they needed was the Mad Prince. A subtle frown appeared on Sunny's face. Aren't I putting too much trust into a nightmare creature? Sure, the vile madman's motives seemed to align with his. But to what degree? And could an ending envisioned by a demented abomination truly fit what Sunny wanted to achieve? It could not. For example, Sunny would have never massacred Weave and treated Ananke so cruelly, but for the Mad Prince, it was a perfectly acceptable course of action. Who was to say that the bastard had not planned for something similar to happen again? What else would he have been willing to sacrifice in order to achieve his goal? Doubt, doubt. Sunny was full of doubt. Mordred, meanwhile, raised an eyebrow with an amused smile. He studied Nephi's for a few moments, then answered in a pleasant tone. Why, although I can't be entirely sure, it appears so. Yes, there seems to be an army of awakened warriors in twilight, all waiting to resume the battle against the defilement. He paused briefly. Do remember that there is also an army of the nightmare creatures there, complete with 2 dreadful defiled champions. But what of it? The point is moot, unless you have discovered a method to control the defensive array of twilight during your travels, of course. Mordred looked at each of them in turn, and then asked with a hint of curiosity. Have you? Jet raised her eyebrows slightly. You seem to be strangely certain that we have. The Prince of Nothing chuckled. Ah, I'll admit it. Yes, I am quite confident that you do, indeed, possess the means of lifting the curse enveloping twilight. The spell is always fair, after all, in its own perverse way. Granted, I find its treatment very distasteful this time around. I have been left with no choice but to rely on others to help me escape this predicament, more or less. He smiled. But that is exactly why I believe that you, the others in question, must have a way of helping me free myself. Otherwise, the spell would have been entirely unreasonable, which it never is. Sunny scoffed. Help you? Do we have a reason to help you? All of us are in this mess because of you. If it wasn't for you and your schemes, the Battle of the Black Skull would have never happened, and we wouldn't have ended up in this damned nightmare. Mordred studied him with a friendly smile, then shrugged nonchalantly. Such a small trifle. Are you still mad about it? You should really learn how to let go of past grievances and forgive people, Sunless. Holding on to spite is a terrible way to live a life. Just look at me. You spoke so convincingly about not wanting to serve the great clans, then went and joined the army of valor anyway. But am I mad? No. I graciously forgave you a long time ago. He looked at them with reproach, waited for a few moments, and shrugged. Well, if that does not convince you, there is still your friend Nightingale. You might not feel very motivated to help me, but what about him? You aren't going to leave him to rot in twilight, are you? Sunny glared at the Prince of Nothing for a bit, then grimaced and shook his head. No, most likely. And yes, we do have a way to control the defensive array. However, it is not a given that we should. He looked at Nephi and said, his voice somber. As I see it, we have 2 choices. One is to enter twilight, deactivate the array, then try to kill the Dread Lord and Soul Stealer with the help of Darren's army. If we survive, the 7 of us will lead that army to besiege Verge and finish off Torment and the First Seeker. His expression darkened. The other choice is to leave Twilight without facing the Dread Lord and go directly to Verge, just the 5 of us. There can't be that many defiled left there, serving Torment. It will be dangerous, of course, but perhaps less dangerous than fighting the Dread Lord and Soul Stealer. Mordred coughed. Aren't you forgetting something? Abandoning your friend to avoid danger, ah, how heartless. Really, Sunless, I thought better of you. Sunny gave him a dirty look. Who is abandoning who? If we manage to destroy the First Seeker, the nightmare will be over. Both of you will return to the waking world as saints without having done anything. Mordred shook his head. What if you fail? At the risk of sounding presumptuous, you know what I am capable of. Don't you think that having me with you will increase our chances of escaping the nightmare? 7 is much better than 5, anyway. There is no reason to settle for less when you can have more. Sunny remained silent for a while, then sighed and looked at Nephi. Honestly, he found himself agreeing with Mordred. Not only because having the Prince of Nothing fighting by their side would be a boon during the assault on Verge, but simply because leaving Kai behind did not sit right with him. Sunny was not a superstitious man, but he knew more about fate than most. Sure, in theory, a person could conquer a nightmare without contributing anything to its completion. But in practice, the spell was never that kind. One way or the other, trying to hide and bide your time almost always invited disaster. So, even if there was no logical reason to worry about Kai, Sunny had a feeling that simply leaving their friend frozen in time would not end well, both for him and for them. After hesitating for a few moments, he shook his head. I don't know. Neff, it's your decision. She glanced at him, then shrugged. Her answer was just as he had expected. What is there to decide? Let's kill the Dread Lord. We'll go conquer the nightmare after he is dead. Nephice remained silent for a few moments, then shook her hand and gripped the hilt of her sword. Sparks of white flame were still dancing in her beautiful gray eyes. I am not suggesting it rashly. We have already faced 2 of the 6 plagues, so we know how fearsome they are. Mordred looked at her in surprise. Wait, you did? She nodded. Yes. There were unique circumstances that allowed us to exploit their flaws. As a result, Undying Slaughter killed Devouring Beast, and was then finished off by the 5 of us. She had been greatly weakened, and still, we barely managed to survive that battle. Nephice glanced at Sunny. Then, a hint of a smile appeared on her lips. Glancing at Mordred, she said. Oh, and Sunny personally erased the Mad Prince from existence, so thoroughly that there's not even a corpse left. So, the 6 plagues are now down to 3. Sunny stared at her incredulously. Everything she had said was technically true. The Mad Prince had, indeed, been erased from existence by Sunny, because Sunny was the Mad Prince. There had not been a corpse left by the transition, either. But why did it sound so misleading and outrageous? Did she just steal a page from my book? Was it really the right time to tease him? Nephice, meanwhile, ignored the amused smile on Mordred's lips and continued. In any case, I am not underestimating the threat posed by the Dread Lord and Soul Stealer. I would not have suggested facing them directly in other circumstances, at least not without being able to thoroughly prepare a battlefield of our choosing. But the situation is different here, in Twilight. Here, we'll have an army of allies on our side. This might very well be the best chance of slaying these monsters we'll ever have. One I am unwilling to pass by. She remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. However, I will not force anyone to follow this plan. You'll have to decide for yourself. As soon as she was done talking, Mordred smiled brightly. Why, I think that it is a great plan. Lady Changing Star, you are truly wise. Your exalted reputation is very well deserved, it seems. How wonderful. His smile was perfectly sincere, but Sunny knew the bastard well enough to guess what he was really thinking. Something like, it's just a shame that I'll have to gruesomely kill you in the future. Well, since it's inevitable, I might as well try to enjoy the process, when the day comes. Sunny's eyes darkened. He stared at Mordred for a bit, then spat through gritted teeth. I don't mind killing Soul Stealer, oh, and the Dread Lord, either. Jet simply shrugged. We'll only ever challenge a 3rd nightmare once. Might as well do it right. Effie was the last to speak. Holding her belly, she hesitated for a bit, then smiled. I mean, we're not really going to leave Kai in this pit, are we? Let's come up with a good plan and crush those bastards. Or, if we can't, let's grab Kai and run away in the chaos. I'm sure we can manage that, at least. Finally, all eyes settled on Nephice. She nodded solemnly and looked at Mordred. Her face was motionless, with only the white flames dancing in the depths of her striking gray eyes. See, Lord Mordred, we are willing to help you escape Twilight. However, there is a condition. He raised an eyebrow. Oh. Do tell what you have in mind. She remained silent for a while, studying him, then said in an even tone. As I already mentioned, we were able to slay Undying Slaughter. However, it wasn't because we were more powerful than her. Instead, it was because we managed to exploit her flaw, since the plagues are defiled versions of ourselves, the knowledge of their flaws is the best weapon we possess. Nephi's crossed her arms and added, her expression somber. Sadly, the Dread Lord does not possess a flaw that we can exploit. That already robs us of our main advantage. As for Soul Stealer, we simply don't know what his flaw is. Only you know that. So, if you want our help, you'll have to share that knowledge. At least in case it can help us defeat him. Mordred looked at them with a pleasant smile. Then, he laughed. You want to know what my flaw is? How daring. Should I help you tie a noose around my neck, while we're at it? Nephis did not respond, simply staring at him with her radiant eyes. Slowly, the smile disappeared from Mordred's face. He sighed, then shook his head with a reluctant expression. Forget it. Soul Stealer's flaw cannot help you kill him, anyway. Because, it's not here. Confused, Sunny gave him a long look. What do you mean, it's not here? Mordred shrugged. I mean just that. My flaw is not here, in the nightmare. I didn't bring it along. It would be quite foolish to carry something that dangerous around, wouldn't it? His expression was a bit dejected, as if he was not happy about having to share even that little piece of information with them. Sunny, meanwhile, was stunned. What? What kind of flaw can be carried around or left behind? Does it exist outside Mordred? He had never heard about a flaw like that. But then again, he had never heard about someone like the Prince of Nothing. Divine aspects were both extremely rare and bizarre, so who was to say that Mordred's flaw wasn't just as odd? Nephi sighed. So how do we kill him? Mordred grimaced. Kill him, it's not going to be easy. As you might know, I am famously hard to kill. He hesitated for a moment, then pointed to Sunny. Soul Stealer won't die if you destroy his physical body. He might not even die if you destroy his soul. To truly get rid of him, we'll need to destroy his reflection. And there are only two ways to achieve that. The Prince of Nothing paused, then reluctantly shared the secret of how he could be killed. First is to defeat him in a soul battle when he tries to take possession of your body. Of all of us here, Sunless has the best chance of accomplishing something like that, perhaps changing Star, as well. Followed by me. No offense, but the rest of you don't stand a chance. Effie and Jet shrugged in unison. None taken. Cassie, who had remained silent before, finally spoke. What is the second way? Mordred nodded. The second way is to destroy his physical body while there are no other bodies around, and no reflections for him to flee into, either. Needless to say, that way is not very feasible. So, we'll have to somehow lure him into the soul of either Sunless, Lady Nephis, or me. His face suddenly grew dim. Mind you, even I don't know what Soul Stealer's transformation ability is. So, he might give us a nasty surprise. In fact, I'm pretty sure that he will. Sunny smiled darkly. That's all right. We are full of surprises, as well. Not the least of which is that the Mad Prince is supporting us from beyond the grave. He knew that I would receive the crown of Twilight. He also knew that I'd come to see Windflower and learn about its connection to the defensive array of this city. The mad bastard had most likely trapped the Dread Lord and Soul Stealer in frozen time himself, while I'll be the one to release them. Surely, all of it is not a coincidence. Nephis nodded. Let us share information. After learning everything you know about Twilight, we will come up with a plan and prepare. A strange, faint smile appeared on her lips. And then, we will make sure that the three plagues are no more, and only torment remains. We will win. Sunny and his companions had come to Twilight expecting a battle, and now, that battle was swiftly approaching. The identity of the enemy was far more fearsome than they had expected, as well. In fact, it was far too fearsome, while the scope of the battle was far too great. The situation had changed too fast, leaving Sunny shaken. It's strange. He had spent, how long? Around 8 months in this nightmare. It was already longer than his stay in the Kingdom of Hope had been, and that was without even considering the long stretches of time that passed without being experienced by him. But still, Sunny had not expected the culmination of the nightmare to happen so suddenly. And that was what the battle in Twilight promised to be, the most dreadful and deadly confrontation they would experience in the tomb of Ariel. The threat Verge posed paled in comparison to it. If they were to win here, in this lost and forsaken city, the rest of the nightmare would be simply an epilogue. Of course, that was only so because of Nephis and her longing. Still, Sunny was struggling to adjust to the shifting landscape of the nightmare. Nevertheless, he was ready. Now, there were 6 challengers working together to pass the dreadful trial of the spell. Well, 5.5, considering that Mordred's physical body was frozen beyond the walls of Twilight. 3 of them possessed divine aspects, 2 were among the most deadly masters in the world. There was Cassie, as well, whom Sunny could not even place into any kind of power hierarchy. Together, they tried to come up with a plan to kill the Dread Lord and liberate Twilight. Or rather, an approach. There was too little information and too many unknown factors to formulate a specific plan. The best they could do was learn everything there was to learn and come up with various strategies, then switch between them according to the situation. Finally, there was nothing left to discuss. Standing in the mirror version of the floating fortress once again, the 6 of them looked beyond its walls, into the twilight haze of dawn. Mordred was strangely withdrawn. Eventually, he smiled. There is no point in wasting time. Remember, stay close to me at all times. I will try to hide us from Soul Stealer's gaze as best I can. He paused for a moment and then added nonchalantly. Of course, we can still stumble upon that monster directly. If that happens, well. At least it will be painless. With a chuckle, he jumped over the battlement and swiftly climbed down the crumbling wall of the fortress. The rest of them followed, careful not to make too much noise. Luckily, there were no spikes protruding from the base of the fortress on the other side. Sunny and his companions were able to descend easily, stepping on the carapace of a dead behemoth that floated in the still water below the wall. Mordred was already there, waiting for them. The chain barrier protecting the city was broken, but it was not the only defensive measure prepared by Twilight. The Dread Lord paid a heavy price to reach the city wall. Ah, but you can see for yourselves, a thrilling sight, isn't it? Sunny did not share his enthusiasm. The surface of the great river in front of them was covered by a carpet of giant corpses. The abominations that had perished here had been terribly mangled, their grotesque bodies littered with ghastly wounds. Here and there, broken ships were floating in still water, with masts that rose into the haze like dead trees. Taking a step forward, Mordred headed to the edge of the carapace. We can move freely here in the mirror realm. If we weren't in a reflection, however, the frozen time would have already started to envelop us. The most insidious part is that we would have been none the wiser. Eventually, our time would have halted entirely, without us ever knowing. Ah, what a terrible fate. Reaching the point where the carapace of the dead abomination disappeared underwater, he easily jumped onto the next one and beckoned them to follow. Come. The sooner we reach the heart of the city, the better. Together, the 6 of them traversed the dreadful field of floating corpses. With each step, Sunny felt his mood turning more and more grave. The horrid landscape surrounding them was somber, bleak, and silent, but it was proof that an act of unimaginable violence had taken place here once, a long time ago. More than that, the reflection of Soul Stealer could be somewhere close, stalking the twilight haze. He could not allow himself to lose focus. Damnation. Guided by Mordred, the cohort moved from one carcass to another, sometimes walking across the shattered decks of empty ships. There was not a single living soul aboard them, however, the closer they got to Twilight, the more well-preserved the corpses of the dead crew members seemed. You noticed it, I guess. Mordred lingered for a moment, glancing at one of the dead warriors. The man looked as if he had only died a few days ago. The Prince of Nothing walked past. This close to the city wall, time is already very slow. It will stop completely beyond it. Just as he said that, they finally saw the walls of twilight. Unlike Weave and Fallen Grace, which were built by connecting a scattering of island ships, Twilight had been built on a single, vast landmass. Or rather, perhaps, landmass was not the right word to describe it. Instead, a carapace of an unfathomably immense nightmare creature served as its foundation. Sunny felt petrified when he realized just how enormous that abomination must have been, once. It was far greater than anything he had even seen, incomparable to even the gargantuan black turtle. And yet, it was dead now, its colossal bones supporting a sprawling city. Makes sense. Unlike Twilight, the other settlements on the Great River had not been ruled by a sovereign. Dayron had been capable of slaying a colossal horror like this, but not the Sibyls. Therefore, their cities had to be composed of individual island ships, while his did not. There was one thing that became painfully obvious when Sunny witnessed Twilight. The bestial serpent king he had fought was a pale shadow of his former self. If they had clashed when Dayron was at his peak, Sunny would have been obliterated before even knowing what happened. And yet, he lost this battle. Sunny shivered. Were they all mad, to think that they had a chance to prevail where a supreme demigod had failed? The walls of Twilight were tall and imposing, built from stone and reinforced with the scales of powerful nightmare creatures. In the dim twilight of the early dawn, they looked like towering black cliffs. However, now, these cliffs were shattered and ruined. Many sections of the wall had collapsed, others had been breached or severely damaged. The corpses of dead abominations piled high, reaching the ramparts in several places. The siege of Twilight had truly been terrible. But what caught Sunny's attention the most was not the devastated state of the city wall, but the eerie nature of the devastation. Time was indeed frozen in Twilight. Shards of broken stone hung in the air, unmoving. Rivers of blood were like abstract sculptures carved from ruby. Dancing flames had turned into motionless, searing blossoms. It was as though some deity had frozen the world in the middle of a fierce battle. We will have to be more careful now. Mordred's voice was strangely somber. His usual amused smile was nowhere to be seen, instead, the Prince of Nothing seemed full of grim apprehension. Looking at the breached walls of Twilight, he sighed. Soul Stealer is most likely inside the city. We will move stealthily through the backstreets and reach the palace. Once we are there, the memory of yours better work, Sunless. Sunny suppressed the desire to grimace. If even that bastard was nervous, the rest of them had to be ready for anything. Without having to say much, they entered the city through one of the breaches in its wall. Finally, Twilight lay in front of them in all its glory. It was entirely unlike the other cities Sunny had seen in the dream realm. There were a few similarities, of course, like the extensive use of materials scavenged from the nightmare creatures in construction, for example. But the architectural style of the Twilight Sea was very unique. It was both robust and airy, paying more attention to practicality than aesthetics, but at the same time expressing the latter in a myriad of subtle ways. Fitting for a culture that had come from a world of water and frequent storms. Sunny did not pay a lot of attention to how the city looked, however, taken by what was happening on its streets. There, countless humans were frozen in the midst of a terrible battle against vile nightmare creatures. Hundreds of thousands, no, millions of them. Some had been frozen in the middle of swinging a sword. Some had been frozen in the middle of being torn apart by the swarming abominations. The gruesome sight of the frozen battle was both strange and disturbing. But what shook Sunny the most was not the eeriness of the motionless slaughter, but the faces of the people of Twilight. Not a single one of them seemed frightened or desperate. Even those who were dying maintained calm expressions, their eyes full of cold resolve. They did not show anger or fury either, only chillingly dark killing intent. Just what kind of army did the Serpent King create? Sure, humans from the Twilight Sea had come to the tomb of Ariel after witnessing the destruction of their world, which had to have changed them. But they were still people. Sunny had spent plenty of time with seasoned soldiers, and none of them were immune to human emotions. Not all of these people were soldiers, either. Some were awakened, while most were mundane. Some were old, while some were young. And yet, he did not see a single person trying to flee or cowering in fear. Strange. Sunny suddenly felt uneasy about their chances of becoming allies with these alien people. However, he did not have time to ponder these matters. Mordred was already walking ahead, carefully maneuvering between the frozen warriors. They entered a narrow street and stealthily advanced toward the center of the city. As they did, Sunny found himself near their guide. He hesitated for a while, then asked quietly. "You've been here for a long time. Don't these people seem a bit strange?" The Prince of Nothing glanced at him with surprise. "How so?" Sunny frowned. "They are too stalwart, I guess." Mordred thought for a few moments and shrugged. "I'm not sure. All people seem a bit strange to me." "Figures." Sunny scoffed internally. But since he was already talking to Mordred, he decided to ask another question. "You must have been really surprised to learn that there's another you walking around, huh?" "I know I was. It's a really weird feeling." The Prince of Nothing raised an eyebrow, then grinned. "Is it weird?" "Ah, it must be. If you say so." Sunny stared at him impassively. What a curious answer. He did not speak after that, preferring to keep quiet. Who knew how good Soul Stealer's hearing was? Eventually, they crossed the outskirts of the city and entered its middle part. The battle seemed much more intense here, as if all participants, both the nightmare creatures and the humans, were rushing toward the heart of twilight. Strangely enough, there were not that many abominations here. Sure, each of them was immensely powerful, but the defenders of the city still seemed to have an upper hand. The forces of the defilement were being suppressed by them. It made sense. A normal battle would progress in a similar fashion. The invaders would have to fight their way into the city, so their forces would gradually diminish the further away one traveled from the walls. There was just one odd detail. Somehow, it seemed that the epicenter of the battle was not behind them, at the outskirts of the city, but instead ahead of them, near the palace of the Serpent King. Sunny extended his shadow sense outward and frowned, feeling the row of buildings coming to an end not too far away. And indeed, they soon reached a wide open space. Mordred lingered just before entering the square, seemingly tense. Nephi studied the wide square, as well, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. "Is there another way?" The Prince of Nothing slowly shook his head. "Not really. The whole city is built like a fortress. The inner districts are separated from the rest, so we won't be able to reach them without exposing ourselves at least a little. Still, as you can see, the skirmish happening on this square is especially fierce. With so many humans and abominations frozen on it, we can at least hide among them." She frowned. "Let's go, then." They entered the square and walked between the motionless warriors. The battle was indeed especially furious in this area. There were so many people and nightmare creatures here that their bodies formed a bizarre labyrinth. Sometimes, Sunny found it hard to squeeze between their frozen figures. Crouching, he crawled beneath a sword that was being plunged into the neck of a repulsive abomination. Standing up, he had to twist his body to avoid touching a frozen fountain of ruby blood. Then, he came face to face with a warrior whose arm was being severed by the fangs of a towering nightmare creature. Sunny shivered. The humans and the abominations were not statues or lifelike mannequins. They were entirely real. He could see every hair, every bead of sweat, every drop of blood on the fangs of the frenzied monsters that surrounded him. All of them were simply frozen in time, and although Sunny knew that it could not happen, he found it hard not to feel as if these warriors would start moving any moment now. The swords would come down, the frozen blood would flow, and the hungry maws would snap shut, turning the silent square into an inescapable hell of bloodshed and violence. Just keep moving. He forced himself to ignore the ominous feeling and advanced forward, step by step. Very soon, however, Sunny collided with Mordred's back. The Prince of Nothing had chosen that moment to stop walking, for some reason. What's the matter? Annoyed, Sunny looked up, and froze, noticing how grim Mordred was. His mirror-like eyes were reflecting the frozen world, full of blood and darkness. A moment later, the Prince of Nothing looked back at them and smiled. Then, he said in a perfectly calm tone. Stay, absolutely, still. All of them froze, fading into the chaotic scene of the motionless battlefield. Surrounded by unmoving warriors and nightmare creatures, the six masters were nearly indistinguishable from them. Sunny and Mordred were next to each other, while Nephice was a few steps away. Effie and Jet were right behind her, separated from the rest of the group by a few meters. They held their breaths. Soul Stealer is near. Sunny did not see or sense the defiled saint, but there was no other reason for Mordred to warn them. The Prince of Nothing looked too tense. A pleasant smile was playing on his lips, but his eyes were full of cold darkness. Sunny saw his own pale reflection in them, and then, he saw something else there, as well. A cold shiver ran down his spine. Did something move at the edge of the square? He did not dare to speak aloud, but there was the blessing of dusk. Activating the enchantment of the Shroud of Graceless Dusk, he established a mental connection between himself and Mordred. What is happening? The Prince of Nothing remained as motionless as a statue. Even his eyes continued to stare at the same spot. However, his answer arrived shortly. Why, what else? Soul Stealer is here. He must have sensed us. Sunny suppressed a strong desire to grit his teeth and calmed his heart. Making sure that it wasn't beating too loudly, he asked. How? Didn't you say that you would hide our presence from him? A hint of dark amusement appeared in Mordred's eyes. Did I? No, not quite. I only said that I would try to hide it, remember? Which I did. He paused for a moment and added in a dejected tone. Soul Stealer's mirror realm encompasses the entire city. Therefore, he can perceive everything that happens here, all at once. I've been manipulating countless reflections to mask our presence, every puddle of water, every shard of glass, every polished sword, every pair of eyes. Forgive me for making it sound like an easy task, but it's not. Regardless, we've only come this far because of me, but now, it seems that our luck has run out. Sunny forced himself to remain calm. It was a bit hard, considering that an even more sinister, more evil version of the Prince of Nothing could have been following their scent. So, what now? Mordred shifted his gaze slightly. Now, well. Might I suggest praying? Perhaps that monster won't notice us. After that, he fell silent. Damn it. With no other choice, Sunny continued to stand in place, pretending to be one of the frozen warriors. They had discussed the possibility of something like this happening, of course, but only as the worst-case scenario. To think that their plan would be at the risk of being derailed before the battle even began, this step had been supposed to be the easiest one. The true hardship would arrive when the array was deactivated, and the battle against the defiled legion resumed. A few moments passed in absolute silence. And then, Sunny felt it, the ground beneath his feet shaking subtly, as if something terribly heavy was approaching them with measured steps. He could not turn around and take a look, but Mordred's eyes were like two mirrors. The bloody scene of the frozen battlefield reflected in them, and so, Sunny caught a glimpse of the creature that emerged from between the houses, entering the square. His blood turned cold in his veins. Soul Stealer, or rather, the reflection of Soul Stealer, looked unlike anything he had imagined. Undying slaughter and devouring beast had been changed and twisted by the defilement. However, they still resembled their former selves. Soul Stealer did not. In fact, he did not resemble anything Sunny had ever seen. The vague figure that entered the square did not look like a human, but it did not look like an abomination either. Instead, it was like an amalgamation of countless people and numerous nightmare creatures, all fused together into a harrowing patchwork monster. The contours of its body constantly changed, as if light refracted when touching it. Or maybe they were indeed changing, shifting from one shape to another. With each of its steps, the ground shook. Gods, what the hell is that thing? Sunny was appalled and more than a little bit rattled. Not only because of how eerie and alien the reflection of the creature looked, but also because there were 7 nodes of vile darkness permeating its monstrous body. Soul Stealer was a corrupted titan. Sunny shifted his gaze and stared at Mordred for a moment. It was the source of this horror, standing next to him with a pleasant smile on his lips. Using that smile to cover the eerie, unnerving wrongness hiding behind it. Should we really be helping this bastard transcend? He hesitated for a moment, then threw these thoughts out of his head. Here in the nightmare, it was good to have Mordred on their side, it was infinitely better, at least, than having him as their enemy. What kind of a weird transformation ability is this? What is he capable of in this form? The Prince of Nothing lingered with an answer. It's not a transformation ability, per se. It's simply the shape of his soul. His physical body looks different, hidden somewhere in twilight. I've never been able to find it. He paused for a moment. Becoming defiled did a real number on me, didn't it? Bah! So unsightly. With that, Mordred's eyes shook a little. That's not what we should be concerned with, though. The real problem is that the monster is moving straight for us. By then, the quaking of the ground had grown more pronounced. Sunny cursed inwardly, but still remained motionless. Surrounded by frozen warriors and abominations, with his back turned to the approaching titan, needless to say, every cell in his body was screaming of danger, pushing him to move. So, what do we do? Mordred remained silent for a few moments, then suddenly turned his head and looked directly at Sunny. There was no humor left in his cold, mirror-like eyes. I guess it's time for desperate measures. How unfortunate. It's up to you now, Sunless. As soon as Mordred moved, there was a chilling sound from behind them, and something swift tore through the air in their direction. A massive, terrifyingly deep shadow fell on Sunny, making him feel as if he was drowning in it. Damn it! He was already turning, instinctively trying to summon the sin of solace. However, all Sunny saw was the fabric of reality around them cracking like glass, and then shattering to reveal. He was violently thrown out of the mirror realm, crashing on the cobblestones of twilight, the real twilight, not its perfect reflection. Damn it all! The only contingency they had in case Soul Stealer discovered them was to escape the world of reflections altogether. Mordred had managed to send them back at the very last moment, so, they were safe, for now. But the problem was that everyone, including the Prince of Nothing himself, was now frozen in time. Everyone except for Sunny, who was protected from the influence of the defensive array by the crown of twilight. Standing up, he uttered a quiet curse and looked up, at the distant dome of the Serpent King's palace. Now, he alone could reach it. The crown of twilight was more than a supreme memory. It was also the symbol of power that Daron, the Serpent King, had wielded, as well as the key to the enchantment array enveloping his city. Therefore, the person wearing it was immune to the influence of frozen time, in a way. Curse it all. There was a cost to remaining unaffected by the frozen time. Looking around, Sunny felt his essence being devoured at a frightening rate. The crown was using it to protect him. Usually, his reserves would have been drained in a matter of seconds, turning him into another prisoner of twilight, but, luckily, the crown was also helping him replenish the spent essence. He was still losing more than he was gaining, but at least the rate of attrition was not too great. Sunny would not have been able to traverse the entire city, but now that he was most of the way to the palace, he stood a good chance. As long as he did not waste any time. I should hurry. Their exit from Soul Stealer's mirror realm must have been a violent one, because Sunny was not on the square anymore. Instead, he found himself somehow thrown a few hundred meters away from his previous position, at the edge of the inner district they had been aiming for. He was protected by the crown, but his shadows were not. Therefore, Sunny had kept them tightly wrapped around his body in advance, just in case disaster struck. Now that it had, he did not dare send them to search for his companions. Mordred had to have sent everyone into the real twilight. Here in the true version of the Lost City, Soul Stealer was just as powerless as the rest of the frozen abominations, but the rest of the cohort had become frozen in time, as well. So had the Prince of Nothing himself. It was all up to Sunny. We'll find each other when I deactivate the array. Turning his back to the frozen battlefield, Sunny dashed forward. He ran as fast as he could, barely dodging the motionless figures of the warriors of Twilight, who all seemed to have been moving in the same direction as him. Here in the inner districts, there were very few rampaging nightmare creatures. However, the signs of destruction were everywhere, as if the city had withstood a devastating bombardment. Many buildings had been entirely shattered, and numerous people had perished under the rubble. Blood was flowing like a river, frozen in time like the rest of Twilight. Sunny was an ascended terror, and so, his running speed was far past being superhuman. He navigated the frozen city as best he could, but it was hard to maintain that speed on the crowded streets. On more than one occasion, he failed to react in time and collided with the frozen warriors of Twilight or pieces of shattered stone hanging in the air. Each time, he was tossed back, as if hitting an indestructible wall. The people and objects frozen in time were completely immune to outside influence, and so, he could only avoid them. Arg, damn it. Finally, he was forced to slow down. This close to the palace, there were too many people for him to run, and too many destroyed buildings to try moving across the rooftops. Using Shadow Step was only going to rob him of precious essence, so he had to continue on foot. After struggling for several minutes, Sunny finally pushed his way through the crowd of frozen warriors and entered the heart of Twilight. In front of him, separated from the buildings by a vast, ravaged park, stood the Serpent King's palace. However, Sunny did not pay any attention to its magnificent grandeur and unique architecture. Raising his gaze, he looked at the grandiose dome of the palace and shuddered. What the hell? A harrowing, beautiful creature was perched on top of the cracked dome, its talons piercing the crumbling stone. Its glistening scales were the color of the midnight sky, appearing entirely black in the dim twilight of the early dawn. Its vast wings were open, obscuring the heavens. Its sinister eyes burned like distant, cold stars, full of malevolent will and merciless fury. It was a dragon. The dragon's terrifying maw was wide open, frozen in the middle of a deafening roar. Porcelain fangs glistened in the dismal darkness, each resembling a sharp mountain peak. The tyrant of the night sky was beautiful, no, it should have been. But, instead, it somehow appeared dreadful and utterly hideous. A vile, tyrannical aura emanated from the giant creature, suffused with festering madness. Even unmoving, it instilled Sunny with cold terror. That dragon was the target of the countless warriors who were rushing toward the palace. They assaulted him like a sea, only to be broken, mutilated, and thrown back. Blood and mangled bodies were falling down like rain, frozen in the air by the halted time. Sunny allowed himself to remain still for a moment, enthralled by the eeriness of this harrowing scene. The Dread Lord. So, the Dread Lord had attacked the heart of the city directly. Darren's palace was already partially destroyed, its dome on the verge of collapsing. It was unclear if the throne room even existed anymore. Sunny gritted his teeth and rushed forward. There is something eerie about this scene. The hideous dragon made for an ominous and startling sight, but the warriors of Twilight were equally haunting. The way they threw themselves into the maws of death without a hint of doubt or agitation made Sunny feel uneasy. There were mundane humans among them, as well, surely, they realized that nothing they could do would harm the defiled saint. Did they really know no fear? Throwing the unnecessary thoughts out of his head, Sunny climbed over the rubble and entered the palace. He did not have a lot of essence left, so there was little time to find the throne room. Once there, he would also have to figure out a way to use the Crown of Twilight and deactivate the defensive array. Sadly, it did not come with an instruction manual. Damn it, damn it, damn it all. Sunny followed the widest of the corridors, hoping that they would lead him to the throne room. Dayron had been a sovereign, and brought a cohort of saints with him into the tomb of Ariel. Surely, he would have built his palace to accommodate their transformation abilities. Most of the areas within the palace were only meant for humans, but the truly important places had to be large enough for saints. Otherwise, if an enemy suddenly attacked, they would not be able to show their strength. The throne room would, without a doubt, be one of these important places. At least Sunny hoped so, knowing that he did not have enough time left to scour the entire palace. Soon, a huge gate appeared in front of him, now broken and turned into a pile of debris. Behind it was an enormous hall. Stark rays of light fell through the cracks in the dome above it, plunging it into twilight. At the center of the hall was a tall dais, with an imposing throne on top of it. The throne was cut roughly from stone. More precisely, it was cut from a single slab of lusterless black stone. Sunny stared at it for a brief moment. Found it. Darren's throne, all of it, had been cut from a fragment of the estuary. It was the lock of the defensive array of twilight, while his crown was its key. Sunny stared at the black throne. The grand hall of the Serpent King's palace was empty and dim, stone debris littering the floor and hanging in the air, dust particles frozen in the stark rays of light. Despite the cataclysmic battle happening outside, it was perfectly silent, except for the hoarse sounds of his breathing. Right. Let's do this. He felt a complicated mix of relief, anticipation, and dread. Relief and anticipation because he had made it in time, dread because the battle against the Horde of the Defilement would resume the moment he accomplished his task. The monstrous soul stealer, the harrowing dread lord, they were going to have to fight these beings. Sunny still remembered the terror of facing a corrupted titan in battle. The winter beast alone had been enough to wipe out the remains of the first evacuation army and the millions of refugees in Falcon Scott. The deathly frost of that dark day had seeped into his bones. But today was going to be different. All the members of the cohort were here. Mordred was here, too, and a vast army of warriors from a distant realm, all seasoned veterans of the nightmare spell. Sunny had grown much stronger, as well. We'll kill them both. Shaking off the momentary hesitation, he walked toward the black throne. As he did, Sunny noticed something behind the dais. The throne room was not entirely empty, after all, someone was standing there, frozen in the middle of looking up at the crumbling dome. A tall and elegant figure wearing ivory armor, which was tied at the waist with a burnt umber sash. Auburn hair, green eyes. Sunny froze for a moment. Kai. So, this was where the spell had sent his friend. Kai had been in the throne room all along, frozen in time and not even aware of what was happening around him. All the long months that had passed were like a moment to him. Sunny did not even know whether to feel jealous or sad for his friend. Looking away, he put his foot on the first step of the dais. Hang in there, buddy. I'll release you really soon. His essence was getting dangerously low. Climbing on the dais, Sunny stopped in front of the black throne, unsure what to do. The first idea that came to his mind was to sit on it, like Dayron must have done when he held court in the past. But, somehow, Sunny did not like that idea. He never aspired to be a king of anything, let alone of a city whose former king he had killed. Magnificent thrones were not really his thing, he was already plenty happy with his handy shadow chair. Whatever. Feeling a sense of urgency, Sunny took a step closer and suddenly noticed a circular groove carved into the back of the throne. Its size and depth seemed just about right. Cassie had destroyed the time enchantment of Alethius Island by inserting the key into a slot carved into the estuary fragment. Following an impulse, Sunny took off the crown of twilight and brought it to the circular groove. As soon as he did, an invisible force pulled the band of dark metal out of his hand. The crown fitted the groove perfectly, merging with the black stone of the throne. Luckily, its connection to his soul had not been cut, Sunny could still make use of its enchantments. He also felt a different, much vaster connection being established between his soul and something immense. The city itself, perhaps. Taking a deep breath, Sunny looked up at the cracked dome of the palace. And pulled on that connection, giving a mental command. In the name of Dayron, the Serpent King, in the name of Wind Flower of the Twilight Sea, and all those who have fallen. I, lost from light, order time to flow once more. For a few moments, nothing happened. The grand hall of the palace was just as still and silent as before. But then, a loud sound tore the silence apart. It was the sound of a shard of stone falling on the floor. Sunny turned swiftly and saw pieces of debris scattering across the marble tiles. His eyes widened when he realized the significance of what just happened. Then, it was as though an invisible ripple spread through the world. The dust that had been hanging in the air, motionless, moved and danced in the rays of light. The shard of stone raining from the cracked dome of the palace plummeted down one after another, breaking against the marble floor. A muffled murmur of the disastrous battle seeped through the stone walls of the palace, sounding like the rising sea. I actually did it. And then, something struck the dome with a deafening noise, making the whole palace shake. Sunny felt claws of fear grasp his heart. Yes, he had indeed done it, and now, it was time to face the consequences of what he had done. There was an evil dragon right above his head right now, hell-bent on slaughtering every human in Twilight. There were also the members of the cohort lost somewhere on the streets of the city, a dreadful mirror titan, and an army of eerie warriors whose loyalty had to be won, somehow. But first, tearing the crown of Twilight from the groove cut into the black throne, Sunny put it on his head and hurriedly dashed toward the lone figure standing beneath the dais. Kai was just now starting to move. He swayed a little and took a step back, stumbling over the first step of the dais. Before he could fall, however, Sunny caught him and started dragging him away from the throne. The charming archer looked very confused. Sunny. What is happening? Are we in the nightmare? Feeling the palace quake once again around them, Sunny cursed inwardly. Hey, Kai. Short version, yes, we are in the nightmare. There is an evil version of you, who is an abominable dragon, trying to eat us right now. Don't worry, though. There is also an army of alien warriors from a destroyed world to help us kill you, him, the dragon. The rest of the cohort is also here, somewhere. We got separated when a corrupted titan attacked us in the mirror version of this city, which was frozen in time. But now, I thought it, I guess. Sunny glanced at Kai and smiled. Oh. And also, Effie is pregnant. The archer stared at him with wide eyes for a few moments. I know. Sunny almost stumbled. What? You know about the plagues, the Twilight Sea, and the defensive array? Kai shook his head and outstretched one arm, summoning his bow. No. I mean, I know about Effie. She confided in me weeks ago. I have no idea what the rest of the things you said mean. Sunny stared at him incredulously, feeling hurt for some reason. So she told Kai, but she didn't tell me. Humph. He couldn't help but say vindicatively. Actually, I knew months ago. Which was still later than Kai, but technically true. Kai gave him a strange glance, then opened his mouth to say something. But at that moment, Sunny froze. Something was very strange about the palace. It took him a moment to realize what had changed. Why is everything so quiet? The muffled sounds of the furious battle raging outside had disappeared at some point, plunging the world into eerie silence. Sunny felt his hair stand on end. He had a dreadful premonition, that they had made a terrible mistake, somewhere. Sunny. What is it? Kai must have read something from his expression. But Sunny did not know how to answer. He was suddenly in a state of mild panic, feeling like there had been a mistake in their plan. They must have misunderstood the situation, somehow. But what was there to misunderstand? Twilight was besieged by the forces of the defilement. In the middle of the battle, the Mad Prince had activated the defensive array, trapping Soul Stealer and the Dread Lord in frozen time, and, therefore, escaping from the clutches of his master. The madman had also manipulated the events of this cycle to make sure that Sunny arrived at twilight wearing the Serpent King's crown. He must have wanted the battle to resume, so that his future self, free of being enslaved to the Dread Lord, could turn its tide and destroy the tyrant of Verge. Right? I don't know. Something is wrong. Sunny gritted his teeth and pulled Kai to follow him, aiming to leave the throne room as soon as possible. They had to traverse the battlefield and find the other members of the cohort, first. Together, they would stand a much better chance of surviving the clash with the defiled legion. But before he could take another step, the palace shuddered, throwing both of them to the ground. There was a deafening rumble behind them, and the great hall was suddenly much brighter than it had been before. A whole section of the dome shattered and collapsed, revealing the beautiful twilight sky above. And the giant head of the harrowing dragon that had broken it. Enormous chunks of stone fell down, burying the black throne beneath debris. Luckily, Sunny and Kai had already distanced themselves from the dais, otherwise, they would have been buried with it. Damnation! The Dread Lord's head passed through the breach, hovering in the air on his long neck. His eyes shone with starlight, full of sinister madness and malevolence. Then, the harrowing dragon pushed his enormous body inside, causing more of the dome to collapse. A moment later, he landed in the throne room with a loud thud, and the palace shook once more. Strangely enough, though, it did not look as if the Dread Lord was chasing them. Instead, it almost looked as if he was escaping something. Towering above Sunny and Kai, the dragon gazed at them and opened its maw, his porcelain fangs glistening in the dim twilight. Sunny cursed inwardly and called upon his shadows, at the same time summoning the sin of solace. However, before he could, a thunderous voice suddenly resounded in his mind, causing him enormous pain. Stop! And, following the Dread Lord's command, Sunny halted, frozen in place. It was as if the dragon's words were the law, and he was unable to disobey. What, but the shadow bond. By his side, Kai was frozen still, as well. It was only then that Sunny realized that the Dread Lord had not used the shadow bond against him. It was simply the authority of his voice. It was Kai's ascended ability, amplified and made more terrible by the dragon's corrupted rank. Kai's power had always been more than a little bit sinister. The charming archer was a good and honest person by nature, so he only ever used it to inspire his allies and influence nightmare creatures. However, in the hands of someone less decent, it had the potential to produce truly terrifying results. Being able to make anyone do anything, at least those of lesser ranks than you, was very much like wielding absolute power over them. And power, as everyone knew, corrupted. Sunny had always known that his friend's aspect had a scary side to it. That was why he was not too surprised to learn that it was the gentle and caring Kai who had become the dreadful Lord of Verge. With Kai's upright character destroyed by the curse of the defilement, the insidious side of his aspect would have had nothing to keep it in check anymore. However, knowing and experiencing it himself were two different things. Curse it! Paralyzed by the dreadful command, Sunny kneeled in front of the towering dragon. Somewhere else, on the devastated streets of Twilight, Nephice was released from the inescapable trap of frozen time. Disoriented, she fell and rolled, jumping to her feet a moment later. All around her, the time shackles binding the warriors of Twilight were slowly coming undone. Their cold eyes were regaining the spark of life. Their chests were beginning to rise and fall as they breathed for the first time in countless years. Their weapons glistened as they reflected the light of dawn. Sunny was gone. Considering that the defensive array had been deactivated, he must have reached the palace already. Mordred of Valor was nowhere to be seen, he had returned to his physical body, which was lost somewhere in Twilight. Cassie, Effie, and Soul Reaper Jet had to be somewhere nearby, but she couldn't see them. We can still win this battle. Although the cohort had been separated when escaping Soul Stealer's mirror realm, their primary goal was achieved. Time had been unfrozen, and the warriors of Twilight were released. Now, they just had to regroup, join forces with the defenders of the city, and overcome the invading legion of abominations. The battle would not be easy, it would be cruel and harrowing. Maybe even lethal. But when had it ever been different? Nephi's took a step forward and hesitated for a moment, looking at the warriors around her. Suddenly, she had an ominous premonition. Something felt wrong about the scene. I need to convince them. She was a stranger to these people. They did not know that countless years had passed since the start of the battle, that their king was dead, and that their world had long been destroyed. That challengers from an alien realm had entered the nightmare, hoping to prevail where their predecessors failed. But still, the spell had a way of simplifying things. In its terrible world, there were humans, and there were nightmare creatures. Nephis might have been from a different world, but she was also a human, therefore, she was a natural ally simply by virtue of not being a nightmare creature. Looking at the defenders of the city, Nephis pushed down the familiar, debilitating discomfort of talking to strangers and said, her voice bright and clear. Warriors of Twilight. I am. And then, something odd happened, forcing her to fall silent and grip the hilt of her sword. Countless people crowding the street all turned to look at her. They did so with perfect synchronicity, their hollow eyes devoid of any emotion. Their eerie faces were calm and motionless. None of them said anything, simply staring at her in ominous silence. Seeing herself reflecting in thousands of emotionless eyes, Nephis realized that something was terribly, terribly wrong. She might have been a human, but these people were not. Not anymore. A harrowing realization struck her like a bolt of lightning. They were Soul Stealer. All of them. Nephis finally realized her mistake, but, by then, it was already too late to change anything. The frozen battle they had witnessed was not a battle between the defiled Legion of Verge and the defenders of Twilight. Instead, it was a battle between the Dread Lord and Soul Stealer. The two defiled saints must have clashed as soon as the last true bastion of humanity in the tomb of Ariel had fallen. Perhaps it was because they had needed each other's power before that. Perhaps it was because Soul Stealer had finally become capable of resisting the authority of the Dread Lord after devouring the souls and stealing the bodies of millions of humans in Twilight. Can it be his transformation ability? To split his soul into countless shards, all beholden to one sinister will. That would be a terrifying power in the hands of someone as devious as the Forsaken Prince of War. He had already been insidiously dangerous due to his ability to slither into human souls and wear their bodies like costumes. What if Mordred of Valor could possess not one, but several stolen bodies at the same time? Or millions of them, after becoming the Soul Stealer? Surrounded from all sides, with countless hollow eyes looking at her with an eerie lack of human emotions, Nephis took an involuntary step back. However, there were countless taken warriors standing behind her, as well. There was nowhere to retreat. No path to salvation. Except for the impossible one she could try and cut for herself. She gritted her teeth. At least, Sunny is not here. As numerous humans moved toward her, Nephis looked at them with cold resentment and unsheathed her sword. Not too far away, Effie, Jet, and Cassie found themselves inside a half-collapsed building. The blind girl was the first one to regain her senses, catching the tall huntress before she could fall. Pieces of rubble rolled on the cracked floor, the noise of their fall sounding thunderous in the eerie silence of the frozen city. Although, by then, the city was not frozen anymore. Out there, all around them, twilight was beginning to stir. Jet summoned her scythe, looking over the collapsed wall of the building. Beyond the rubble, on a narrow street, the figures of the stalwart defenders of Twilight were slowly coming back to life. There were no nightmare creatures nearby, only people. But her expression was troubled, for some reason. They're moving. Effie regained her balance and followed Soul Reaper's gaze. A small smile appeared on her lips. Doofus must have reached the throne room, then. She looked at the human figures outside. Those guys seem a bit weird though, huh? I guess it's only natural for people from a different world. Well, at least they're tough. Soft people don't survive the spell. Her voice gradually faded away, replaced by a tense silence for a moment. Why, are they staring at us like that? Before Effie could finish the sentence, a delicate hand appeared in front of her eyes, covering them. Cassie was standing on tiptoes, preventing her from looking at the warriors of twilight. Jet was slowly backing away. Before the huntress could react, Cassie spoke in a grave and urgent tone. Effie. Take Soul Reaper and yourself into the locket. Now. Effie hesitated for a moment, but did not ask any questions. A moment later, her figure disappeared. So did Jet's. They were gone, safely transported to the idyllic meadow. All that remained was an iron locket on a black cord, which fell to the ground. Before it touched the cracked floor, however, the cord was caught on the blade of a slender rapier. Raising the quiet dancer, Cassie caught the locket and cautiously put it around her neck. Then, she turned to face the approaching figures. Behind the silver half-mask, her beautiful blue eyes were cold and somber. The tip of her rapier shook slightly, then moved, pointing at the emotionless humans. Somewhere else, Mordred fell to the ground and gasped when his bloody stump hit the rubble. A pained groan escaped from his lips, then a stifled chuckle. Looking up, he observed the ruined street. All around him, humans and nightmare creatures were being slowly released from the shackles of frozen time. Their weapons moved, their maws opened hungrily. Blood flowed onto the cold stones once more. Mordred remained motionless for a moment, looking upon the world through countless reflections. Then, his eyes widened slightly. So that's how it is. An amused smile twisted his cracked lips. Leaning on his sword, Mordred struggled to stand up and grinned when he felt countless eyes, and yet, only a single gaze, landing on him. Ah, how unfortunate. All his reflections had been destroyed. He only had a single soul core left, reducing his power to that of a mere beast. His own ascended body was missing a hand, while his best spare was nothing more than an awakened squire with a modestly useless aspect. Truly, the circumstances couldn't have been worse. Well, at least things wouldn't be boring. He had spent so many months, or was it years, already, hiding from his defiled self in complete solitude. Any kind of excitement was better than that dull existence, no matter how fatal it would turn out to be. Such wonderful odds. I feel refreshed. Smiling, he raised his sword and pointed it at the nearest warrior. Then, his smile disappeared, replaced by an expression of cold contempt. His mirror-like eyes calmly reflected countless approaching figures, full of dark killing intent. I haven't had the pleasure of putting down repugnant things like you in a long, long time. Come, if you dare, let's see which one of us will be the last one standing. Mordred took a step forward, as well. Back in the Serpent King's palace, Sunny was kneeling on the marble floor, paralyzed by the dragon's command. The Dread Lord towered above him and Kai, full of sinister malevolence. Looking at the terrifying porcelain fangs of the defiled saint, Sunny felt a dark sense of foreboding. Curse it! Where were the warriors of twilight? Why had they not stalled the damned herald of the estuary at all? The battle had not even properly started, and he was already in such a desperate situation. Sunny could almost feel the shadow of death pulling him into its cold embrace. He looked at the Dread Lord bitterly. At least Nephias is not here. Sunny was in a desperate situation, but not a hopeless situation, yet. There were still things he could do to try and get himself and Kai out of this predicament alive. He just had to gamble with their lives and hope for the best. Before he could, though, a human figure suddenly appeared at the edge of the broken dome of the palace. And then another, and another. The warriors of twilight had finally caught up with the Dread Lord. Sunny could not even turn his head to take a better look at the humans that had appeared above the ruined throne room, standing on the edge of the collapsed sections of the dome. At least he knew now that the army of twilight was not gone. It was still out there, beyond the walls of the palace, fighting against the invading abominations. Fighting against the Dread Lord and Soul Stealer. Thank the dead gods. He had no hope that these few warriors would be able to defeat the dreadful dragon. If they had the ability, there would have been no need to plunge Twilight into the eternal trap of frozen time, to begin with. But they could at least distract the Dread Lord for a few moments, which would give him an opportunity to somehow rid himself of the command, perhaps. Once Sunny was free and reunited with the other members of the cohort, they would join the defenders of the city and help them slay the defiled saints. He was already planning his next actions when something strange happened. The people who had climbed the dome of the palace jumped down into the throne room without hesitation. Which wasn't that strange in and of itself, except for the fact that not all of them were equally powerful. The few masters among them landed easily, ready to attack the next moment. The awakened warriors were less graceful, crashing heavily on the marble floor. Most frightening of all was that there were mundane humans among them, as well. The height of the dome was too great for them to survive the fall. They hit the floor with repulsive sounds, painting it with their blood. Dying senselessly. What are they doing? Witnessing the dreadful scene, Sunny felt horrified. Dozens of people were emotionlessly jumping to their deaths, not even hesitating before taking the fatal plunge. It was so appalling, so meaningless. So inhuman. His eyes widened as a terrible suspicion surfaced in his mind. As those of the warriors who were strong enough to survive the jump dashed forward to attack their enemy, the harrowing dragon simply swiped his tail, pulverizing their bodies into puddles of blood. A crimson haze spread through the dim twilight of the great hall. Sunny was suddenly nauseated. Soul Stealer, those people, were taken by Soul Stealer. The strangeness that he had felt from the moment the cohort entered Twilight, the eerily emotionless faces of the defenders of the city, their cold, empty eyes. The morbid revelations that Nephi's had experienced moments before flooded Sunny's mind, forcing him to shudder, or at least try to. The Dread Lord's command held his body firmly in place. Impossible, impossible. There were millions of people in Twilight. How could Soul Stealer have possessed them all? What kind of monster could do that? What kind of conscience could control millions of puppets, reflecting false copies of their souls? He reeled, remembering the ghastly being they had seen in the mirror version of Twilight. That being, the reflection of Soul Stealer's own twisted soul, had looked like a repulsive amalgamation of countless humans and nightmare creatures, all joined together into an abominable patchwork monster. A demented, fractured monster like that probably could. Sunny felt utter despair, but also a strong desire to curse. That goddamn Mordred, even when he's on our side, he's still such a disaster. How could a person be such a bad omen? Whenever the Prince of Nothing appeared, something utterly terrible was bound to happen. Calm down. There was no point in seething with anger at Mordred. There was no point in wondering how Soul Stealer could have devoured all of Twilight, or why he and the Dread Lord were fighting each other. None of that would help Sunny survive the current situation. It was also not going to help him salvage that situation. But could it even be salvaged? Weren't all of them already doomed? The plan had been based on completely wrong information from the very start. No, we can still win, somehow. There had to be a way. Sunny felt sick to his stomach and frightened for Nephi's and the rest of his companions, who were lost somewhere out there, on the streets of Twilight, surrounded by the numerous bodies of Soul Stealer. Especially Effie, who was much more vulnerable to the insidious powers of the Mirror Wraith than the rest of them. But he could not do anything about that, at least not now. In fact, Sunny had his own dire problem to deal with. The Dread Lord might not have been as utterly horrific as Soul Stealer, but he was still a foe far more dreadful than words could describe. And dealing with him, was now up to Sunny. No matter what else happened, the Tyrant of Verge had to die. I have to kill that fiend. I have to kill him, somehow. The Dread Lord had already dealt with the Soul Stealer puppets that had pursued him into the throne room, but more were pouring over the edge of the broken dome like morbid rain. The two plagues were fighting each other, which was good for the cohort. But their clash did not mean that Sunny and his companions would not be destroyed in the process. in fact, now that they were here in twilight, they had become alluring tools for the defiled saints. The Dread Lord was, without a doubt, capable of using his authority to turn them into deadly weapons against Soul Stealer. Soul Stealer, meanwhile, could empower himself even further by taking their bodies. Damn it all. The Dread Lord's authority, it was a manifestation of Kai's ascended ability. And Kai's ascended ability was a mental attack, of sorts. Sunny already possessed a very high resistance to mental attacks, but that resistance was relative. It was enough, for example, to shrug off an order given to him by Kai, a fellow master. But in front of a defiled saint, and one as immensely powerful as the Dread Lord, it had proved to be insufficient. A complete immunity to mental attacks, however, was much less relative. In fact, it was closer to being absolute. As fate would have it, Sunny possessed a memory that could grant them just that, albeit at a cost. Unable to move, he used the Shroud of Dusk to send Kai a mental message. Kai, listen to me carefully. His friend did not move, he was unable to, but his response arrived shortly. I'm listening. Sunny took a deep breath. When I start moving, think of me as an enemy. Don't get close. It will be dangerous. With that, he sent his essence into the crown of twilight. King's resentment, enchantment description, this memory grants the wearer complete immunity to mind attacks, but plagues them with irresistible wrath instead. The next moment, Sunny felt the invisible shackles holding him in place shattering. And at the same time, he felt a fury so vast that it couldn't be described with words shattering his mind. His thoughts were incinerated by the terrible, mad, boundless ire. He lost awareness of who he was, what he had to do, what he hoped to achieve. All he knew was that he had to destroy, kill, hurt, annihilate, everything. Everyone. All of them. I'm lost, from light. Some small vestige of his sanity remembered to utter his true name, hoping that it would anchor his crumbling mind. But it didn't work. All it did was remind him of the tools he had at his disposal to visit utter devastation upon the world. A low, bestial growl escaped from his mouth. And then, a wicked smile appeared on his lips. The crown of twilight had another gift to give him. A nearly endless amount of essence. Now that the defensive array was deactivated, nothing was draining his reserves anymore. It was all at his disposal. Jumping forward, Sunny called upon the shadows, surrounding himself in a sea of them. Then, a giant serpent with black scales, clad in a fearsome onyx armor, emerged from the sea of shadows, murderous wrath burning in his mad eyes. Slithering across the ruined floor of Darren's palace with stunning speed, the monstrous serpent created in his image lunged at the towering dragon and coiled himself around the winged horror's mighty body. Without wasting a single moment, Sunny opened his terrifying maw and tried to sink his fangs into the Dread Lord's neck. Nephi saw the Serpent King's palace sway, from afar. Its dome was collapsing, and a net of cracks appeared on its walls. However, she had no time to pay attention to what was happening in the distance. The street she had found herself on was crowded with countless warriors, and all of them were moving toward her, an eerie emptiness hiding behind their ruthless eyes. Hundreds of them. Thousands, even, and that was only on this one street. Enemies were in front of her, behind her, and on all sides. There seemed to be no escape from this human flood. Their hands were already reaching toward her, aiming to catch her and push her down. Surrounded by the undulating mob, Nephi struggled not to surrender to primal fear. Before the first hand touched her chainmail shirt, she took a stance and lashed out with her sword. The movement was ingrained into her very bones, absorbed by both her body and mind. Mass, speed, force, space and time. Levers and fulcrums, transfer of energy. That was what swordplay was, deconstructed to its most basic pillars. Her body was a versatile and intricate tool for expressing these principles. Of course, there was another element to it, one that existed outside the scope of fundamental physics. Thought. After all, the most perfect tool would be useless without a conscious will to guide it. And thoughts, both her own and those of her enemies, could become a tool, in turn. But that was much harder to master. The severed hand fell to the ground, bright blood spilling on the cobblestones. A normal human would have recoiled in terror, or at least showed a reaction. Even a nightmare creature would not have completely ignored the loss of a limb. However, the empty shell hosting the perverse consciousness of Soul Stealer did not pay it any attention, continuing its lunge at Nephi's. She had calculated that the warrior would not be deterred, as well. Shifting her weight, Nephi's turned her torso and allowed the warrior to brush past her. At the same time, she gave him a measured shove. The man was already losing his balance, so that was enough to send him stumbling into the wall of people to her left. Her sword had never stopped moving. After severing the arm of the nearest human, she pierced the neck of another, then slammed the guard of the sword into the third, all in one fluid motion. By then, the hand she had used to shove the first warrior was already landing back on the hilt, giving her more leverage, and therefore speed. And, therefore, freedom. Nephis exploded into motion, shredding the bodies of the closest attackers like a hurricane of steel. A bright radiance suffused her skin, making it seem as though a merciless spirit of light was moving through the crowd of mortal warriors. One after another, their bodies seemed to melt in that light, severed and cut apart. The white radiance was soon tinted red, shining through the bloody haze. Faster. Her mind was silent and clear, moving at incredible speed. She perceived a million details about her environment, seamlessly assimilated these observations into a comprehensive understanding, and instantly formulated flawless responses to the shifting landscape of the battlefield. The silver longsword cut down anyone who entered within its reach, knowing no mercy or hesitation. Crimson blood was boiling and evaporating from its incandescent blade. Nephis was alone, surrounded by thousands of enemies. However, that was all right. Many of these people were awakened, but most were mundane. They were much slower than her. Much weaker than her. Much more fragile than her. More than that, numerical advantage had a limit to how much it could help them. After a certain point, it did not matter. The bodies of these warriors all took up a certain amount of space. Only so many enemies could attack her at the same time, obstructed from approaching her by the walls of the surrounding buildings and the bodies of their own comrades. So, it wasn't like Nephis had to fight with thousands of Soul Stealer's marionettes at the same time. She only had to fight against a dozen or so at once, and those, she could kill. But what did it matter? She could kill a dozen. She could kill 100, 1,000, 10,000, maybe. But she couldn't kill millions of them. Sooner or later, she would grow tired. Her essence would run dry. Soul Stealer would send the more powerful awakened and swarms of masters to confront her. Warriors who could bulldoze through the walls of the buildings, destroying her only advantage, would appear, as well as those possessing insidious aspects and arsenals of potent memories. In the end, she would be buried under a mountain of human flesh and torn apart. What do I do? Nephis cut down an awakened warrior wielding a long spear, severed a mundane soldier in half, pushed through the rain of blood, and pierced the throat of a heavily armored swordsman. The enchanted plate armor could not stop her blade, parting in front of it like paper. She kicked the swordsman's body, sending it flying back to crush and maim a dozen hollow-eyed warriors. There was only a split second remaining before she would receive a blow on her back. Spinning around, Nephis sliced through the descending sword, the attacker's arms, and his neck. What do I do? There were still thousands of enemies surrounding her. If anything, there were more of them now than there had been before. Despite the gruesome deaths of the first wave, their faces remained cold and emotionless. Their eerie eyes were full of emptiness and chilling malice. They were still advancing, aiming to bury her under an avalanche of bodies. Nephis moved, knowing that she could not stay in place. She was faster than them, after all, and although a wall of steel and flesh surrounded her from all sides, her sword was sharp enough to cut it down. She cut, pierced, and crushed. She calculated every move, both of her own and of her enemies, perfectly. She was 10 steps ahead in her calculations, even, plotting a bloody course through the flowing mob in advance. That was the only way not to drown in the flood. What do I do? Where was Sunny? Where was Cassie? What happened to Effie and Jet? Were they still alive, or had they already been taken as hosts by Soul Stealer? What about Kai? Had he escaped the trap of frozen time only to be devoured by the Mirror Fiend? What about Mordred of Valor? What had happened to him? Distracted by these thoughts, Nephice allowed the tip of an enemy's spear to strike her shoulder. The chainmail shirt held, but the cadence of her fluid sword dance was thrown into disarray, forcing her to scramble and recalculate dozens of movements. What was she supposed to do? Surrounded by thousands of enemies, Nephice looked ahead somberly. Then, furious white flames ignited in her eyes. Kill them all. I'll just kill them all. I'll try, at least. Her sword flashed, countless lives turning to ash in the incandescent glow of its blade. Somewhere far away, Mordred was in a similar situation. Of course, he did not possess the physical strength, speed, and resilience of Changing Star of the Immortal Flame clan, however, he did possess his own arsenal of tricks. I wonder. He had escaped into a section of the city where the ground had been broken by some titanic blow. Shallow water covered the cracked cobblestones, with ruined buildings rising from it like islands. The twilight sky reflected in the water, turning it into a beautiful painting of soft colors. Mordred was using the reflections to stay ahead of his pursuers. Countless human figures were surrounding him, their weapons hungry for his blood. If I try to possess one of them, what would happen? Usually, he would have to bet his life against the soul of his victim, armed only with their reflected power. But these warriors had no souls, they had long been destroyed by Soul Stealer, that impostor. So, would Mordred have to battle against the soul of the defiled saint? Or the reflection of the dead victim's soul? Whose power would he be able to reflect? He was both curious and reluctant to find out. Not just yet, at least. Dodging a swift sword, Mordred pierced the attacker's throat, dodged another strike, and jumped back. A subtle frown appeared on his face. Inconvenient. The worst part about slaughtering these hollow vessels was that they were just that, vessels. There were no souls inside the bodies of the taken warriors, and so, he was not growing stronger from killing them. Otherwise, Mordred would have been able to slowly restore his monster core, maybe even the demon core, if he was diligent and lucky. With those, he could create a new reflection or two. Without them, things were proving difficult. He would have preferred slaughtering actual people, instead. What was it that Sunless likes to say? He emotionlessly cut down a young woman wearing an archaic garment inside. Damnation. The ring of enemies surrounding him was growing tighter. He couldn't do much against them with one hand, all Mordred could do was flee. Stepping into the reflected sky, he appeared a few hundred meters away, in the middle of a furious clash between the vessels of Soul Stealer and a swarm of nightmare creatures that were still loyal to the Dreadlord. So, the impostor has a limit, too. Why hadn't Soul Stealer taken these abominations, as well? Mordred smiled as he finished off a lumbering monstrosity. Finally, he felt his soul growing stronger. Was it because destroying the souls of those already taken by the defilement was harder? No, it wouldn't be. Mordred had slain plenty of nightmare creatures that way himself. So, it had to be because it was easier to destroy the souls of those who were not defiled. Why? He lingered suddenly. Don't tell me. Was it because those following the path of ascension could be infected by the defilement during the soul battle, all but dooming them to lose? Suddenly, he lost all curiosity about facing Soul Stealer. Becoming defiled? Mordred wanted none of that. Because it ran contrary to his goals, of course, but mostly because the impostor was rather pathetic. Sure, Soul Stealer was mighty. Sure, he had reached the level of power that Mordred struggled to fathom. However, he was also a bit brainless. None of the warriors Mordred had killed showed a tenth of his skill with the sword. Gone were his cunning, his foresight, his resolve, and those were much more valuable than control over a million clumsy flesh puppets. It seemed that corruption, or perhaps splitting his soul between countless beings, both humans and abominations alike, had rotted Soul Stealer's mind, turning him into a madman. And not even a brilliant madman, at that, just a dull monster. Mordred would have loved to continue pondering the undeniable inferiority of his monstrous twin, but at that moment, his sword failed to penetrate the carapace of another nightmare creature. He had killed a few already, using the rest to stall the Soul Stealer's vessels, but this one had turned out to be more powerful than he thought. Ah! As a sharp claw tore his chest open, Mordred grimaced and thrust his hand into the water. Then, he pulled a human body out of it, that of an awakened warrior wearing the colors of clan valor. The next moment, Mordred's eyes grew empty, while the warrior's eyes ignited with sinister intelligence. A moment after that, Mordred's own body plunged into the shallow water, disappearing from sight. Wearing the familiar body of Squire Warren, and wielding his aspect, he dove under the abomination's body and cut open its unprotected belly. A few dozen more, and I'll become a monster again. Mordred dashed away, escaping before the dying nightmare creature crushed him with its weight. It was okay if Warren's body was destroyed, he had plenty more to choose from, some of which he had hidden from Changing Star and her cohort. He could take the bodies of these abominations, as well. But what was the point? As Mordred continued to coldly kill the defiled, his expression grew dim. So what if he killed them? So what if he regained a few soul cores? The situation was still inescapable. For once, he saw no way to survive, let alone win. Even his usual path of escape was cut off, since Soul Stealer was perfectly capable of haunting the reflections, as well. Are we all going to die here, in this godforsaken city? Wasn't it a bit too ironic? Poetic, even. To die by his own hand. One thing kept Mordred's spirit up, though. It was that girl, Kasha. Song of the Fallen. She might have had others fooled, but he knew that the blind witch was not as simple as she looked. Someone like her had to have something planned, without a doubt, she wouldn't have led her companions here otherwise. But then again, Soul Stealer had gone through the same ritual as Mordred. Neither of them was easy to perceive through divination, how else would that monster have escaped Torment's gaze and rebelled against the Dread Lord? Ah! I don't know. Mordred pushed an old man in weathered leather armor into the maw of a hideous nightmare creature, then pierced the creature's eye while it was busy devouring the poor fool. His expression was somber. At this point, we'll need a miracle to pull through. But when had the world been generous with miracles? If something truly astonishing happened, it was always a curse, instead. Some distance away, Cassie had fled toward the breached walls of twilight. Here, there were more nightmare creatures fighting against the vessels of Soul Stealer, and therefore, more mayhem and chaos. Using that chaos, Cassie was still struggling to keep herself alive. Blood was pouring from a deep wound on her neck. Pressing her hand against it, she moved through the terrible jumble of human and monstrous bodies, somehow avoiding all the swords, claws, and fangs. Sometimes, she was only a split second away from death, but each time, that split second was somehow enough to save her. Her face was pale and bleak. An iron locket rested on her chest, wet with blood. How much time do I have left? She didn't know exactly. Far away, the Serpent King's palace shuddered, coming undone. There, in the ruins of the throne room, Sunny coiled his giant serpentine body around the Dreadlord, trying to crush his bones. His fangs were scratching the impenetrable midnight scales, leaving deep grooves on them. Die! Die, you worm! Losing all reason, he could only think about tearing the odious dragon apart. However, killing a defiled saint was not an easy task. Sunny had transformed himself in the image of the Serpent King. However, he was not as powerful as Dayron. His onyx body was giant, compared to a human, but it was still much smaller than the Azure Serpent had been. Much more importantly than that, it did not possess the power of a great beast. Sunny was merely an ascended, after all, and even though the shadows he had used to form the onyx serpent were more powerful and ancient than him, the essence that had manifested them was that of a master. 6 shadows were augmenting his shell, this time, but Nephi's was not here to grant him the blessing of her flame, and although the dread lord was weaker than the azure serpent had been, the dragon was also not littered with gruesome wounds and nearing death. None of it mattered to Sunny, though. Consumed by frenzy, all he knew was the mad desire to rip his enemy apart. Kill you. I'll kill you. His fangs pressed down on the impregnable dragon scales, leaving deep grooves on their dark surface. His mighty body coiled tight around the dread lord, restraining and crushing him. I'll kill you no matter what. However, the harrowing dragon was full of ire and murderous will, as well. Even though his most dreadful power, the tyrannical authority of his voice, had proved to be futile when used against Sunny, he still had plenty of means to destroy the insolent slave. A furious roar shook the dim throne room. And, at the same time, an insidious whisper resounded in Sunny's clouded mind. All that effort to escape. And yet here you are. Sunny vaguely realized that the dread lord was confusing him with the mad prince and doubled his effort to tear open the vile worm's throat. At that moment, however, his enemy finally moved. Its tail whipped across the great hull once again, crushing countless soul-stealer vessels. At the same time, he strained his wings against the coils of Sunny's giant armored body, causing cracks to appear on the surface of the mantle. Much worse than that, the dread lord lowered his head and bit into Sunny's own neck. His porcelain fangs pierced the onyx armor plates and sank into the shadows, tearing them apart. It did not matter, though. Hidden deep within the onyx serpent, Sunny let out a mad laugh. More shadows flowed from the open gate of the shadow lantern, mending the wounds delivered to his shell by the odious dragon. He had plenty more hidden away, and his essence was nearly limitless here in twilight. If the dread lord wished to win, he had his work cut out for him. I'll bleed you dry, one drop at a time. Finally, one of his fangs slid between 2 scales and cut into the tough hide beneath. Tasting blood, or maybe simply imagining tasting it with a tongue made of shadows. Sunny let out a triumphant growl. Continuing to maul the shell's neck, the dread lord threw his massive body down. Tangled together, the dragon and the serpent rolled across the ruined floor of the throne room, making the whole palace shudder. The marble tiles were pulverized into dust, and countless hollow vessels were turned into puddles of shattered bones and blood. Is Kai alive? The thought flashed in Sunny's mind and disappeared. He did not care, he did not even really remember who Kai was. All he could feel was bloodlust and rage. Crushed under the weight of the dread lord, his serpentine body was coming undone. His neck was shredded, and his head was moments away from becoming separated from his body. Even though he was mending the damage, the hateful dragon was tearing through the shadows faster than Sunny could manifest them. But he tasted the dragon's blood. Sunny was full of dark glee. His coils moved, a ridge of spikes growing from his spine. His body was like a circular saw now, sending clouds of sparks flying from the points where it ground against the dread lord's scales. More blood flowed, falling to the shattered floor like drops of silver flame. Flame! Letting go of Sunny's neck, the dragon pierced him with a loathsome gaze and opened his maw. Hidden within the serpentine shell, Sunny gritted his teeth. But what came out of the dread lord's maw was not a torrent of flame, instead, it was an eerie, melodious, otherworldly sound. It almost sounded like a song. And, enveloped by that harrowing song, the giant body of the onyx serpent shattered. Terrible cracks appeared on its surface, the shadows melting into a tenebrous haze. A deafening sonic boom sent a hurricane of stone dust into the air, and Sunny was thrown away, his shell torn asunder. Freed from the crushing embrace of his coils, the dread lord rose, his eyes burning with demented hatred. His gaze landed on the torn remains of the onyx serpent, searching for the human body hidden within. As he was looking, though, a radiant arrow hit the side of his head. A fiery explosion bloomed, pushing the dragon's head aside. Hovering near the cracked dome of the palace, Kai gritted his teeth and drew the string of his bow again. The Dread Lord opened his maw, wanting to give the archer another command. But at that moment, Kai screamed. "Shut your mouth, you traitor!" And, although the authority of his voice was not nearly powerful enough to restrain the defiled saint, the Dread Lord's jaws did freeze for a moment. That moment was all Sunny needed. The two parts of his severed body slithered across the shattered floor like snakes and connected, almost instantly growing back together. His ravaged head rose, baring its fangs, and sank them into one of the harrowing dragon's wings. There, the scales were much thinner, and easier to pierce. More soul stealer vessels were already pouring into the throne room. These were not as weak as the previous ones, very few of them died from the fall, which meant that there were much more awakened and ascended among them. Kai let another arrow loose. The Dread Lord looked around in fury and let out an infuriated growl. Then, his wings moved, raising a hurricane. The bastard was trying to fly away. Or so Sunny thought. Unwilling to let the enemy go, he tried to hold on to the dragon's wing, but it was of no use. He was thrown aside, crashing heavily on the ground. The walls of the throne room were falling now, unable to withstand the battle of two giant beasts. Soon, the whole palace was going to collapse. Surrounded by hurricane winds and dust, the Dread Lord was rising into the air. He was already reaching the broken dome, ready to break through it and cause the entire thing to crumble. Sunny looked up in fury. "No, no, no. You won't escape." Coiling his massive body like a spring, he sent it flying into the air. His leap produced a shockwave that shattered the walls of the throne room and made the palace quake. His head collided with the Dread Lord, sending the dragon crashing through the remains of the dome. But then, gravity pulled him down. Sunny howled in fury. And, responding to his wrath, his tenebrous body flowed and shifted, changing form. Giant wings sprouted from his back and struck against the air, sending him flying up. Wreathed in darkness, a grotesque figure pursued the harrowing dragon into the sky. A moment later, the six chitinous legs of a giant, monstrous butterfly made of shadows struck the Dread Lord's scales. The dome of the Serpent King's palace entirely collapsed, falling under its own weight in a colossal cloud of dust. Two enormous, dark figures rose from the cloud, vaguely visible as they tangled together in a furious struggle. Down on the streets of the city, Nephis was making her way to the crumbling palace. She was fighting against the human flood, the radiance of her skin shining brightly in the dim twilight of the early dawn. Her incandescent sword had turned into a blur, followed by a trail of crimson haze. She had long lost count of how many enemies she cut down, how many bodies she sundered, and how much time had passed since the start of this nightmarish battle. No matter how many vessels of the Soul Stealer she destroyed, their number never decreased. Instead, it only grew. More and more of them flooded from all sides, rushing to pierce her flesh with their swords, their spears, their arrows, their nails and teeth. Their power had grown, as well. There were more awakened warriors surrounding her now, and more ascended. Their powers were like a constant hail that relentlessly assaulted her, lethal and unpredictable, growing more perilous with each step she took. But something else grew with it, as well. Her will. Slowly but surely. Nephis was shaking off the burden of doubt that had covered her heart like rust, at some point. Little by little, its weight had added up, until she became pressed into the ground by it without even noticing. Here, in the throes of this macabre slaughter, there was no place for doubt. There was only combat. Steps, lunges, and feints. The movements of her sword, the movements of her body. The measured ruthlessness of her mind, the cold lethality of her skill. The empty eyes of her enemies, the perilous sheen of their weapons, and the inevitable moments of their deaths. This was clarity. This was the stark world where only pain and will existed. She was always tormented by harrowing pain. Pain burned everything away, leaving only will. And Neph's will. was to kill them all. She cut through countless humans, erasing them from existence with her sword. Their bodies came undone under its blade, forming a gruesome path. A river of blood flowed where she had passed, paving the way. Her blood was in that river, as well. Nephi's moved with dreadful speed and chilling precision, rending the flesh of her enemies like a radiant, flawless, fatal machine. Lifeless corpses fell to her feet, men and women, young and old. All severed and mutilated, their bodies gaping with horrible wounds. But she wasn't unscathed either. Just then, an awakened warrior used a strange aspect ability and bypassed the steel wall of her defense. His cleaver landed on her shoulder, biting into the chainmail. Her armor held, and her bones held, as well. But the impact slowed her down, allowing an ascended champion to ram a spear into her back. The chainmail broke. The white tunic beneath it was pierced. The spearhead plunged into her flesh. Snarling, Nephi sent the awakened flying with a kick and twisted, her sword cutting through the shaft of the spear and the ascended's head. The bloodied spearhead dissolved into a rain of sparks, and the radiance suffusing Neph's skin dimmed a little. Instead of blood, white flame flowed from the wound on her back, mending the torn muscles and broken skin. A moment later, the wound was gone. Only the pain remained. Nephi gritted her teeth, the same flame burning in her eyes. "Come, all of you." She plunged into the frenzied mob, calling upon the fires of her soul. Soon, a hurricane of incinerating flames spread through the human river, devouring all who could not resist it. Those who could were cut down by the spirit of light dancing in the midst of the blinding inferno, her sword merciless and unrestrained. The distant palace drew nearer. Nephi had unleashed the flames to burn her enemies, but she couldn't maintain the blaze around herself constantly. Her reserves of essence, no matter how deep, would run out too fast that way. In the end, she released the control of the flame, leaving a burning street in her wake. The hungry fire spread, devouring the broken buildings. The endless, relentless assault of the hollow-eyed vessels continued, unchanged. More and more enemies broke through her defenses, leaving terrible marks on her body. Her bones were broken. Her flesh was cut. Her armor became shattered and torn, full of holes, until it crumbled completely, disappearing into a whirlwind of sparks and leaving only a tattered tunic to cover her radiant body. A sharp sword slithered its way to her chest, piercing her heart. Nephi swayed slightly and stared at the man who was holding the sword, a white inferno burning in her eyes. Then, she reached with her hand and grabbed his throat, crushing it in an incinerating grasp. The sword slid out of her chest, followed by a gust of flame. At the same time, a battle axe landed on her shoulder, cutting deep, and a beak of a war hammer struck her head. But no blood poured out of the fatal wounds. Only fire. Nephi moved, severing the bodies of everyone around her. She did not fall, did not stagger. She did not even slow down. If anything, it seemed as though she had become even faster, even brighter, even deadlier. Washed by the white flame, the harrowing wounds disappeared in the beautiful radiance. Nephi was not going to die yet. No, perhaps, she was only getting started. Losing all restraint and not caring about the pain and the damage dealt to her body anymore, she lunged at her enemies, forcing them to reel back. Her sword tore through their bodies, leaving only death and scattering ash in its wake. "We'll show you." Terrible blows rained on her body, but all the gruesome damage they dealt was washed away by the white radiance. The horror. All around her, the streets of twilight were being devoured by the spreading blaze of the immortal flame. Nephi was like an undying, insatiable monster of flame that had taken the form of a slender young woman. Now that she had discarded her doubt and her fear, the true horror of her aspect was finally unleashed. No matter how her enemies cut and pierced her radiant body, nothing seemed capable of bringing her down. Her own sword, however, was like an incandescent omen of destruction and ruin, inevitable and inescapable, cutting down everything that stood in its way. Countless lives were melting in front of her merciless blade. Her mind was like a white void. Pain had become will. Will had become flame. Doubt had become ash. Nephi's cut a road of blood and scorched bodies through the human flood, refusing to go down. Why would she? These swords, these spears, these arrows, these nails and teeth, she would withstand them all. Using her dormant ability did not diminish her essence, and so, she would continue to kill, and maim, and burn until Soul Stealer came in person to put a stop to her. As long as there was fire, she would light herself on fire. She would endure its harrowing blessing. She would persist. For now. Of course, even the undying were not invulnerable. No one was. Nephi was going to make a fatal mistake, eventually. Fatigue and mental strain would accumulate, draining her strength away. Then, she would be caught and pinned down, or obliterated entirely. But until that happened, she would continue to burn. Burn brightly in the dim twilight of the endless dawn. High in the sky above twilight, Sunny was being mauled by the Dread Lord. The monstrous butterfly shell he had hastily created was battered and torn, bleeding shadows into the air. The shadows dissipated into the beautiful radiance of dawn, disappearing. He had spent months on Aletheus Island, fighting against and being killed by all kinds of harrowing creatures. Of course, he had learned a lot about his killers during that time. The hollow butterfly was harder to fathom because it lacked a soul, though, and so its shell was rough and unstable. Sunny did not care. All he cared about was hurting the hateful dragon. His wings had long been broken, failing to regrow, so he clutched onto the body of the Dread Lord with his 6 sharp legs. His giant eyes were faceted, consisting of thousands of smaller ones, and so, thousands of harrowing dragons reflected in their dark surface, filling him with boundless rage. His long beak had just pierced the Dread Lord's flesh in the spot where a few scales had cracked, mangling it. Ah! Sunny felt murderous joy. Bleeding and hurt by that last attack, the dragon spread its wings. His maw opened, and another melodious call escaped from it, battering the monstrous butterfly like a devastating ram. Reeling from the shockwave of the following sonic boom, Sunny felt his shell falling apart and growled, mending it. The Dread Lord was a step ahead, though. Before the damaged butterfly coalesced back into a stable form, he tore 2 of its legs with his fangs, then broke another with his terrifying claws. Sunny felt his grip on the odious dragon loosen. No, no. Come back here, you hideous worm. Blinded by pain and driven mad by the scent of blood, he laughed. The massive body of the tenebrous butterfly rippled and then flowed, changing shape. Long tentacles shot from its carapace, wrapping themselves around the Dread Lord's wings and pressing them into his body. Soon, a revolting octopus-like abomination was clinging to him, tearing at his scales with a sharp beak. Sunny had no wings anymore, and the dragon could not move his. They plummeted from the sky, slower than they were supposed to, considering that Kai, and, by extension, the Dread Lord, could fly even without wings. But still fast enough. The moment the 2 of them hit the ground, shattering a dozen buildings and sending cracks running through the carapace of the inconceivable carcass twilight stood upon, Sunny was thrown off the body of the dreadful dragon. He rolled away, his shell already shifting. By the time the Dread Lord rose, a giant leopard of decaying flesh was already lunging at him, aiming to bite into his throat. Their frenzied battle continued. When they fought on the ground, Sunny assumed the form of a land predator. When the Dread Lord tried to rise into the sky, he assumed the form of a flying monstrosity. When the dragon threw him underwater, he turned into the onyx serpent, relentlessly attacking his loathsome enemy in the murky depths. He was crazed and relentless, but his enemy was both powerful and vicious. Even robbed of his most insidious weapon, the Dread Lord was still a harrowing foe. His mighty body, his sinister mind, and his profane voice were all fearsome, capable of visiting unimaginable devastation upon the world. Sunny was suffering much more than the odious dragon, his shadow incarnation receiving more and more soul damage despite being hidden inside an armored shell. But the dragon was hurting, as well. Although the wounds littering his body were not deep, they were numerous, seeping with silver blood. And that was all Sunny wished for. Bleed for me, worm. There was an annoying fly trying to intervene in their battle, hovering around them and sending one arrow after another at the Dreadlord. That fly wanted to steal his vengeance from him, and so, Sunny swiped at it with his claws, sending the pest plummeting down. It soon returned, though, drowning him in rage. Just wait a little. I'll kill you too. Everyone, he was going to kill everyone. But the dragon would be first. Even if Sunny had to rip his own soul apart to murder the loathsome worm, he would see him dead. Die. 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 Even with nearly endless reserves of essence and the boundless fury of the king's resentment fueling him, Sunny was struggling to deal severe damage to the Dreadlord. He vaguely remembered that there was someone else he had to kill, a vile amalgamation of countless beings hiding in the reflections, but he couldn't even slay this winged fiend. Indignant, Sunny broke through the barrier of corpses floating in the water and slithered onto one of the carcasses. Before he could even change his shape, the harrowing dragon bit into his shell, tearing it, and dragged him into the sky. Four sets of terrifying claws slashed at him, shattering the onyx plates of the shell and maiming his serpentine body. A hateful voice boomed in his head, making him dizzy. You have returned to the source. I see. She is back too, then. Ripping into the crumbling shell with his maw, the Dreadlord laughed. Laughed at him. Sunny roared in fury. Shall we kill her again? Yes. I will devour her. Right after I'm done with you. Nephice. He was talking about Nephice. Deep in the crumbling embrace of his shell, Sunny went absolutely mad. Forgetting everything else except for his rage, he allowed the shell of the onyx serpent to dissolve into a torrent of shadows, and escaped their embrace. Landing on the shoulder of the harrowing dragon in his fragile human form, Sunny grasped the hilt of the sin of solace and plunged it between the impregnable scales. Or at least, he tried to. As if sensing the cursed blade, the Dreadlord finally showed a reaction. The massive body of the dragon recoiled, sending Sunny flying. He fell through the air with terrible speed, plummeting down, there were no shadows for him to safely land into. Before Sunny was splattered against the cold stones, someone caught him, slowing his fall. The two of them hit a stone wall and shattered it, rolling into the courtyard below. Sunny landed on something soft and bounced away. Arg! Leaning on the sin of solace, he rose and looked around with bloodshot eyes. The weathered corpses, the battlements, he knew this place. He was back in the floating fortress where Mordred had welcomed them to twilight. So, the worm is afraid of my sword. A twisted grin appeared on his lips, and Sunny finally noticed another figure struggling to stand up from the cold stones near him. It was that annoying fly. Killing it would only take a split second. Before he could do it, though, a massive shadow covered him. Then, the battered dragon landed on the wall of the fortress, crushing the battlements with his claws. With silver blood streaming down his midnight scales, the Dreadlord gazed down at him, starlight burning in his malevolent eyes. His gaze shifted slightly, crushing down on the annoying fly like an invisible force. You. Using the fact that the loathsome dragon had been distracted by the fly, Sunny considered his enemy for a moment. His mind was aflame with insatiable anger, so it was hard to think, hard to stay still and contemplate the way to kill his enemy better, even though that was his one and only goal. Somewhere deep down, Sunny knew that he had surrendered his most lethal weapon, his cunning, to the scorching temptation of wrath. But that thought, too, was obliterated by the ocean of boundless rage. That worm is strong. Sunny had called upon his most primal, most destructive power, the shadow shell. He had ravaged the Dreadlord as a ferocious sea serpent, a dreadful butterfly, a decaying leopard, and many more revolting shapes. His attacks had dealt some damage to the enemy, but none of them had made the dragon real. The only thing that had was the sin of solace. Sunny glanced at the beautiful jade gem. He knows that sword. The Mad Prince had wielded the Sin of Solace, and so, the Dread Lord would be familiar with the sinister power of the cursed blade. Even if it had never been used against him, he would know and fear it. That was because while Sunny could mutilate the dragon's flesh, the Sin of Solace could shatter his mind. It had been created from the whisper of Ariel, the demon of dread, after all. And there was no one more familiar with the terror of Ariel's secrets than the Dread Lord, who was similarly burdened by the knowledge of truth due to his flaw. There was a problem, though. Sunny could only wield the Sin of Solace in a human hand, but his human body could be destroyed by one bellow from the dreadful dragon. Or maybe not. Grinning madly, Sunny dismissed the Jade Jian. At the same time, he called upon the shadows once again. They surged from the open gate of the shadow lantern, enveloping him like a dark tide. And then, a towering figure rose from that tide. This time, Sunny did not create the shell of a serpent, a butterfly, or a fearsome leopard. Instead, he borrowed a page from the devouring beast's book, and created the shell that was a perfect replica of himself, only on a much larger scale. Of course, he couldn't compete with the feral plague, who had stood 100 meters tall. But even at a third of her height, his head still rose above the battlements of the fortress. A furious dark giant made of shadows appeared in the middle of the courtyard, sharing Sunny's appearance. His towering body was covered by a cracked onyx armor, and a whirlwind of sparks surrounded his outstretched hand. Memories were mystical tools. They were created from the soul essence of their wielder, and adjusted to suit the wielder's body. That was why Awakened did not need to fit and tailor their armor, or mold the hilts of their weapons to their grip. However, things changed once an Awakened reached transcendence. The body of a saint could transform, taking an entirely different shape. It was only then that the limit to how much a memory could be adjusted to fit its wielder revealed itself. Different memories had different limits. Some could still be used by the transformed saints, some could not. Generally, the more powerful a memory was, the more flexible potential it possessed. And Sunny was willing to bet that the Sin of Solace, a transcendent memory of the 5th tier, possessed more than enough of it to be useful in the hands of a giant, especially because the form he had taken was only different from his own body in size, and therefore did not require the Jade Jian to stray away from its nature as a sword. All he had to do was pour more essence into manifesting it. 10 times more, 100 times more, 1,000 times more, it did not matter. Sunny's essence was inexhaustible right now. As the shape of a graceful sword, its blade dozens of meters long, started to manifest itself from light, Sunny grinned and dashed forward. It was going to take the Sin of Solace some time to weave itself into existence, and he would have to occupy the loathsome dragon until then. Struggling to control his massive body, Sunny leaned forward and rammed his shoulder into the wall of the courtyard. The entire fortress quaked and tilted, water pouring in through the broken gates. The wall itself cracked and collapsed, forcing the Dread Lord, who had been using it as purchase, to lose balance. Before the dragon could open his massive wings, Sunny grabbed onto him and pulled him down. His face was very close to the Dread Lord's bloodied chest. If not for the visor of the onyx helmet, Sunny would have tried to bite into his throat. What's this? Something glistened amidst the silver blood. There, between the midnight scales, was a scale that seemed different from all the others. It was dull gray, as if forged from iron, and had a peculiar shape. Sunny tried to get a better look at it, but at that moment, he heard the annoying fly shout. Sunny! I can't. What? And then, a radiant arrow hit him in the back, slid into the crack of the mantle, and detonated inside. No. The left side of the shadow giant's torso exploded from within. His onyx armor, which had already been severely damaged, crumbled into pieces. His left arm, which had almost grasped the hilt of the Sin of Solace, fell to the ground. At the same time, the dragon's maw closed on his neck, shredding it. The Dread Lord growled, tearing the giant's head off with a terrible pull. Blinded by terrible pain and disoriented, Sunny crashed on the cold stones. His shell fell apart, and he was banished from the embrace of shadows. His body rolled and came to halt in the rubble of the shattered fortress wall. He felt cold water licking his torn skin. Ah! The fly, he should have killed it sooner. The loathsome dragon must have whispered a command into the vermin's ear. Letting out a pained groan, Sunny forced his battered body to rise, only to see the dread lord's tail swiping at him with terrible speed. Remembering how the hollow vessels of Soul Stealer exploded into bloody mist after being struck by it, he let out a hateful scream and stepped into the shadows. A moment later, he appeared on top of the crumbling wall. From there, Sunny could see the courtyard, and the figure of the bleeding dragon below him. He could also see twilight in the distance, barely visible through the haze of dawn. What to do, what to do? Belatedly, he thought about his shadows. Saint, fiend, nightmare, they could help him a lot in this battle. Especially Saint, who was immune to all mind attacks and could resist the authority of the Dread Lord. But thinking about them filled him with endless fury. No one was allowed to steal his vengeance from him, no one. Summoning the shadows would only give them a chance to kill the odious dragon before he could. He would never allow that to happen. This is madness. A feeble thought was drowned by the torrent of bloodlust and demented anger. Sunny was not going to allow anyone to steal his victims. No, if he summoned the shadows, it would only be to kill them. Kill them all. In fact, it was exactly what he should have done. Each of them was a shadow creature, and a powerful one at that, suitable to become fuel for his soul. He had painstakingly nurtured them himself, after all. So, wasn't it only right, for him to reap what he had sown? Just imagining the flood of shadow fragments he would receive from slaughtering his servants made Sunny smile viciously. Was that how the Mad Prince had become a titan? It had to be. Where else would the vile madman find enough fragments to form the seventh core, here in the tomb of Ariel? Sunny would be wise to follow his example. But first, he had to kill the dragon. And the traitorous fly. Turning his head to look at his enemies, Sunny lingered for a split second. Out there, far away, wasn't something strange happening in twilight? Suddenly frozen, he looked into the distance. On the crumbling streets of twilight, a grotesque nightmare creature was mauling another with its fangs, while a rain of swords and spears fell on its tough hide. Each strike caused streams of fetid blood to pour out of ghastly wounds, but the abominations paid it no attention. Ah, it hurts. Mordred, who had taken the body of the nightmare creature, was not having a great time. Not only was he being cut and mangled by the vessels of the impostor, but it was also getting hard to breathe. The air was full of smoke, and the buildings around him had caught fire, at some point. But he was so close. Finally, the abominations he had been brutalizing shuddered and died. An ethereal stream of power flowed into his soul, and he fled into the reflections, escaping the cruel blades of the hollow vessels. Appearing a few hundred meters away from the pursuing mob, he left the dying body of the battered nightmare creature and returned to his own. Before too long, a familiar pain tore apart his soul, forcing Mordred to groan. Why does it have to be so unpleasant? A new core was being born in the depths of his soul. He was becoming a monster once again. This will give me some breathing room. The human flood was already surrounding him, seemingly endless. Mordred had only a few seconds of reprieve before the puppets of Soul Stealer would assault him again. His perception spread far and wide, jumping between countless reflections to observe the world. He saw Song of the Fallen, the blind witch. He also saw a giant made of shadows wield a jade sword against a harrowing dragon. Sunless, the madman, was fighting against the Dread Lord. Nightingale was there, as well, kneeling near a puddle of water. At that moment, Mordred's eyes glistened, and a sinister thought entered his mind. Can I? He hesitated for a moment, unsure. But then, a dark smile twisted his lips. Well, even if I fail, it will at least be entertaining. Mordred moved, contemplating how much essence he had left. Reaching the distant fortress would be a challenge. But then, he was distracted from these calculations. That was because he saw something else. Turning toward the heart of the city, Mordred froze for a moment. His eyes widened slightly. Cassie leaned against a broken wall, clutching her mangled neck. Her armor was slick with blood, and she felt weak. Her beautiful face was pale and tired. Go. The echo of the slain Sibyl floated away, the hem of her red dress hovering above the cobblestones. She was going to buy her master some time to escape, and then drown in the flood of hollow-eyed warriors. Sighing, Cassie pushed herself off the wall and continued to flee. She dodged and evaded the nightmare creatures that lunged at her from the ruins, not bothering to retaliate. There was no time for it. The lives of Effie and Jet were hanging in a fragile balance, they were literally hanging from her neck, hidden in an iron locket. That locket pressed her down with the weight of a mountain. She couldn't allow herself to make mistakes. I must escape. Making another turn, she came to a halt in front of a devastated space. Behind her was the tide of pursuing warriors, all staring at her with those eerie empty eyes of theirs. In front of her were the broken gates of twilight. Beyond them, there was nothing but still water. There was nowhere else to run. Cassie let out a quiet sigh. Turning around, she lowered her bloodied hand and unsheathed the quiet dancer. The slender rapier glistened in the light of dawn, pointing at the approaching puppets of Soul Stealer. She gritted her teeth. Come, then. It's time. In the heart of twilight, Nephi's finally reached the Serpent King's palace. The palace was no more. It had collapsed, at some point, turning into a vast ruin. Blood flowed between the shattered stones. The dread lord was not here. Sunny was nowhere to be seen either. She was late. A heavy sigh escaped from her lips. Behind Nephis, twilight was wreathed in white flames. In front of her, a dozen warriors stood motionlessly, surrounding a monstrous figure in a tattered vermilion cloak. If not for his mirror-like eyes, she would not have recognized Mordred of Valor. Soul Stealer. His original body. Nephi stared at the monster silently, an incandescent void shining through her eyes. Then, she took a step forward. Her armor had long crumbled. Her white tunic was torn and cut, revealing the soft radiance of her skin. Even her sword was covered by a net of cracks, ready to shatter into a whirlwind of sparks. She was tired. Found you. Nephis walked toward Soul Stealer, and the figures surrounding him moved to meet her. At the same time, thousands upon thousands of human vessels were pouring from the burning streets, surrounding her. There was no end to them. She had killed so many, but no matter how many she killed, the flood of bodies never ceased. It only grew. The first figure reached her, summoning a long spear. Nephis raised her sword and met its strike. The second figure was already lunging from the side, the third, the fourth, she tried to block, evade, and deflect them all. A few moments later, her sword broke. Even then, Nephis continued to move forward. Step after step, wound after wound, she slowly, tortuously made her way toward Soul Stealer. She almost made it. There were only a few meters left between her and the monstrous creature now, but those several meters were like an insurmountable abyss. Pushed down, Nephis fell to her knees. 7 spears were piercing her radiant body, nailing it to the ground. She couldn't heal these wounds until the spears were gone, but those holding them had no intention of retrieving their weapons. Impaled on them and held down, Nephis couldn't move. Sensing a movement ahead, she raised her head and looked at the approaching monster. Her radiant image was reflected in his mirror-like eyes. Soul Stealer stopped a couple steps away, looking down at her with an empty gaze. His pale lips twisted into a strange smile. Sis, Tur. His inhuman voice sounded like shards of broken glass. Nephis looked down. The radiance suffusing her skin dimmed a little. A tormented sigh escaped from her lips. Kneeling, just like she had at the end of the second nightmare. Nephis said, I came into this world, as a sharp blade. She raised her head slightly and looked at the monstrous creature with a tired gaze. But with every step I took, my edge was dulled. Her face slowly became impassive, devoid of all emotion. Her voice was like a whisper. I've made compromises, learned how to act reasonably, and forced myself to move with restraint. Nephi's took a deep breath and remained silent for a moment. When she spoke again, her voice had grown steady and loud. A hint of an indescribable emotion appeared in her radiant eyes. Glaring at the monstrous creature, she said, I am tired of compromises. I am tired of being reasonable. I am tired of being restrained. Nephis looked into the eyes of Soul Stealer, furious flames igniting in the depths of her own. I am changing star of the immortal flame clan. Her gaze was suddenly full of cold contempt. Her even tone trembled with incinerating passion. Who dares to stop me? And when she spoke those words, the soft radiance suffusing her skin exploded with brilliant light. A hurricane wind rose, stirring the fire devouring the streets of twilight. The 7 spears impaling Nephis to the ground caught aflame, melting in its scorching white heat. Although it seemed impossible, the blinding light emanating from her incandescent figure grew even more intense, unbearable to look at. If Sunny was there to see Nephis, he would have witnessed her 6 radiant soul cores swelling with furious light. He would have also seen one of them becoming covered by a net of fiery cracks. Soul Stealer moved, reaching forward, but he was too late. In the next moment, all the flames burning across the ruins of twilight were suddenly absorbed by the incandescent figure kneeling in front of him. For a split second, the world was still and silent. There was a whisper. And then, everything dissolved in white radiance. Standing on the crumbling wall of the floating fortress, Sunny saw the light grow dim above twilight. For a moment, everything was still. And then, the entire world was suddenly drowned in white radiance, blinding him. Stunned, he raised a hand to cover his eyes and saw a pristine star ignite in the heart of the distant city. It swelled, growing into a massive sphere of furious flame. Everything happened in an instant. The buildings nearest to the white star simply dissolved in its pure light, evaporating. Those further away exploded into dust and were erased from existence by an obliterating shockwave. Those behind them were flattened and melted, turning to ash from the immolating heat. A wave of incinerating fire, taller than the towering walls of the city, spread outward at lightning speed, consuming everything in its path, buildings, trees, cobblestones, even air itself, and all the tiny human figures flooding the crumbling streets. Behind it, the furious star rose and deformed, slowly turning into a mushroom cloud of incandescent white flame. The pillar of fire supporting it dwarfed everything, reaching toward the sky. What? Even driven into madness by fury, he was momentarily paralyzed by the harrowing splendor of that inconceivable sight. Twilight. Twilight was being destroyed in front of his eyes. That was when the invisible shockwave reached the fortress, shattering its walls and throwing him down. The deafening roar of the explosion came next, shaking the world. Sunny plummeted from the broken wall and hit the cold stones with a sickening sound. Bouncing off the hard surface, he rolled and then instinctively covered his head with his hands. In the next moment, a rain of stone debris fell down, pummeling him like crushing hail. Who dares? Deaf from the cataclysmic roar of the blast, he screamed furiously and tried to stand up. Something hit him on the head, but Sunny did not care. Hunched, he rose from the ground and peered into the dust that had enveloped everything around, searching for the massive figure of the dragon. So what if all of twilight was devoured by flame? So what if it seemed like the sky had been shattered and fell down? He was still going to kill the hateful worm. Why is it so dark? The colossal pillar of flame had reached the heavens and collapsed on itself, torn apart by the wind. The furious light of the pure white star had dimmed and disappeared, plunging the world into darkness. A vast cloud of ash rose into the air and obscured the 7 suns, turning the twilight of dawn into a lightless gloom of dark devastation. Far away, in the scorched desert that had been twilight, ash fell from the sky like snow. In the heart of the ruined city, nothing but darkness remained. Even the air itself had been burned away by the inconceivable heat of the obliterating explosion, and so there were no flames burning on the blackened stones. The only source of illumination in that dark abyss was a radiant figure that stood amidst the destruction, surrounded by ash and ruins. It was slowly coalescing back into the shape of a beautiful young woman from pure light. Her brilliant skin did not have a single blemish on it, and her shining hair flowed like incandescent silver, emanating a blinding white radiance. Her pristine light reflected in the boiling water, creating a small island of light in the sea of searing darkness. Twilight was still and silent, with nothing but water moving on its vast, smoldering expanse. The numerous human bodies of Soul Stealer were all gone, devoured by the merciless flames and turned to ash. The nightmare creatures who had battled against them were gone, too. Only Nephis remained, illuminating the darkness with her light. And because she was the only one left, the indestructible reflection of the sinister mirror fiend had nowhere to go but into the depths of her radiant, harrowing eyes. Nephis was standing on the surface of a calm ocean. The world around her was suffused with sunlight, and the perfectly still water below her bare feet glowed beautifully, reflecting the brilliance of heaven. It was as if she was standing on a sea of golden clouds, awash in breathtaking light. 7 suns shone brightly above her head. She looked at them impassively. She had felt the terrible agony of one of her soul cores, the terror core, destroying itself before. But so many defiled abominations had been consumed by the unleashed flames of her soul that it was reformed anew. With it, the 7th core was born. The last core. The pain of its creation had already passed, and Nephis was a titan now. She looked away from the 7 suns and gazed silently at the only spot of dirt and darkness in her perfectly radiant world. Out there, some distance away, a repulsive creature stood, staring at her with mirror-like eyes. It did not look like a human, nor did it look like a nightmare creature. Instead, it was like a revolting amalgamation of countless people, countless abominations, all joined together into a monstrous patchwork being that shifted and changed form with every move, every breath, every moment that passes. The shifting monster towered above her, staining the pure waters of her soul with darkness and corruption. Soul Stealer grinned, reaching forward with countless hands. He called her name with countless voices. His countless eyes festered with hatred and greed. But also fear. Nephis looked at him with contempt. Her even voice echoed across the radiant expanse, uttering a single word. Burn. And then, the beautiful landscape of her soul changed. The water Soul Stealer stood upon was no water at all. Instead, it was liquid flame, as if he was standing on the surface of a furious white star. The golden clouds floating above him were not vapor, but incandescent gas, as if he was drowning in burning stardust. Most harrowing of all, though, was the light of the 7 suns. Because here in the sea of changing stars' soul, there was no escape from their incinerating rays. The radiance of the 7 suns swelled, turning the calm ocean into an incandescent white void. And, trapped in that merciless void, Soul Stealer burned. The floor of the floating fortress was tilted, and Sunny could hear the sound of water rushing into the breaches. His sight was obstructed by the cloud of dust, so he closed his eyes and sensed a massive figure stirring in the darkness. He grinned, forgetting about how torn and battered his body was. Looking up, Sunny saw 2 cold silver stars burning in the darkness high above him, the eyes of the murderous dragon, gazing down upon him. The dragon moved, and at the same time, the shadows moved, as well. The drowning fortress shuddered. Slumped near a puddle of water, Kai gasped for air. He was suffering from terrible pain and struggling to breathe. That blow Sunny had delivered him before was not a light one. He suspected that several of his ribs had been cracked or broken. His muscles were torn, as well, so drawing the bow was a torment. This, really is a nightmare. More than anything, Kai felt lost and confused. The battle the government forces were supposed to observe had already been a disaster. The terrible journey through the merciless white desert was like a feverish dream. Before he knew it, they were standing in front of a towering block of black stone, preparing to enter a seed of nightmare. Kai had thought that he had prepared himself mentally for the dreadful trial of the spell, but he had been wrong. Coming to his senses in the dim throne room of a mysterious palace was unlike anything he had ever expected, and much more terrible. Sunny was there, pulling him away from the falling debris. He heard some outlandish things about an evil dragon, who was also his twin, and an army of alien warriors that were supposed to help the cohort. A few moments later, the dark dragon was in front of them, commanding them to kneel. Kai knew that Sunny never lied, of course. But hearing that voice and feeling the irresistible authority contained within it, he fully realized that it was all true. The abominable dragon was, indeed, a copy of him. A much more powerful, vile, and corrupted version of Kai, who had betrayed his friends and was now trying to kill them. How could he turn on Sunny, Effie, Cassie, Nephis, and Colonel Jet? Kai did not know, but the truth was undeniable. Learning that truth hurt much more than having his ribs broken. Things had moved very fast from that point, not giving him an opportunity to process the bitter revelations and make sense of what was happening. Sunny warned him to stay away and suddenly turned into a giant serpent, attacking the dragon furiously. Had his friend somehow become a saint, already? Kai did not know. Why did he have to stay away? He did not know that, either. There were many things Kai did not understand, but then, there was no real need to. At the core of it, the situation was clear, the cohort was up against a dreadful foe, and the lives of his friends were hanging in balance. That was why Kai tried to help Sunny fight the dragon, as best he could. The three of them rose into the sky, and he saw a strange city built on a vast island, illuminated by the light of 7 rising suns. The streets of the city were flooded with people. Those people were fighting against a legion of nightmare creatures, but somehow seemed more sinister than the abominations they fought. Kai only caught a glimpse of them, though, engrossed by the battle against the vile dragon, against himself. Sunny seemed to have lost his mind, for some reason, shifting between the forms of various harrowing creatures. Consumed by fury, he wasn't able to differentiate between friend and foe. That was how Kai ended up being battered and suffering grievous wounds from his own friend. He should have listened to Sunny's warning better. But even if he had, he wouldn't have left Sunny to fight against the abominable dragon alone. Eventually, the three of them ended up away from the city, across the vast expanse of water littered with dreadful corpses, in the ruins of a fallen fortress. There was a bright flash, and the deafening roar of a distant explosion. And now, Kai was surrounded by darkness. Cold water was licking his skin. Ah! Using his awakened ability, Kai could see through the darkness. He could also see through the billowing dust, and even through the stone debris. All around him, the world had gone mad. The shadows were surging, turning into numerous dark hands. Those hands, each possessing 7 fingers, tore at the dreadful dragon with sharp claws. At the same time, Sunny was trying to build another giant around himself, his attempts failing time after time. The dragon seemed wary of the enormous white sword that lay on the cold stones, partially buried in rubble, and so destroyed the giant ruthlessly, each time, before it could take shape. Slowly but surely, Sunny's body became tattered and broken. Even though he did not bleed, Kai could see that his condition was deteriorating swiftly. Sunny did not seem to care, consumed by the strange derangement, but Kai did. I have to do something. Even though Kai was not as powerful as his friends, he was not at all weak. He was an ascended, too. He had led soldiers into battle and killed dreadful nightmare creatures, survived impossible odds, and triumphed where most other people would have perished. He had burned alive in the dragon's flame, and lived to slay the dragon. The problem was that Kai could not really move. His head was full of dreadful whispers, and the remnant will of the abominable dragon was forcing him to do things he never wanted to do. Simply resisting that call was taking all of his strength, and that was with the dragon not paying him any attention, as well. His thoughts were not his own. Betrayed you, poisoned you, made you into an abomination, lured you, abandoned you, traitor, traitor. Traitor. Kai groaned and grabbed his head, but the whispers only grew louder. The worst part about them was that, because of his flaw, Kai knew that it was all true. He, the other he, had indeed been betrayed, corrupted, used, and abandoned. By none other than Sunny, the person he trusted the most, the other Sunny, perhaps. At least that was what the dragon believed. Hurt him, kill him, punish him, take his hope away, take his will away. Take his crown away. Kai gritted his teeth, refusing to listen. He knew himself very well. That wasn't him. That wasn't them. Luckily, Sunny was attacking the dragon so fiercely that it had no time to turn its gaze at Kai. And so, the insurmountable authority of its command was slowly growing weaker. Groaning, Kai turned to the puddle of water and looked at the one who was hiding in the reflections. His lips moved. Be ready. With that, he slowly picked up his bow and raised it with trembling hands. His bow was a transcendent memory of the 5th tier, and there were plenty of enchanted arrows in his soul arsenal. The problem was that, despite that, Kai had failed to deal substantial damage to the abominable dragon. Ironically, the most damage he had dealt was to the shadow giant Sunny created, just before the explosion. However, with his supernatural sight, Kai had long noticed a special scale hidden on the dragon's chest. It was of a different color than all others, as if forged from iron, and had a peculiar shape. Looking down, he looked at the iron amulet in the shape of an anvil hanging from a string on his neck. That amulet had been with him since the second nightmare, given to him by Sunny. And so, his evil copy must have possessed it, as well. Ignoring the pain, Kai gritted his teeth and rose, then strained his muscles, and drew his bow. The string was heavy. One shot. Sunny seemed to be moments away from death, so there would be no time for another. He couldn't miss. He wouldn't miss. Silencing the deafening whispers that drowned his mind, Kai did what he was best at, aimed his bow, held his breath, and allowed his fingers to slip from the string. A sinister red arrow flashed through the darkness. And hit the small iron scale hidden among countless others on the chest of the lunging dragon. The dragon's claws tore through the forming shadow giant and struck Sunny, pressing him into the ground. The arrow failed to pierce the creature's tough hide, and so Kai swayed, suddenly weak from blood loss. But it did break that single scale, cracking it in two. In the next moment, the man hiding in the reflection was suddenly gone, and the dragon froze in place. Something sinister reflected in the depths of his silver eyes. What a sight! Mordred watched as Nightingale, picturesque despite being bloodied and covered in dust, drew his bow and let an arrow loose. He had fled to the floating fortress after noticing the denial amulet fused into the Dread Lord's scales, and just in time. Something truly curious had happened in twilight, destroying all the reflections he could have used to take a look. It was probably Changing Star's fault, or Soul Stealer's fault. In any case, Mordred would have been burned to a crisp if he had not left the city. After traversing the still water and reaching the fortress, he hid in the reflections and observed what was happening inside. Sunless was fighting like a madman, more of a madman than he usually was, while the Dread Lord viciously mauled and battered him. Truly, it was a miracle that Sunless had been able to battle the Tyrant of Verge for so long, and even deliver countless wounds to the mighty dragon. What other master could have done the same? That guy really boggled the mind. Nevertheless, there was something strange about their fight. The defiled saint could have gone for the kill a long time ago, but he was restraining himself. Probably because he wanted to capture Sunless alive. And make him a slave again. That made sense. Although Mordred mostly knew about the 6 plagues from the records he had spied in the frozen reflection of twilight, the Mad Prince seemed to have been the deterrence the Tyrant of Verge used to keep the other 5 defiled champions in check, especially Soul Stealer. Now that Soul Stealer had finally turned on him, Sunless and his sinister soul were the best weapon the Dread Lord could use against the rebellious fiend. Mordred studied Nightingale for a while, amused. Have I really submitted to that naive fool? Well, he must not have remained naive for long after becoming defiled. Still, How had Soul Stealer missed the chance to become the master of the Mad Prince himself, after Changing Star was gone? The imposter was really a disappointment. Regardless, Mordred had spoken to the Nightingale, the original carrier of the Denial Amulet, just before Twilight went up in flames. The charming archer had a part to play. And now, it seemed that he had played it brilliantly. A red arrow whistled through the air and struck the small scale on the chest of the giant dragon, cracking it. What a shot! How hard would it be, to hit a target so small, and a moving one at that? Mordred allowed himself to admire the precision of the ascended archer for a split second. And then dove into the Dread Lord's corrupted soul. Here we go. Smiling, Mordred found himself surrounded by darkness. The darkness extended its revolting tendrils, trying to catch him. A forest of them rose from all sides, slithering like snakes. Trembling slightly, he evaded the grasp of corruption and dashed forward. That's why I hate invading the souls of nightmare creatures. At least he possessed both of his hands here. Sadly, Mordred could only reflect the powers and weapons of the master of the invaded soul, not use his own. And since the Dread Lord had surrendered to defilement and was thus banished from the nightmare spell, there were no memories here for Mordred to summon. The memories were given by the spell, and taken away by the spell. There were other things he could steal, though. Almost caught by the harrowing tendrils, he jumped and soared into the air. Flying was not something Mordred did often, but he had experienced it before, so, learning how to use this particular ability only took him a moment. His body rippled and swelled, becoming covered by impregnable scales. Two mighty wings sprouted from his back, and his teeth turned into sharp porcelain fangs. He became a dragon. Mordred had not been a dragon before, but he had stolen bodies of nightmare creatures of a similar kind. So, he grew accustomed to this new shape quickly. Finally, his eerie gaze pierced the vile darkness and found a figure standing in the heart of it, lonesome and lost. The soul of the Dread Lord still maintained its human appearance, he must not have surrendered to corruption entirely, yet. A vicious smile twisted Mordred's reptilian lips. Time to die. He wasn't sure which one of them was going to die, but was eager to find out. Mordred was merely an ascended monster right now, while the Dread Lord, there were 5 repugnant masses of corruption hidden in the boundless darkness of his defiled soul, so he had to be a corrupted tyrant. The chances of victory were slim. But then again, Mordred had killed numerous foes who were more powerful than him, more experienced than him, more knowledgeable about the nuances of their aspects than him, more proficient in using their memories than him. However, none of them had been as resourceful as him, as resolute as him, or as ruthless as him. Nightingale was a brave, but naive fool, so how much better could his corrupted version be? If there was one thing Mordred was afraid of, though, it was the knowledge of the defilement the Dread Lord wielded. That was why this battle was a gamble, even more so than every other soul battle Mordred had fought in the past. I'll just have to kill him before he has time to say anything, then. In the distance, the lonesome figure moved, finally noticing the invader. A mad light ignited in the Dread Lord's eyes. Far away, among the scorched ruins of Twilight, nothing living moved. The buildings, those that were far enough from the epicenter of the blast to not be reduced to dust, had either collapsed or stood blackened and deformed. Ash fell from the dark sky like snow, covering the desolate landscape. Most of the living beings that had witnessed the birth of the radiant star had been turned to ash, but piles of smoldering corpses still remained at the edges of the city. The walls surrounding Twilight had collapsed, and the giant carcasses beyond them were scorched. A pale hand rose from the water among those carcasses. Surfacing, Cassie climbed onto the carapace of a dead abomination and gulped for air. Then, she collapsed and lay motionlessly, ash falling on her face from the dark sky. The iron locket was still with her, safe and sound. A slender rapier hovered in the air above the blind girl, seemingly concerned. Cassie concentrated on it, feeling her consciousness begin to slip. Go. The quiet dancer hesitated for a few moments, then disappeared into the darkness. Cassie sighed and allowed her battered body to relax. Laying on the blackened carapace of a dead abomination, she turned her head to face the ruins of twilight. A cold, pale smile appeared on her lips. In the heart of the destroyed city, Nephi slowly opened her eyes. Soul Stealer was no more. The bright radiance suffusing her skin slowly grew dim and disappeared. The white flames dancing in her eyes were extinguished. Her silver hair, which had been flowing in an ethereal wind, fell down. Standing naked amidst the scene of utter devastation, she shivered and looked around. Her mind was empty. After a while, Nephi realized that her tunic had been destroyed, and summoned another memory. The familiar weight of the Starlight Legion armor, the only one she had left, settled on her shoulders, making her feel comforted. That armor. It felt as if she was forgetting something. Twilight. Soul Stealer, the Dread Lord. As she remained motionless, considering her thoughts, a slender rapier fell from the dark sky and hovered in front of her, trembling slightly. Nephi looked at it impassively. The rapier turned, its tip pointing into the darkness. You want to leave me somewhere? Quiet dancer, that was Cassie's echo. The rapier trembled again, and then flew forward. Frowning slightly, Nephi followed. In the courtyard of the drowning fortress, a harrowing dragon growled and took a step back, its massive body shuddering. His silver eyes had lost their sinister light, turning glossy and unfocused. A vicious battle must have been taking place in the dragon's corrupted soul. The maddening whispers thundering in Kai's head finally grew silent. He swayed, then took a labored breath and limped toward Sunny. His friend was laying on the cold stones, barely alive. His body was a terrible painting of torn flesh, white bones visible through its mangled mess. Eerily, he was still not bleeding at all. Usually, Kai would have been reassured by that fact, but right now, it looked like Sunny was already a cold corpse. But he wasn't a corpse. Sunny was still moving, struggling to stand up. Even after battling a defiled saint tooth and nail, he was still unbroken, trying to continue to fight. As Kai approached, he heard his furious whispers. Kill you. I'll kill you, shut up. I'll tear you apart. Strangely enough, his hateful gaze was not directed at the archer. Instead, Sunny was glaring past him, seemingly at an empty spot. Kai felt his heart tighten. What is happening to him? Sunny had always had a wild personality, and there was that time he had turned a little feral in the dark city, but he was never truly mad. Now, however, it seemed as though his friend had entirely lost his mind. There must be a reason. He had warned Kai to stay away before, had he not? That meant that this strange condition Sunny was in had a purpose. To resist the authority of the Dread Lord, most likely, somehow. It had to be a part of some cunning scheme. He would deal with it later. For now, Kai had a more serious problem to solve. The abominable dragon was still alive. And while that man, Mordred, seemed confident in himself, there was no telling who would prevail in their dire fight. The result would be clear in seconds. But Kai looked at the dragon with a lost expression. The Dread Lord, Mordred, both of them were monsters. He still remembered what the scion of the great clan Valor had done in the Second Nightmare. The harrowing massacre he had perpetrated in the Kingdom of Hope was not something a sane person would ever commit. Even if he did win, was it really fine to let the dreadful authority of Kai's voice fall into the hands of someone so depraved? Wait a little more, Sunny. I'll come back for you, soon. Turning away from his friend, Kai gritted his teeth and pushed himself off the ground. Soaring into the air, he strained his core muscles to draw the string of his bow, and at the same time, summoned the sharpest arrow he had in store. That one was not capable of producing devastating blasts, or robbing nightmare creatures of their strength. Its enchantment was rather simple, it burrowed much deeper than other arrows would, piercing flesh and bone like butter. The drawback was that the arrow was flimsy and fragile. It was disobedient and slow, too, so hitting anything with it was a tough task. More than that, its tip would shatter against any kind of armor, therefore, it wasn't easy to make use of the insidious enchantment. But now that the abominable dragon was nearly paralyzed by the battle happening within its soul, Kai had a chance. Of course, the battle could end at any moment. It could even end right now, leaving him defenseless in front of the terrifying dragon. Nevertheless, he brought himself right to the dragon's maw, and looked into the dragon's silver eyes. Then, Kai activated his ascended ability and uttered a command. He wasn't addressing the Dread Lord, however. He was addressing himself. Kill him. Suddenly, a fierce strength filled his broken body, and a cold, frightening will flooded his mind. Raising his bow, Kai aimed carefully, and sent an arrow flying straight through the Dread Lord's radiant eye. The distance was too short for it to stray off course, and there was no armor in the way to make the tip break. The insidious arrow slid into the dragon's eye, pierced through it, and burrowed deep into the creature's brain. It had been shot from a transcendent bow of the 5th tier by the hand of a master, and so the havoc it wreaked inside the Dread Lord's head was truly gruesome. His body had been battered in the battle against Sunny, and his soul had been weakened by the battle against Mordred of Valor. The dragon shuddered and let out a terrible groan. Blasted by that groan, Kai was thrown back and crashed into the pile of stone rubble far below. Above him, the Dread Lord convulsed, a fountain of silver blood shooting from his open maw. His head drew an arc in the air. And then, the mighty dragon toppled and fell heavily to the ground, his silver eyes growing dim. This time, forever. Barely conscious, Kai heard the spell whisper into his ear. You have slain a corrupted tyrant, hideous ruler of the empty sky. You have. Consumed by pain, he didn't hear the rest. He did, however, hear a terrible scream. Turning his head, Kai saw a human figure rolling on the ground in agony. It was Mordred, the scion of valor, missing a hand and covered in blood. There was something terribly wrong with that lunatic, though. His face, which had seemed to be incapable of showing earnest emotions, was now twisted by a terrible grimace, an eerie darkness devouring his eyes. Letting out a stifled groan, Mordred clutched at the stones and crawled to the nearby puddle. Reaching it, he thrust his hand into the water, into his own reflection, and tore something from within his chest, then threw it away. The thing looked like a soul shard, a piece of a mirror. Hitting the ground, the mirror shard suddenly rippled and turned into a vague figure. That figure then turned into a perfect copy of Mordred. A reflection, created by ripping one of his cores out of his soul. There was something terribly wrong with that reflection, though. As Kai watched, stunned, the visage of Mordred was twisted and deformed, tendrils of vile darkness sprouting from within it. The ghastly creature suddenly looked incredibly threatening and sinister, a frenzied smile blooming on its bloodied lips. It was as though he was watching a seed of corruption bloom, turning the human into a nightmare creature right in front of his eyes. Still on the ground, Mordred whispered a quiet curse. Ah, that was truly unpleasant. He did not look capable of fighting the defiled reflection, though, in that wretched state. Kai was laying in the rubble, his body broken and mangled, so he was not much better. Sunny was still writhing on the ground, trying to stand up, but he was the most corpse-like of them three. I must protect him. Kai tried to move, but a surge of pain sent him crashing back down on the sharp stones. A short yelp escaped from his lips. With unwanted tears in his eyes, he looked up and saw the vile reflection walking toward his friend. Its missing hand had sprouted terrible glass claws, and its jaw was unhinged, twisted fangs growing through the mangled flesh. No. Before the creature could reach Sunny, though. A slender rapier pierced its chest, and a radiant hand grasped its head. In the next moment, the reflection was illuminated from inside by a pure white light. Smoke rose from its open mouth and charred holes where its eyes had been just a moment ago, filling the air with the revolting stench of burned flesh. Then, a net of cracks covered the creature's body, and it shattered like a glass sculpture. Behind it, the figure of Changing Star was revealed, looking down with an emotionless expression. Sparks of pure white flame danced in her cold gray eyes, and she somehow seemed both the same and different from the last time Kai had seen her, back in the nightmare desert. Turning her head slightly, Nephis looked at the corpse of the harrowing dragon and remained motionless for a few moments. Then, she said, her voice strangely devoid of feeling. "We won." Driven to madness by wrath, Sunny was forcing his mangled body to move. His mind was muddled by fury and pain, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stand up, for some reason. An inferno of dark, malignant rage was consuming his aching heart. No, no, no. The dragon, the hateful worm, was laying dead on the wet stones, stolen from him. Silver blood was pouring from his opened maw and obliterated eye, slowly spreading across the ruined courtyard. If only there had been more time, if only no one had interfered in their fight. Sunny would have been able to slay the dread lord himself. He knew he would. But the dragon was gone. And now that he was gone, Sunny's suffocating fury needed a new target. Kill them all. I'll kill them. He could sense several shapes through the shadows. The loathsome fly that had stolen his prey, the crippled fiend who had come from the water, and a macabre abomination that had been spawned by a tainted shard of the fiend's soul. And the most odious of them all, a pale young man wearing a nebulous black mantle, who was looking at him mockingly with a derisive smile. "Look at you, fool. Mad as a hatter. How pathetic, how familiar, how distasteful." Sunny growled. The abomination was staggering toward him, piercing him with the demented gaze of its rotten eyes. Glass claws were growing from its stump, and twisted fangs were growing from its bloodied maw. He grinned. Good. He couldn't stand up, for the moment, so the creature was graciously delivering itself to him. Sunny was going to enjoy tearing it apart. But before he could, a slender rapier pierced the abomination's chest, and a radiant hand grasped its head. The creature glowed with incandescent light, being incinerated from within, and then shattered like a broken mirror. He howled, his hoarse voice full of indescribable rage. No. They stole another from him. Thieves, traitors. He had to kill them, rip them, savage them, break them. As Sunny growled and tried to push his mangled body up, someone approached and halted a mere step away. He looked up and saw a breathtaking young woman looking at him silently from above, her beautiful face devoid of emotion. Her silver hair was moving slightly in the wind, and radiant sparks were dancing in her cold gray eyes. "I'll destroy you." Sunny tried to summon the shadows to rip the young woman's body apart, but his muddled mind failed to contain the intricate patterns of the manifested forms. The vicious shadow hands crumbled and dissolved before taking shape. The young woman studied him for a few moments, then kneeled and put a hand on his head, caressing his hair. Her touch made Sunny shudder. "I have to kill her." The visage of the smoke streaming from the abomination's burned eyes flashed in his mind and disappeared, drowning in the sea of madness. But, somehow, even though Sunny wanted nothing more than to see the young woman die, he hesitated for a moment. It was then that she spoke, her voice sounding both strange and familiar. "Sunny." He gathered his strength, preparing to lunge at her. "Dismiss your crown." He had not thought that a more profound rage existed, but when he heard those words, his entire being ignited with a harrowing fury. The thought of surrendering his crown filled Sunny with a boundless ocean of frenzied wrath, deep and dark enough to be unfathomable. That wrath was far more scorching than the rage he had felt toward the odious dragon, and vaster than even the hatred he felt toward the thieves who had stolen his prey. However, the authority contained in the voice of the young woman was absolute. It was nothing like the cold commands of the dragon, which had been oppressive and domineering to the point of being irresistible, but only nearly so. There was a boundless abyss between nearly and absolutely. Drowning in fury and at the same time filled with horror, Sunny felt his very soul respond to the young woman's order, following it obediently, as if he had no will of his own. He felt broken and violated, which only made his bloodlust and desire to kill explode more. Despite that, though, he still could not even attempt to disobey. She she ordered me. The crown of twilight dissolved into a whirlwind of sparks. And with it, Sunny's frenzied wrath disappeared as well, leaving behind only horror, confusion, too, and pain. Finally, the pain he had been ignoring caught up with Sunny, making him shudder and let out a tormented groan. He was consumed by agony. But then, the hand resting on his head ignited with a soft glow, and its comforting warmth chased the pain away. A wave of cleansing white flame spread through his body, mending his broken flesh and healing his harrowing wounds. The sense of relief it brought was overwhelming, which only added to Sunny's confusion. Soon, he was left laying on the ground, disoriented and feeling lost. Everything that had happened since he activated the king's enchantment of the crown of twilight was like a blur, but the memory of it remained, etched into his mind. What happened? Sunny felt incredibly tired, but he forced himself to raise his head. Nephice was kneeling in front of him, wearing the Starlight Legion armor, for some reason. Her striking gray eyes were calm and cold. Behind her, the corpse of the Dread Lord towered above the ruined courtyard of the floating fortress. Kai was laying on a pile of rubble, heavily wounded. Mordred was there, as well, staring at the dead dragon with a grim expression. The world was dark, with only a few rays of pale sunshine pouring through the veil of ashen clouds. There was something else, as well. A black crow was perched on the remnants of the broken wall, staring down at them. Sunny looked at Nephice, a storm of emotions raging in his heart. Noticing that he had regained his senses, she nodded simply and rose. Turning away, she walked toward where Kai was laying, his ivory armor painted by blood. Soon, soft radiance flowed from her hands, healing the archer. At the same time, Mordred sighed deeply and looked at Kai with a hint of resentment. Why did you do it? I almost had him. Kai met his gaze somberly, and then said in a hoarse voice. That was why I did it. The Prince of Nothing remained silent for a moment, then grinned with dark amusement and turned to Nephice. Waving his bloody stump in the air, he asked blithely. Don't I get healed? Her answer was cold and even. Wait for your turn. Sunny observed it all, too tired to move, and too numb to think. Soon, two figures climbed over the pile of rubble that the wall of the fortress had turned to. They were Effie and Jet. Effie was walking while supporting her weight with a spear, while Jet was carrying unconscious Cassie. When she appeared, both Crow and the quiet dancer rushed to her side. The wind tore apart the veil of clouds, and finally, the light of dawn illuminated the drowning fortress once again. Sunny looked at the sky pensively. A strange thought surfaced in his mind. We won. Soon enough, the wind carried the clouds of ash away. Twilight was once again illuminated by the beautiful light of dawn, what was left of twilight, at least. The floating fortress where the Dread Lord had died broke apart and drowned in the still water. The water itself was starting to move, sparkling in the sunlight. Now that the Serpent King's city and whatever enchantments had held it in place were destroyed, the current was slowly returning. Soon enough, the current would carry it all, the blackened ruins of twilight, the corpses of the defiled that had stormed it, and the broken ships of its fallen defenders, to the edge, then throw them into the lightless abyss that lay beyond it, where they would never be found or seen again, unless someone braved the void and reached the very bottom of Ariel's dreadful world, erasing all signs that twilight had ever existed from the endlessly flowing surface of the great river. Until the next cycle came. Hopefully, Sunny would not be there to witness it. The cohort had returned aboard the chain breaker before the fortress drowned. Now, they were observing the charred carcass of the inconceivable abomination that had served as the foundation of twilight slowly crumbling and submerging underwater. The brilliant explosion had put a net of cracks into it, and now, the weight of the immense carapace and the water pressure were slowly pulling it apart. Well, some of them were observing. Some were in no condition to pay it much attention, if any at all. Cassie was still unconscious. Her wounds, including the deep gash on her neck, had been healed by Nephice, but the blind girl was showing no signs of waking up, yet. Surviving the mayhem and the obliterating blast must have taken a toll on her. Nephis herself was sitting at the stern of the flying vessel, staring into the distance with a detached look on her face. She was utterly exhausted, but also, this was her usual state after overusing her aspect. It was as if her humanity had been burned away, and needed time to restore itself. Somehow, Sunny felt that this time, that process would take longer than it had in the past. Which was, understandable. He already realized that the devastating explosion that destroyed the city, and turned every living being on its streets to ash, had been somehow caused by Nephis. Sunny did not know the details, but could see that she was a titan now. That had to be the result of her fires consuming all the nightmare creatures that had been fighting against Soul Stealer, and then killing the Mirror Fiend himself. Neph's half-breed, innate ability granted her a portion of the soul fragments of all beings killed by her flames, after all. He himself was in no mood to observe the collapse of Twilight either. Slumped against the trunk of the sacred tree, Sunny was not much different from Nephis. Using the king's resentment, had taken a toll on him, making him feel utterly drained and exhausted. His gaze was distant, and his face was pale from fatigue. There was also a confusing storm of emotions raging in his heart, but at the same time, he was too numb to deal with that mess. For now, he was simply happy to be alive, happy that all of them were alive. While their enemies, against all odds, were dead. Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare were guarding the ship, and keeping an eye on Mordred, in case the bastard decided to do something malicious. However, the Prince of Nothing did not seem inclined to turn on his allies, at least not just yet. He walked around the chain breaker, looking curiously at this and that. That would have infuriated Sunny if he wasn't feeling so drained. What was that guy so curious about? He had already seen everything there was to see here, hiding in their eyes on the way to the second nightmare. Perhaps looking at things through someone else's eyes and doing it yourself was not quite the same. Right, perhaps this chain breaker was not the same as the real chain breaker they had left in the real world, either. In any case, Mordred was not a problem, for now. Which left only Effie, Jet, and Kai. The first two had been spared from participating in the battle for Twilight. Cassie had apparently saved them from being taken by Soul Stealer with the help of the Black Beast locket, and then carried the locket out of the city before the obliterating blast. Kai, meanwhile, was full of questions, but too polite to ask them all at once. The poor guy must have been utterly confused. Out of all of them, the start of his nightmare was perhaps the most dreadful. As a result, the three were standing at the railings, looking at the blackened corpse of Twilight and talking quietly between themselves. Kai's expression constantly changed between stunned, expressionless, and mortified. Look at him, emoting so much. Wait. He was the one who killed the Dread Lord, wasn't he? Damn. If I had a credit for every time Kai killed a dragon, I would have 2 credits now. Strange. Sunny studied the face of his friend for a few minutes, considering if he had to apologize for trying to kill him. Kai had blown up his shadow shell, too, so, they were probably even. In any case, this dilemma seemed too tiring and complicated to consider right now. Looking away, Sunny turned his full attention to the wood grain of the chain breaker's deck. Everything had gone wrong in Twilight. He had failed, but also prevailed, in a sense. Soul Stealer was dead. The Dread Lord was dead, too. The army they had hoped to recruit was dead as well. And Nephis had used the Shadow Bond to cure Sunny from madness, but still. She had broken her promise. Again. And saved him, again. What a mess. Tired and confused, he closed his eyes and lowered his head to the root of the sacred tree. He just wanted to sleep. The problems, messy as they were, could wait until tomorrow. By the time Sunny woke up, it was night. Even this place of endless dawn had a night, just like the crimson expanse of eternal dusk had one. However, nights were short and fleeting at the edges of the great river. Before he knew it, the 7 suns were already rising again. The world became painted by the soft colors of the breaking dawn. With a sigh, Sunny rubbed his eyes and sat up. He felt, strangely great. His body was in perfect shape because of Nef's healing flames, and his mental energy had been restored with the help of the Shroud of Dusk after having a good sleep. Nightmare had also guarded his dreams, as well as the dreams of everyone else aboard the chain breaker. Here in the pyramid built by the Demon of Dread, that alone was more important than one would think. Great. Nevertheless, his good mood was diminished when he remembered what had transpired in Twilight. I should probably be happy, right? Beyond himself, even. And he was, to an extent. Two of the most dangerous enemies there were in the tomb of Ariel had been slain, so why wouldn't he? Finally, the end of this nightmare did not seem so distant as to be impossible anymore. Salvation was within reach, already visible far in the distance, just like the first rays of the rising suns were, shining from beyond the horizon to break the reign of night. But Sunny couldn't feel completely happy. That victory of theirs had been too perilous, almost turning into defeat. In fact, it should have been a defeat, if not for a couple miracles. Other than that, he was not happy with himself, personally. Sunny had accomplished a few astonishing feats during the battle for Twilight, true, reaching the throne room of the Serpent King's palace, lifting the curse of frozen time, resisting the authority of the Dread Lord, fighting the defiled saint almost to a standstill while being inhabited by madness, and even realizing the full potential of his current level of mastery over shadow dance. What other master could boast that they were not only capable of transforming themselves akin to a saint, but were also not limited to a single static form? Turning into monstrous serpents, winged horrors, and dreadful beasts, truly, the depth of his divine aspect was slowly starting to put the entire hierarchy of Awakened under question. Most of the things Sunny had done yesterday, nobody else could have accomplished. And without him there, the cohort would have undoubtedly perished. And yet, in the end, he had been defeated. He had been defeated by the Dread Lord, and he had been defeated by the King's resentment, enchantment of the Crown of Twilight. Most of all, he had been defeated by his own lack of foresight and knowledge. He was only alive by chance. Knowing that did not feel great at all. Sunny sighed. Well, one can't win every time. He knew that such thoughts were immature and childish. He had long realized, after all, that his allies were a part of his power. So, their triumph was his triumph, just like his triumph would be theirs in turn. Still, Sunny couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed in himself. He had done remarkably well in this nightmare up until yesterday. Experiencing a serious setback was a change of pace. And then there was the fact that Nephi's had to resort to using Shadow Bond in order to make him come back to his senses. He did not know how to feel about it. Logically, there was no reason to be hurt or angry. It had been done for his own good, after all, and brought him no harm. It might very well have saved the lives of his friends, too. In fact, if Sunny had been able to think at that moment, he would have asked Nephis to use her power over him to help him escape from the insidious effect of the King's resentment, himself. That would have been a cunning way to cheat the system. But humans were not logical creatures. All Sunny knew was that he could not forget that moment. The horror of having his will violated in such a tyrannical fashion. The hopelessness he felt when his body and soul moved despite his wishes, refusing to obey him. Obeying someone else instead. The demented fury he had felt at that time only made the experience so much more disturbing and vivid. That memory was like a shadow that hung over his head. Grimacing, Sunny shook his head and looked around. A moment later, his expression soured. He noticed a pair of hateful eyes glaring at him from a few meters away. The Sin of Solace was back, looking at him mockingly. Finally awake, are you? So, how does it feel to be? Shut up. Sunny did not let the sword wraith finish and stood up, deciding to go find the other members of the cohort. Nephis was still in the strange state of having had her reserve of humanity burned away by the terrible torment of her flaw. Usually, she would have already been up and about, preparing breakfast for the cohort, but today, that did not happen. Instead, Nephi was simply meditating at the stern of the chain breaker, unmoved and unbothered by anything. The other members of the cohort had chosen not to disturb her. There was a tantalizing smell spreading through the air. Effie had taken it upon herself to cook up a feast, using the supplies stored in the cargo hold of the flying ship without sparing any of the ingredients. Sonny heard his stomach growl, and realized how hungry he was. Soon, all of them, even Nephi, had gathered on the mess deck, sitting around a table. Cassie had regained consciousness, but was still pale. Kai seemed to be a bit out of it, undoubtedly digesting the many incredible twists and turns of this bizarre nightmare. Effie and Jet were, more or less, their usual selves. It almost looked like the good old days when the cohort shared meals together, with the added bonus of having Jet keep them company. There was only one thing spoiling the atmosphere. Mordred was also there, sitting near Sonny and looking at them with a curious expression. The Prince of Nothing picked up a pair of chopsticks and smiled pleasantly. "What's for breakfast?" The breakfast ended up passing in a strange atmosphere. Which was understandable, considering that they were sharing the table with a homicidal maniac. Mordred was nothing but amiable and pleasant, but it was exactly his disarming charm that made everyone feel disturbed and uncomfortable. After all, they all knew what the Prince of Nothing was capable of, some better than others. Mordred was not the only one who made the conversation feel stifled, though. Nephi was still detached and impassive. Cassie was keeping quiet, as if she had forgotten how to speak. Sonny was not in the mood to talk either, concentrating on his food. Kai was deep in thought, still struggling to come to terms with what he had learned from Effie and Jet. After a while, all 7 of them were more or less done with the meal. In the silence that followed, Effie glanced around the table. "So." She leaned back and smiled. "Is anyone going to explain what the hell happened in that damned city?" Sonny looked at her somberly. So did Nephi and Mordred, the former without any emotion, the latter with a hint of amusement. At that moment, Jet stretched her legs, crossed them comfortably, and nodded. "Yeah. Actually, I'm dying to know, too." Sonny remained silent for a few moments, trying to imagine the situation from their perspective, then sighed. Taking a sip of tea, he said. "Well, first of all, our base assumption was wrong. We assumed that Twilight had been frozen in the middle of a battle between its army and the invading forces of the Defilement, but in fact, it was a battle between Soul Stealer and the Dread Lord all along." He paused, then added in a dark tone. "They must have breached the walls of the city, which allowed Soul Stealer to consume the souls of everyone in Twilight. That was when he turned on the Dread Lord and tried to consume him, as well, and when the Mad Prince made use of the situation to activate the defensive array and trap them both. So, when I deactivated the array, both of those fiends were unleashed." Across the table from him, Cassie suddenly spoke. "Some of us have a good chance of resisting Prince Mordred's power, but some don't. That was why you two had to be hidden from Soul Stealer." She turned slightly, facing Mordred. He smiled innocently. "I don't like it at all." Sonny stared at the Prince of Nothing silently for a moment, then looked away. "Don't worry. You don't have to be wary of him, too much. We are currently allies, after all, and he knows that if something untoward happens, this nightmare will become his grave." The threat hidden in his words was not very subtle. But Sonny did not really worry about Mordred. There might have been something really wrong with that guy, but he was not a fool. The exact opposite, actually. He knew that harming any member of the cohort inside the tomb of Ariel would be a fatal mistake. Especially now, right after Soul Stealer had been destroyed by Nephi, Mordred would not risk making them all his enemies. At least not until the very last moments of the nightmare. Sonny sighed. In any case, pretty much as soon as the array was deactivated, Kai and I faced the Dread Lord. I had to use an enchantment of the Crown of Twilight to resist his commands, but at the cost of plunging into an uncontrollable rage. While the two of us fought against the dragon, Nephi and Cassie found themselves surrounded by the vessels of Soul Stealer. He paused. I am actually not too sure what happened next. Saying that, Sunny hesitated. He said that he did not know, but in truth, he did know something. Shimmering runes were glowing in the air in front of him. They read. Name, Nephis. True name, Changing Star. Rank, Ascended. Class, Titan. Soul cores, 7 out of 7. Soul fragments, 7,000/7,000. Which was already startling enough. But there was something else near the end of the field of runes. Several new strings had appeared there. Those were the runes that truly gave him pause. Shifting his gaze slightly, Sunny read them once again. Aspect Legacy, Memory of Light. Aspect Legacy Description, a beautiful tree grew from the ashes of doubt, bearing fruits of knowledge. Knowledge of fire, mastered. Knowledge of unknown, unearned. There were 7 strings in total, with only one of them revealed and described as mastered. So, whatever happened to Nephis in Twilight had not only allowed her to become a Titan, but also unlocked her aspect legacy. And that aspect legacy was more than a little bit strange, seemingly granting some sort of knowledge instead of relics. Sunny would lie if he said that he wasn't interested in learning what had happened. He looked at Nephis, hoping that she would explain at least something. She remained silent for a few moments, then shrugged indifferently. I tried to make my way to the palace, but Soul Stealer stood in my way. Facing defeat, I made a breakthrough and conceived of a new way of using my aspect, just like you had conceived of using yours to take shapes of powerful creatures. So, I used one of my soul cores as fuel and destroyed it to unleash a conflagration of soul flame. Sunny stared at her incredulously. On paper, what Nephis said made sense. He had indeed managed to deepen his understanding of his aspect and create techniques like Shadow Shell and Shadow Incarnation, thus becoming more powerful while remaining of the same rank. In a similar fashion, Nephis could have deepened her understanding and reached new heights of power. But there was a piece of the puzzle missing. So, your aspect allows you to burn your own soul and use it as fuel. But why was the explosion so immense and destructive? She looked at him impassively. My soul essence is especially potent, as you know. The explosion would have been devastating, regardless. But, yes, there was another element, as well. It was sorcery. Sunny raised his eyebrow, hiding how perplexed he was. Sorcery. Nephis nodded. Yes. The sorcery of names. I used the name of wind to fan the flames burning across Twilight and absorb them. Then, I ignited my soul, and whispered the name of fire. You saw the rest. In the end, all vessels of Soul Stealer were destroyed. The remnants of the defiled horde were destroyed, as well, allowing me to reform the Terror Core and form a new one. She paused for a moment. With nowhere else to run, Soul Stealer was forced to enter my soul. I burned him. Her even tone and motionless face made it seem as though destroying a corrupted Titan, millions of his puppets, and thousands of nightmare creatures in one fell swoop was nothing out of the ordinary. The rest of them stared at Nephis in stunned silence. In the end, Effie grinned. Good job, princess. Let's be friends, okay? Sunny was thinking about something else. Knowledge of fire. He had an inkling of what the knowledge Nephis had received from her aspect legacy was. It had to have contained the true name of fire, at the minimum, of every kind of fire there was, perhaps. It must have also elevated her already unmatched affinity to flame to entirely new heights. Nephis, meanwhile, looked at Effie with a hint of confusion in her striking gray eyes. Aren't we already friends? The huntress chuckled and raised her thumb up. Nephis tilted her head, remained silent for a few moments, then said. I received a fair number of memories, too, sadly, not nearly as many as one would have expected, considering the death toll of the explosion. Still, there is at least 1 or 2 for each of us. We can distribute them later. With that, she turned to Sunny. That is what happened to Soul Stealer. What happened to the Dread Lord, though. How were the three of you able to kill him? He lingered for a bit. Cassie almost died in that explosion. Is Neth not concerned about that at all? A slight frown appeared on his face. Eventually, he grimaced and answered in a dark tone. Well. I already said that the Crown of Twilight allowed me to ignore his commands. That should have made things easier, since his most fearsome weapon was taken away. In practice, though, so was mine. My mind. Without being able to think straight, I was no better than a frenzied beast, worse, even, because even a beast would have used everything at his disposal to survive. He shook his head. But I was unwilling to summon my shadows, or work together with Kai to bring the Dread Lord down. That was, unfortunate, to say the least. In the end, we ended up outside the city, in that floating fortress. I tied down the fiend, relentlessly attacking his body. That gave Kai an opportunity to destroy the amulet which had protected the bastard from Soul Stealer, and that gave Mordred an opportunity to attack his soul, in turn. Sunny glanced at Kai and smiled from the corner of his mouth. The Dread Lord was paralyzed for a few seconds, and our resident dragon slayer used those seconds to drive an enchanted arrow through his brain. That was how the three of us, but mostly Kai, managed to kill him. Kai had also prevented Mordred from taking possession of the Dread Lord's body, which would have undoubtedly given the Prince of Nothing ideas. Right now, he could be trusted not to turn on them because he needed Nephi's to destroy the First Seeker. If Mordred had the power to subjugate her with the authority of the dragon's voice, though, who knew what he would have done? In hindsight, Kai's decision to not wait for the results of the soul battle might have saved them all. Sunny gave Mordred a somber look. Gods! How did I end up on the same team as that guy? Noticing his gaze, the Prince of Nothing smiled. Oh. I would have killed the Dread Lord myself. Probably. There was a little problem, you see, a seed of corruption somehow ended up blooming in my soul. Luckily, I managed to extricate the infected part and turn it into a reflection before the disease spread. So, I am back to being a mere beast. Alas. Now, it was time for them to stare at Mordred. What the hell? Who talked about becoming infected with corruption, cutting up their own soul, and turning the contaminated portion of it into an external entity in order to heal themselves? What insanity was that? Then again, perhaps Sunny wasn't the best person to accuse someone of insanity. He was currently living out the devious plan concocted by his past defiled self, after all. While he was contemplating whether any of the 7 people present on the mess deck could be called sane, Jet smiled and winked at Kai. Congratulations, Ascended Nightingale. Welcome to the club, the I Killed Myself Club. No, that doesn't sound right. Let's call it the Other Side Club. You know, 4 people who killed the other, evil version of themselves. She yawned lazily and summoned a wisp of mist, making it swirl around her fingers. So, did you unlock your aspect legacy, as well? Or at least received a powerful memory? Oh, you could have received an echo, even. Having an echo of yourself would be really weird, right? Everyone looked at Kai, imagining him having an echo of himself. He coughed awkwardly. No, I did not unlock my aspect legacy. Or receive a memory, or an echo. Actually, something strange happened. He hesitated for a moment. I seem to have received an attribute, instead. The Dragon Slayer attribute. I am not quite sure what it does. Sunny tilted his head, slightly bewildered. So, it's an actual attribute. What does the description say? Kai seemed to blush a little. You know, something about being forged in battle, tempered in flame, and quenched in dragon blood, stuff like that. Sunny stared at him incredulously. Well, damn. I bet the spell was generous on the compliments, too. In any case, Kai's new attribute had to have made his friend stronger. Considering the description, it most likely had something to do with durability and elemental resistance. Maybe there was a deeper layer to it, too. The truth would come out in time. Good, that was good. The cohort was finally assembled, and most of the members had already grown stronger. Nephi's had received a collection of powerful memories, as well. Considering the strength of the nightmare creatures of the defiled legion, many of them would be of the transcendent rank. Sunny still had 5 supreme soul shards stored in the covetous coffer, so he would be able to elevate some of those memories to the supreme rank, as well. The cohort would be ready to face Verge, and torment. The only plague that remained. Was that by accident, or the result of someone's intent? The will of the Mad Prince? Or Torment's own? Sunny did not know, but suspected that one of those two, or maybe even both of them, had harbored plans for Verge behind the Dread Lord's back. He sighed, then looked at Cassie and asked, not addressing anyone in particular. So, what's the plan now? Nephis answered immediately, no hesitation in her steady voice. What else? We sail for Verge, of course. Then, she turned to Cassie and asked. What is the fastest way we can get there? The blind girl hesitated for a moment. I'll have to check. She stood up and left, soon returning with a heavy crate. The stone slates they had recovered in the drowned temple of the defiled Sibyl were stored there. It took Cassie some time to lay the slates out on the table, reference them, and come up with an approximate route. In the end, she pointed to a particular slate. There, the shape of a graceful castle was etched. It seems that the fastest way to Verge is to simply sail downstream and keep going until we almost reach the dawn of time. However, the blind girl put 2 slates that did not seem to have anything in common together. With what we know about the shape of the great river now, we can save a lot of time by simply crossing it, sailing past the western edge, and braving the inner void. That way, we should be able to bypass most of the journey into the past and land near Verge directly. A strange silence settled on the mess deck. Nephi studied the stone slates for a while, then nodded. This will take us close to Fallen Grace first. Let's stop there on the way, then, before departing for the final battle. She looked at them, her gaze lingering on Sunny for a few extra moments. Eventually, she said. If there are no objections. He might have been mistaken, but it seemed as though at least a hint of liveliness had returned to her voice. Well, the words liveliness and Nephis did not really go together, but it was a great relief to see that her humanity was slowly coming back. She was even interested in their opinions, his opinion, in particular. At least it seemed that way. Sunny sighed. What else is there to do? If we want to escape this nightmare, Verge is the only way. He shrugged. No objections from me. The others did not have any, either. After a few moments of silence, Nephis nodded. Onward to Verge, then. The chain breaker left the drowning remains of twilight behind and turned away from the rising suns. Drifting above the currents, it traversed the dreadful battlefield and escaped into clear waters. The great river flowed below them. By now, the sight of the world in constant motion was both familiar and calming. Sunny had a feeling that returning to reality, where the ground was solid and unmoving, would be a strange experience. There were no nightmare creatures in the vicinity of twilight, so they could relax for a few days. The members of the cohort rested and recuperated, not doing anything in particular. They slept, consumed delicious meals, and spent their time in idleness. Even Mordred's presence did not dampen the peaceful mood. He was nothing if not accommodating, even pleasant to be around. Of course, he was. True monsters knew better than anyone how to appear sympathetic and friendly, after all. And the Prince of Nothing was a singular existence even among the insidious monsters. But that was fine. Sunny did not mind sharing a ship with him, as long as Mordred was an ally. Gods knew that the cohort needed all the help it could get in this dreadful, utterly unreasonable nightmare. Sunny himself did not do much in the first few days of their journey across the great river. He slept some more, spent some time staring at the sky, and chatted with Kai, describing the past events of the nightmare in more detail. The month he had spent with Nephis on the carcass of the black turtle, the battle with the azure serpent. Their meeting with Ananke and the visit to Forlorn Weave. The journey to Fallen Grace and their reunion with Cassie. The battle against the defiled Sibyl, the dreadful months they had spent on Alethius Island, and their eventual escape. In the process, Sunny also spoke about the many mysteries they had solved and the startling revelations they had received in the tomb of Ariel. Looking back, he had truly learned a lot here, both about the past and the present. And about himself. Kai was the perfect audience for his outrageous tales. Sharing his experiences with a friend soothed Sunny's conflicted heart, a little. He was not quite alright, after suffering so much in Antarctica and on the Great River, how could he be? But he was at least back to being his usual spirited self. Almost. There was still the issue of what had happened at the end of Twilight to deal with. If there was a way to deal with that, even. Sunny felt that he at least owed it to himself to have a talk with Nephis, pointless or not. But with Nephis being in that strange dispassionate state, talking with her about deeply emotional issues did not seem like a good idea. She was slowly recovering, at least. So, Sunny decided to wait until she was back to her usual self before broaching the topic. With that, there was nothing for him to do. Eventually, the chain breaker traveled far away from Twilight. They were still bathed in the beautiful blaze of the endless dawn, but the waters the graceful ship was braving had imperceptibly changed. They were surrounded by danger once more. From here onward, there would be untold horrors hiding beneath the waves once more. The radiant sky would harbor terrifying abominations once more. And so, the members of the cohort would have to maintain vigilance at all times once more, ready to fight for their lives. The mood aboard the chain breaker subtly changed. That said, strangely, Sunny was not too concerned. Perhaps it was arrogance, but looking at the 7 people gathered on the graceful ship, he felt confident in their chances of at least reaching Verge unharmed. Had there ever been a more deadly cohort of masters? Surely not. Kai and Effie were veterans of both the Forgotten Shore and the Antarctic campaign, with plenty of incredible feats under their belts. Soul Reaper Jet was one of the most feared individuals in the world, with even saints being wary of her sinister blade. Cassie was someone whose lethality could not even be evaluated by mundane means. And then there were Sunny, Nephis, and Mordred. The 3 wielders of divine aspects, unheard of in history. Their individual power was already outside the scope of what masters were supposed to be capable of, and when put together. If anything, Sunny should have felt concerned for their enemies. Speaking of Mordred. Sunny had wished to avoid him entirely, but having access to the well of knowledge the Prince of Nothing possessed was simply too tempting. Granted, the bastard lied as easily as he breathed, so anything he said had to be taken with a grain of salt. In fact, as a rule of thumb, nothing Mordred said could be trusted. But Sunny still wanted to ask him a few questions, especially those that almost no one else could answer. Mordred could usually be seen at the bow of the chain breaker, where Saint stood guard with Morgan's warbow in her hands. He seemed to be very interested in the graceful stone knight, or maybe the bow she held. In any case, he could be found there most of the time. Sunny left his usual spot under the branches of the sacred tree, walked past Ananke's sketch, and approached the Prince of Nothing. Sensing his gaze, Mordred looked up. Ah, Sunless. What a pleasant surprise. Did you want something? Sunny glared at him for a few moments, then sighed and summoned the shadow chair. Noticing it, Mordred raised an eyebrow, as if remembering something unpleasant. Oh. Sitting down, Sunny remained silent for a bit, then said evenly. Yeah, I did want something. Just, to chat for a bit. He glanced at Mordred and asked, trying to keep his tone devoid of hostility. So, how is Ravenheart treating you? The Prince of Nothing gave him a curious look. Ah, you know. The weather is not great, but the people are really charming. Well, you've met Seishan and Beastmaster, so you must have an idea. It's like I'm living in a flower garden. Sunny smiled, nodded, and asked cordially. I see, so, what are the sovereigns up to? Are they really going to abandon the waking world? Mordred studied him with a neutral expression. Then, he smiled pleasantly. How should I know? Am I a sovereign? Sunny stared at him silently for a few moments. Eventually, he shook his head. No, but you are a son of one, was raised by another, and currently serve the third. If you don't know, then who would? Mordred laughed. Well, if you put it like that, it does sound like I should know. However, Sunless, you seem to be mistaken about something. The thing is, I don't care to know. Why should I care about the waking world? Whatever happens to it has little to do with me. Sunny frowned. Indeed, Mordred had spent most of his childhood in the dream realm, so he had little attachment to Earth. More than that, he was not someone who would care about the lives of hundreds of millions of innocent people, let alone feel inclined to do something to save them. All Mordred cared about was his revenge against the great clan Valor. A faint smile appeared on Sunny's face. Sure, you might not care about the waking world. But you do care about your father's plans, at least as far as to be able to try and ruin them better. So cut the crap and just tell me what you know. If you don't mind. Mordred stared at him with amusement for a while, then sighed and shook his head. Well, why not? But I'm afraid that you are overestimating me. I really do not know what my father and the Queen of Worms are planning. I am not exactly on speaking terms with the former, and the latter does not trust me enough to share such secrets. All I know is that they are serious about having a war with each other. That was why I joined Ki Song. He lingered for a moment and added, his voice losing its usual lightheartedness. I'll warn you, though. Don't presume to understand the sovereigns, Sunless. You might think that you have them figured out, but you don't. They are far older than we are, and far more powerful. They are also not some cardboard villains. My father, Ki Song, and the third one, are the most exceptional individuals of their generation, or maybe even of all generations. They did not end up on their thrones by accident. Sunny looked at him somberly. What are you trying to say? Mordred shrugged with a smile. I'm just saying that you might find it hard to understand their plans. Abandoning the waking world? Well, that surely sounds like something they would do. But if you think about it, why would they do that? Even if the sovereigns only care about the dream realm, they still need Awakened to populate it. And Awakened cannot exist without mundane people. You can't make an omelette without breaking eggs, and you can't get a stable supply of eggs without a poultry farm. Something like that. Sunny remained silent for a while, thinking about what Mordred had said. Although the terms he used were very cynical, the underlying message held true. Indeed, there had to be an immense population of mundane people for a comparatively small amount of Awakened to emerge. If the waking world was indeed destined to be consumed by the dream realm, the sovereigns could not allow themselves to abandon it completely before that happened. Which went against what Sunny had learned about them before. He frowned, feeling confused. Eventually, Sunny shook his head and asked, his voice somber. What about the third one? Asterion, what does he want? As soon as those words were spoken, Mordred's smile dimmed, growing strangely, forced. He leaned forward slightly. Sunless, do me a favor, try not to speak that name aloud. Otherwise, he might actually hear you. Sunny blinked a couple of times, staring at him incredulously. Come on. Really? Mordred let out a long sigh, then shook his head reproachfully. I'm not saying that to scare you, I'm just telling the truth. The old man, his powers are a bit beyond comprehension. If you feel threatened by Ki Song or my father, wait till you meet him. Better yet, hope that you never will. Sunny leaned back, crossing his arms. What's so scary about him? If he's so powerful, why isn't he participating in this war Song and Valor started? Where is he? Come to think of it, where does he come from? There is almost nothing written about him in the history books. Is he a legacy? Does he have a clan? An army? Mordred shrugged. The thing you need to understand about him, is that his domain is different from those of the other two. Yes, domains can be different in nature. Most are like what my father and Ki Song possess, territorial. That is why Valor and Song are fighting over territory. But not his is more of an idea than a place. He remained silent for a few moments, then said somberly. You must have realized by now that the great clans were built by those who inherited the divine lineages. Valor was born from the lineage of war, Immortal Flame from the lineage of sun, House of Night from the lineage of storm. Clan Song rose to prominence later, after Ki Song discovered the lineage of beast. The old man is the one who has the lineage of heart, however, there is no clan he belongs to. Do you know why that is? Sunny shook his head. The lineage of Heart God. Heart God was also the god of souls, as well as emotions, memory, hunger, and growth. What kind of aspect could Asterion possess, then? What powers did he wield? What was the nature of his domain? Mordred took a deep breath, then smiled. Well, it's because he does not come from the legacy clans. Legacy clans have been in power since before we were born, so we are conditioned to assume that it has always been like that. But, in fact, there were many powers competing for the right to shape the world as they saw fit, back in the chaotic time after the spell first descended. Some more terrible than others. The old man is the last remnant of one of those vanquished powers. Sunny remembered hearing about that. From what he knew, the current system, with the government and the legacy clans maintaining the world order together, was established after several other, fringe factions had been defeated by the first legacies. Even with all the sins of the current regime, the ones that could have been would have been much more terrifying. At least that was what he had been told by Wake of Ruin. Mordred lingered for a moment. Ah, by the way, the old man is not that old, actually. It's just what I call him. The faction he comes from, you see, was a small group of the Path of Ascension zealots. Real fanatics, far more extreme than anyone you could have met among the legacies. Now, those people, they were really in favor of abandoning the waking world completely, believing that the nightmare spell was meant to pave the way for a new beginning. That the dream realm was a wild garden meant for a new breed of humans. He shook his head. And they did abandon the waking world, establishing an isolated colony in the dream realm not long after the first masters ascended. The man who would one day become the third sovereign, was actually born there. In fact, he was the first human child born in the dream realm. The original dream spawn. Mordred smiled. Well, in any case. Those reclusive extremists did not last long. Their colony was eventually overtaken by nightmare creatures, and he was the only one who survived. In the end, he found his way to Bastion, met my father, was brought back to the waking world, and joined Broken Sword's cohort. The Prince of Nothing looked at Sunny with a strange expression, then frowned. I hope that satisfied your curiosity. Ah, all this talking made me thirsty. I think I'll go find myself something to drink. He rose and moved to walk away, but then lingered for a moment. Looking back, Mordred said in a friendly tone. Oh, by the way. I said before that you'd better hope to never meet that guy. Sorry. I don't think you'll have a choice. The old man, you see, is very interested in people with divine bloodlines. Considering your connection to Shadow, the only missing lineage, he'll probably come find you someday. Your precious changing star, as well, since there might not be another dream spawn anywhere in the two worlds. With that, he smiled pleasantly and walked away, leaving Sunny alone. The chain breaker continued moving west, the leaves of the sacred tree rustling gently in the wind. Sunny stared silently at the vast expanse of the great river, his head full of dark thoughts. God damn it. It was really unfair. He did not even have the lineage of Shadow God, Bloodweave had greedily devoured it a long time ago. Why did he have to deal with a mysterious and sinister sovereign? It was not as if Sunny did not have a host of other terrible problems he had to deal with already. Mordred might have been lying, as well. It was only then that Sunny thought back on their conversation and uttered a quiet curse. The Prince of Nothing had talked for so long, but did not give a straight answer to a single question. That bastard. The conversation with Mordred left Sunny in a somber mood. The bastard clearly knew more than he had deemed necessary to share, but the few pieces of information he did offer were concerning. However, Sunny did not dwell on the distant threat of the sovereigns for long. He did not have the luxury of worrying about something waiting far in the future when there were lethal dangers waiting for him in the present. Or past, technically, considering that Verge was situated far downstream, as close to the source and the estuary as the Seekers of Truth had been able to build it, before the defilement was born. Not long after he talked with Mordred, the chain breaker was attacked for the first time since leaving Twilight. The cohort dealt with the swarm of the drowned with comparative ease, allowing him to collect a few soul shards and for Jet to replenish her reserves of essence. After that, they maintained a battle-ready schedule at all times. Sunny's shadow stood guard at different points of the ship day and night. Nephice and Cassie took turns steering the graceful vessel, keeping it at low altitude, sometimes just above the flowing water. Jet's Crow and Kai scouted ahead for signs of approaching danger. The most useful scout, however, was none other than Mordred. With his ability to perceive the world through reflections and the vast expanse of water around them, he could see far and wide, warning them of any suspicious movement far in advance. They did not have to fight too often. Sometimes, danger came from below the water, and sometimes, it came from the sky. But most of the time, the great river remained calm and peaceful, leaving them with plenty of free time on their hands. Knowing that the cohort was drawing closer and closer to the inevitable attack on Verge with each passing day, Sunny threw himself into weaving. There was a lot for him to do. He had 5 supreme soul shards, which meant that 5 of the transcendent memories the cohort possessed could be potentially elevated to a higher rank. The first thing Sunny had to do was choose what memories to alter. He chose the first 2 rather quickly. They were the transcendent armors Effie and Kai had received in the second nightmare, the former after slaying the Sun Prince, the latter after slaying the Ivory Lord, Dragon Severax. Both were potent and possessed tremendously robust weaves, making the possibility of the alterations damaging or destroying them slim. Best of all, they were memories of the first tier, so a single soul shard was enough to change their rank completely. The third memory Sunny decided on was somewhat of a harder choice. It was the transcendent weapon of the 7th tier Nephice had received for slaying Soul Stealer. The weapon, which could take many forms, possessed several insidious enchantments. In a sense, it was similar to the Cruel Sight, but much more versatile, destructive, and potent. Because of the similarities between the 2 silver blades, Sunny had an easier time studying its weave. Therefore, he had a better chance of transplanting a new nexus. Sadly, transplanting 7 was currently beyond his abilities, not that he had enough supreme soul shards. However, Sunny decided to attempt isolating a single enchantment and supplying that enchantment alone with the power equal to that of a supreme memory, thus creating a strange and unheard-of memory of a hybrid rank. The enchantment he chose was responsible for channeling elemental damage, as well as protecting the blade from harm. Considering Neff's propensity for destroying her memories with her own flame, or simply by exposing them to too much punishment, that single improvement would serve her very well in the future. The remaining 2 memories he decided to alter had also been received by Nephice in Twilight. Both of them were of transcendent memories of the first tier. One was an arrow, while the other was a charm. The arrow possessed a simple enchantment that enhanced the force delivered by its impact, and could also shape that force into a flat, severing field. The charm was a more complicated one, and served to enhance the material properties of other objects, making weapons sharper, armor more durable, and so on. With that arrangement, 2 of his companions would be better protected, 2 would be capable of delivering more harm to the enemy, and 1 would be able to better support the rest of the cohort in any kind of situation. With his plan set, Sunny began the work, studying the weaves of the chosen memories in great detail, creating threads of shadow essence, and preparing himself for the alterations was going to take him a long while. He hoped to be done with the process by the time they reached Fallen Grace, and if that failed, then at least before they reached Verge. Days passed with him being completely concentrated on the task. Strangely enough, studying the unfamiliar weaves also gave him some inspiration for his own unrelated project, the complicated puzzle of turning the covetous coffer into a semblance of an echo. For a while, Sunny was fully engrossed in the mysteries of weaving, not paying attention to anything else, except for occasional attacks on the chain breaker. Slowly, however, a note of dissonance invaded his focused mind. Sunny was reluctant to pay it much attention at first, but with each passing day, the worm of doubt that had entered his mind continued to grow harder to ignore. Especially because the sin of solace did not miss any opportunity to remind him of that small contradiction. The thought gnawing at Sunny's mind was a seemingly innocent question. How did Cassie survive the explosion that consumed Twilight? At first, he had not paid that detail any attention, simply being glad and relieved that the blind girl was alive. But the more time passed, the more it bothered Sunny, for some reason. Except for Mordred, who had been sent back to his physical body, all members of the cohort had been thrown out of the mirror realm in approximately the same location, past the open space where they had met Soul Stealer, near the inner districts of the city. From there, Nephi's had made her way to the palace. Cassie, however, had somehow ended up near the gates of the city when the explosion happened. She then dove deep into the still water beyond the gates to save herself, as well as Effie and Jet, from the obliterating blast. But how had she found herself all the way near the wall of Twilight? It had to have been immensely difficult to fight her way through the flood of Soul Stealer's vessels and the remnant abominations of the defiled horde. The distance between where the cohort had found themselves and the outer limits of the city was much greater than the distance to the palace. Cassie couldn't have reached the water by accident. So how had she done it? There was only one reasonable answer. It was that Cassie's goal had always been to escape the city. Which meant that she had known what would happen all along. Sunny was restless. Cassie had survived, which brought him indescribable joy. He would have been broken if she had perished in Twilight. Nephis would have never forgiven herself for causing the death of her best friend, either. Not to mention that Effie and Jet would have been killed, as well, making the heartbreaking tragedy simply unbearable. So, it was the epitome of wonderful that Cassie had survived. But how had she survived? He did not know. It was close to impossible for her to be driven all the way to the limits of the city by accident. Which meant that she had fought her way there on purpose. Which meant that she knew what would happen. Which was also impossible. Not even because Cassie would have shared such precious information with them, allowing the cohort to come up with a better plan, but simply because she was not capable of perceiving the past and the future in the tomb of Ariel. She had told them so herself. All Cassie saw in her visions, ever since entering the nightmare, was darkness. That was what saved her from sharing the fate of the Sibyls, who had all been defiled by the visions of the estuary. Here in the tomb of Ariel, Cassie was blind to the future and the past. That was her saving grace. She could not have known what would happen in Twilight. Otherwise, she would have been defiled, and she wasn't defiled. Sunny knew that because he could see Cassie's soul, and because she was still a carrier of the nightmare spell. And yet she had to have known, somehow. It made no sense at all. Confused, he even remembered the eerie and nonsensical thought that had entered his mind after they escaped Aletheus Island. That Cassie could have been able to remember the previous cycles of the Great River, just like the Mad Prince had. Which would make her torment. But she couldn't be torment for the same reason. If she was, Sunny would have been able to see the darkness of corruption in her soul, and the spell would have banished her from itself. The strange incongruity gnawed at him more and more with each passing day. The only reasonable explanation was that fate had played a trick on them. It was almost impossible for Cassie to have found herself near the gates of Twilight when the explosion happened, but only almost. She must have gotten incredibly lucky. Sunny was no stranger to witnessing extremely improbable events. His entire life was full of them due to his fated attribute. This time, they must have received a blessing of fortune. There was no other sensible way to explain what had happened. And still. He was restless, plagued by doubt. It was to the point that Sunny was having trouble concentrating on weaving. He found himself glancing at Cassie furtively when she was nearby, and then felt ashamed for doubting one of his companions. Not to mention that it was absolutely useless to try and spy on the blind girl secretly, because she could have been watching the world through his eyes, and would be aware of him looking at her. In any case, Cassie seemed to be perfectly normal. Well, as far as the word normal could be applied to her. She was mostly quiet, but not alarmingly so. She usually kept to herself, but not to the point of avoiding others on purpose. Usually, she would take her turn controlling the chain breaker, then descend below deck to rest when Nephice replaced her on the steering oars. When they were attacked, she participated in the battles, supporting the cohort from behind and stepping forward if there was a need. When everything was calm, she rested and went about her usual duties of maintaining the ship. Of course, Sunny did not know what she was doing when nobody was watching. How could he? Well, actually, he could. Spying on the blind seer was not an easy matter, considering that she could see through the eyes of the potential spy and knew their every move. However, as far as Sunny knew, while Cassie could use her ascended ability on the members of the cohort, she could not do the same with his shadows. She could also see through his eyes, if she wished to, but she could not see what he saw through the shadows. So, if he wanted to, he could send one of the shadows to observe the blind girl, just in case there was something strange going on with her. However, he wasn't sure that it was an appropriate thing to do. Sunny was very peculiar about trust. It had taken him a long time to gain the ability to trust others, so he cherished it greatly. Being able to trust, and receiving trust in return, those were intangible, but precious things. So, even if sending a shadow to observe Cassie wouldn't do the blind girl any harm, he would be breaking trust with her. Their relationship was complicated and tumultuous, and they had endured a lot together to repair it. He was reluctant to jeopardize that relationship. But the sin of Solace kept whispering into his ear, fanning the flames of Sunny's paranoia. In fact, the sword wraith did not whisper, but was incredibly loud with his insidious accusations and insinuations, especially so when Cassie was nearby. She never reacted, which made it seem as though she was unable to hear the odious apparition. Or was pretending to not hear it masterfully. Just think about it rationally. It was hard for Sunny to be dispassionate when it came to Cassie, but this time, he had to be. We only made it this far because of Cassie. But if I remove our friendship from the equation, she has indeed been behaving strangely. And there are certain things about her actions that can be seen as suspicious, if a stranger evaluates them. Which did not mean that they really were suspicious, just that they could be. Lowering all 6 of his hands, which had been weaving strings of shadow essence, Sunny frowned. In the end, it all comes down to a simple question. Do I want to be polite, or do I want to be safe? Seen in that light, his dilemma had a definitive solution. It was much better to be safe than sorry. After shaking his head, Sunny secretly sent one of his shadows to keep an eye on Cassie. He was almost entirely certain that he would not discover anything concerning. But at least the little part of him that had been restless and concerned was calmed by that precaution, allowing him to return to his tasks with an easy heart. He continued weaving.